July 4, Edinburgh worked a little in the morning, and took a walk after breakfast the day so delicious, as makes it heartbreaking to leave the country set out however about 4 o'clock, and reached Edinburgh a little after 9, slept part of the way read De Vere. The rest one it is well written in point of language and sentiment, but has too little action in it to be termed a pleasing novel. Everything is brought out by dialogue worse, through the medium of the author's reflections, which is the clumsiest of all expedients. July 5 this morning worked, and sent off to JB the introduction to the Chronicles, containing my confessions too, and did something, but not fluently to the confessions themselves. Not happy, however, the black dog worries me bile, I suppose, but I will rally and combat the reaver it is, that wretched malady of the mind got quite well in the forenoon, went out to Portobello after dinner, and chatted with little Johnny, and told him the history of the field of Preston pans. Few remain who care about these stories. July 6 this morning wrought a good deal, but scarce a task the court lasted till 3:30, exhausting work in this hot, whether I returned to dine alone, and going to Rosslyn with a party afternoon. A Miss Bell broke in upon me who bothered me some time since about a book of hers explaining and exposing the conduct of a Methodist Tartuffe, who had broken off by anonymous letters, a match betwixt her and an accepted admirer tried in vain to make her comprehend how little the Edinburgh people would care about her wrongs, since there was no knowledge of the parties. To make the scandal acceptable, I believe, she has suffered great wrong. 3 letter from Longman and Co. to JB grumbling about bringing out the second edition, because they have forsooth 700 copies in hand, out of 5,005 days. After the first edition 4 is out, what would they have? It is uncomfortable, though. July 7 night dreadfully warm and bilious. I could not be fool enough surely to be anxious for these wise men of the East's prognostication letters from Lockhart give a very cheerful prospect. If there had been any thundering upsetting broadside, he would have noticed it surely more or less arcadal, quite stout, and determined to go on with the second edition. Well, I hope all's right thinking won't help it. Charles came down this morning, penniless poor fellow, but we will soon remedy that. Lockhart remits 100. For reviewing, I hope the next will be for Sophia, for cash affairs loom well in the offing. And if the trust funds go right, I was never so easy. I will take care how I get into debt again. I do not like this croaking of these old owls of St. Paul's. When all is done, the pitcher has gone off into the well. But however I worked away at the Chronicles, I will take pains with them, I will by Jove. July 8 I did little today, but arrange papers and put bills, receipts, etc. into apple pie order. I believe the fair prospect I have of clearing off some encumbrances, which are like thorns in my flesh, nay, in my very eye contribute much to this. I did not even correct proof sheets, nay, could not, for I have cancelled 2 sheets in stante Jacobo, and I myself being of his opinion, for as I said yesterday, we must and will take pains. The fiddle-faddle of arranging all the things was troublesome, but they give a good account of my affairs. The money for the necessary payments is ready, and therefore there is a sort of pleasure which does not arise out of any mean source, since it has for its object the prospect of doing justice and achieving independence. JB dined with me, poor fellow, and talked of his views, as hopeful and prosperous. God send honest industry a fair riddance. July 9 wrote in the morning, at 11 went by appointment with Colin Mackenzie to the New Edinburgh Academy, in the 5th class Mr. Mitchell's. We heard Greek, of which I am no otherwise a judge than that it was fluently read and explained in the rector Mr. Williams' class. We heard Virgil and Livy, admirably translated ad aperturam libri. And what I thought remarkable, the rector giving the English, and the pupils returning with singular dexterity, the Latin not exactly as in the original, but often by synonyms, which showed that the exercise referred to the judgment, and did not depend on the memory. I could not help saying with great truth that, as we had all long known how much the pupils were fortunate in a rector, so we were now taught that the rector was equally lucky. In his pupils of my young friends, I saw a son of John Swinton, a son of Johnstone of Alva, and a son of Crawford Tate. 5 dined at John Murray's Mr. and Mrs. Phillips of Liverpool General, and Charles Stewart of Blantyre Lord Abercrombie Clerk, and Thomson pleasant evening. July 10 corrected proofs, but wrote nothing to court till 2 o'clock. I went to Cadle's by the Mound, a long roundabout, transacted some business. I met Baron Hume coming home, and walked with him in the gardens. His remarkable account of his celebrated uncles' last moments is in these words. Dr. Black called on Mr. Roman 500, Hume 6 on the morning, on which he died. The patient complained of having suffered a great deal during the night, and expressed a fear that his struggle might be prolonged to his great distress for days or weeks longer. No, sir, said Dr. Black, with the remarkable calmness and sincerity which characterized him. I have examined the symptoms and observed several which oblige me to conclude that dissolution is rapidly approaching. Are you certain of that? Doctor, most assuredly, so answered the physician. The dying philosopher extended his arm and shook hands with his medical friend. I thank you, he said, for the news. So little reason there was for the reports of his having been troubled in mind when on his deathbed. Dined at Lord Abercrombie's to meet Lord Melville in private. We had an interview betwixt dinner and tea. I was sorry to see my very old friend, this upright statesman and honorable gentleman, deprived of his power and his official income, which the number of his family must render a matter of importance. He was cheerful, not affectedly so, and bore his declension like a wise and brave man. I had nursed the idea that he had been hasty in his resignation, but from the letters which he showed me confidentially, which passed betwixt him and Canning, it is clear his resignation was to be accomplished, not, I suppose, for personal considerations, but because it rendered the Admiralty vacant for the Duke of Clarence, as his resignation was eagerly snapped at. It cannot be doubted that if he had hesitated or hung back behind his friend's forcible means, would have been used to compel to the measure, which with more dignity he took of his own accord. At least so it seemed to me. The first intimation which Lord Melville received of his successor was through Mr. who told him as great news that there was to be a new Duke of York. 7 Lord Roman 1000 understood the allusion so little as to inquire whether his informant meant that the Duke of Cambridge had taken the Duke of York's situation, when it was explained to refer to the Duke of Clarence getting the Admiralty. There are some few words that speak volumes. Lord Melville said that none of them suspected Canning's negotiations with the Whigs, but the Duke of Wellington, who found it out through the ladies 10 days before. I asked him how they came to be so unprepared, and could not help saying I thought they had acted without consideration, and that they might have shown a face even to Canning. He allowed the truth of what I said, and seemed to blame Peel's want of courage in his place. He said he would have proposed to form a government disclaiming any personal views for himself as being premier and the like, but upon the principle of supporting the measures of Lord Castlereagh and Lord Liverpool. I think this would have been acceptable to the king. Mr. Peel obviously feared his great antagonist Canning, and perhaps threw the game up too soon. Canning said the office of premier was his inheritance. He could not from constitution hold it above 2 years, and then it would descend to Peel. Such is ambition. Old friends, forsaken old principles, changed every effort used to give the vessel of the state a new direction, and all to be Palinurus for 2 years. July 11. Abbotsford worked at proofs in the morning, composed nothing, got off by 1, and to this place between 6 and 7, weather delicious. July 12. Unpacking and arranging. The urchins are stealing the cherries in the outer garden, but I can spare 1,000 larch trees to put it in order with a good fence for next year. It is not right to leave fruit exposed, for if Adam in the days of innocence fell by an apple, how much may the little gossoon Jamie Moffat be tempted by apples of gold in an age of Iron Anne? And I walked to Huntley Burn, a delicious excursion. That place is really become beautiful. The Miss Fergusons have displayed a great deal of taste. July 13. 2 agreeable persons. Rev. Mr. Gilly ate one of the prebendaries of Durham with his wife, a pretty little woman, dined with us, and met Mr. Scrope. I heard the whole history of the discovery of St. Cuthbert's 9 body at Durham Cathedral. The Catholics will deny the identity, of course, but I think it is constate by the dress and other circumstances made a pleasant day of it, and with a good conscience, for I had done my task this morning. July 14. Did task this morning, and believe that I shall get on now very well. Wrote about 5 leaves. I have been baking and fevering myself like a fool for these 2 years, in a room exposed to the south, comfortable in winter, but broiling in the hot weather. Now I have removed myself into the large, cool library, one of the most refreshing as well as handsomest rooms in Scotland, and will not use the study again till the heats are past. Here is an entry as solemn as if it respected the Vicar of Wakefield's removal from the yellow room to the brown. But I think my labors will advance greatly in consequence of this arrangement. Walked in the evening to the lake. July 15. Achieved 6 pages today, and finished volume Roman 1 of Chronicles. It is rather long, but I think the last story interesting, and it should not be split up into parts. JB will, I fear, think it low, and if he thinks so, others will yet. Vamos drove to Huntley Burn in the evening. July 16. Made a good morning's work of the tales in the daytime, corrected various proofs. JB thinks that in the proposed introduction, I contemn too much the occupation by which I have thriven so well, and hints that I may easily lead other people to follow my opinion in vilipending my talents, and the use I have made of them, I cannot tell, I do not like, on the one hand, to suppress my own opinion of the floxiposenilipilification with which I regard these things, but yet in duty to others I cannot afford to break my own bow or befoul my own nest, and there may be something like affectation and nolo episcopari in seeming to underrate my own labors, so all things considered, I will erase the passage truth should not be spoke at all times in the evening. We had a delightful drive to Ashestiel with Colonel and Miss Ferguson. July 17, I wrote a laborious task, 7 pages of tales, kept about the doors all day, gave Bogey 10 to buy cattle tomorrow at St. Boswell's Fair. Here is a whimsical subject of affliction. Mr. Harper, a settler, who went from this country to Botany Bay, thinking himself obliged to me for a recommendation to General M. Allister. And Sir Thomas Brisbane has thought proper to bring me home a couple of emus. I wish his gratitude had either taken a different turn, or remained as quiescent as that of others, whom I have obliged more. Materially, I at first accepted the creatures, conceiving them, in my ignorance, to be some sort of blue and green parrot, which, though I do not admire their noise, might scream and yell at their pleasure, if hung up in the hall among the armor. But your emu, it seems, stands 6 feet high on his stocking soles, and is little better than a kind of cassowary or ostrich. Hang them! They might eat up my collection of old arms. For what I know, it reminds me of the story of the adjutant birds in Theodore Hook's novel, No Ill No Amuses. July 18, entered this morning on the history of Sir William Wallace. I wish I may be able to find my way between what the child can comprehend and what shall not yet be absolutely uninteresting to the grown reader's uncommon facts. I should think the best receipt learn that Mr. Owen Rees and John Gibson have amicably settled their differences about the last edition of Napoleon. The trustees, allowing the publishers 9 months' credit, my nerves have for these 2 or 3 last days been susceptible of an acute excitement from the slightest causes. The beauty of the evening, the sighing of the summer breeze, brings the tears into my eyes not unpleasingly, but I must take exercise and case harden myself. There is no use in encouraging these moods of the mind. It is not the law we live on. We had a little party with some luncheon at the lake, where Mr. Bainbridge fished without much success. Captain Hamilton and 2 Messrs. Sterling, relatives of my old friend Kerr, were there, and walked with me a long round home. I walked better than I had done for some days. Mr. Scrope dined with us. He was complaining of gout, which is a bad companion for the stag shooting. July 19, I made out my task this forenoon, and a good deal more. Sent 5 or 6 pages to James Ballantyne, Roman 1. Got them ready and wrote till the afternoon. Then I drove over to Huntley Burn and walked through the glens till dinner time. After dinner, read and worked till bedtime. Yet I have written well, walked well, talked well, and have nothing to regret. July 20, dispatched my letters to J.B. with supply of copy, and made up more than my task about 4 leaves. I think offered my amuses to the Duke of Buccleuch. I had an appointment with Captain Hamilton and his friends, the Sterlings, that they were to go up Yarrow today, but the weather seems to say no. My visitors came, however, and we went up to Newark. Here is a little misfortune, for Spice left me, and we could not find her, as we had no servant with us on horseback. I was compelled to leave her to her fate, resolving to send in quest of her tomorrow morning. The keepers are my bonos socios, as the host says in The Devil of Edmonton, and would as soon shoot a child as a dog of mine. But there are scamps and traps, and I am ashamed to say how reluctantly I left the poor little terrier to its fate. She came home to me, however, about an hour and a half. After we were home, to my great delectation, our visitors dined with us. July 21, this morning wrote 5 pages of children's history, went to Minto, where we met besides Lord Roman 1000, and his delightful Countess Thomas Thompson Kennedy of Dunyer, Lord Carnarvon, and his younger son and daughter-in-law, the Dowager Lady Minto, also whom I always delight to see. She is so full of spirit and intelligence. We rubbed up some recollections of 20 years ago, when I was more intimate with the family, till Whig and Tory separated us for a time. By the way, nobody talks Whig or Tory just now, and the fighting men on each side go about muzzled and mute like dogs. After a proclamation about canine madness, am I sorry for this truce? Or not? Half and half. It is all we have left to stir the blood, this little political brawling. But better too little of it than too much. July 22, Abbotsford rose a little later than usual, and wrote a letter to Mrs. Joanna Bailey. She is writing a tragedy on witchcraft. I shall be curious to see it. Will it be real witchcraft, ipsissimus diabolusor, an impostor, or the half-crazed being who believes herself an ally of condemned spirits and desires? To be so, that last is a sublime subject. We set out after breakfast, and reached this about 2. I walked from 2 till 4, chatted a long time with Charles after dinner, and thus went my day sine linea. But we will make it up. James Ballantyne dislikes my drovers, but it shall stand. I must have my own way sometimes. I received news of 2 deaths, at once Lady Di Scott, my very old friend, and Archibald Constable, the bookseller. July 23, yes, they are both for very different reasons, subjects of reflection. Lady Diana Scott, widow of Walter Scott of Harden, was the last person whom I recollect so much older than myself, that she kept always at the same distance in point of years, so that she scarce seemed older to me relatively 2 years ago, when in her 92nd year, than 50 years before. She was the daughter alone remaining of Pope's Earl of Marchmont, and like her father had an acute mind and an eager temper. She was always kind to me, remarkably so indeed when I was a boy. Constable's death might have been a most important thing to me if it had happened some years ago, and I should then have lamented it. Much he has lived to do me some injury, yet, excepting the last 5,000, I think most unintentionally, he was a prince of booksellers, his views sharp, powerful, and liberal too sanguine, however, and like many bold and successful schemers, never knowing when to stand or stop, and not always calculating his means to his objects with mercantile accuracy. He was very vain, for which he had some reason, having raised himself to great commercial eminence, as he might also have attained great wealth with good management. He knew, I think, more of the business of a bookseller, in planning and executing popular works, than any man of his time in books themselves. He had much bibliographical information, but none whatever that could be termed literary. He knew the rare volumes of his library, not only by the eye, but by the touch. When blindfolded, Thomas Thompson saw him make this experiment, and that it might be complete, placed in his hand an ordinary volume, instead of one of these library rares. He said he had overestimated his memory. He could not recollect that volume. Constable was a violent-tempered man with those that he dared use freedom with. He was easily overawed by people of consequence, but as usual took it out of those whom poverty made subservient to him. Yet he was generous and far from bad-hearted, in person good-looking, but very corpulent latterly, a large feeder and deep drinker. Till his health became weak, he died of water in the chest, which the natural strength of his constitution set long at defiance. I have no great reason to regret him, yet I do. If he deceived me, he also deceived himself. Wrote 5 pages today, and went to see Mr. Scrope, who is fast with the gout, a bad companion to attend him. To Athole Braes. To shoot the dun deer down. To shoot the dun deer down. July 24, finished 5 pages before 11 o'clock, at which time Mr. Deputy Register arrived from Minto, and we had an agreeable afternoon talking about the old days we have had together. I was surprised to find that Thomson knew as little as I do myself how to advise Charles to a good course of Scottish history. Hales and Pinkerton, Robertson and Langther is nothing else for it, and Pinkerton is poor work laying. Besides, his party spirit has a turn for generalizing which renders him rather dull, which was not the nature of the acute Orcadian. July 25, Thomson left us this morning. Early I finished 4 pages, and part of a 5th, then drove to Huntley Burn, and returned through the glen. I certainly turn heavy-footed, not in the female sense. However, I had 1 or 2 falls among the slippy heather. Not having Tom Purdy to give me his arm, I suppose I shall need a Gockhart one of these days. And if it must be so, let it be fiat voluntas tua. A letter from John Gibson in the evening brought me word that Lord Newton had adjudged the profits of Woodstock and Napoleon to be my own. This is a great matter, and removes the most important part of my dispute with Constable's creditors. I waked in the middle of the night, sure I am not such a feather-headed gull as not to be able to sleep for good news. I am thankful that it is as it is. Had it been otherwise, I could have stood it. The money realized will pay 1/3 of all that I owe in the world, and what will pay the other 2/3? I am as well and as capable as when those misfortunes began. January was a year the public favor may wane indeed, but it has not failed as yet, and I must not be too anxious about that possibility. James B. has found fault with my tales for being too historical. Formerly, it was for being too infantine. He calls out for starch, and is afraid of his cravat being too stiff. O ye critics, will nothing melt ye? July 26, wrote till 1 o'clock, and finished the first volume of Tales. About 6 leaves. Tomorrow I resume the Chronicles tooth and nail. They must be good if possible after all works of fiction. Viz. Cursed lies are easier to write and much more popular than the best truths. Walked over to the head of the Roman road, coming round by Bochland, and the Abbot's Walk. Wrote letters in the evening. July 27, in the morning, still busied with my correspondence, no great desire to take up the Chronicles, but it must be done. Devil take the necessity, and the folly and knavery that occasioned it. But this is no matter now accordingly, I set tightly to work, and got on till 2, when I took a walk was made very happy by the arrival of Sophia, and her babies all in good health and spirits. July 28 worked hard in the morning, the two Ballantines and Mr. Hogarth with them. Owen Reese came early in the day. Ferguson's came to dinner Reese in great kindness and good humor. But a little drumly I think about Napoleon, we heard Sandy's violin after dinner. Whose touch harmonious can remove the pangs of guilty power and hopeless love. I do not understand or care about fine music, but there is something in his violin, which goes to the very heart. Sophia sung too, and we were once more merry in hall the first time for this many a month and many a day. July 29 could not do more than undertake my proofs today, of which JB has brought out a considerable quantity. Walked at one with Hogarth, and Riest day sultry hot. And we hot accordingly, but crept about notwithstanding. I am sorry to see my old and feel friend James, rather unable to walk on so stout and activiso. Was I in my way once? Ah, that vile word, what a world of loss it involves. July 30, one of the most peppering thunderstorms which I have heard for some time, rooted and roared from 6 in the morning, till 8 continuously. The thunder ceased not nor the fire reposed. Well done, old Botherby. Time wasted though very agreeably. After breakfast at noon set out for Chiefswood in the carriage, and walked home footing it over rough and smooth, with the vigor of early days. James Ballantyne marched on too somewhat meltingly, but without complaint. We again had beautiful music after dinner. The heart of age arose. I have often wondered whether I have a taste for music or no. My ear appears to me as dull as my voice is incapable of musical expression, and yet I feel the utmost pleasure in any such music, as I can comprehend learned pieces, always excepted. I believe I may be about the pitch of Terry's connoisseurship, and that I have a reasonable good ear for a jig, but your solos and sonatas give me the spleen. July 31 employed the morning writing letters and correcting proofs. This is the second day, and scarce a line written. But circumstances are so much my apology, that even duty does not murmur. At least, not much. We had a drive up to Galashiels, and sent JB off to Edinburgh in the mail. Music in the evening as before. August 1 my guests left me, and I thought of turning to work again. Seriously finished 5 pages. Dined alone, excepting Huntley Gordon, who has come on a visit. Poor lad, I hope he is well fixed under Mr. Planta's patronage. Smoked a cigar after dinner. Laughed with my daughters, and read them the review of Hoffman's production, out of Gillis' New Foreign Review. The undertaking would do, I am convinced, in any other person's hands than those of the improvident editor. But I hear he is living as thoughtlessly as ever in London, has hired a large house, and gives Burgundy to his guests. This will hardly suit 500 a year. August 2 got off my proofs, went over to breakfast at Huntley Burn. The great object was to see my cascade in the glen, suitably repaired. I have had it put to rights by puddling and damming. What says the frog in the fairy tale? Stuff with moss and clog with clay, and that will wise the water away. Having seen the job pretty tightly done, walked deliciously home through the woods, but no work all this while then for up and at it. But in spite of good resolutions, I trifled with my children after dinner, and read to them in the evening, and did just nothing at all. August 3 wrote 5 pages, and upward scarce amends for past laziness. Huntley Gordon lent me a volume of his father's manuscript memoirs. They are not without interest for prize. Gordon, though a bit of a row, is a clever fellow in his way. One thing struck me being the story of an Irish swindler who called himself Henry King Edgeworth, an impudent, gauzy fellow who deserted from Gordon's recruiting party, enlisted again, and became so great a favorite with the colonel of the regiment, which he joined, that he was made pasergeant here. He deserted to purpose with 200 or 300, escaped to France, got a commission in the corps sent to invade Ireland, was taken recognized, and hanged. What would Mr. Theobald Wolfe Tone have said to such an associate in his regenerating expedition? These are thy gods, O Israel. The other was the displeasure of the present Cameron of Lochiel, on finding that the 40 Camerons with whom he joined the Duke of Gordon's Northern Fencible Regiment were to be dispersed. He had well-nigh mutinied and marched back with them. This would be a good anecdote for Garth. August 4 spent the morning at Selkirk examining people about an assault. When I returned, I found Charlotte Kerr here with a clever little boy, Charles Scott, grandson of Charles of the Wool, and son of William, and grandnephew of John of Midgehope. He seems a smart boy. and considering that he is an only son with expectations, not too much spoiled General Yermolov, called with a letter from a Dr. Knox whom I do not know if it be Vice we met nearly 25 years ago, and did not agree, but General Yermolov's name was luckily known to me. He is a man in the flower of life, about 30, handsome, bold, and enthusiastic, a great admirer of poetry, and all that he had been in the Moscow campaign, and those which followed, but must have been very young. He made not the least doubt that Moscow was burned by Rostopchin, and said that there was a general rumor before the French entered the town, and while the inhabitants were leaving it, that persons were left to destroy it. I asked him why the magazine of gunpowder had not been set fire to, in the first instance. He answered that he believed the explosion of that magazine would have endangered the retreating Russians. This seemed unsatisfactory. The march of the Russians was too distant from Moscow to be annoyed by the circumstance. I pressed him as well as I could about the slowness of Kutauzov's operations, and he frankly owned that the Russians were so much rejoiced and surprised to see the French in retreat that it was long ere they could credit the extent of the advantage which they had acquired. This has been but an idle day so far as composition is concerned, but I was detained late at Selkirk. August 5 wrote near 6 pages. General Yermolov left me with many expressions of enthusiastic regard, as foreigners used to do. He is a kinsman of Princess Galitzin, whom I saw at Paris. I walked with Tom after 1 o'clock, dined en famille with Miss Todd, a pretty girl, and wrote after dinner. August 6, this morning finished proofs, and was bang up with everything when I was about to sit down to write. I have the agreeable tidings that Henderson, the fellow who committed the assault at Selkirk, and who made his escape from the officers on Saturday, was retaken, and that it became necessary that I should go up to examine him. Returned at 4, and found Mrs. George Swinton from Calcutta, to whose husband I have been much obliged, with Archie and cousin Peggy Swinton, arrived, so the evening was done up. August 7, cousins still continuing, we went to Melrose. I finished, however, in the first place, a pretty smart task, which is so far well as we expect the Skens. Tomorrow Lockhart arrived from London. The news are that Canning is dangerously Roman 99. This is the bowl being broken at the cistern. With a vengeance, if he dies now, it will be pity it was not 5 months ago. The time has been enough to do much evil, but not to do any permanent good. August 8, Huntley Gordon proposed to me that I should give him my correspondence, which we had begun to arrange last year. I resolved not to lose the opportunity, and began to look out and arrange the letters from about 1810, throwing out letters of business. And such as are private, they are of little consequence, generally speaking, yet will be one day curious. I propose to have them bound up to save trouble. It is a sad task. How many dead, absent, estranged, and altered I wrought, till the Skens came at 4 o'clock. I love them well, yet I wish their visit had been made last week, when other people were here. It kills time, or rather murders it, this company keeping. Yet what remains on earth that I like so well as a little society? I wrote not a line today. August 9, I finished the arrangement of the letters, so as to put them into Mr. Gordon's hands. It will be a great job done. But in the meanwhile, it interrupts my work sadly, for I kept busy till 1 o'clock today with this idle man's labor. Still, however, it might have been long enough ere I got a confidential person like Gordon to arrange these confidential papers. They are all in his hands now. Walked after 1. August 10, this is a morning of fidgety, nervous confusion. I sought successively my box of Brahma pens, my proof sheets, and last not least anxiously my spectacles. I am convinced I lost a full hour in these various chases. I collected all my insubordinate movables at once, but had scarce corrected the proof and written half a score of lines, then entered Dalgleish, declaring the Blucher hour is come. The weather, however, is rainy and fitted for a day of pure work, but I was able only to finish my task of 3 pages. The death of the Premier is announced. Late George Canning, the witty, the accomplished, the ambitious, he who had toiled 30 years, and involved himself in the most harassing discussions to attain this dizzy height, he who had held it for 3 months of intrigue and obloquy, now a heap of dust. And that is all. He was an early and familiar friend of mine. Through my intimacy with George Ellis, no man possessed a gayer and more playful wit in society. No one since Pitt's time had more commanding sarcasm in debate in the House of Commons. He was the terror of that species of orators called the yelpers. His lash fetched away both skin and flesh, and would have penetrated the hide of a rhinoceros. In his conduct as a statesman he had a great fault. He lent himself too willingly to intrigue. Thus he got into his quarrel with Lord Castlereagh, and lost credit with the country for want of openness. Thus, too, he got involved with the Queen's party, to such an extent that it fettered him upon that memorable quarrel, and obliged him to butter Sir Robert Wilson with dear friend and gallant general, and so forth. The last composition with the Whigs was a sacrifice of principle on both sides. I have some reason to think they counted on getting rid of him in 2 or 3 years. To me, Canning was always personally most kind. I saw with pain a great change in his health. When I met him at Colonel Bolton's at Stores in 1825 in London, I thought him looking better. August 11 wrote nearly 5 pages, then walked a visit from Henry Scott. Nothing known as yet about politics. A high Tory administration would be a great evil at this time. There are repairs in the structure of our Constitution, which ought to be made at this season, and without which the people will not long be silent. A pure Whig administration would probably play the devil by attempting a thorough repair. As to a compound or melodramatic ministry, the parts out of which such a one could be organized just now are at a terrible discount in public estimation, nor will they be at par in a hurry again. The public were generally shocked at the complete lack of principle testified by public men on the late occasion, and by some who, till then, had some credit with the public. The Duke of W. has risen by his firmness on the one side, Earl Grey on the other. August 12 wrote my task, and no more walked with Lockhart from 1 o'clock to 4. Took in our way the glen which looks beautiful. I walked with extreme pain and feebleness, until we began to turn homewards, when the relaxation of the ankle sinews seemed to be removed, and I trode merrily home. This is strange that exercise should restore the nerves from the chill or numbness which is allied to palsy, I am well aware, but how it should restore elasticity to sinews that are too much relaxed, for one cannot comprehend. Colonel Russell came to dinner with us, and to consult me about some family matters. He has the spirit of a gentleman, that is certain. August 13, a letter from booksellers at Brussels informs me of the pleasant tidings that Napoleon is a total failure, that they have lost much money on a version which they were at great expense in preparing, and modestly propose that I should write a novel to make them amends for loss on a speculation, which I knew nothing about. Have you nothing else to ask, as Sancho says to the farmer who asks him to stock a farm for his son portion off his daughters, etc., etc.? They state themselves to be young booksellers, certes. They must hold me to be a very young author. Napoleon, however, has failed on the continent and perhaps in England also, for from the mumbling, half-grumbling tone of Longman and Co. dissatisfaction may be apprehended well. I can set my face to it boldly. I live not in the public opinion, not I, but egad, I live by it, and that is worse. Two knee seed mollies said contra, etc. I corrected and transmitted sheets before breakfast. Afterwards went and cut wood with Tom, but returned about 12, in rather a melancholy humor. I fear this failure may be followed by others, and then what chance of extricating my affairs? But they that look to freights will follow them. Hussards and Aventcare killed a cat. I finished 3 pages. That is a full task of the chronicles. After I returned, Mr. and Mrs. Phillips of Manchester came to dinner. August 14 finished my task before breakfast. A bad rainy day, for which I should not have cared, but for my guests, however, being good-humored persons and gifted with taste, we got on very well by dint of showing Prince curiosities. Finally, the house upstairs and down, and at length by undertaking a pilgrimage to Melrose in the rain, which pilgrimage we accomplished, but never entered the Abbey church, having just had wetting enough to induce us, when we arrived at the gate, to turn again. Whittington. August 15 wrote in the morning, after breakfast walked with Mr. Phillips, who is about to build and plan himself, and therefore seemed to enter con amore into all I had been doing, asked questions, and seemed really interested to learn what I thought myself not ill qualified to teach. The little feeling of superior information in such cases is extremely agreeable. On the contrary, it is a great scrape to find you have been boring someone who did not care a d about the matter, so to speak, and that you might have been as well employed in buttering a whinstone. Mr. and Mrs. Phillips left us about 12 a day. Bad. I wrote nearly 5 pages of chronicles. August 16, a wet, disagreeable, sulky day, but such things may be carried to account. I wrote upwards of 7 pages, and placed myself rectus in curia with Madame Duty, who was beginning to lift up her throat against me. Nothing remarkable, except that Huntley Gordon left us. August 17, wrote my task in the morning. After breakfast went out, and cut wood with Tom and John Swanston, and hewed away with my own hand. Remained on foot from 11 o'clock till past 3, doing, in my opinion, a great deal of good in plantations above the house, where the firs had been permitted to predominate too much over the oak and hardwood. The day was rough and stormy, not the worst for working, and I could do it with a good conscience, all being well forward in the duty line. After tea, I worked a little longer. On the whole, finished 4 leaves, and upwards about a printed sheet, which is enough for one day. August 18 finished about 5 leaves, and then out to the wood where I chopped away among the trees, laying the foundation for future scenery. These woods will one day occupy a great number of hands 4 years hence. They will employ 10 stout woodsmen. Almost every day of the year, Henry and William Scott Harden came to dinner. August 19 wrote, till about 1 then walked for an hour or two by myself, entirely finished 5 pages before dinner, when we had Captain and Mrs. Hamilton and young Davidoff, who is their guest. They remained with us all night. August 20 I corrected proofs and wrote 1 leaf before breakfast, then went up to Selkirk to try a fellow for an assault. The people there get rather riotous. This is a turbulent, fierce fellow. Some of his attitudes were good during the trial. This dissipated my attention for the day. Although I was back by 2:30, I did not work any more, so am behind in my reckoning. August 21 wrote 4 pages, then set out to make a call at Sunderland Hall in Yare. But the old sociable broke down before we had got past the thicket, so we trudged all back on foot, and I wrote another page. This makes up the deficiency of yesterday. August 22, I wrote 4 or 5 leaves, but begin to get aground for want of Indian localities. Colonel Ferguson's absence is unlucky, and half a dozen. Qui his besides willing to write chits eat tiffin, and vent all their pagan jargon, when one does not want to hear it. And now that I want a touch of their slang, lo, there is not one. Near me Mr. Adolphus, son of the celebrated counsel, and author of a work on the Waverley novels, came to make me a visit. He is a modest as well as an able man, and I am obliged to him for the delicacy with which he treated a matter in which I was personally so much concerned. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton asked us to breakfast tomorrow. August 23 went to breakfast at Chiefswood, which with a circuitous walk have consumed the day. Found in the first place my friend Allen, the painter, busy about a picture into which he intends introducing living characters, a kind of revel at Abbotsford. Second, a whimsical party consisting of John Stevenson, the bookseller, Peter Butchin from Peterhead, a quiz of a poetical creature, and a bookbinder, a friend of theirs. The plan was to consult me about publishing a great quantity of ballads, which this Mr. Butchin has collected. I glanced them over. He has been very successful, for they are obviously genuine, and many of them very curious. Others are various editions of well-known ballads. I could not make the man comprehend that these last were of little value, being generally worse readings of what was already published. A small edition, published by subscription, may possibly succeed. It is a great pity that few of these ballads are historical, almost all being of the romantic cast. They certainly ought to be preserved, after striking out 1 or 2, which have been sophisticated, I suppose, by Mr. Butchin himself, which are easily distinguishable from the genuine ballads. No one but Burns ever succeeded in patching up old Scottish songs with any good effect. August 24 corrected proofs and wrote letters in the morning, began a review upon Monteith's planter for Lockhart, other matters at a stand, a drive down to Merton, and engaged to dine there on Sunday first. This consumed the day. August 25, Mr. Adolphus left us this morning, after a very agreeable visit. We all dined at Dr. Brewster's, met Sir John Wright, Miss Haig, etc., slandered our neighbors, and were good company. Major John Scott there. I did a little more at the review today, but I cannot go on with the tale without I could speak a little Hindustani. A small seasoning of curra powder. Ferguson will do it if I can screw it out of him. August 26, encore review. Walked from 12 till 3, then drove to Merton with Lockhart and Allen, dined en famille, and home by 10:30. We thought of adding a third volume to the Chronicles, but Gibson is afraid it would give grounds for a pretext to seize this work on the part of Constable's creditors, who seem determined to take any advantage of me. But they can only show their teeth, I trust, though I wish the arbitration was ended. August 27 sent off proofs in morning, revised in afternoon, walked from 1 till 4. What a life of uniformity, yet I never wish to change it. I even regret I must go to town to meet Lady Compton next week. A singular letter from a lady requesting I would father a novel of hers that won't pass. Cadle writes me transmitting a notice from the French papers that Gurgod has gone, or is going to London to verify the facts alleged in my History of Napoleon. And the bibliopolist is in a great funk. I lack some part of his instinct. I have done Gurgod no wrong. Every word imputed to him exists in the papers submitted to me as historical documents, and I should have been a shameful coward if I had shunned using them at my years. It is somewhat late for an affair of honor, and as a reasonable man, I would avoid such an arbitrament, but will not plead privilege of literature. The country shall not be disgraced in my person, and having stated why I think I owe him no satisfaction, I will at the same time most willingly give it to him. Il sira recu. Birabai. Allah fakin de barbaru. Mon ami. I have written to Will Clerk to stand my friend, if necessary he has metal in him, and thinks of my honor as well as my safety. August 28, I am still bothering with the review, but gave Lockhart 15 leaves, which is something learned with regret, that Williams leaves his situation of rector of the new academy. It is a shot in the wing of the institution, for he is a heaven-born teacher. Walked at 2 till 4 along the thicket, and by the riverside where I go seldom, I can't say why unless that the walk is less private than those more distant Lockhart Allen. And I talk of an excursion to Kelso tomorrow. I have no friends there now, yet once how many. August 29, went on our little expedition breakfasting at Merton called at Fleurs where we found Sir John S. and his whole family. The great lady received us well, though we had been very remiss in our duty, from that we went to Kelso, where I saw not a soul to acknowledge former acquaintance. How should I when my residence there was before 1783? I fancy the little cottage in which I lived with. Poor Aunt Jenny is still standing, but the great garden is divided betwixt 3 proprietors. Its huge platanus tree, withered I was told in the same season, which was fatal to so many of the species, it was cut down the Uhege's labyrinths wildernesses, and other marks that it had once been the abode of one of the millers connected with the author of the Gardener's Dictionary. They were a Quaker. Family are all obliterated, and the place is as common and vulgar as may be the lady the cottage belongs to, was very Roman 153 Allen. As a man of taste was much delighted with what he saw when we returned, we found our party at home, increased by Lady Anna Maria Elliot, who had been showing Melrose to 2 friends, Miss Drinkwater's, Lady Roman 1000's, wit and good humor made the evening go pleasantly off. There were also 2 friends of Charles by name, Paley, a nephew of the Archdeacon, and Ashworth. They seem nice young men with modesty and good breeding. I am glad, as my mother used to say, that his friends are so presentable. Moreover, there came my old right trusty and well-beloved friend John Richardson. So we were a full party. Lady Anna Maria returned in the evening. Francis Scott also dined with us. August 30 disposed of my party, as I best might, and worked at my review, walked out at 1 and remained till near 5. Mr. Scott of Harden and David Thompson W.S. dined with us, walked with Mr. Allen through Haxel Klug. August 31 went on with my review, but I have got Sir Henry's original pamphlet, which is very cleverly written. I find I cannot touch on his mode of transplantation at all in this article. It involves many questions, and some of importance, so I will make another article for January. Walked up the Rhymer's Glen with John Richardson. September 1, Colonel Ferguson and Colonel Byers breakfasted, the latter from India, the nephew of the old antiquarian. But I had not an opportunity to speak to him about the Eastern information required for the chronicles. Besides, my review is not finished, though I wrought hard today. Sir William Hamilton and his brother Captain Hamilton, called also young Davidoff. I am somewhat sorry for my young friend. His friends permit him to remain too long in Britain to be happy in Russia, yet this is a prejudice of those who suppose that, when the institutions and habits by which they are governed come to be known to strangers, they must become exclusively attached to them. This is not so. The Hottentot returns from civilization to the wild manners of his crawl, and wherefore should not a Russian resume his despotic ideas when returned to his country. September 2, this was a very warm day. I remained at home, chiefly engaged in arranging papers, as I go away tomorrow. It is lucky these starts happen from time to time, as I should otherwise never get my table clear. At 5 o'clock the air became cooler, and I sat out of doors, and played with the children. Anne, who had been at Merton the day before, brought up Anne and Elizabeth Scott with her, and Francis has been with us since yesterday. Richardson left us. September 3 went on with my arranging of papers till 12, when I took chaise and arrived at Melville Castle. Found Lord and Lady Roman 1000, and the 2 young ladies, Dr. Hope, my old schoolfellow James Hope, and his son, made up our party, which was very pleasant. After they went away, we had some private conversation about politics. The Whigs and Tories of the cabinet are strangely divided, the former desiring to have Mr. Herries for Chancellor of the Exchequer, the latter to have Lord Palmerston, that Calcraft may be Secretary of War. The king has declared firmly for Herries, on which Lord Godrich with tears entreated Herries to remove the bone of contention, by declining to accept the king, called him a blubbering fool. That the king does not like or trust the Whigs is obvious from his passing over Lord Lansdowne, a man who I should suppose is infinitely better fitted for a premiere than Godrich. But he probably looks with no greater favor on the return of the high Tories. I fear he may wish to govern by the system of bascule, or balancing the two parties, a perilous game. The advocate also dined with us. September 4, Edinburgh came into town after breakfast and saw Gibson, whose account of affairs is comfortable. Also William Clerk, whom I found quite ready and willing to stand my friend. If Gurgod should come my road, he agrees with me that there is no reason why he should turn on me, but that if he does reason or none, it is best to stand buff to him. It is clear to me that what is least forgiven in a man of any mark or likelihood is one of that article blackguardly called pluck. All the fine qualities of genius cannot make amends for it. We are told the genius of poets especially is irreconcilable with this species of grenadier accomplishment. If so, quell Cheen de Genie saw Lady Compton. I dine with her today, and go to Glasgow with her tomorrow. September 5, dined with Lady Compton yesterday, and talked over old stories, until 9 our tete-a-tete being a very agreeable one, then hence to my good friend John Gibson's, and talked with him of sundries. I had an odd dream last night. It seemed to me that I was at a panorama when a vulgar little man behind me was making some very clever but impudent remarks on the picture, and at the same time seemed desirous of information, which no one would give him. I turned round, and saw a young fellow dressed like a common carter, with a blue coat and red waistcoat, and a whip tied across him. He was young, with a hatchet face which was turned to a brick color by exposure to the weather, sharp eyes, and in manner and voice not unlike John Leyden. I was so much struck with his countenance and talents that I asked him about his situation, and expressed a wish to mend it. He followed me from the hopes which I excited, and we had a dreadful walk among ruins, and afterwards I found myself on horseback, and in front of a roaring torrent I plunged in as I have formerly done in good sad earnest, and got to the other side. Then I got home among my children and grandchildren, and there also was my genius. Now this would defy Daniel and the soothsayers to boot, nor do I know why I should now put it down, except that I have seldom seen a portrait in life which was more strongly marked on my memory than that man's. Perhaps my genius was Mr. Dickinson, papermaker, who has undertaken that the London creditors who hold constables' bills will be satisfied with tens in the pound. This would be turning a genius to purpose, for sixes 8d is provided, and they can have no difficulty about threes 4d. These debts, for which I am legally responsible, though no party to their contraction, amount to 30,000 odds. Now, if they can be cleared for 15,000, it is just so much gain. This would be a giant step to freedom. I see in my present comfortable quarters some of my own old furniture in Castle, St. which gives me rather queer feelings. I remember poor Charlotte, and I having so much thought about buying these things. Well, they are in kind and friendly hands. September 6 went with Lady Compton to Glasgow, and had as pleasant a journey as the kindness, wit, and accomplishment of my companion could make it. Lady Roman 100 gives an admirable account of Rome, and the various strange characters she has met in foreign parts. I was much taken with some stories out of a romance called Manuscript Truva Saragosse, by a certain Count John Poloski Podaki, a Pole. It seems betwixt the style of Kazati Count Hamilton and Lesage. The Count was a toiler after supernatural secrets, an adept, and understood the Kabbalah. He put himself to death with many odd circumstances, inferring derangement. I am to get a sight of the book, if it be possible, at Glasgow Buck's Head. We met Mrs. Maclean Cleffane and her two daughters, and there was much joy after the dinner. The ladies sung particularly Anna Jane, who has more taste and talent of every kind than half the people going with great reputations on their backs. A very pleasant day was paid for by a restless night. September 7, this day had calls from Lord Provost and Mr. Rutherford William, with invitations which I declined. Read in manuscript, a very clever play comedy, by Miss A.J. Cleffane, in the old style, which was very happily imitated. The plot was confused, too much taking and retaking of prisoners, but the dialogue was excellent. Took leave of these dear friends, never perhaps to meet all together again, for two of us are old. Went down by steam to Colonel Campbell's Blitzwood house, where I was most courteously received by him and his sisters. We are kinsfolk, and very old acquaintance. His seat here is a fine one. The house is both grand and comfortable. We walked to Lawrence Lockhart's of Inchinen, within a mile of Blitzwood house. It is extremely nice and comfortable, far beyond the style of a Scotch clergyman. But Lawrence is wealthy. I found John Lockhart and Sophia there, returned from Largs. We all dined at Colonel Campbell's on Turtle, and all manner of good things. Miss A. and H. Walker were there. The sleep at night made amends for the Buck's Head. September 8, Colonel Campbell carried me to breakfast in Glasgow, And at 10, I took chaise for Corehouse, where I found my old friend George Cranstoun, rejoiced to see me and glad when I told him what Lord Newton had determined in my affairs. I should observe I saw the banks of the Clyde above Hamilton, much denuded of its copse untimely cut, and the stools ill cut and worse kept Cranstoun, and I walked before dinner. I never saw the great fall of Corehouse from this side before, and I think it the best point perhaps at all events it is not that from which it is usually seen, so Lord Corehouse has the sight, and escapes the tourists dined with him, his sister Mrs. Cunningham and Corehouse. I omitted to mention in yesterday's note that within Blithswood Plantation, near to the bridge of Inchinen, the unfortunate Earl of Argyll was taken in 1685 at a stone called Argyll's Stone Blithswood. Says the Highland drovers break down his fences in order to pay a visit to the place. The Earl had passed the Cart River and was taken on the Renfrew side. September 9, this is a superb place of Corehouse's Cranstoun, has as much feeling about improvement as other things like all new improvers, he is at more expense than is necessary plants too thick and trenches where trenching is superfluous. But this is the eagerness of a young artist besides the Grand Lion, the Fall of Clyde. He has more than one lion's whelp a fall of a brook in a cleuch called Mill's Gill, must be superb in rainy, whether the old castle of Corehouse is much more castle-like on this than from the other side. Left Corehouse at 8 in the morning, and reached Lanark by 9:30. I was thus long in travelling 3 miles, because the postilion chose to suppose I was bound for Biggar, and was 2 miles ere I discovered what he was doing. I thought he aimed at crossing the Clyde by some new bridge above Bonnington, breakfasted at Lanark with the Lockharts, and reached Abbotsford this evening by 9 o'clock. Thus ends a pleasant expedition among the people. I like most drawback only one, it has cost me 15, including 2 gowns for Sophia and Anne, and I have lost 6 days' labor, both may be soon made up. NBWE lunch dined videlicet with Professor Wilson at Inverleithen, and met James Huck. September 10, Abbotsford Gurgod's wrath has burst forth in a very distant clap of thunder, in which he accuses me of combining with the ministry, to slander his rag of a reputation, he be DD for a fool to make his case worse. By stirring I shall only revenge myself by publishing the whole extracts I made from the records of the Colonial Office, in which he will find enough to make him bite his nails. Still, I wonder, he did not come over and try his manhood, otherwise I would not have shunned him, nor any Frenchman who ever kissed Bonaparte's breech. September 11 went to Huntley Burn, and breakfasted with Colonel Ferguson, who has promised to have some Indian memoranda ready for me. After breakfast went to choose the ground for a new plantation to be added next week to the end of Jane's. Wood came to dinner, Lord Carnarvon and his son and daughter, also Lord Francis Levison, Gower the translator of Faust. September 12 walk with Lord Francis. When we return behold ye enter Lady Hampton and Lady Wedderburn in the days of George Square Jane, and Maria Brown beauties and toasts. There was much pleasure on my side, and some I suppose on theirs. And there was a riding and a running and a chattering and an asking, and a showing a real scene of confusion. Yet mirth and good spirits our guests quit us next day. September 13, find a man for an assault at Selkirk. He pleaded guilty, which made short work. The beggarly appearance of the jury in the new system is very worthy of note. One was a menial servant. When I returned James Ballantyne and Mr. Cadle arrived, they bring a good account of matters in general. Cadle explained to me a plan for securing the copyright of the novels, which has a very good face. It appears they are going off fast, and if the glut of the market is once reduced by sales, the property will be excellent, and may be increased by notes. James B. brought his son Robert Rutherford also here, and Miss Russell's. September 14, in the morning wrote, my answer to Gurgod rather too keen perhaps, but I owe him nothing, and as for exciting his resentment, I will neither seek nor avoid it. Cadle's views seem fair, and he is open and explicit. His brothers support him, and he has no want of cash. He sells 2 or 3 copies of Bonaparte, and one of the novels or 2 almost every day. He must soon, he says, apply to London for copies. Read a refutation, as it calls itself, of Napoleon's history. It is so very polite and accommodating that every third word is a concession. The work of a man able to judge distinctly on specific facts, but erroneous in his general results. He will say the same of me, perhaps. Ballantyne and Cadle leave us. Enter Miss Sinclair's 2 in number, also a translator, and a little Flemish woman, his wifery, good-humored, rather a little given to compliment, named Faucomprit. They are to return at night in a gig as far as Kelso, a bold undertaking. September 16, The ladies went to church. I, God forgive me, finished the chronicles with a good deal of assistance from Colonel Ferguson's notes about Indian affairs. The patch is, I suspect, too glaring to be pleasing. But the Colonel's sketches are capitally good, I understand, too. There are one or two East Indian novels which have lately appeared Naboklish Vogue La Galler. September 17, received from James, be the proofs of my reply, to General Gurgod, with some cautious balm from mine honest friend, alarmed by a Highland colonel, who had described Gurgod as a Movise Garkin famous fencer marksman. And so forth I wrote an answer which is true that I would hope all my friends would trust to my acting with proper caution and advice, but that, if I were capable in a moment of weakness of doing anything short of what my honor demanded, I would die the death of a poisoned rat in hole out of mere sense of my own degradation. God knows that though life is placid enough with me, I do not feel anything to attach me to it so strongly as to occasion my avoiding any risk which duty to my character may demand from me. I set to work with the tales of a grandfather's second volume and finished 4 pages. September 18, wrote 5 pages of the tales, walked from Huntley Burn, having gone in the carriage, smoked my cigar with Lockhart after dinner, and then whiled away the evening over one of Miss Austen's novels. There is a truth of painting in her writings which always delights me. They do not, it is true, get above the middle classes of society, but there she is inimitable. September 19, wrote 3 pages, but dawdled a good deal. Yet the tales get on, although I feel bilious and vaporish, I believe. I must call it at such times my loneliness, and the increasing inability to walk come dark over me, but surely these mulligrubs belong to the mind more than the body. September 22, Captain and Colonel Ferguson, the last return from Ireland, dined here. Prayer of the minister of the Cumbraes, 2 miserable islands in the mouth of the Clyde. O Lord, bless and be gracious to the greater and the lesser Cumbraes, and in thy mercy do not forget the adjacent islands of Great Britain and Ireland. September 23, worked in the morning, then drove over to Huntley Burn chiefly to get from the good-humored colonel the accurate spelling of certain Hindu words, which I have been using under his instructions. By the way, the sketches he gave me of Indian manners are highly picturesque. I have made up my journal, which was 3 days in arrear. Also, I wrought a little so that the second volume of Grandfather's Tales is nearly half finished. September 24, worked in the morning as usual, and sent off the proofs and copy something of the black dog still hanging about me. But I will shake him off. I generally affect good spirits in company of my family. Whether I am enjoying them or not, it is too severe to sadden the harmless mirth of others by suffering your own causeless melancholy to be seen. And this species of exertion is like virtue, its own reward for the good spirits, which are at first simulated, become at length real. September 25, Edinburgh got into town by 1 o'clock, the purpose being to give my deposition before Lord Newton, in a case betwixt me and constable's creditors. My oath seemed satisfactory, but new reasons were alleged for additional discussion, which is, I trust, to end this wearisome matter. I dined with Mr. Gibson, and slept there. J.B. dined with us, and we had thoughts how to save our copyright by a bargain with Cadle. I hope it will turn to good, as I could add notes to a future edition and give them some value. September 26, Abbotsford set off in mail coach, and my horses met me at Yare Bridge. I travelled with rather a pleasant man, an agent I found on Lord Seaford's West Indian estates. Got home by 12 o'clock, and might have been here earlier if the Tweed had not been too large for fording. I must note down my cash, lest it gets out of my head. May the fowl fa the gear and the blathry ought. And yet there's no doing either with it or without it. September 27, the morning was damp, dripping, and unpleasant, so I even made a work of necessity, and set to the tales like a dragon. I murdered M. Llewellyn of Bommy, at Threve Castle, stabbed the Black Douglas in the town of Stirling, astonished King James before Roxburgh, and stifled the Earl of Mar in his bath in the Canongate. A wild world, my masters. This Scotland of ours must have been no fear of want of interest, no lassitude in those days for want of work. For treason, do ye see, was to them a dish of tea, and murther bread and butter. We dined at Gattonside with Mr. Bainbridge, who kindly presented me with 6 bottles of super excellent Jamaica rum, and with a manuscript collection of poetry, said to be Swift's handwriting, which it resembles. It is, I think, poor Stella's, nothing very new in it. September 28, another dropping and busy day. I wrought hard at the historical tales, which get on fast. September 29, I went on with the little history, which now Roman 1 evol Roman 2 doth approach an end, received in the evening, nose 37 to 40, one of the Roxburgh publications. They are very curious and generally speaking well selected. The following struck me an Italian poem on the subject of Floddenfield, the legend of St. Robert of Knaresborough, two plays printed from MS by Mr. Hasselwood. It does not appear that Mr. H fully appreciated the light which he was throwing on the theatrical history. By this valuable communication, it appears that the change of place, or of scene as we term it, was intimated in the following manner. In the middle of the stage was placed Colchester, and the sign of Pigot's tavern called the Tarleton intimated what part of the town was represented. The name was painted above on one side of the stage, was in like manner painted a town, which the name announced to be Malden on the other side. Arrangers lodged the scene lay through the piece in one or other of these three places, and the entrance of the characters determined where each scene lay. If they came in from Colchester, then Colchester was for the time the scene of action. When that scene was shifted to Malden, it was intimated by the approach of the actors from the side where it was painted, a clumsy contrivance doubtless, compared to changeable scenery, yet sufficient to impress the audience with a sense of what was meant. September 30, wet, drizzling, dismal day. I finished odds and ends scarce, stirring out of my room, yet doing little to the purpose, wrote to Sir Henry Seton Stewart about his queries concerning transplanted trees, and to Mr. Freeling concerning the Roxburgh Club books. I have settled to print the manuscript concerning the murder of the two Shaws by the Master of Sinclair. I dallied with the precious time, rather than used it. Read the two Roxburgh plays. They are by William Percy, a son of the 8th Earl of Northumberland, worthless and very gross, but abounding with matter concerning scenery, and so forth, highly interesting to the dramatic antiquary. Note on the grenadier accomplishment mentioned in P30. In a letter to the Duke of Buccleuch of May 1818, Scott gives the following amusing account of an incident in the life of the Ettrick shepherd. Our poor friend Hogg has had an affair of honor 2 mornings ago. About 7 in the morning, my servant announced, while I was shaving in my dressing-room, that Mr. Hogg wished earnestly to speak with me. He was ushered in, and I cannot describe the half-startled, half-humorous air with which he said, scratching his head, "Most vehemently odd Scott, here's twee fox come frae Glasgow to provoke May to fecht." A duel, answered I in great astonishment. "And what do you intend to do?" Odd, I just locked them up in my room, and sent the lassie for twee o' the police, and just jied the men o'er to their charge. And I thocht I wad come and ask you what I should do. He had already settled for himself the question whether he was to fight or not, and all that he had to do was to go to the police office and tell the charge he had to bring against the 2 Glasgow gentlemen. The Glaswegians were greatly too many for him. In court they returned in all triumph and glory, and Hogg took the wings of the morning and fled to his cottage at Altrive, not deeming himself altogether safe in the streets of Edinburgh. Now, although I do not hold valor to be an essential article in the composition of a man like Hogg, yet I heartily wish he could have prevailed on himself to swagger a little. But considering his failure in the field, and the sheriff office, I am afraid we must apply to Hogg the apology which is made for Waller by his biographer. Let us not condemn him with untempered severity, because he was not such a prodigy as the world has seldom seen, because his character included not the poet, the orator, and the hero. October 1, I set about work for 2 hours, and finished 3 pages, then walked for 2 hours, then home, adjusted sheriff processes, and cleared the table. I am to set off tomorrow for Ravensworth Castle, to meet the Duke of Wellington, a great let-off, I suppose, yet I would almost rather stay, and see 2 days more of Lockhart and my daughter, who will be off before my return perhaps. But there is no end to perhaps. We must cut the rope, and let the vessel drive down the tide of destiny. October 2, set out in the morning at 7, and reached Kelso by a little past 10 with my own horses, then took the Wellington coach to carry me to Wellingtonsmart, that nobody inside, but an old lady who proved a toywoman in Edinburgh, her head furnished with as substantial ware as her shop, but a good soul, Ise warrant her. Heard all her debates with her landlord about a new door to the cellar, etc., etc., propriety of paying rent on the 15th or 25th of May. Landlords and tenants have different opinions on that subject. Danger of dirty sheets in inns. We dined at Wooler, and I found out Dr. Douglas on the outside, son of my old acquaintance Dr. James Douglas of Kelso. This made us even lighter in mind, till we came to Whittingham, thence to Newcastle, where an obstreperous horse retarded us for an hour at least, to the great alarm of my friend, the toywoman N.B. She would have made a good feather bed if the carriage had happened to fall, and her undermost the heavy roads had retarded us near an hour more, so that I hesitated to go to Ravensworth so late. But my good woman's tales of dirty sheets, and certain recollections of a Newcastle inn induced me to go on. When I arrived, the family had just retired Lord Ravensworth, and Mr. Liddell came down, however, and really received me as kindly as possible. October 3 rose about 8 or later. My morals begin to be corrupted by traveling and fine company. Went to Durham with Lord Ravensworth betwixt 1 and 2, found the gentlemen of Durham county and town, assembled to receive the Duke of Wellington. I saw several old friends, and with difficulty suited names to faces and faces. To names there was Headlam Dr. Gilly, and his wife, and a world of acquaintance, besides Sir Thomas Lawrence too, with Lord Londonderry. I asked him to come on with me, but he could not. He is from habit of coaxing his subjects, I suppose a little too fair-spoken otherwise. Very pleasant. The Duke arrived very late. There were bells and cannon and drums, trumpets and banners, besides a fine troop of yeomanry. The address was well expressed, and as well answered by the Duke. The enthusiasm of the ladies and the gentry was great. Common people were lukewarm. The Duke has lost popularity in accepting political power. He will be more useful to his country, it may be, than ever, but will scarce be so gracious in the people's eyes, and he will not care a curse for what outward show he has lost. But I must not talk of curses, for we are going to take our dinner with the Bishop of Durham, a man of amiable and courteous manners who becomes his station well, but has traces of bad health on his countenance. We dined about 140 or 50 men, a distinguished company for rank and property. Marshal Beresford, and Sir John, amongst others Marquis of Lothian, Lord Duncombe, Marquis Londonderry, and I know not who besides. Lords and dukes and noble princes, all the pride and flower of Spain. We dined in the rude old baronial hall, impressive from its antiquity, and fortunately free from the plaster of former improvement, as I trust it will from the gingerbread taste of modern Gothicizers. The bright moon streaming in through the old Gothic windows made a light which contrasted strangely with the artificial lights within spears, banners, and armor, were intermixed with the pictures of old, and the whole had a singular mixture of baronial pomp with the graver and more chastened dignity of prelacy. Conduct of our reverend entertainer suited the character remarkably well amid the welcome of a Count Palatine. He did not for an instant forget the gravity of the church dignitary. All his toasts were gracefully given, and his little speeches well made, and the more affecting that the failing voice sometimes reminded us that our aged host labored under the infirmities of advanced life. To me personally, the bishop was very civil, and paid me his public compliments by proposing my health in the most gratifying manner. The bishop's lady received a sort of drawing room, after we rose from table, at which a great many ladies attended. I ought not to forget that the singers of the choir attended at dinner, and sung the anthem, non nobis domine, as they said, who understood them very well, and, as I think, who did not understand the music with an unusual degree of spirit and interest. It is odd how this can be distinguished from the notes of fellows, who use their throats with as little feeling of the notes they utter as if they were composed of the same metal as their bugle horns. After the drawing room, we went to the assembly rooms, which were crowded with company. I saw some very pretty girls dancing merrily that old-fashioned thing, called a contredance, which old England has now thrown aside, as she would do her creed if there were some foreign frippery offered. Instead, we got away after midnight, a large party, and reached Ravensworth Castle, Duke of Wellington, Lord Londonderry, and about 20 besides about half past 1 soda water, and to bed by 2. October 4 slept till nigh 10, fatigued by our toils of yesterday, and the unwonted late hours still too early for this castle of indolence, for I found few of last night's party, yet appearing I had an opportunity of some talk with the Duke. He does not consider Foy's book as written by himself, but as a thing got up perhaps from notes. Says, he knew Foy very well in Spain, mentioned that he was like other French officers very desirous of seeing the English papers, through which alone they could collect any idea of what was going on, without their own cantonments, for Napoleon permitted no communication of that kind with France. The Duke, growing tired of this, at length told Baron Tripp, whose services he chiefly used in communication with the outposts, that he was not to give them the newspapers. What reason shall I allege for withholding them? Said Baron Tripp. None, replied the Duke. Let them allege some reason why they want them. Foy was not at a loss to assign a reason. He said he had considerable sums of money in the English funds, and wanted to see how stocks fell, and rose. The excuse did not, however, go down. I remember Baron Tripp, a Dutch nobleman, and a dandy of the first water, and yet with an energy in his dandyism, which made it respectable. He drove a gig as far as Dunrabin Castle and back again, without a whip. He looked after his own horse, for he had no servant, and after all his little establishment of clothes and necessaries, with all the accuracy of a petit maître. He was one of the best dressed men, and his horse was in equally fine condition, As if he had had a dozen of grooms, I met him at Lord Somerville's, and liked him much. But there was something exaggerated, as appeared from the conclusion of his life, barren trip, shot himself in Italy for no assignable cause. What is called great society, of which I have seen a good deal in my day, is now amusing to me, because from age and indifference, I have lost the habit of considering myself as a part of it, and have only the feelings of looking on as a spectator of the scene, who can neither play his part well, nor ill, instead of being one of the dramatis person. And careless what is thought of myself, I have full time to attend to the motions of others. Our party went today to Sunderland, where the Duke was brilliantly received by an immense population chiefly of seamen. The difficulty of getting into the rooms was dreadful, for we chanced to march in the rear of an immense Gibraltar gun, etc., all composed of glass, which is here manufactured in great quantities. The disturbance created by this thing, which by the way I never saw afterwards, occasioned an ebbing and flowing of the crowd, which nearly took me off my legs. I have seen the day I would have minded it. Little the entertainment was handsome, about 200 dined, and appeared most hearty in the cause which had convened them, some, indeed, so much so that finding themselves so far on the way to perfect happiness, they e'en, after the dinner party broke up, there was a ball numerously attended, where there was a prodigious anxiety discovered for shaking of hands. The Duke had enough of it, and I came in for my share, for though as jackal to the lion, I got some part. In whatever was going, we got home about 2:30 in the morning, sufficiently tired. The Duke went to see him a house of Lord Londonderry's. After all, this Sunderland trip might have been spared. October 5, a quiet day at Ravensworth Castle, giggling and making giggle among the kind and frank-hearted young people. Ravensworth Castle is chiefly modern, excepting always two towers of great antiquity. Lord Ravensworth manages his woods admirably well, and with good taste his castle is but half-built. Elections have come between in the evening, plenty of fine music, with heart as well as voice and instrument. Much of the music was the spontaneous effusions of Mrs. Arkwright, who had set Hohenlinden and other pieces of poetry. Her music was of a highly gifted character. She was the daughter of Stephen Kemble, the genius she must have inherited from her mother, who was a capital actress. The Miss Liddells and Mrs. Barrington sang that the Campbells are coming, in a tone that might have waked the dead. October 6 left Ravensworth this morning, and travelled as far as Whittingham with Marquis of Lothian, arrived at Alnwick to dinner, where I was very kindly received. The Duke is a handsome man, who will be corpulent if he does not continue to take hard exercise. The Duchess very pretty and lively, but her liveliness is of that kind which shows at once it is connected with thorough principle, and is not liable to be influenced by fashionable caprice. The habits of the family are early and regular. I conceive they may be termed formal and old-fashioned by such visitors as claim to be the pink of the mode. The castle is a fine old pile with various courts and towers, and the entrance is magnificent. It wants, however, the splendid feature of a keep. The inside fitting up is an attempt at Gothic, but the taste is meager and poor, and done over with too much gilding. It was done half a century ago, when this kind of taste was ill understood. I found here the Bishop of Gloucester, etc., etc. October 7 this morning went to church, and heard an excellent sermon from the Bishop of Gloucester. He has great dignity of manner, and his accent and delivery were forcible. Drove out with the Duke in a phaeton, and saw part of the park, which is a fine one lying along the Aulne, but it has been ill-planted. It was laid out by the celebrated Brown, who substituted clumps of birch and Scottish firs for the beautiful oaks and copse which grows nowhere so freely as in Northumberland. To complete this, the late Duke did not thin, so the wood is in poor state. All that the Duke cuts down is so much waste, for the people will not buy it, where coals are so cheap. Had they been oakwood, the bark would have fetched its value. Had they been grown oaks, the seaports would have found a market. Had they been larch, the country demands for ruder purposes would have been unanswerable. The Duke does the best he can to retrieve his woods, but seems to despond more than a young man ought to do. It is refreshing to see a man in his situation give so much of his time and thoughts to the improvement of his estates and the welfare of the people. The Duke tells me his people in Keeldar were all quite wild the first time his father went up to shoot there. The women had no other dress than a bedgown and petticoat. The men were savage, and could hardly be brought to rise from the heath either from sullenness or fear. They sung a wild tune, the burden of which was Arena, Arena, Arena. The females sung, the men danced round, and at a certain part of the tune they drew their dirks, which they always wore. We came by the remains of the old Carmelite monastery of Hulney, which is a very fine object in the park. It was finished by de Vesci, the gateway of Alnwick Abbey. Also a fine specimen is standing about a mile distant. The trees are much finer on the left side of the Aulne, where they have been let alone by the ability. Visited the enceinte of the castle, and passed into the dungeon, There is also an armory, and the arms in indifferent order one odd petard-looking thing, struck me mem to consult grows. I had the honor to sit in Hotspur's seat and to see the bloody gap where the external wall must have been breached. The Duchess gave me a book of etchings of the antiquities of Ulmwick and Warkworth from her own drawings. I had half a mind to stay to see Warkworth. But Anne is alone. We had prayers in the evening read by the Archdeacon. The Marquis of Lothian on Saturday last told me a remarkable thing, which he had from good authority, just before Bonaparte's return from Elba. There was much disunion at the Congress of Vienna. Russia and Prussia, conscious of their own merits, made great demands to which Austria, France, and Britain were not disposed to accede. This went so far that war became probable, and the very Prussian army which was so useful at Waterloo was held in readiness to attack the English. On the other hand, England, Austria, and France entered into a private agreement to resist beyond a certain extent Prussia's demands of a barrier on the Rhine, etc. And what is most singular of all, it was from Bonaparte that the Emperor Alexander first heard of this triple alliance. But the circumstance of finding Napoleon interesting himself so far in the affairs of Europe alarmed the emperor more than the news. He sent him on the same authority Gneisenau, and most of Blucher's personal suite remained behind a house at the Battle of Ligny, and sent out an officer from time to time, but did not remain even in sight of the battle, till Blucher put himself at the head of the cavalry, with the zeal of an old hussar. October 8 left Ulmwick, where I have experienced a very kind reception, and took coach at Whittingham at 11 o'clock. I find there is a new road to be made between Ulmwick and Wooler, which will make the communication much easier and avoid Ramside more. Saw some fine young plantations about Whittingham suffering from neglect, which is not the case under the Duke's own eye. He has made 2 neat cottages at Percy's Cross, to preserve that ancient monument of the fatal Battle of Hedgley. More, the stones marking the adjacent spot called Percy's Leap are 33 feet asunder to show the uncertainty of human testimony. I measured the distance many years since, it is true, and would have said, and almost sworn, that it was but 18 feet. Dined at Wooler, and reached home about 7 o'clock, having left Ulmwick at 9:30, so it would be easy to go there to dinner from Abbotsford starting at 6 in the morning, or 7 would do very well. October 9, Abbotsford. No proofs here, which I think odd of Jasby, but I am not sorry to have a day to write letters. And besides, I have a box of books to arrange. It is a bad mizzling day, and might have been a good day for work, yet it is not quite uselessly spent. October 10, breakfasted at Huntley Burn with the merry knight Sir Adam Ferguson. When we returned, we found a whole parcel of proofs which had been forgot yesterday at the Tolso. Here ends play, and begins work, Dr. Brewster and Mr. Thornhill. The latter gave me a box made of the real mulberry tree, very kind of him. October 11, being a base melancholy weeping day, I e'en made the best of it, and set in for work. Wrote 10 leaves this day, equivalent to 40 pages. But then the theme was so familiar, being Scottish history, that my pen never rested. It is more than a triple task. October 12 sent off proofs, and copy a full task of 3 pages at one end drove me to Huntley Burn, and I examined the earthen fence intended for the new planting, and altered the line in some points. This employed me till near 4, the time of my walking home being included. October 13 wrote in the forenoon. Lord Bessborough and Mr. and Mrs. Ponsonby called to see the place. His lady used to be civil to me in London, an accomplished and pleasing woman. They only stayed an hour at dinner. We had Lord and Lady Bathurst, and my friend Lady Georgian, also Marquis of Lothian, and Lord Castlereagh. Plenty of fine folks expected, also the Lord Register and Mrs. Dundas. But they could not come. Lord Bathurst told me that Gurgod had negotiated with the French government to the last moment of his leaving London, and that he had been told so by the French ambassador. Lord B refused to see him, because he understood he talked disrespectfully of Napoleon. October 14, I read prayers to the company of yesterday, and we took a drive round by Drigrange Bridge. Lord B told me that the late king made it at one time a point of conscience to read every word of every act of Parliament before giving his assent to it. There was a mixture of principle and nonsense in this Lord Lothian. Left us. I did a full task today, which is much, considering I was a good deal occupied. October 15, my noble guests departed, pleased, I believe, with their visit. I have had to thank Lord Bathurst for former kindness. I respect him too, as one who, being far from rich, has on the late occasion preferred political consistency to a love of office, and its emoluments. He seems to expect no opposition of a formal kind. This next session, what is wonderful no young man of talents seems to spring up in the House of Commons. I wonder what comes of all the clever lads whom we see at college. The fruit, apparently, does not ripen as formerly Lord Castlereagh remained with us. I bestowed a little advice on him. He is a warm-hearted young fellow, with some of the fashionable affectations of the age about him, but with good feelings and an inclination to come forward. October 16, with all this racketing the work advances fast. The third volume of the tales is now half finished, and will I think be a useful work. Some drizzling days have been of great use to its progress. This visiting has made some dawdling, but not much perhaps, not more than there ought to be for such a task. I walked from Huntley Burn up the little glen, which was in all the melancholy beauty of autumn, the little brook brawling and bickering in fine style over its falls and currents. October 17 drove down to Merton, and brought up Elizabeth Scott to be our guest for some days or so. Various chance guests arrived. One of the most welcome was Captain Mackenzie of the Celtic Society, and the 72D Regiment, a picture of a Highlander in his gigantic person, an innocent and generous disposition. Poor fellow, he's going to retreat to Brittany to make his half-pay support a wife and family. I did not dare to ask how many God send I may have the means of serving him. He told me a MacLean story, which was new to me. At the Battle of Sheriffmuir, that clan was commanded by a chief called Hector. In the action, as the chief rushed forward, he was frequently in situations of peril. His foster-father followed him with 7 sons whom he reserved as a bodyguard, whom he threw forward into the battle. As he saw his chief press the signal he gave, was another for Hector. The youths replied death for Hector, and were all successively killed. These words make the sign and countersign at this day of the clan Gillian. Young Shortreed dined with us, and the 2 Fergusons, Sir Adam and the Colonel. We had a pleasant evening. October 19, wrought out my task, and better as I have done for these several days past. Lady Anna Maria Elliot arrived unexpectedly to dinner, and though she had a headache, brought her usual wit and good humor to enliven us. October 20, the day being basely muggy, I had no walk, which I was rather desirous to secure. I wrought, however, and 2/3 of the last volume of Tales of my grandfather are finished. I received a large packet of proofs, etc., which for some reason had been delayed. We had 2 of Dr. Brewster's boys to dinner. Fine children, they are spirited, promising, and very well behaved. October 21, wrought till 1 o'clock, then walked out for 2 hours, though with little comfort, the bushes being loaded with rain. But exercise is very necessary to me, and I have no mind to die of my armchair. A letter from Skene acquainting me that the censors of the French press have prohibited the insertion of my answer to the man Gurgod. This is their freedom of the press. The fact is, there is an awkward composition between the government and the people of France, that the latter will endure the former so long as they will allow them to lull themselves asleep with recollections of their past glory, and neither the one nor the other sees that truth and honesty and freedom of discussion are the best policy he knows, though there is an answer, and that is all I care about. October 22, another vile, damp, drizzling day. I do not know any morning in my life so fit for work on which I nevertheless, while desirous of employing it to purpose, make less progress. A hangdog drowsy feeling wrought against me, and I was obliged to lay down the pen and indulge myself in a drumly sleep. The Haigs of Bemerside, Captain Hamilton, Mr. Bainbridge, and daughter with young Nicol Milne, and the Fergusons dined here. Miss Haig sings Italian music better than any person I ever heard out of the opera house. But I am neither a judge nor admirer of the science. I do not know exactly what is aimed at, and therefore cannot tell what is attained. Had a letter from Colin Mackenzie, who has proposed himself for the little situation in the Register House. I have written him begging him to use the best interest in his own behalf, and never mind me. October 23, another sullen rainy day, hazy. Whether Mr. Noah, as Punch says in the puppet show, I worked slow, however, and untowardly, and fell 1 leaf short of my task. Went to Selkirk and dined with the Forest Club. For the first time I have been there this season. It was the collar day, but being extremely rainy, I did not go to see them course en boff. All things the greatest bore is to hear a dull and bashful man sing a facetious song. October 24, vilely low in spirits. I have written a page and a half in doubt whether I can write more today. A thick throbbing at my heart and fancies thronging on me, a disposition to sleep, or to think on things melancholy and horrible while I wake. Strange that one's nerves should thus master them, for nervous the case is, as I know too well. I am beginning to tire of my journal, and no wonder, faith, if I have only such trash as this to record. But the best is a little exertion, or a change of the current of thought relieves me. God, who subjects us to these strange maladies, whether of mind or body I cannot say, has placed the power within our own reach. And we should be grateful I wrestled myself so far out of the slough of despond as to take a good long walk, and my mind is restored to its elasticity. I did not attempt to work especially as we were going down to Merton and set off at 5 o'clock. October 25, we arrived at Merton yesterday and heard with some surprise that George had gone up in an air balloon and ascended 2.5 miles above this sublunary earth. I should like to have an account of his sensations. But his letters said nothing serious about them, honest George. I certainly did not suspect him of being so flighty. I visited the new plantations on the riverside with Mrs. Scott. I wish her lord and master had some of her taste for planting when I came home. I walked through the Reimer's Glen, and I thought how the little fall would look if it were heightened. When I came home, a surprise, amounting nearly to a shock, reached me in another letter from Roman 50. J.S. Methinks this explains the gloom which hung about me yesterday. I own that the recurrence to these matters seems like a summons from the grave. It fascinates me. I ought perhaps to have stopped it at once. But I have not nerve to do so. Alas, alas, but why, alas, humana purposi sumus. October 26 sent off copy to Ballantyne, drove over to Huntley Burn at breakfast, and walked up to the dike. They are building for the new plantation. Returned home, the Fergusons dined, and we had the Kearns supper. I never saw a set of finer lads and lasses, and blithely did they ply their heels till 5 in the morning. It did me good to see them, poor things. October 27, this morning went again to Huntley Burn to breakfast there, picked up Sir Adam and the Colonel, and drove down to Old Melrose to see the hounds cast off upon the Gatehuge, the high rocky amphitheatre, which encloses the peninsula of Old Melrose, the Tweed pouring its dark and powerful current between them, the galloping of the riders, and hallowing of the huntsmen, the cry of the hounds. And the sight of sly Reynard stealing away through the brakes waked something of the old spirit within me. Even in our ashes glow there wanted fires. On return home, I had dispatches of consequence. John Gibson writes that Lord Newton has decided most of the grand questions in our favor. Good. That Rev. Mr. Turner writes that he is desirous by Lord Londonderry's consent to place in my hands a quantity of original papers concerning the public services of the late Lord Londonderry, with a view to drawing up a memoir of his life. Now this task they desire to transfer to me. It is highly complimentary, and there is this of temptation in it, that I should be able to do justice to that ill-requited statesman in those material points which demand the eternal gratitude of his country. But then for me, to take this matter up would lead me too much into the hackneyed politics of the House of Commons, which odi et artio. Besides, I would have to study the Irish question, and I detest study. I might arrive at conclusions different from those of my Lord of Londonderry, and I have a taste for expressing that which I think. Fourthly, I think it is sinking myself into a party writer. Moreover, I should not know what to say to the disputes with Canning. And to conclude, I think my Lord Londonderry, if he desired such a thing at my hands, ought to have written to me, for all which reasons, good, bad, and indifferent, I will write declining the undertaking. October 28 wrote several letters, and one to Mr. Turner declining the task of Lord Castlereagh's memoirs, with due acknowledgments. Had his public and European politics alone been concerned, I would have tried the task with pleasure. I wrote out my task, and something more corrected proofs, and made a handsome remittance of copy to the press. October 31, just as I was merrily cutting away among my trees, arrives Mr. Gibson with a melancholy look. And indeed the news he brought was shocking enough. It seems Mr. Abud, the same Jew broker, who formerly was disposed to disturb me in London, has given the most positive orders to take out diligence against me for his debt of 1,500. This breaks all the measures we had resolved on, and prevents the dividend from taking place, by which many poor persons will be great sufferers. For me, the alternative will be more painful to my feelings than prejudicial to my interest. To take out a sequestration, and allow the persons to take what they can get, will be the inevitable consequence. This will cut short my labor by several years, which I might spend in vain in laboring to meet their demands. No doubt they may in the interim sell the life rent of this place with the books and furniture, but perhaps it may be possible to achieve some composition which may save these articles, as I would make many sacrifices for that purpose. Gibson strongly advises taking a sequestration at all events, but if the creditors choose to let Mr. Abud have his pound of flesh out of the first cut, my mind will not be satisfied with the plan of Derringing, for the pleasure of disappointing him, a plan of payment to which all the others had consented. We will know more on Saturday, and not sooner. I went to Bowhill with Sir Adam Ferguson to dinner, and maintained as good a countenance in the midst of my perplexities As a man need desire, it is not bravado, I literally feel myself firm and resolute. It's November. November 1 I waked in the night and lay 2 hours in feverish meditation. This is a tribute to natural feeling. But the air of a fine frosty morning gave me some elasticity of spirit. It is strange that, about a week ago, I was more dispirited for nothing at all than I am now for perplexities which set at defiance my conjectures concerning their issue. I suppose that I, the chronicler of the Canongate, will have to take up my residence in the sanctuary for a week or so, unless I prefer the more airy residence of the Calton jail, or a trip to the Isle of Man. These furnish a pleasing choice of expedients. It is to no purpose being angry at Ehud, or Ahab, or whatever name he delights in. He is seeking his own, and thinks by these harsh measures to render his road to it more speedy, and now, I will trouble myself no more about the matter than I can possibly help, which will be quite enough after all. Perhaps something may turn up better for me than I now look for. Sir Adam Ferguson left Bohill this morning for Dumfriesshire. I returned to Abbotsford to Anne, and told her this unpleasant news. She stood it remarkably well, poor body. November 2, I was a little bilious tonight, no wonder, had sundry letters, without any power of giving my mind to answer Themon about Gurgod with his nonsense. I shall not trouble my head more on that score. Well, it is a hard knock on the elbow, I knew. I had a life of labor before me. But I was resolved to work steadily now. They have treated me like a recusant turnspit, and put in a red-hot cinder into the wheel. Alongst with me, but of what use is philosophy? And I have always pretended to a little of a practical character. If it cannot teach us to do or suffer, the day is glorious. Yet I have little will to enjoy it, but sit here ruminating upon the difference and comparative merits of the Isle of Man, and of the Abbey's small choice betwixt them. Were a 12-month over, I should perhaps smile at what makes me now very serious. Smile, no, that can never be. My present feelings cannot be recollected with cheerfulness. But I may drop a tear of gratitude. I have finished my tales, and have now nothing literary in hand. It would be an evil time to begin anything. November 3, slept ill, and lay 1 hour longer than usual in the morning. I gained an hour's quiet by it. That is much. I feel a little shaken at the result of today's post bad. It must be whatsoever be the alternative. I am not able to go out. My poor workers wonder that I pass them, without a word. I can imagine no alternative but either retreat to the sanctuary, or to the Isle of Man, both shocking enough. But in Edinburgh, I am always near the scene of action, free from uncertainty, and near my poor daughter. So I think I will prefer it, and thus I rest in unrest. But I will not let this unman me. Our hope, heavenly and earthly, is poorly anchored if the cable parts upon the strain. I believe in God, who can change evil into good. And I am confident that what befalls us is always ultimately for the best. I have a letter from Mr. Gibson, purporting the opinion of the trustees and committee of creditors, that I should come to town, and interesting themselves warmly in the matter. They have intimated that they will pay Mr. Abud a composition of 6 shillings per pound on his debt. This is a handsome offer, but I understand he is determined to have his pound of flesh. If I can prevent it, he shall not take a shilling by his hard-hearted conduct. November 4, put my papers in some order, and prepared for my journey. It is in the style of the emperors of Abyssinia, who proclaim cut down the Cantuffa in the 4 quarters of the world. For I know not where I am going, yet were it not for poor Anne's doleful looks, I would feel firm as a piece of granite. Even the poor dogs seem to fawn on me, with anxious meaning, as if there were something going on they could not comprehend. They probably noticed the packing of the clothes and other symptoms of a journey. Set off at 12, firmly resolved in body, and in mind dined at Fushy Bridge. Ah, good Mrs. Wilson, you know not you are like to lose an old customer. But when I arrived in Edinburgh at my faithful friend, Mr. Gibson's, lo, the scene had again changed, and a new hare is started. The trustees were clearly of opinion that the matter should be probed to the very bottom, so Cadle sets off tomorrow in quest of Robinson, whose haunts he knows. There was much talk concerning what should be done, how to protect my honor's person, and to postpone commencing a defense, which must make Ahab desperate before we can ascertain that the grounds are really tenable. This much I think I can see, that the trustees will rather pay the debt than break off the trust and go into a sequestration. They are clearly right for themselves, and I believe for me also. Whether it is in human possibility that I can clear off these obligations or not is very doubtful. But I would rather have it written on my monument that I died at the desk than live under the recollection of having neglected it. My conscience is free and happy, and would be so if I were to be lodged in the Calton jail. Were I shirking exertion, I should lose heart under a sense of general contempt, and so die like a poisoned rat in a hole. Dined with Gibson and John home, his wife is a pretty ladylike woman, slept there at night. November 6 I took possession of No 6 Shandwick Place, Mrs. Jobson's house. Mr. Cadle had taken it for me terms 100 for 4 months cheap enough, as it is a capital house. I offered 5 for immediate entrance, as I do not like to fly back to Abbotsford, so here we are established Roman 1 E. John Nicholson, and I with good fires and all snug. I waited on Roman 50 JS an affecting meeting. Sir William Forbes came in before dinner to me high-spirited noble fellow, as ever and true to his friend, agrees with my feelings to comma, he thinks Cadle's account must turn up trumps and is forgoing the vole. November 7 began to settle myself this morning, after the hurry of mind, and even of body which I have lately undergone commenced a review that is an essay on ornamental gardening for the quarterly, but I stuck fast for want of books as I did not wish to leave the mind leisure to recoil on itself. I immediately began the second series of the Chronicles of Canongate, the first having been well approved. I went to make another visit, and fairly softened myself like an old fool, with recalling old stories till I was fit for nothing but shedding tears and repeating verses for the whole night. This is sad work, the very grave gives up its dead and time rolls back 30 years to add to my perplexities. I don't care I begin to grow overhardened and like a stag turning at bay my naturally good temper grows fierce and dangerous. Yet what a romance to tell and told I fear it will one day be, and then my 3 years of dreaming, and my 2 years of wakening will be chronicled doubtless, but the dead will feel no pain. November 8 Domum mansi lanum feci, I may borrow the old sepulchral motto of the Roman matron, I stayed at home, and began the third volume of Chronicles, or rather the first volume of the second series. This I pursued with little intermission from morning, till night, yet only finished 9 pages like the machinery of a steam engine. The imagination does not work freely when first set upon a new task. November 9 finished my task after breakfast at least before 12, then went to college to hear this most amusing good matter of the essay read imprimis. Occurs a dispute whether the magistrates as patrons of the university should march in procession before the royal visitors, and it was proposed on our side that the provost, who is undoubtedly the first man in his own city, should go in attendance on the principal, with the chairman of the commission on the principal's right hand, and the whole commission following taking paw of the other magistrates, as well as of the senatus academicuser, whether we had not better waive all question of precedence, and let the 3 bodies find their way separately, as they best could. This last method was just adopted, when we learned that the question was not in what order of procession we should reach the place of exhibition, but whether we were to get there at all, which was presently after reported as an impossibility. The lads of the college had so effectually taken possession of the classroom, where the essay was to be read, that neither learning or law, neither magistrates, nor magisters, neither visitors, nor visited, could make way to the scene of action. So we grandees were obliged to adjourn the sederunt till Saturday the 17th, then so ended the Coloshangi. November 10 wrote out my task, and little more at 12 o'clock, I went to poor Lady J.S. to talk over old stories. I am not clear that it is right or healthful indulgence to be ripping up old sorrows, but it seems to give her deep-seated sorrow words, and that is a mental bloodletting to me. These things are now matter of calm and solemn recollection, never to be forgotten yet scarce to be remembered with pain. We go out to St. Catherine's today. I am glad of it, for I would not have these recollections haunt me, and society will put them out of my head. November 11 Sir William Ray read us prayers, sauntered about the doors, and talked of old cavalry stories, then drove to Melville, and saw the lord and lady and family. I think I never saw anything more beautiful than the ridge of Carnethy Pentland against a clear frosty sky. With its peaks and varied slopes, the hills glowed like purple amethysts, the sky glowed topaz and vermilion colors. I never saw a finer screen than Pentland, considering that it is neither rocky nor highly elevated. November I cannot say, I lost a minute's sleep, on account of what the day might bring forth, though it was that, on which we must settle with a bud in his Jewish demand, or stand to the consequences. I breakfasted with an excellent appetite, laughed, in real genuine easy fun, and went to Edinburgh resolved to do what should best become me. When I came home, I found Walter, poor fellow, who had come down on the spur, having heard from John Lockhart how things stand. Gibson having taken out a suspension, makes us all safe for the present, so we dined merrily. He has good hopes of his majesty, and I must support his interest as well as I can. Wrote letters to Lady Shelley, John Roman 50, and 1 or 2 chance correspondence. One was singular, a gentleman, writing himself James Macturk, tells me his friends have identified him with Captain Macturk of St. Ronan's Well, and finding himself much inconvenienced by this identification, he proposes I should apply to the king to forward his restoration and advance in the service. He writes himself late Lieutenant 4th Dragoon Guards, as an atonement for having occasioned him, though unintentionally, no doubt, so great an injury. This is one road to promotion, to be sure. Lieutenant Macdirk is, I suppose, tolerably mad. We dined together, Anne, Walter, and I, and were happy at our reunion, when as I was dispatching my packet to London, in started to hease up our houp. John Gibson radiant with good-natured joy, he had another letter from Cadle, enclosing one from Robinson, in which the latter pledges himself to make the most explicit affidavit. On these 2 last days I have written only 3 pages, but not from inaptitude or incapacity. To labor it is odd enough. I think it difficult to place me in a situation of danger or disagreeable circumstances, purely personal, which would shake my powers of mind, yet they sink under mere lowness of spirits, as this journal bears evidence in too many passages. November 13, wrote a little in the morning, but not above a page. Went to the court, about one returned, and made several visits with Anne and Walter. Cadle came glorious with the success of his expedition, but a little allayed by the prospect of competition for the copyrights on which he and I have our eyes as joint purchasers. We must have them if possible, for I can give new value to an edition, corrected with notes. Nous Verons. Captain Musgrave of the House of Edenhall dined with us after dinner. While we were over our whiskey and water and cigars, enter the merry night. Mrs. Kerr came to tea, and we had fun and singing in the evening. November 14, a little work in the morning, but no gathering to my tackle. Went to court, remained till 9. One then came through a pitiless shower, dressed, and went to the christening of a boy of John Richardson's, who was baptized Henry Cockburn. Read the Gazette of the great battle of Navarino, in which we have thumped the Turks very well. But as to the justice of our interference, I will only suppose some Turkish plenipotentiary with an immense turban and long loose trousers comes to dictate to us the mode in which we should deal with our refractory liegemen, the Catholics of Ireland. We hesitate to admit his interference, on which the Moslem admiral runs into Cork Bay or Bantry Bay alongside of a British squadron, and sends a boat to tow aside a fireship. A vessel fires on the boat, and sinks her. Is there an aggression on the part of those who fired first, or of those whose maneuvers occasioned the firing? Dined at Henry Cockburn's with the christening party. November 15, wrote a little in the morning, detained in court till 2, then returned home. Wet enough met with Chambers, and complimented him about his making a clever book of the 1745 for Constable's Miscellany. It is really a lively work, and must have a good sale before dinner. Enter Cadle, and we anxiously renewed our plan for buying the copyrights on 19th December. It is most essential that the whole of the Waverley novels should be kept under our management, as it is called. I may then give them a new impulse by a preface and notes, and if an edition of, say, 30 volumes were to be published monthly to the tune of 5,000, which may really be expected if the shops were once cleared of the overglut, it would bring in 10,000 clear profit over all outlay, and so pay any sum of copy money that might be ventured. I must urge these things to Gibson, for except these copyrights be saved, our plans will go to nothing. Walter and Anne went to hear Madame Pasta sing after dinner. I remained at home, wrote to Sir William Knighton, and sundry other letters of importance. November 16, there was little to do in court today, but one's time is squandered, and his ideas broken strangely. At 3, we had a select meeting of the gas directors, to consider what line we were to take in the disastrous affairs of the company. Agreed to go to Parliament a second time. James Gibson Craig and I to go up, as our solicitors so curiously does interest couple up individuals, though I am sure I have no objection whatever to Mr. James Gibson Craig. November 17, returned home in early time from the court, settled on the review of ornamental gardening for Lockhart, and wrote hard, wants several quotations. Thought hat is the bore of being totally without books. Anne and I dined quietly together, and I wrote after tea an industrious day. November 18, this has been also a day of exertion. I was interrupted for a moment by a visit from young Davidoff, with a present of a steel snuff-box Tula work, wrought and lined with gold, having my arms on the top, and on the sides various scenes from the environs and principal public buildings of St. Petersburg. A jolly Kate, and I take it very kind of my young friend. I had a letter from his uncle Denis Davidoff, the black captain of the French. Retreat. The Russians are certainly losing ground and men in Persia, and not easily get out of the scrape of having engaged an active enemy in a difficult and unhealthy country. I am glad of it. It is an overgrown power, and to have them kept quiet, at least, is well for the rest of Europe. I concluded the evening after writing a double task with the trial of Malcolm Gillespie, renowned as a most venturous excise officer, but now like to lose his life for forgery, a bold man in his vocation. He seems to have been, but the law seems to have got round to the wrong side of him on the present occasion. November 19 corrected the last proof of tales of my grandfather, received Cadle at breakfast, and conversed fully on the subject of the chronicles and the application of the price of 2D series, say 4,000, to the purchase of the moiety of the copyrights now in the market, and to be sold this day month if I have the command of a new edition, and put it into an attractive shape, with notes, introductions, and illustrations, that no one save I myself can give. I am confident it will bring home the whole purchase money with something over, and lead to the disposal of a series of the subsequent volumes of the following works. St. Ronan's Well 3 vols. Red Gauntlet 3. Tales of Crusaders 4. Woodstock 3. Make a series of 7 vols, the 2 series of the Chronicles, and others will be ready about the same time. November 20 wrought in the morning, at the review which I fear will be lengthy called on Hector, as I came home from the court, and found him better, and keeping a Highland heart, I came home like a crow, through the mist half dead, with a rheumatic headache, caused by the beastly northeast wind. What am I now when every breeze appalls me? I dozed for half an hour, in my chair for pain and stupidity. I omitted to say yesterday that I went out to Melville Castle to inquire after my Lord Melville, who had broke his collarbone by a fall from his horse in mounting. He is recovering well, but much bruised. I came home with Lord Chief Commissioner Adam. He told me a dictum of old Sir Gilbert Elliot speaking of his uncle's no chance of opulence. He said is worth the risk of a competence. It was not the thought of a great man, but perhaps that of a wise one. Wrought at my review, and dispatched about half or better. I should hope I incline to longer extracts in the next sheets. November 21, wrought at the review at 1 o'clock. I attended the general meeting of the Union Scottish Assurance Company. There was a debate arose whether the ordinary acting directors should or should not have a small sum amounting to about £1 apiece allotted to them each day of their regular attendance. The proposal was rejected by many and upon grounds which sound very well, such as the shabbiness of men being influenced by a trifling consideration like this, and the absurdity of the company volunteering a bounty to one set of men, when there are others willing to act gratuitously. And many gentlemen volunteered their own services, though I cannot help suspecting that, as in the case of ultronious offers of service upon most occasions, it was not likely to be acceptable. The motion miscarried, however impolitically rejected, as I think the sound of 5 shillings sounds shabby. But the fact is that it does in some sort reconcile the party to whom it is offered to leave his own house and business at an exact hour, whereas in the common case, one man comes too late. An author does not come at all. The attendance is given by different individuals upon different days, so that no one acquires the due historical knowledge of the affairs of the company, besides the directors, by taking even this trifling sum of money, render themselves the paid servants of the company, and are bound to use a certain degree of diligence, much greater than if they continued to serve as hitherto gratuitously. The pay is like enlisting money, which whether great or small subjects to engagements under the Articles of War. A China merchant spoke. A picture of an orator with bandy legs, squinting eyes, and a voice like an ungreased cartwheel. A Liberty boy. I suppose the meeting was somewhat stormy, but I preserved order by listening with patience to each in turn, determined that they should weary out the patience of the meeting before I lost mine. An orator is like a top, let him alone, and he must stop one time or another flog him, and he may go on forever. Dined with directors of whom I only knew the manager Sutherland Mackenzie, Sir David Milne, and Wauchop, besides 1 or 2 old oil gas friends. It went off well enough. November 22, wrought in the morning, then made arrangements for a dinner to celebrate the Duke of Buccleuch coming of age, that which was to have been held at Melville Castle, being postponed owing to Lord Roman 1000's accident. Sent copy of 2nd series of Chronicles of Canongate to Ballantyne. November 23, I bilked the court today and worked at the review. I wish it may not be too long, yet know not how to shorten it. The post brought me a letter from the Duke of Buccleuch acquainting me with his grandmother, the Duchess Dowager's death. She was a woman of unbounded beneficence, too, and even beyond the extent of her princely fortune. She had a masculine courage and great firmness in enduring affliction which pressed on her with continued and successive blows in her later years. She was about 84, and nature was exhausted, so life departed like the extinction of a lamp, for lack of oil. Our dinner on Monday, is put off. I am not superstitious. But I wish this festival had not been twice delayed by such sinister accidents. First, the injury sustained by Lord Melville, and then this event spreading crape like the shroud of Saladin over our little festival. God avert bad omens. Dined with Archie Swinton Company Sir Alexander, and Lady Keith Mr. and Mrs. Anderson Clanronald, etc. Clanronald told us as an instance of Highland credulity that a set of his kinsmen Borrowdale, and others believing that the fabulous water cow inhabited a small lake near his house, resolved to drag the monster into day. With this view they bivouacked by the side of the lake in which they placed by way of nightbait 2 small anchors, such as belonged to boats, each baited with the carcass of a dog slain. For the purpose they expected the water cow would gorge on this bait, and were prepared to drag her ashore the next morning, when to their confusion of face, the baits were found, untouched. It is something too late in the day for setting baits for water cows. November 24, wrote at review in the morning, I have made my revocation of the invitation for Monday for myself. It will give me time to work. I could not get home today till 2 o'clock, and was quite tired and stupid. So I did little but sleep or dose, till dressing time, then went to Sir David Wedderburn's, where I met 3 beauties of my own day, Margaret Brown, Maria Brown, and Jane Wedderburn, now Lady Wedderburn, Lady Hampton, and Mrs. Oliphant. We met the pleasant Irish family of Meath. The resemblance between the Earl of Meath and the Duke of Wellington is something remarkably striking. It is not only the profile, but the mode of bearing the person, and the person itself. Lady Theodora Brabazon, the Earl's daughter, and a beautiful young lady, told me that in Paris her father was often taken for Lord Wellington. November 25. This forenoon finished the review and dispatched it to Lockhart before dinner, while clerk Tom Thompson and young Frank Scott dined with me. We had a pleasant day. I have wrought pretty well today, but I must do a little more and produce a little ore. November 26 corrected proof sheets of chronicles and tales, advised sheriff processes, and was busy. Dined with Robert Dundas of Arniston, Lord Register, etc. An agreeable evening. November 27 corrected proofs in the morning, and attended the court till 1 or 2 o'clock. Mr. Hamilton being again Roman 99, I visited Lady S. on my return, came home too fagged to do anything to purpose. Anecdote from George Bell in the days of Charles Roman II, or his brother, flourished an old Lady Elphinstone so old that she reached the extraordinary period of 103. She was a keen Whig, so did not relish Graham of Clavers. At last, having a curiosity to see so aged a person, he obtained or took permission to see her, and asked her of the remarkable things she had seen. Indeed, said she, I think one of the most remarkable is that, when I entered the world, there was one Knox deaving us with his Clavers, and now that I am going out of it, there is one Clavers deaving us with his Knox. November 28 corrected proofs, and went to court. Returned about 1, and called on the Lord Chief Baron. Dined with the Duchess of Bedford at the Waterloo, and renewed, as I may say, an old acquaintance which began while her Grace was Lady Georgiana. She has now a fine family, 2 young ladies silent just now, but they will find their tongues, or they are not right. Gordon's, a very fine child, Alistair, who shouted, sung, and spoke Gaelic with much spirit. They are from a shooting place in the Highlands called Inverashy in Badenoch, which the Duke has taken to gratify the Duchess' passion for the heather. November 29, my course of composition is stopped foolishly. Enough, I have sent 4 leaves to London, with Lockhart's review. I am very sorry for this blunder, and here is another forgetting. I had been engaged for a long time to Lord Giliessa. First family visit to the devil tempted me to accept of the office of president of the Antiquarian Society, and now they tell me people have come from the country to be present, and so forth, of which I may believe as much as I may. But I must positively take care of this absurd custom of confounding invitations. My conscience acquits me of doing so by malice prepense, yet one incurs the suspicion. At any rate, it is uncivil and must be amended. Dined at Lord Roman 100 Commissioner Stowe. Meet the Duchess and her party. She can be extremely agreeable, but I used to think her Grace journalier. She may have been cured of that fault, or I may have turned less jealous of my dignity. At all events, let a pleasant hour go by unquestioned, and do not let us break ordinary gems to pieces, because they are not diamonds. I forgot to say Edwin Landseer was in the Duchess train. He is in my mind one of the most striking masters of the modern school. His expression both in man and animals is capital. He showed us many sketches of smugglers, etc., taken in the Highlands, all capital. Some gied there and some gied here. And of the town was in a steer, and Johnny on his brocket mere. He rade to fetch the howdy. November 30, another idle morning, with letters, however, had the great pleasure of a letter from Lord Dudley, acquainting me that he had received His Majesty's commands to put down the name of my son Charles for the first vacancy that should occur in the Foreign Office, and at the same time to acquaint me with his gracious intentions, which were signified in language the most gratifying to me. This makes me really feel light and happy, and most grateful to the kind and gracious sovereign, who has always shown I may say so much. Friendship towards me would to God the king's errand might lie in the cadger's gate, that I might have some better way of showing my gratitude than merely by a letter of thanks, or this private memorandum of my gratitude. The lad is a good boy, and clever, somewhat indolent, I fear, yet with the capacity of exertion, presuming his head is full enough of Greek and Latin. He has now living languages to study, so I will set him to work on French, Italian, and German, that, like the classic Cerberus, he may speak a leash of languages. At once dined with Gillies, very pleasant Lord Chief Commissioner, Will Clerk Cranstoun, and other old friends I saw in the evening. The celebrated Miss Graham Sterling, so remarkable for her power of personifying a Scottish old lady. Unluckily, she came late, and I left early in the evening, so I could not find out wherein her craft lay. She looked like a sensible woman. I had a conference with my trustees about the purchase in company, with Cadle, of the copyrights of the novels, to be exposed to sale on the 19th December, and had the good luck to persuade them fully of the propriety of the project. I alone can, by notes and the like, give these works a new value, and in fact make a new edition. The price is to be made good from the second series, Chronicles of Canongate, sold to Cadle for 4,000, and it may very well happen that we shall have little to pay, as part of the copyrights will probably be declared mine by the arbiter, and these I shall have without money, and without price. Cadle is most anxious on the subject. He thinks that 2 years hence 10,000 may be made of a new edition. December. December 1. This morning again, I was idle, but I must work, and so I will tomorrow, whether the missing sheets arrive I or no by goals after court. I went with Lord Wriothesley Russell to Dalkeith House to see the pictures. Charles K. Sharp alongst with us. We satisfied ourselves that they have actually frames, and that, I think, was all we could be sure of. Lord Wriothesley, who is a very pleasant young man, well informed, and with some turn for humor, dined with us, and Mr. Davidoff met him. The Mrs. Kerr also dined, and spent the evening with us in that sort of society which I like best. Charles Sharp came in, and we laughed over oysters and sherry. And a fig for your sultan and Safa. December 2. Labored to make leeway, and finished nearly 7 pages to eke on to the end of the missing sheets. When returned, I have yoked Charles to Monsieur Shorn, an old soldier in Napoleon's Italian army, and I think a clever little fellow with good general ideas of etymology. Signor Bugny is a good Italian teacher, and for a German, why, I must look about it, is not the least useful language of the leash. December 3. A day of petty business, which killed a holiday. Finished my tale of the Mirror, went with Tom Allen to see his building at Lauriston, where he has displayed good taste, supporting, instead of tearing down or destroying, the old chateau which once belonged to the famous Mississippi Law. The additions are in very good taste, and will make a most comfortable house. Mr. Byrne, architect, would fain have had the old house pulled down, which I wonder at in him, though it would have been the practice of most of his brethren. When I came up to town, I was just in time for the Bannatyne Club, where things are going on reasonably well. I hope we may get out some good historical documents in the course of the winter. Dined at the Royal Society Club. At the Society had some essays upon the specific weight of the ore of manganese, which was caviar to the president, and I think most of the members, but it seemed extremely accurate, and I have little doubt was intelligible to those who had the requisite key. We supped at Mr. Russell's, where the conversation was as gay as usual. Luke Call Ferguson was my guest at the dinner. December 4. Had the agreeable intelligence that Lord Newton had finally issued his decree in my favor for all the money in the bank, amounting to 32,000. This will make a dividend of 6 shillings in the pound, which is presently to be paid. A meeting of the creditors was held today, at which they gave unanimous approbation of all that has been done, and seemed struck by the exertions which had produced 22,000 within so short a space. They all separated well pleased. So far so good. Heaven grant the talisman break. Not. I sent copy to Ballantyne this morning, having got back the missing sheets from John Lockhart last night. I feel a little puzzled about the character and style of the next tale. The world has had so much of chivalry. Well, I will dine merrily, and thank God, and bid care rest till tomorrow. How suddenly things are overcast. and how suddenly the sun can break out again on the 31st October, I was dreaming as little of such a thing as at present when behold there came tidings, which threatened a total interruption of the amicable settlement of my affairs, and menaced my own personal liberty. In less than a month, we are enabled to turn chase on my persecutors, who seem in a fair way of losing their recourse upon us, non nobis damin. December 5, I did a good deal in the way of preparing my new tale, and resolved to make something out of the story of Harry Wynd. The North Inch of Perth would be no bad name, and it may be possible to make a difference betwixt the old Highlander and him of modern date, the fellow that swam the Tay, and escaped would be a good ludicrous character, but I have a mind to try him in the serious line of tragedy. Miss Bailey has made the Etheling a coward by temperament, and a hero when touched by filial affection. Suppose a man's nerves supported by feelings of honor, or say, by the spur of jealousy supporting him against constitutional timidity, to a certain point, then suddenly giving way. I think something tragic might be produced. James Ballantyne's criticism is too much molded upon the general taste of novels to admit I fear this species of reasoning. But what can one do? I am hard up as far as imagination is concerned, yet the world calls for novelty. Well, ill try, my brave coward, or cowardly brave man, velat quantum being. Ataean day remained at home, adjusting my ideas on this point, until 1 o'clock, then walked as far as Mr. Cadle's, finally went to dine at Hawkhill, with Lord and Lady Binning party, were Lord Chief Commissioner, Lord Chief Baron Solicitor John Wilson, Lord Corehouse. The night was so dark and stormy that I was glad when we got upon the paved streets. December 6 corrected proofs and went to court. Bad news of Ahab's case. I hope he won't beat us. After all, it would be mortifying to have them paid in full, as they must be, while better men must lie by Sparrow Melira. I think that copy of Beard's Judgments is the first book which I have voluntarily purchased for nearly 2 years, so I am cured of one folly at least. December 7 being a blank day in the rolls, I stayed at home, and wrote for Levis not very freely, or happily. I was not in the vain plague on it, stayed at home the whole day. There is one thing I believe peculiar to me: I work, that is meditate, for the purpose of working best when I have a quasi engagement with some other book, for example, when I find myself doing ill, or like to come to a standstill. In writing, I take up some slight book, a novel, or the like, and usually have not read far ere my difficulties are removed, and I am ready to write again. There must be two currents of ideas going on in my mind at the same time, or perhaps the slighter occupation serves like a woman's wheel, or stocking, to ballast the mind, as it were, by preventing the thoughts from wandering, and so give the deeper current the power to flow undisturbed. I always laugh when I hear people say do one thing at once. I have done a dozen things at once all my life. Dined with the family. After dinner Lockhart's proofs came in, and occupied me for the evening. I wish I have not made that article too long, and Lockhart will not snip away. December 8 went to court, and stayed there a good while, made some consultations in the advocate's library, not furiously to the purpose. Court in the morning sent off Lockhart's proof, which I hope will do him some good. A precatory letter from Gillies. I must do Moliere for him, I suppose. But it is wonderful that, knowing the situation I am in, the poor fellow presses so hard. Sure, I am pulling for life, and it is hard to ask me to pull another man's oar as well as my own, yet if I can give a little help, well, get a blessing. Why, the lave. And never miss tea. Went to John Murray's, where were Sir John Dalrymple, and Lady Sir John Cayley, Mr. Hope Vere, and Lady Elizabeth Vere, a sister of the Marquis of Tweedale, and a pleasant, sensible woman, some turn for antiquity too. She shows and spoke a good deal of the pictures at Yester Henderland. Was there too. Mrs. John Murray made some very agreeable music. December 9, I set hard to work, and had a long day with my new tale. I did about 12 leaves. Cadle came in, and we talked upon the great project of buying in the copyrights. He is disposed to finesse a little about it, but I do not think it will do much good. All the fine arguments will fly off, and people just bid or not bid, as the report of the trade may represent the speculation as a good or bad one. I dare say they will reach 7,000, but 8,000 won't stop us, and that for books overprinted so lately, and to such an extent, is a prodigious price. December 10, I corrected proofs and forwarded copy, went out for an hour to Lady J.'s home, and dozed a little, half stupefied with a cold in my head. Made up this journal, however, settled. I would go to Abbotsford on the 24th from Arniston before that time. I trust the business of the copyrights will be finally settled. If they can be had on anything like fair terms, they will give the greatest chance I can see of extricating my affairs. Cadle seems to be quite confident in the advantage of making the purchase upon almost any terms, and truly I am of his opinion, if they get out of Scotland, it will not be all I can do that will enable me to write myself a free man during the space I have to remain in this world. I smoked a couple of cigars for the first time since I came from the country, and as Anne and Charles went to the play, I muddled away the evening over my sheriff court processes and dispatched a hugest parcel to Will Scott at Selkirk. It is always something offhand. December 11 wrote a little, and seemed to myself to get on. I went also to court on return, had a formal communication from Ballantyne, enclosing a letter from Cadle of an unpleasant tenor. It seems Mr. Cadle is dissatisfied with the moderate success of the first series of chronicles and disapproves of about half the volume already written of the second series, obviously ruining his engagement. I have replied that I was not fool enough to suppose that my favor with the public could last forever, and was neither shocked nor alarmed to find that it had ceased now as cease it must one day soon. It might be inconvenient for me in some respects, but I would be quite contented to resign the bargain, rather than that more loss should be incurred. I told them no other receipt than lying leave for a little while, taking a fallow break to relieve my imagination, which may be esteemed nearly cropped out. I can make shift for myself amid this failure of prospects, but I think both Cadle and JB will be probable sufferers. However, they are very right to speak their mind, and may be esteemed tolerably good representatives of the popular taste. So I really think their censure may be a good reason for laying aside this work, though I may preserve some part of it till another day. December 12 reconsidered the probable downfall of my literary reputation. I am so constitutionally indifferent to the censure or praise of the world that, never having abandoned myself to the feelings of self-conceit, which my great success was calculated to inspire, I can look with the most unshaken firmness upon the event as far as my own feelings are concerned. If there be any great advantage in literary reputation, I have had it, and I certainly do not care for losing it. They cannot say but what I had the crown. It is unhappily inconvenient for my affairs to lay by my work just now, and that is the only reason why I do not give up literary labor. But at least I will not push the losing game of novel writing. I will take back the sheets now objected to. But it cannot be expected that I am to write upon return. I cannot but think that a little thought will open some plan of composition which may promise novelty at the least. I suppose I shall hear from or see these gentlemen today. If not, I must send for them tomorrow. How will this affect the plan of going shares with Cadle in the novels of earlier and happier date? Very much I doubt, seeing I cannot lay down the cash. But surely the trustees may find some mode of providing this, or else with cash to secure these copyrights. At any rate, I will gain a little time for thought and discussion. Went to court at returning, settled with Chief Commissioner that I should receive him on 26th December at Abbotsford. After all, may there not be in this failure to please some reliques of the very unfavorable matters in which I have been engaged, of lateth threat of imprisonment, the resolution to become insolvent? I cannot feel that there is what I suffer by is the difficulty of not setting my foot upon such ground as I have trod before, and thus, instead of attaining novelty, I lose spirit and nature. On the other hand, who would thank me for repented sheets? Here is a good joke enough lost to all who have not known the clerk's table before the Jurisdiction Act. My two learned Thebans are arrived and departed after a long consultation. They deprecated a fallow break, as ruin I set before them, my own sense of the difficulties and risks in which I must be involved by perseverance, and showed them I could occupy my own time as well for 6 months or a 12-month, and let the public gather an appetite. They replied, and therein was some risk that the expectation would in that case be so much augmented that it would be impossible for any mortal to gratify it. To this is to be added what they did not touch upon, the risk of being thrust aside altogether, which is the case with the horses that neglect keeping the lead. When once they have got it finally, we resolved the present work should go on, leaving out some parts of the introduction which they object to. They are good specimens of the public taste in general, and it is far best to indulge and yield to them, unless I was very, very certain that I was right, and they wrong. Besides, I am not afraid of their being hypercritical in the circumstances, being both sensible men and not inclined to sacrifice chance of solid profit to the vagaries of critical taste. So the word is as you were. December 13, a letter from Lockhart, announcing that Murray of Albemarle Street would willingly give me my own terms for a volume on the subject of planting and landscape gardening. This will amuse me very much indeed. Another proposal invites me on the part of Colburn to take charge of the Garrick papers. the papers are to be edited by Coleman. And then it is proposed to me to write a life of Garrick in quarto. Lockhart refused £1,000 which were offered, and carte blanche was then sent. But I will not budge my book, and Coleman's would run each other down. It is an attempt to get more from the public out of the subject than they will endure. Besides, my name would be only useful in the way of puff, for I really know nothing of the subject, so I will refuse. That's flat. Having turned over my thoughts with some anxiety about the important subject of yesterday, I think we have done for the best. If I can rally this time, as I did in the Crusaders, why there is the old trade open. Yet if not, retirement will come gracefully after my failure. I must get the return of the sales of the 3 or 4 last novels, so as to judge what style of composition has best answered. Add to this, giving up just now loses 4,000 to the trustees, which they would not understand whatever may be my nice authorial feelings, and moreover it ensures the purchase of the copyrights. Roman 1 almost ensures them. December 14, summoned to pay arrears of our unhappy oil gas concern, 140, which I performed by draft on Mr. Cadle. This will pinch a little close, but it is a debt of honor, and must be paid. The public will never bear a public man who shuns either to draw his purse or his sword, when there is an open and honest demand on him. December 15, worked in the morning on the sheets which are to be cancelled, and on the tale of St. Valentine's Eva. Good title, by the way, had the usual quantum sufficit of the court, which if it did not dissipate one's attention, so much is rather an amusement than otherwise. But the plague is to fix one's attention to the sticking point, after it has been squandered about for 2 or 3 hours. In such a way it keeps one, however, in the course and stream of actual life, which is a great advantage to a literary man. I missed an appointment for which I am very sorry. It was about our advocate's library, which is to be rebuilt. During all my life, we have mismanaged the large funds expended on the rooms of our library, totally mistaking the objects for which a library is built, and instead of taking a general and steady view of the subject, patching up disconnected and ill-sized rooms totally unequal to answer the accommodation demanded, and bestowing an absurd degree of ornament and finery upon the internal finishing. All this should be reversed. The new library should be calculated upon a plan which ought to suffice for all the 19th century at least, and for that purpose should admit of being executed progressively. Then there should be no ornament other than that of strict architectural proportion, and the rooms should be accessible one through another, but divided with so many partitions as to give ample room for shelves. These small rooms would also facilitate the purposes of study. Something of a lounging room would not be amiss, which might serve for meetings of faculty. Occasionally, I ought to take some interest in all this, and I do so. I will attend the next meeting of committee. Dined at Baron Hum's, and met General Campbell of Luchnell and his lady. December 16, worked hard today, and only took a half-hour's walk with Hector MacDonald. Colin Mackenzie. Unwell, his asthma seems rather to increase notwithstanding his foreign trip. Alas, long-seated complaints defy Italian climate. We had a small party to dinner. Captain and Mrs. Hamilton Davidoff, Frank Scott Harden, and his chum Charles Bailey, second son of Mellerstein, who seems a clever young man. 2 or 3 of the party stayed to take wine and water. December 17, sent off the beginning of the Chronicles to Ballantyne. I hate cancels, they are a double labor. Mr. Cowan, trustee for Constable's creditors, called in the morning by appointment, and we talked about the upset price of the copyrights of Waverley, etc. I frankly told him that I was so much concerned that they should remain more or less under my control, that I was willing, with the advice of my trustees, to offer a larger upset than that of 47.50 which had been fixed, and that I proposed the price set up should be 250 for the poetry, Paul's letters, etc., and 52.50 for the novels, in all 5,500. But that I made this proposal under the condition that in case no bidding should ensue, then the copyrights should be mine so soon as the sale was adjourned, without anyone being permitted to bid after the sale. It is to be hoped this high upset price will fright the fuds of the pockbuds. This speculation may be for good or for evil, but it tends incalculably to increase the value of such copyrights as remain in my own person. And if a handsome and cheap edition of the whole with notes can be instituted in conformity with Cadle's plan, it must prove a mine of wealth, 3/4 of which will belong to me or my creditors. It is possible, no doubt, that the works may lose their effect on the public mind, but this must be risked, and I think the chances are greatly in our favor. Death, my own, I mean, would improve the property, since an edition with a life would sell like wildfire. Perhaps those who read this prophecy may shake their heads and say, poor fellow, he little thought how he should see the public interest in him, and his extinguished even during his natural existence it may be so, but I will hope better this I know that no literary speculation ever succeeded with me, but where my own works were concerned, and that on the other hand these have rarely failed and so vogue la galère. Dined with the Lord Chief Commissioner, and met Lord and Lady Binning Lord and Lady Abercrombie Sir Robert O'Callaghan, etc. These dinners put off time well enough, and I write so painfully by candlelight that they do not greatly interfere with business. December 18, poor Huntley Gordon writes me in despair about 180 of debt, which he has incurred. He wishes to publish 2 sermons which I wrote for him when he was taking orders, but he would get little money for them without my name, and that is at present out of the question. People would cry out against the undesired and unwelcome zeal of him who stretched out his hands to help the ark with the best intentions and cry sacrilege. And yet they would do me gross injustice, for I would have called upon die a martyr for the Christian religion so completely, is, in my poor opinion, its divine origin proved by its beneficial effects on the state of society, were we but to name the abolition of slavery and of polygamy, how much has in these 2 words been granted to mankind by the lessons of our Savior. December 19, wrought upon an introduction to the notices, which have been recovered of George Bannatyne, author, or rather transcriber of the famous repository of Scottish poetry, generally known by the Bannatyne MS. They are very jejune these same notices, mere record of matters of business, putting forth and calling in of sums of money, and such like. Yet it is a satisfaction to learn that this great benefactor to the literature of Scotland lived a prosperous life, and enjoyed the pleasures of domestic society, and in a time peculiarly perilous lived unmolested and died in quiet. At 11 o'clock I had an appointment with a person, unknown. A youth had written me demanding an audience. I excused myself by alleging the want of leisure and my dislike to communicate with a person perfectly unknown on unknown business. The application was renewed, and with an ardor which left me no alternative, so I named 11 this day. I am too much accustomed to the usual cant of the followers of the Muses who endeavor by flattery to make their bad stale butter make amends for their stinking fish. I am pretty well acquainted with that sort of thing. I have had madmen on my hands too, and once nearly was kotzebue by a lad of the name of Sharp. All this gave me some curiosity, but it was lost in attending to the task I was engaged in when the door opened, and in walked a young woman of middling rank and rather good address, but something resembling our secretary David Lang if dressed in female habiliments. There was the awkwardness of a moment in endeavoring to make me understand that she was the visitor to whom I had given the assignation. Then there were a few tears and sighs. I fear, madam, this relates to some tale of great distress. By no means, sir. And her countenance cleared up still. There was a pause. At last she asked if it were possible for her to see the king. I apprehended then that she was a little mad, and proceeded to assure her that the king's secretary received all such applications as were made to his majesty, and disposed of them. Then came the mystery. She wished to relieve herself from a state of bondage, and to be rendered capable of maintaining herself by acquiring knowledge. I inquired what were her immediate circumstances, and found she resided with an uncle and aunt. Not thinking the case without hope, I preached the old doctrine of patience and resignation, I suppose with the usual effect. Went to the Bannatyne Club, and on the way met Cadle out of breath, coming to say he had bought the copyrights after a smart contention of this tomorrow. There was little to do at the club. Afterwards dined with Lord and Lady Abercrombie, where I met my old and kind friend Major Buchanan of Cambusmore. His father was one of those from whom I gained much information about the old Highlanders, and at whose house I spent many merry days in my youth. The last time I saw old Cambusmore was, and he sat up an hour later on the occasion, though then 8 to 5 I shall never forget him, and was delighted to see the Major who comes seldom to town. December 20 anent, the copyrights. The pockpuds were not frightened by our high price. They came on briskly 4 or 5 bidders abreast, and went on till the lot was knocked down to Cadle at 8400, a very large sum certainly. Yet he has been offered profit on it already. For my part, think the loss would have been very great had we suffered these copyrights to go from those which we possessed. They would have been instantly stereotyped and forced on the market to bring home the price, and by this means depreciated for ever, and all ours must have shared the same fate, whereas husbanded and brought out with care, they cannot fail to draw in the others in the same series, and thus to be a sure and respectable source of profit. Considered in this point of view, even if they were worth only the 8400 to others, they were 10,000 to us. The largeness of the price arising from the activity of the contest only serves to show the value of the property. Had at the same time the agreeable intelligence that the octavo sets which were bought by Hearst and Company at a depreciated rate are now rising in the market, and that instead of 1,500 sold, they have sold upwards of 2,000 copies. This mass will therefore in all probability be worn away in a few months. And then our operations may commence. On the whole, I am greatly pleased with the acquisition. If this first series be worth 8,400, the remaining books must be worth 10,000. And then there is Napoleon, which is gliding away daily, for which I would not take the same sum, which would come to 24,200, in all for copyrights, besides 20,000 payable by insurance, add the value of my books and furniture plate, etc., there would be 50,000. So this may be considered my present progress. There will still remain upwards of 35,000. Heaven's arms strike with usties of fearful odds. Yet with health and continued popularity, there are chances in my favor. Dine at James Ballantyne's, and happy man, is he at the result of the sale. Indeed, it must have been the making or marring of him, Sir Henry Stuart there, who fooled me to the top of my bent. December 21, a very sweet pretty-looking young lady, the prima donna of the Italian opera, now performing here by name, Miss Iton, came to breakfast this morning with her father aboard, after the manner of all fathers, mothers, aunts, and other chaperones of pretty actresses. Miss Iton talks very prettily, and I dare say sings beautifully, though too much in the Italian manner, I fear to be a great favorite of mine. But I did not hear her being called away by the clerk's coach. I am like Jeremy in Love for Love one have a reasonable good ear for a jig, but your solos and sonatas give me the spleen. Called at Cadle's, who is still enamored of his bargain, and with good reason, as the London booksellers were offering him 1,000 or 2,000 to give it up to them. He also ascertained that all the copies with which Hurst and Robinson loaded the market would be off in a half year. Make us thankful the weather is clearing to windward. Cadle is cautious steady, and here's good counsel, and Gibson quite inclined, were I too confident to keep a good lookout ahead. December 22, public affairs look awkward. The present ministry are neither Whig nor Tory, and divested of the support of either of the great parties of the state, stand supported by the will of the sovereign alone. This is not constitutional, and though it may be a temporary augmentation of the sovereign's personal influence, yet it cannot but prove hurtful to the crown upon the whole, by tending to throw that responsibility on the sovereign, of which the law has deprived him. I pray to God I may be wrong, but an attempt to govern par bascula be trimming, betwixt the opposite parties equally unsafe for the crown and detrimental to the country, and cannot do. For a long time the fact seems to be that Lord Godrich, a well-meaning and timid man, finds himself on a precipice, that his head is grown dizzy, and he endeavors to cling to the person next him. This person is Lord Lansdowne, who he hopes may support him in the House of Lords against Lord Grey, so he proposes to bring Lord Lansdowne into the cabinet. Lord G resigns, and his resignation is accepted. Lord Harrowby is then asked to place himself at the head of a new administration. Declines. The tried abilities of Marquis Wellesley are next applied to it. Seems he also declines. And then Lord Godrich comes back his point about Lord Lansdowne having failed, and his threatened resignation goes for nothing. This must lower the Premier in the eyes of everyone. It is plain the K will not accept the Whigs. It is equally plain that he has not made a move towards the Tories, and that with a neutral administration, this country hard ruled at any time, can he long governed. I for one cannot believe God send the good king, to whom I owe so much, as safe and honorable extrication as the circumstances render possible. After court, Anne set out for Abbotsford with the Miss Cares. I came off at 3 o'clock to Arniston, where I found Lord Register and Lady R. Dundas, and Lady Robt Adam Dundas Durham of Calderwood, and Lady Old and young friends. Charles came with me. December 23, went to church to Borthwick with the family, and heard a well-composed, well-delivered, sensible discourse from Mr. Wright, the clergyman, a different sort of person, I wot, from my old half-mad, half-drunken, little humpback acquaintance Cluny, renowned for singing the auld man's mears dead, and from the circumstance of his being once interrupted in his minstrelsy by the information that his own horse had died in the stable. After sermon we looked at the old castle, which made me an old man. The castle was not a bit older for the 25 years which had passed away, but the ruins of the visitor were very apparent. To climb up round staircases, to creep through vaults and into dungeons, were not the easy labors, but the positive sports of my younger years. But that time is gone by, and I thought it convenient to attempt no more than the access to the large and beautiful hall, in which, as it is somewhere described, an armed horseman might brandish his lance. The feeling of growing and increasing inability is painful to one like me, who boasted, in spite of my infirmity, great boldness and dexterity. In such feats, the boldness remains, but hand and foot grip and accuracy of step have altogether failed me. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. and so I must retreat into the invalided core and tell them of my former exploits, which may very likely pass for lies. We drove to Dalhousie Castle, where the gallant Earl, who had done so much to distinguish the British name in all and every quarter of the globe, is repairing the castle of his ancestors, which of yore stood a siege against John of Gaunt. I was Lord Dalhousie's companion at school, where he was as much beloved by his companions as he has been ever respected by his companions in arms, and the people over whom he has been deputed to exercise the authority of his sovereign. He was always steady, wise, and generous. The old castle of Dalhousepodius Dalwolsey was mangled by a fellow called, I believe, Douglas, who destroyed as far as in him lay its military and baronial character, and roofed it after the fashion of a poorhouse. The architect Byrne is now restoring and repairing in the old taste, and I think creditably to his own feeling. God bless the roof tree. We returned home through the Temple banks by the side of the South Esk, where I had the pleasure to see that Robert Dundas is laying out his woods with taste and managing them with care. His father and uncle took notice of me when I was a fellow of no mark or likelihood, and I am always happy in finding myself in the old oak room at Arniston, where I have drunk many a merry bottle, and in the fields where I have seen many a hare killed. December 24, left Arniston after breakfast and arrived to dinner at Abbotsford. My reflections on entering my own gate were of a very different and more pleasing cast than those with which I left my house about 6 weeks ago. I was then in doubt whether I should fly my country or become avowedly bankrupt and surrender my library and household furniture with the liferent of my estate to sail a man of the world. Will say I had better done so. No doubt, had I taken this course at once, I might have employed the 25,000 which I made since the insolvency of Constable and Robinson's houses in compounding my debts. But I could not have slept sound, as I now can, under the comfortable impression of receiving the thanks of my creditors, and the conscious feeling of discharging my duty like a man of honor and honesty. I see before me a long, tedious, and dark path, but it leads to true fame and stainless reputation. If I die in the Harrows, as is very likely, I shall die with honor. If I achieve my task, I shall have the thanks of all concerned and the approbation of my own conscience. And so I think I can fairly face the return of Christmas Day. December 25, I drove over to Huntley Burn and saw the plantation which is to be called Janeswood in honor of my daughter-in-law, all looking well, and in order. Before dinner arrived Mrs. George Ellis and her nephew and niece Mr. and Mrs. Charles Ellis, whom I was delighted to see, as there are 1,000 kind recollections of old days. Mrs. George Ellis is less changed in manner and appearance than anyone I know. The gay and light-hearted have in that respect superiority over those who are of a deeper mold and a heavier. There is something even in the slightness and elasticity of person, which outlasts the ponderous strength, which is borne down by its own weight. Colonel Ellis is an enthusiastic soldier, and though young served in Spain and at Waterloo. And so we held our Christmastide with mirth and burly cheer. December 26, Colonel Ellis and I took a pretty long walk round by the glen, etc., where I had an extraordinary escape from the breaking down of a footbridge. As I put my foot upon it, I luckily escaped either breaking my leg by its passing through the bridge in so awkward a manner, or tearing it by some one of the 100 rusty nails through which it fell. However, I was not, thanks to heaven, hurt in the slightest degree. Tom Purdy, who had orders to repair the bridge long since, was so scandalized at the consequence of his negligence that the bridge is repaired by the time I am writing this. But how the noiseless step of fate dogs us in our most seeming safe and innocent sports. On returning home, we were joined by the Lord Chief Commissioner, the Lord Chief Baron, and William Clerk of Gentlemen, and of ladies Miss Adam and young Miss Thompson of Charlton, also the two Miss Cares, Lord Robert's daughters. And so behold us a gallant Christmas party full of mirth and harmony. Moreover, Captain John Ferguson came over from Huntley Burn, so we spent the day jocundly. I intend to take a holiday or two while these friends are about us. I have worked hard enough to merit it, and Maggie will not sleep for that ere summer. December 27, this morning we took a drive up the Yarrow in great force and perambulated the Duchess Walk with all the force of our company. The weather was delightful, the season being considered, and Newark Castle, amid its leafless trees, resembled a dear old man who smiles upon the ruins which time has spread around him. It is looking more venerable than formerly, for the repairs judiciously undertaken have now assumed coloring congenial with the old walls. Formerly, they had a raw and patchy appearance. I have seldom seen the scene look better, even when summer smiled upon it. I have a letter from James Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd, asking me to intercede with the Duke of Buccleuch about his farm. He took this burthen upon himself, without the advice of his best friends, and certainly contrary to mine from the badness of the times. It would have been a poor speculation in any hands, especially in those of a man of letters whose occupation, as well as the society in which it involves him, are so different. But I hope this great family will be kind to him, if not cela ne vaudra pas à moi, but I cannot and ought not to look for having the same interest with this gentleman, which I exercised in the days of Duke Charles. December 28, a demand from Cadell to prepare a revised copy of the Tales of my grandfather. For the press I received it with great pleasure, for I always had private hopes of that work. If I have a knack for anything, it is for selecting the striking and interesting points out of dull details, and hence I myself receive so much pleasure and instruction from volumes which are generally reputed dull and uninteresting. Give me facts, I will find fancy for myself. The first two volumes of these little tales are shorter than the third by 70 or 80 pages. Cadell proposes to equalize them by adding part of Vol Roman 2 to Vol Roman 1, and of Vol Roman 3 to Vol Roman 2, but then Vol Roman 1 ends with the reign of Robert Bruce. Vol Roman 2 with the defeat of Flodden. Happy points of pause which I cannot think of disturbing the first in particular, for surely we ought to close one volume at least of Scottish history, at a point which leaves the kingdom triumphant and happy, and alas, where do her annals present us with such an era, excepting after Bannockburn? So I will set about to fill up the volumes which are too short with some additional matter, and so diminish, at least if we cannot altogether remove their unsightly inequality. In size, the rest of the party went to Dryburgh, too painful a place of pilgrimage for me. I walked with the Lord Chief Commissioner through our grounds at Huntley Burn, and by taking the carriage now, and then I succeeded in giving my excellent old friend enough of exercise without any fatigue, we made our visit at Huntley Burn. December 29, Lord Chief Baron, Lord Chief Commissioner, Miss Adam, Miss Anstruther Thompson, and William Clerk left us. We read prayers and afterwards walked round the terrace. I had also time to work hard on the additions to the Tales of a Grandfather Vols 1 and 2. The day passed pleasantly over. December 30, the Fergusons came over and we welcomed in the new year with the usual forms of song and flagon. Looking back to the conclusion of 1826, I observe that the last year ended in trouble and sickness, with pressures for the present and gloomy prospects for the future, the sense of a great privation, so lately sustained together with the very doubtful and clouded nature of my private affairs pressed hard upon my mind. I am now perfectly well in constitution, and though I am still on troubled waters, yet I am rowing with the tide, and less than the continuation of my exertions of 1827 may, with God's blessing, carry me successfully through 1828, when we may gain a more open sea, if not exactly a safe port. Above all, my children, our well Sophia's situation excites some natural anxiety, but it is only the accomplishment of the burthen imposed on her sex. Walter is happy in the view of his majority, on which matter we have favorable hopes from the Duke of Wellington. Anne is well and happy. Charles' entry upon life under the highest patronage, and in a line for which I hope he is qualified, is about to take place presently. For all these great blessings, it becomes me well to be thankful to God, who in his good time and good pleasure sends us good as well as evil. January. As I walked by myself, I talked to myself, and thus myself said to me, January 1, since the 20th November 1825, for 2 months that is, and 2 years I have kept this custom of a diary, that it has made me wiser, or better I dare not say. But it shows by its progress that I am capable of keeping a resolution. Perhaps I should not congratulate myself on this. Perhaps it only serves to show I am more a man of method, and less a man of originality, and have no longer that vivacity of fancy that is inconsistent with regular labor. Still, should this be the case, I should, having lost the one, be happy to find myself still possessed of the other. January 2, cc mens hominum. My last entry records my punctuality. In keeping up my diary hitherto, my present labor, commenced notwithstanding the date upon the 9th January, is to make up my little record betwixt the 2nd, and that latter date. In a word, I have been several days in arrear, without rhyme or reason. Days too, when there was so little to write down that the least jotting would have done it. This must not be in future. January 3, our friends begin to disperse. Mrs. Ellis, who has been indisposed for the last 2 days, will I hope bear her journey to London. Well, she is the relict of my dear old friend George Ellis, who had more wit, learning, and knowledge of the world than would fit out 20 literati. The Hardens remain today. and I had a long walk with the laird up the glen, and so forth. He seemed a little tired. And with all due devotion to my chief, I was not sorry to triumph over someone in point of activity at my time of day. January 4, visited by Mr. Stewart of Dalguise, who came to collect materials for a description of Abbotsford to be given with a drawing, in a large work views of gentlemen's seats. Mr. Stewart is a well-informed gentlemanlike young man, grave, and quiet yet possessed of a sense of humor. I must take care he does not in civility overpuff my little assemblage of curiosities scarce. Anything can be meaner than the vanity, which details the contents of china closets, basins, ewers, and chamber pots. Horace Walpole, with all his talents, makes a silly figure when he gives an upholsterer's catalogue of his goods and chattels at Strawberry Hill. January 5, this day, I began to review Taschereau's Life of Molière for Mr. Gillies, who is crying help for God's sake. Messrs. Trudel and Wirtz offer guerdon I shall accept, because it is doing Gillies no good to let him have my labor for nothing, and an article is about 100 in my pocket. It may form a fund to help this poor gentleman or others at a pinch in his. I fear it would only encourage a neglect of sober economy. When in his prosperity he asked me whether there was not in my opinion something interesting in a man of genius being in embarrassed circumstances. God knows, he has had enough of them since, poor fellow, and it should be remembered that if he thus dallied with his good fortune his benevolence to others was boundless. We had the agreeable intelligence of Sophia being safely delivered of a girl, the mother and child, doing well, praised be God. January 6, I have a letter from the Duke of Wellington making no promises, but assuring me of a favorable consideration of Walter's case. Should an opening occur for the majority, this same step is represented as the most important, but so in their time were the lieutenancy and the troop each in its turn, was the step par excellence. It appears that these same steps are those of a treadmill, where the party is always ascending, and never gains the top, but the same simile would suit most pursuits in life. The Mrs. Care left us on Fridatewo charming young persons, well-looked, well-mannered, and well-born, above all well-principled. They sing together in a very delightful manner, and our evenings are the duller without them. I am annoyed beyond measure with the idle intrusion of voluntary correspondence. Each man, who has a pen, ink, and sheet of foolscap, to spare flies a letter at me. I believe the postage costs me 100 a year, besides innumerable francs, and all the letters regard the writer's own hopes or projects, or are filled with unasked advice or extravagant requests. I think this evil increases rather than diminishes. On the other hand, I must fairly own that I have received many communications in this way, worth all the trouble and expense that the others cost me. So I must lay the head of the sow to the tail of the grice, as the proverb elegantly expresses itself. News again of Sophia and baby Mrs. Hughes. Thinks the infant a beauty. Johnny opines that it is not very pretty, and grandpapa supposes it to be like other newborn children, which are as like as a basket of oranges. January 7, wrought at the review, and finished a good lot of it. Mr. Stewart left us amply provided with the history of Abbotsford, and its contents. It is a kind of conundrum castle, to be sure, and I have great pleasure in it, for while it pleases a fantastic person, in the style and manner of its architecture and decoration, it has all the comforts of a commodious habitation. Besides the review, I have been for this week busily employed in revising for the press the tales of a grandfather Cadle, rather wished to rush it out by employing 3 different presses. But this, I repress smoke the pun. I will not have poor James Ballantyne driven off the plank to which we are all 3 clinging. I have made great additions to volume first and several of these tales, and I care not who knows it. I think well of them, nay, I will hash history with anybody, be he who he will. I do not know, but it would be wise to let romantic composition rest and turn my mind to the history of England, France, and Ireland, to be de capo roted, as well as that of Scotland. Men would laugh at me as an author for Mr. Newberry's shop in Paul's Churchyard. I should care little for that virginibus puerisque. I would as soon compose histories for boys and girls, which may be useful as fictions for children of a larger growth, which can at best be only idle folks' entertainment. But write what I will, or to whom I will, I am doggedly determined to write myself out of the present scrape, by any labor that is fair and honest. January 8 dispatched my review in part, and in the morning walked from Chiefswood all about the Shearing Flats and home, by the new walk which I have called the Bride's Walk, because Jane was nearly stuck fast in the bog, there just after her marriage in the beginning of 1825. My post brings serious intelligence today, and of a very pleasing description. Longman and Company, with a reserve which marks all their proceedings, suddenly inform Mr. Gibson that they desire 1,000 of the 8 vo edition of St. Ronan's Well, and the subsequent series of novels, thereunto belonging, for that they have only 7 remaining, and wish it to be sent to their printers, and pushed out in 3 months, thus this great house, without giving any previous notice. Of the state of the sale expect all to be boot and saddle horse, and away whenever they give the signal. In the present case this may do, because I will make neither alteration nor addition, till our grand opus, the improved edition, goes to press. But ought we to go to press with this 1,000 copies, knowing that our project will supersede and render equivalent to waste paper such of them as may not reach the public before our plan is publicly known and begins to operate? I acknowledge doubt. As to this, no doubt, I feel perfectly justified in letting Longman and Co. look to their own interest, since they have neither consulted me nor attended to mine. But the loss might extend to the retail booksellers, and to hurt the men through whom my works are ultimately to find their way to the public would be both unjust and impolitic. On the contrary, if the St. Ronan series be hurried out immediately, there is time enough perhaps to sell it off before the improved edition appears. In the meantime, it appears that the popularity of these works is increasing rather than diminishing, that the measure of securing the copyrights was most judicious, and that with proper management things will work themselves round. Successful first editions are good, but they require exertion and imply fresh risk of reputation. But repeated editions tell only to the agreeable part of literature. Longman and Company have also at length opened their oracular jaws on the subject of Bonaparte, and acknowledged its rapid sale and the probable exhaustion of the present edition. These tidings, with the success of the tales, speak of Africa and golden joys, but the tidings arriving after dinner rather discomposed me. In the evening, I wrote to Cadle and Ballantyne at length, proposing a meeting at my house on Tuesday, first to hold a privy council. January 9, my first reflection was on Napoleon. I will not be hurried in my corrections of that work, and that I may not be so, I will begin them the instant that I have finished the review. It makes me tremble to think of the mass of letters I have to look through in order to select all those which affect the subject of Napoleon, and which, in spite of numerous excellent resolutions, I have never separated from the common file from which they are now to be selected. Confound them. But they are confounded already. Indolence is a delightful indulgence. But at what a rate we purchase it today! We go to Merton, and having spent some time in making up my journal to this length, and in a chat with Captain John, who dropped in, I will presently set to the review, knock it off if possible before we start at 5 o'clock tomorrow. When I return, we will begin the disagreeable task of a thorough rummage of papers, books, and documents. My character, as a man of letters, and as a man of honor, depends on my making that work as correct as possible. It has succeeded notwithstanding every effort here and in France to put it down, and it shall not lose ground for want of backing. We went to dine and passed the night at Merton, where we met Sir John Pringle, Mr. and Mrs. Bailey Mellerstein, and their daughters. January 10, when I rose this morning, the weather was changed, and the ground covered with snow. I am sure it's winter fairly. We returned from Merton after breakfast through an incipient snowstorm coming on partially, and in great flakes, the sun bursting at intervals through the clouds. At last, Die Walken Laufen Zusammen. We made a slow journey of it through the swollen river and heavy roads, but here we are at last. I am rather sorry. We expect friends today, though these friends be the good Fergusons. I have a humor for work to which the sober, sad uniformity of a snowy day always particularly disposes me, and I am sure I will get poor Gillies off my hand, at least if I had morning and evening. Then I would set to work with arranging everything for these second editions of Napoleon, the romances, etc., which must be soon got afloat. I must say the work gangs bonnily on well. I will ring for coals, mend my pen, and try what can be done. I wrought accordingly on Gillis' review for the Life of Molière, a gallant subject. I am only sorry I have not time to do it justice. It would have required a complete reperusal of his works, for which, alas, I have no leisure. For long though pleasant is the way, and life, alas, allows but one ill winter's day, which is too literally my own case. January 11 renewed my labor, finished the review Tales Quales, and sent it off. Commenced then my infernal work of putting to rights much cry and little woo, as the deal said when he shore the sow. But I have detected 1 or 2 things that had escaped me, and may do more tomorrow. I observe by a letter from Mr. Cadle that I had somewhat misunderstood his last. It is he, not Longman, that wishes to publish the 1,000 copies of St. Ronan's series, and there is no immediate call for Napoleon. This makes little difference in my computation, The pressing necessity of correction is put off for 2 or 3 months probably, and I have time to turn myself to the chronicles. I do not much like the task. But when did I ever like labor of any kind? My hands were fully occupied today with writing letters and adjusting papers, both a great bore. The news from London assure a change of ministry. The old Tories come and play. But I hope they will compromise nothing. There is little danger since Wellington takes the lead. January 12, my expenses have been considerably more than I expected. But I think that having done so much, I need not undergo the mortification of giving up Abbotsford and parting with my old habits and servants. January 13, Edinburgh. We had a slow and tiresome retreat from Abbotsford, through the worst of weather, half sleet, half snow, dined with the Royal Society Club, and being an anniversary sat till 9 o'clock instead of 7:30. January 14, I read Cooper's new novel The Red Rover. The current of it rolls entirely upon the ocean. Something there is too much of nautical language. In fact, it overpowers everything else. But so people once take an interest in a description, they will swallow a great deal, which they do not understand the sweet word. Mesopotamia has its charm in other compositions. As well as in sermons, he has much genius, a powerful conception of character, and force of execution. The same ideas I see recur upon him that haunt other folks, the graceful form of the spars, and the tracery of the ropes and cordage against the sky, is too often dwelt upon. January 15, this day the court sat down. I missed my good friend Colin Mackenzie, who proposes to retire from indifferent health. A better man never lived, eager to serve every one, a safeguard over all public business, which came through his hands as deputy keeper of the signet. He will be much missed. He had a patience in listening to everyone which is of the highest consequence in the management of a public body, for many men care less to gain their point than they do to play the orator, and be listened to for a certain time. This done in due quantity of personal consideration being gained, the individual orator is usually satisfied with the reasons of the civil listener, who has suffered him to enjoy his hour of consequence. I attended the court, but there was very little for me to do. The snowy weather has annoyed my fingers with chilblains, and I have a threatening of rheumatism, which heaven avert. James Ballantyne and Mr. Cadle dined with me today, and talked me into a good humor with my present task, which I had laid aside in disgust. It must, however, be done, though I am loth to begin to it again. January 16 again returned early, and found my way home with some difficulty, the weather a black frost powdered with snow, my fingers suffering much, and my knee very stiff. When I came home I set to work. But not to the chronicles. I found a less harassing occupation in correcting a volume or two of Napoleon in a rough way. My indolence, if I can call it so, is of a capricious kind. It never makes me absolutely idle, but very often inclines me, as it were, from mere contradictions. Sakido exchanged the task of the day for something which I am not obliged to do at the moment, or perhaps not at all. January 17, my knee so swelled, and the weather so cold that I stayed from court. I nibbled for an hour or two at Napoleon, then took handsomely to my gear, and wrote with great ease and fluency 6 pages of the chronicles. If they are but tolerable, I shall be satisfied. In fact, such as they are, they must do, for I shall get warm as I work, as has happened on former occasions. The fact is, I scarce know what is to succeed or not. But this is the consequence of writing too much, and too often I must get some breathing space. But how is that to be managed? There is the rub. January 1819, remained still at home, and wrought hard. The fountain trickles free enough, but God knows whether the waters will be worth drinking. However, I have finished a good deal of hard work, that's the humor of it. January 20, wrought hard in the forenoon. At dinner, we had Helen Erskine, whom circumstances lead to go to India, in search of the domestic affection, which she cannot find here. Mrs. George Swinton, and 2 young strangers, one a son of my old friend Dr. Stoddart of the Times, a well-mannered and intelligent youth, the other that unnatural character, a tame Irishman, resembling a formal Englishman. January 21, this morning I sent J.B. as far as page 43, being fully 2/3 of the volume. The rest I will drive on, trusting that, contrary to the liberated post-horse in John Gilpin, the lumber of the wheels rattling behind me may put spirit in the poor brute who has to drag it. Mr. and Mrs. Moshells were here at breakfast. She is a very pretty little Jewess, he one of the greatest performers on the pianoforte of the day, certainly most surprising, and what I rather did not expect, pleasing. I have this day the melancholy news of Glengarry's death, and was greatly shocked the eccentric parts of his character. The pretensions which he supported with violence and assumption of rank and authority were obvious subjects of censure and ridicule, which in some points were not. Undeserved, he played the part of a chieftain too, nigh the life to be popular among an altered race with whom he thought felt, and acted, I may say, in right and wrong, as a chieftain of 100 years, since would have done, while his conduct was viewed entirely by modern eyes, and tried by modern rules. January 22, I find in serious danger of losing the habit of my journal, and having carried it on so long that would be pity, but I am now on the 1st February fishing for the lost recollections of the days. Since the 21st January, luckily, there is not very much to remember or forget, and perhaps the best way would be to skip and go on. January 23, being a Tayan day, I had a good opportunity of work. I should have said I had given breakfast on the 21st to Mr. and Mrs. Moshells, she a beautiful young creature, and one that adores me, as Sir Toby says 118, that is in my poetical capacity in fact, a frank and amiable young person. I liked Mr. Moshells playing better than I could have expected, considering my own bad ear, but perhaps I flatter myself, and think I understood it better than I Roman 999. Perhaps I have not done myself justice, and know more of music than I thought I Roman 999, but it seems to me that his variations have a more decided style of originality than those I have commonly heard, which have all the signs of a da capo rhoda. Dined at Sir Archibald Campbell's, and drank rather more wine than usual, in a sober way, to be sure it was excellent, and some old acquaintances proved a good excuse for the glass. January 24, I took a perverse fit today, and went off to write notes, etc., on Guy Mannering. This was perverse enough, but it was a composition between humor and duty, and as such let it pass. January 25, I went on working sometimes at my legitimate labors, sometimes at my jobs of notes, but still working faithfully in good spirits and contented. Huntley Gordon has disposed of the 2 sermons to the bookseller Colburn for 250 well sold, I think, and is to go forth immediately. The man is a puffing quack. But though I would rather the thing had not gone there, and far rather that it had gone nowhere, yet hang it, if it makes the poor lad easy, what needs I fret about it? After all, there would be little gain in doing a kind thing, if you did not suffer pain or inconvenience upon the score. January 26, being Saturday, attended Mr. Moshell's concert, and was amused the more so that I had Mrs. Roman 1000 herself to flirt a little with, to have so much beauty as she really possesses, and to be accomplished and well-read. She is an unaffected and pleasant person. Mr. Moshells gives lessons at 2 guineas by the hour, and he has actually found scholars in this poor country. One of them, at least Mrs. John Murray, may derive advantage from his instructions, for I observe his mode of fingering is very peculiar, as he seems to me to employ the fingers of the same hand in playing the melody and managing the bass at the same time, which is surely most uncommon. I presided at the Celtic Society's dinner today, and proposed Glengarry's memory, which, although there had been a rough dispute with the Celts, and the poor chief was very well received, I like to see men think and bear themselves like men, there were fewer in the tartan than usual, which was wrong. January 27, wrought manfully at the Chronicles all this day, and have nothing to jot down, only I forgot that I lost my lawsuit some day last week, or the week before. The fellow therefore gets his money plaque and bobby, but it's always a troublesome claim settled, and there can be no other of the same kind, as every other creditor has accepted the composition of sevens, in the which my exertions have enabled me to pay them. About 20,000 of the fund had been created by my own exertions since the bankruptcy took place, and I had a letter from Donald Horne, by commission of the creditors, to express their sense of my exertions in their behalf. All this is consolatory. January 28, I am in the scrape of sitting for my picture, and had to repair for 2 hours today to Mr. Colvin Smith. Lord Gillis, nephew, the chief baron, had the kindness to sit with me great part of the time, as the chief commissioner had done on a late occasion. The picture is for the chief commissioner, and the chief baron desires a copy. I trust it will. He a good one at home in the evening, and wrote I am well on before the press, notwithstanding late hours, lassitude, and laziness. I have read Cooper's Prayer I think, than his Red Rover, in which you never get foot on shore, and to understand entirely the incidents of the story, it requires too much knowledge of nautical language. It's very clever, though. January 29, this day at the court, and wrote letters at home besides making a visit or two rare things with me. I have an invitation from Messrs. Saunders and Otley booksellers, offering me from 1,500 to 2,000 annually, to conduct a journal, but I am their humble servant I am too, indolent to stand to that sort of work, and I must preserve the undisturbed use of my leisure, and possess my soul in quiet a large income, is not my object I must clear my debts, and that is to be done by writing things of which I can retain the property made my excuses accordingly. January 30 after court hours, I had a visit from Mr. Charles Heath. The engraver accompanied by a son of Reynolds the dramatist his object was to engage me to take charge as editor of a yearly publication called The Keepsake, of which the plates are beyond comparison beautiful. But the letterpress indifferent enough, he proposed 800 a year if I would become editor, and 400 if I would contribute from 70 to 100 pages. I declined both, but told him I might give him some trifling thing or other, and asked the young men to breakfast the next day, worked away in the evening, and completed in a way, and in a manner, the notes on Guy Mannering, the first volume of the Chronicles, is now in Ballantyne's hands, all but a leaf or two. Am I satisfied with my exertions? So will the public be pleased with them. I doubt the bubble will burst while it is current. However, it is clear I should stand by it. Each novel of 3 volumes brings 4,000, and I remain proprietor of the mine. When the first ore is cropped out, this promises a good harvest from what we have experienced now, to become a stipendiary editor of a New Year's gift book is not to be thought of, nor could I agree to work for any quantity of supply. To such a publication, even the pecuniary view is not flattering. Though these gentlemen meant it should be so, but 100 of their close-printed pages, for which they offer 400, is not nearly equal to 1 volume of a novel, for which I get 1,300, and have the reversion of the copyright. No, I may give them a trifle for nothing or sell them an article for a round price, but no permanent engagement will I make. Being the martyrdom there was no court, I wrought away with what appetite I could. January 31 I received the young gentlemen to breakfast and expressed my resolution, which seemed to disappoint them, as perhaps they expected I should have been glad of such an offer. However, I have since thought there are these rejected parts of the Chronicles, which Cadell and Ballantyne criticized so severely, which might well enough make up a trifle of this kind, and settle the few accounts which will I nil I have crept in this new year, so I have kept the treaty open. If I give them 100 pages, I should expect 500. I was late at the court, and had little time to write any till after dinner, and then was not in the vein so commentated. February 1 I had my 2 youths again to breakfast, but I did not say more about my determination, save that I would help them, if I could make it convenient. The chief commissioner has agreed to let Heath have his pretty picture of a study at Abbotsford by Edwin Landseer, in which old Maida occurs. The youth Reynolds is what one would suppose his father's son to be, smart and forward, and knows the world. I suppose I was too much fagged with sitting in the court today to write hard after dinner, but I did work however. February 2 corrected proofs, which are now nearly up with me this day, was an idle one, for I remained in court till 1 and sat for my picture, till 3:30 to Mr. Smith. He has all the steadiness and sense in appearance which his cousin RPG lacks. Whether he has genius or no, I am no judge. My own portrait is like, but I think too broad about the jowls, a fault which they all fall into, as I suppose, by placing their subject upon a high stage, and looking upwards to them, which must foreshorten the face. The chief baron and chief commissioner had the goodness to sit with me. Dressed and went with Anne to dine at Pinkie House, where I met the president, Lady Charlotte, etc., above all Mrs. Scott of Gala, whom I had not seen for some time. We had much fun, and I was, as Sir Andrew Aguecheek says, in good fooling. A lively French girl, a governess I think, but very pretty and animated, seemed much amused with the old gentleman home at 11 o'clock. By the by, Sir John Hope had found a Roman eagle on his estate in Fife, with sundry of those pots, and coffee pots, so to speak, which are so common, but the eagle was mislaid, so I did not see it. February 3 I corrected proofs and wrote this morning, but slowly, heavily, lazily. There was a mist on my mind which my exertions could not dispel. I did not get 2 pages finished, but I corrected proofs and commentated. February 4 wrote a little, and was obliged to correct the Molière affair for RPG. I think his plan cannot go on much longer with so much weakness at the helm. A clever fellow would make it take the field with a vengeance. But poor G will run in debt with the booksellers, and let all go to the devil. I sent a long letter to Lockhart, received from Horace Smith, very gentlemanlike and well written, complaining that Mr. Leigh Hunt had mixed him up in his Life of Byron with Shelley, as if he had shared his irreligious opinions. Leigh Hunt afterwards, at the request of Smith, published a swaggering contradiction of the inference to be derived from the way in which he has named them together Horatio, Smith seems not to have relied upon his disclamation, as he has requested me to mention the thing to John Lockhart, and to some one influential about ebony, which I have done accordingly. February 5 concluded the first volume before breakfast. I am, but indifferently pleased, either the kind of thing is worn out, or I am worn out myself, or lastly, I am stupid for the time the book must be finished. However, Cadle is greatly pleased with annotations, intended for the new edition of the Waverley series. I believe that work must be soon sent to press, which would put a powerful wheel in motion to clear the ship. Went to the Parliament House, and in return strolled into Cadle's, being rather anxious to prolong my walk, for I fear the constant sitting for so many hours. When I returned, the Duke of Buccleuch came in. He is looking very well and stout, but melancholy about his sister, Lady Charlotte Stopford. He is fitting up a part of Bowhill, and intends to shoot there this year. God send him life and health, for it is of immense consequence. February 6, this and visits wasted my time till past 2, and then I slept half an hour from mere exhaustion, went in the evening to the play, and saw that good old thing, an English tragedy well got up. It was Venice Preserved. Mrs. H. Siddons played Belvidera with much truth, feeling, and tenderness, though short of her mother-in-law's uncommon majesty, which is a thing never to be forgot. Mr. Young played Peer very well, and a good Jaffier was supplied by a Mr. Vandenhoff. And so the day glided by, only 3 pages written, which however is a fair task. February 7, it was a ta'en day, so no court, but very little work I wrote this morning, till the boy made his appearance for proofs. Then I had letters to write. Item at 5 o'clock. I set out with Charles for Dalkeith to present him to the young Duke. I asked the Duke about poor Hogg. I think he has decided to take Mr. Riddle's opinion. It is unlucky the poor fellow has ever taken that large and dear farm. Altogether Dalkeith was melancholy tonight, and I could not raise my spirits at all. February 8, I had a little work before dinner, but we are only 7 pages into volume second. It is always a beginning, however, perhaps not a good one, I cannot tell. I went out to call on Gala, and Jack Rutherford of Edgestown, saw the former, not the latter. Gala is getting much better. He talked as if the increase of his village was like to drive him over the hill to the Abbotsford side, which would greatly beautify that side, and certainly change his residence for the better, only that he must remain some time, without any appearance of plantation. The view would be enchanting. I was tempted to buy a picture of Nell June, which I think has merit, at least it pleases me. 7 or 8 years ago Graham of Gartmore bid for it against me, and I gave it up at 25 guineas. I have now bought it for 18 18s. Perhaps there was folly in this, but I reckoned it a token of good luck that I should succeed in a wish I had formerly harbored in vain. I love marks of good luck even in trifles. February 9 sent off 3 leaves of copy. This is using the press like the famished sailor, who was fed by a comrade with shellfish by one at a time. But better anything than stop for the devil, is to get set a-going again. I know no more than my old boots whether I am right or wrong, but have no very favorable anticipations. As I came home from the court about 12, I stepped into the exhibition. It makes a very good show. The portraits are better than last year, those of Colvin Smith and Watson Gordon, especially improved. Landseer's study at Abbotsford is in a capital light, and generally admired. I particularly distinguished John Thomson's picture of Turnberry, which is of first-rate excellence. A picture by Scrope was also generally distinguished. It is a view in Calabria. There is a rival exhibition which does not hurt the earlier foundation, but rather excites emulation. I am told there are good paintings there. I came home with little goodwill to work, but I will compel myself to do something. Unluckily, I have again to go out to dinner today, being president of the Bannatyne. The dinner was a pleasant one. About 30 members attended. I kept the chair till near 11, and the company were very joyous. February 10, I set myself doggedly to work, and turned off 6 leaves before dinner. Had to dinner Sir John Pringle, my dear Gala, and his lady, and young Mackenzie, and Miss Jardine. I was quite pleased to see Gala so well recovered of the consequences of his frightful fall, which hung about him so long. He is one of the kindest and best informed men whom I know. February 11, I had Charles Young to breakfast with us, who gave us some striking anecdotes of Talma during the Reign of Terror, which may figure in Napoleon to great advantage. My son Charles left us this morning to take possession of his situation in the Foreign Office. He has been very lucky correcting sheets, etc. Took up the morning hours. I wrote 3 leaves before 2 o'clock. Day bitter cold with snow, a strong contrast to the mild weather we had last week. Salutation of 2 old Scottish lairds. Your mayest obedient humble servant Tanachie, Tullo your nane man Kilspindy. Finished 6 pages, 25 pages of print. That is, or about the 13th part of a volume, that would be a volume in a fortnight with a holiday to boot it, would be possible enough for a little while. February 12, I wrought hard this morning. Ballantyne blames the oceanic monotony of my principal characters. Now they are not oceanic, the language of the oceanic poetry is highly figurative, that of the knights of chivalry may be monotonous, and probably is, but it cannot be oceanic sooth to say this species of romance of chivalry is an exhaustible subject. It affords materials for splendid description for once or twice, but they are too unnatural and formal to bear repetition. We must go on with our present work. However, velat quantum Mr. Cadle, less critical than JB seems pleased, the world will soon decide if I get on at this rate, for I have finished 4 leaves today notwithstanding my attendance on the court. February 13, Mr. Mackintosh Mackay, Minister of Lagan, breakfasted with us this morning. This reverend gentleman is completing the Highland Dictionary, and seems very competent for the task. He left in my hands some papers of Cluny Macpherson, concerning the affair of 1745, from which I have extracted an account of the Battle of Clifton. For Waverley he has few prejudices for a Highlander, and is a mild, well-mannered young man. We had much talk on Highland matters. The children's tales continue in demand. Cadle expects a new edition of 10,000 about next year, which may be 750 or 800 in pouch, besides constituting a fine property. February 14, Mr. Edwards, a candidate for the situation of rector in the Edinburgh Academy, a pleasant gentleman-like man, and recommended highly for experience and learning, but he is himself afraid of wanting bodily strength for the work, which requires all the nerve and muscle of Williams. I wish he had been 3 inches taller and stout in proportion. I went to Mr. John Russell's, where there was an academical party at dinner, home at 9, a cigar, and to bed. February 15, rose this morning about 7, and wrote at the desk, till breakfast finished about a page and a half. I was fagged at court, till near 2, then called on Cadle, and so home tired enough. February 16, there dined with me today Tom Thompson, will clerk Mr. Edwards, and my Celtic friend Mr. Mackay of Lagan. February 17, a day of hard work, being I think 8 pages before dinner. I cannot, I am sure, tell if it is worth marking down that yesterday at dinner time I was strangely haunted by what I would call the sense of pre-existence of illicit, a confused idea that nothing that passed was said for the first time, that the same topics had been discussed, and the same persons had stated the same opinions on the same subjects. It is true there might have been some ground for recollections, considering that 3 at least of the company were old friends, and kept much company together, that is, Justice Clerk Lord Abercrombie and Roman 1, but the sensation was so strong as to resemble what is called a mirage in the desert, or a calenture on board ship when lakes are seen in the desert and sylvan landscapes. In the sea it was very distressing yesterday, and brought to my mind the fancies of Bishop Berkeley about an ideal world. There was a vile sense of want of reality in all I did, and said it made me gloomy and out of spirits, though I flatter myself it was not observed the bodily feeling, which most resembles this unpleasing hallucination, is the giddy state which follows profuse bleeding, when one feels as if walking on featherbeds, and could not find a secure footing. I think the stomach has something to do with it. I drank several glasses of wine, but these only augmented the disorder. I did not find the in vino veritas of the philosophers. Something of this insane feeling remains today, but a trifle only. February 18, I had other work to do this day. In the morning corrected proofs, after breakfast made a visit or two, and met Sandy Buchanan, whom it joys me to see, then dispatched all my sheriff processes save one, which hitches for want of some papers. Lastly, here I am before dinner with my journal. I sent all the county money to Andrew Lang, wrote to Mr. Reynolds too. Methinks I will let them have the tales which Jem Ballantyne and Cadle quarrelled with. I have asked 500 for them pretty well, that I suppose they will be fools enough to give it me in troth shall no p cheaper. February 19, a day of hard and continued work, the result being 8 pages. But then I hardly ever quitted the table save at mealtime, so 8 pages of my manuscript may be accounted the maximum of my literary labor. It is equal to 40 printed pages of the novels I had the whole of this day at my own disposal, by the voluntary kindness of Sir Robert Dundas interfering to take up my duty at the court. The proofs of my sermons are arrived, but I have had no time saving to blot out some flummery, which poor Gordon had put into the preface. February 20, another day of labor, but not so hard. I worked from 8 till 3 with little intermission, but only accomplished 4 pages. Then I went out and made a visit or two, and looked in on Cadle. If I get 2 pages in the evening, I will be satisfied for volume Roman 2, maybe concluded with the week, or run over to Sunday at most. Will it tell this work? I doubt it, but there is no standing still. A certain Mr. Mackay from Ireland called on me an active agent, it would seem about the reform of prisons. He exclaims justly, I have no doubt about the state of our lockup house for myself. I have some distrust of the fanaticism of philanthropy. A good part of it arises in general from mere vanity and love of distinction, gilded over to others, and to themselves with some show of benevolent sentiment. The philanthropy of Howard, mingled with his elusage of his son, seems to have risen to a pitch of insanity. Yet without such extraordinary men, who call attention to the subject, by their own peculiarities, prisons would have remained the same dungeons which they were 40 or 50 years ago. I do not see the propriety of making them dandy places of detention. They should be a place of punishment. And that can hardly be if men are lodged better and fed better than when they are at large. The separation of ranks is an excellent distinction, and is nominally provided for in all modern prisons. But the size of most of them is inadequate to the great increase of crime, and so the pack is shuffled together again, for want of room to keep them separate. There are several prisons constructed on excellent principles, the economy of which becomes deranged so soon as the death takes place of some keen philanthropist who had the business of a whole committee, which having lost him remained like a carcass without a head. But I have never seen a plan for keeping in order these resorts of guilt and misery, without presupposing a superintendence of a kind, which might perhaps be exercised, could we turn out upon the watch a guard of angels. But alas, jailers and turnkeys are rather like angels of a different livery, nor do I see how it is possible to render them otherwise. Superintendence is all you can trust to, and superintendence, save in some rare cases, is hard to come by where it is to be vigilantly and constantly exercised. Quis custodiet ipsos custodes. As to reformation, I have no great belief in it, when the ordinary class of culprits, who are vicious from ignorance or habit, are the subjects of the experiment. A shave from a broken loaf is thought as little of by the male set of delinquents as by the fair frail. The state of society now leads so much to great accumulations of humanity that we cannot wonder if it ferment and reek like a compost dunghill. Nature intended that population should be diffused over the soil. In proportion to its extent, we have accumulated in huge cities and smothering manufactories the numbers which should be spread over the face of a country. And what wonder that they should be corrupted? We have turned healthful and pleasant brooks into morasses and pestiferous lakes. What wonder the soil should be unhealthy? A great deal, I think, might be done by executing the punishment of death, without a chance of escape in all cases, to which it should be found properly applicable, of course, these occasions being diminished to 1 out of 20, to which capital punishment is now assigned. Our ancestors brought the country to order by kilting thieves and banditti with strings. So did the French when at Naples, and bandits became for the time unheard of. When once the evil habit is altered, when men are taught a crime of a certain character is connected inseparably with death, the moral habits of a population become altered, and you may in the next age remit the punishment which in this it has been necessary to inflict with stern severity. I think whoever pretends to reform a corrupted nation, or a disorderly regiment, or an alordered ship of war, must begin by severity, and only resort to gentleness when he has acquired the complete mastery, by terror, the terror being always attached to the law, and the impression once made he can afford to govern with mildness, and lay the iron rule aside. Mr. Mackay talked big of the excellent state of prisons in Ireland. Gen doubt unpew that the warm-hearted and generous Irish would hurry eagerly into any scheme which had benevolence for its motive. I readily believe. But that Pat should have been able to maintain that calm, all-seeing, alendering species of superintendence necessary to direct the working of the best plan of prison discipline, I greatly hesitate to believe. Well, leaving all this, I wish Mr. Mackay good luck, with some little doubt of his success, but none of his intentions. I am come in my work to that point, where a lady who works a stocking must count by threads and bring the various loose ends of my story together. They are too many. February 21. Last night after dinner, I rested from my work and read third part of Theodore Hook's Sayings and Doings, which shows great knowledge of life in a certain sphere and very considerable powers of wit, which somewhat damages the effect of the tragic parts. But he is an able writer, and so much of his work is well said that it will carry through what is mank. I hope the same good fortune for other folks. I am watching and waiting till I hit on some quaint and clever mode of extricating, but do not see a glimpse of any one. James B. 2 discourages me a good deal by his silence. Waiting, I suppose, to be invited to disgorge a full allowance of his critical bile, but he may wait long enough, for I am discouraged enough now. Here is the advantage of Edinburgh in the country. If a sense of inability once seizes me, it haunts me from morning to night. But in Edinburgh, the time is so occupied and frittered away by official duties and chance occupation that you have not time to play Master Stephen and be gentlemanlike and melancholy. On the other hand, you never feel in town, those spirit-stirring, influences those glances of sunshine that make amends for clouds. And miss the country is said to be quieter life, not to me I am sure in the town. The business I have to do hardly costs me more thought than just occupies my mind, and I have as much of gossip and ladylike chat as consumes the time pleasantly enough in the country. I am thrown entirely on my own resources, and there is no medium betwixt happiness and the reverse. February 22 went to court and remained there, until 1 o'clock, then to Mr. Colvin Smith's, and sat to be stared at till 3 o'clock. This is a great bore even when you have a companion sad when you are alone, and can only disturb the painter by your chatter after dinner. I had proofs to the number of 4 JB is outrageous about the death of Oliver Proudfoot, one of the characters, but I have a humor to be cruel. His business teased to die. Received a present from a Mr. Doby of a candlestick, said to be that of the Rev. Mr. Guthrie, minister of Fenwick, in the 17th century, ivory, civil of a gentleman, unknown, if there comes no request to look over poems, or to get made a gauger, or the like, for I have seen that kind of compliment, made on the principle, on which small balloons are sent up before a large one to see how the wind sits after dinner. Proof sheets. February 23 morning, proof sheets galore, then to Parliament House. After that, at one down to Sir William Macleod Bannatyne, who has made some discoveries concerning Bannatyne the collector of poetry, and furnished me with some notes to that purpose. He informs me that the Macleod alias Mac Cruiskin, who met Dr. Johnson on the Isle of Skye, was Mr. Alexander Macleod, advocate, a son of Macleod of Muiravanside. He was subject to fits of insanity at times, very clever at others. Sir William mentioned the old Laird of Bernera, who summoned by his chief to join him with all the men he could make, when the chief was raising his men. For government sent him a letter to this purpose. Dear Laird, no man would like better to be at your back than I would, but on this occasion it cannot be. I send my men, who are at your service, for myself. Higher duties carry me elsewhere. He went off accordingly alone, and joined Rosse as a volunteer. I returned by the printing office and found JB in great feather. He tells me Cadle, on squaring his books and making allowance for bad debts, has made between 3,000 and 4,000 lodged in bank. He does nothing. But with me, thus we stand on velvet. As to finance, met Staffa, who walked with me, and gave me some Gaelic words which I wanted. I may mention that I saw at the printing office a part of a review on Leigh Hunt's Anecdotes of Byron. It is written with power apparently by Professor Wilson, but with a degree of passion, which rather diminishes the effect, for nothing can more lessen the dignity of the satirist than being or seeming to be in a passion. I think it may come to a bloody arbitrament, for, if Roman 58 should take it up as a gentleman, Wilson is the last man to flinch. I hope Lockhart will not be dragged in as second, or otherwise went to Jeffreys to dinner there. Were Mrs. and Miss Sidney Smith Lords Gillies and Corehouse, etc., etc. February 24, I fancy I had drunk a glass or two overmuch last night, for I have the heartburn this morning. But a little magnesia salves that sore. Meantime, I have had an inspiration, which shows me my good angel has not left me for these 2 or 3 days. I have been at what the critic calls a deadlock. 140, all my incidents and personages ran into a Gordian knot of confusion to which I could devise no possible extrication. I had thought on the subject several days, with something like the despair which seized the fair princess commanded by her ugly stepmother, to assort a whole garret full of tangled silk threads of every kind and color, when in comes Prince Percinet with a wand, whisks it over the miscellaneous mass, and lo, all the threads are as nicely arranged as in a seamstress' housewife. It has often happened to me that, when I went to bed with my head as ignorant as my shoulders, what I was to do next, I have waked in the morning, with a distinct and accurate conception of the mode, good or bad, in which the plot might be extricated. It seems to me that the action of the intellect on such occasions is rather accelerated by the little fever which an extra glass of wine produces on the system. Of course, excess is out of the question now. This may seem strange, but it is quite true, and it is no less so that I have generally written to the middle of one of these novels, without having the least idea how it was to end. In short, in the hab-nab at a venture style of composition. So now, this hitch being over, I fold my paper, lock up my journal, and proceed to labor with good hope. February 25, this being Monday, I carried on my work, according to the new model, dined at home, and in quiet, But I may notice that yesterday Mr. Williams, the learned rector of our new academy, who now leaves us, took his dinner here. We had a long philological tete-a-tete. He is opinionative as he has some title to be, but very learned, and with a juster view of his subject than is commonly entertained, for he traces words to the same source not from sound, but since he casts backwards thus to the root, while many compare the ends of the twigs, without going further. This night I went to the funeral of Mr. Henderson late of Eildon Hall, a kind-hearted man, who rose to great wealth by honest means, and will be missed and regretted. In the evening I went to the promenade in the exhibition of pictures, which was splendidly lighted up, and filled with fashionable company. I think there was a want of beauty, or perhaps the gaslights were unfavorable to the ladies' looks. February 26 business filled up the day, till 1 when I sat to Mr. Smith tedious work. Even though will clerk chaperoned me, we dined at Archie Swinton's, met Lord Lothian, Lord Cringlety, etc. This day, I have wrought almost nothing, but I am nearly half a volume before the press. Lord Morton married to a daughter of my friend Sir George Rose is come to Edinburgh. He seems a very gentlemanlike man, and she pleasing and willing to be pleased. I had the pleasure to be of some little use to him in his election. As one of the Scottish peers, I owe Sir George Rose much for his attention to Walter at Berlin. February 27, at court till 2:30, then to the Waterloo Tavern, where we had a final and totally unfructuous meeting, with the committee of the coal gas people. So now my journey to London is resolved on. I shall lose at least 500 by the job, and get little thanks from those. I make the sacrifice, for but the sacrifice shall be made. Anything is better than to break one's word, or desert a sinking vessel. Heartily do I wish these colliers had seen the matter in the best light for their own interest, but there is no help. One thing is certain, that I shall see my whole family once more around me. And that is worth the 502, starts at the idea of the sea. I am horribly vexed, however. Gibson always expected they would come in, but there seemed to me little chance of it. Perhaps they thought we were not serious in our proposal to push through the act. Wrought a little in the evening, not much. February 28 at court till 4. When I came home, I did work a little, but as we expected company, it was not to much purpose. Lord Chief Commissioner dined with us, with Miss Adam, Mr. Hutchinson, brother of Lord Donoughmore, and Miss Jones. Will Clerk and John Thompson made up the party, and we had a pleasant evening, as such a handful always secures stayed, till winning waiter time. Thus flew another day. February 29, I had my proof sheets as usual in the morning, and the court as usual till 2, then 1 or 2 visits, and corrected the discourses for Gordon. This is really a foolish scrape. But what could I do? It involved the poor lad's relief from something very like ruin. I got a letter from the young man Reynolds accepting on Heath's part my terms for article to the keepsake, namely 500 to be at liberty to reprint the article in my works after 3 years. Mr. Heath to print it in the keepsake, as long and often as he pleases, but not in any other form. I shall close with them. If I make my proposed bargain with Murray, all pecuniary matters will be easy in an unusual degree. Dined at Robert Hamilton's, with Lord and Lady Belhaven, Walter Campbell, and a number of Westlanders. March 1 wrought a little this morning, always creeping on. We had a hard pull at the court, and after it, I walked a little for exercise, as I fear indigestion from dining out so often. Dined today with the bankers who went as delegates to London in Malachi Malagrother's days. Sir John Hay Kinnear and Tom Allen were my only acquaintances of the party. The rest seemed shrewd, capable men. I particularly remarked a Mr. Sandeman, with as intellectual a head as I ever witnessed. March 2, a day of hard work with little interruption, and completed volume 2nd. I am not much pleased with it. It wants what I desire it to have, and that is passion. The 2 Ballantynes and Mr. Cadle dined with me, quietly heard from London all well. March 3, I set about clearing my desk of unanswered letters, which I had suffered to accumulate to an Augean heap. I dare say I wrote 20 cards that might have been written at the time, without half a minute being lost. To do everything when it ought to be done is the soul of expedition. But then if you are interrupted eternally with these petty avocations, the current of the mind is compelled to flow in shallows, and you lose the deep intensity of thought which alone can float plans of depth and magnitude. I sometimes wish I were one of those formalists who can assign each hour of the day its special occupations, not to be encroached upon, but it always returns upon my mind that I do better a law debanded than I could with rules of regular study. A work begun is with me a stone turned over with the purpose of rolling it downhill. The first revolutions are made with difficulty, but vires, acquirit undo now, were the said stone arrested in its progress. The whole labor would be to commence again, to take a less conceited simile. I am like a spavined horse who sets out lame and stiff, but when he warms in his gear, makes a pretty good trot of it, so that it is better to take a good stage of him, while you can get it. Besides, after all, I have known most of those formalists who were not men of business, or of office, to whom hours are prescribed as a part of duty, but who voluntarily make themselves slaves to an hour and vassals to a bell. To be what I call very poor creatures. General Ainsley looked in and saddened me by talking of poor Don the General, is a medalist, and entertains an opinion that the bonnet piece of James Roman V is the work of some Scottish artist who died young, and never did anything else. It is far superior to anything which the mint produced since the Roman denarii. He also told me that the name of Andrea de Ferrara is famous in Italy as an armorer. Dined at home, and went to the Royal Society in the evening, after sending off my processes for the Sheriff Court. Also went after the Society to Mr. James Russell's symposium. March 4, a letter from Italy signed J.S., with many acute remarks on inaccuracies in the life of Bonaparte. His tone is hostile decidedly, but that shall not prevent my making use of all his corrections where just. The wretched publication of Leigh Hunt on the subject of Byron is to bring forward Tom Moore's life of that distinguished poet, and I am honored and flattered by the information that he means to dedicate it to me. A great deal of worry in the court today, and I lost my spectacles, and was a dark and perplexed man. Found them again, though wrote to Lockhart and to Charles, and will do more if I can, but am sadly done up. An old friend came, and pressed unmercifully some selfish request of his own to ask somebody to do something for his son. I shall be glad to be at Abbotsford to get rid of this town, where I have not, in the proper and social sense of the word, a single friend, whose company pleases me in the country. I have always Tom Purdy. Dined at the Lord Chief Commissioner's, where I met the first time for 30 years my old friend and boon companion, with whom I shared the wars of Bacchus Venus, and sometimes of Mars. The past rushed on me like a flood, and almost brought tears into my eyes. It is no very laudable exploit to record, but I once drank 3 bottles of wine with this same rogue Sir William Forbes and Sir Alexander Wood, being of the party. David Erskine of Cardross keeps his looks better than most of our contemporaries. I hope we shall meet for a longer time. March 5, I corrected sheets, and being a tanned Wednesday, began the second volume, and proceeded as far as page 4. We dined at Hector Macdonald's with several Highlanders, most of whom were in their garb, intending to go to a great fancy ball in the evening. There were young Clenny Macpherson, Campbell Airds, Campbell Saddell, and others of the race of Diomede. I went for an hour to the ball, where there were many gay and some grotesque figures. A dress ball is for the first half hour a splendid spectacle. You see youth and beauty dressed in their gayest attire, unlimited save by their own taste, and enjoying the conscious power of charming, which gives such life and alacrity to the features. But the charm ceases in this. Like everything else, the want of masks takes away the audacity with which the disguised parties conduct themselves at a masquerade, and leaves the sullen sheepishness, which makes them, I suppose, the worst maskers in Europe. At the only real masquerade which I have known in Edinburgh, there were many, if not most, of those who had determined to sustain characters who had moral breeding than facetiousness. The jests were chiefly calculated to give pain, and 2 or 3 quarrels were with difficulty prevented from ripening into duels. A fancy ball has no offense in it, therefore cannot be wrecked on this rock. But on the other hand, it is horribly dull work when the first coup d'il is over. There were some good figures, and some grossly absurd. A very gay cavalier, with a broad, bright battle-axe, was pointed out to me as an eminent distiller, and another knight in the black coarse armor of a cuirassier of the 17th century stalked about as if he thought himself the very mirror of chivalry. He was the son of a celebrated upholsterer, so might claim the broad axe from more titles than one. There was some good dancing. Clenny Macpherson footed it gallantly. March 6 wrote 2 pages this morning. Before breakfast went to the court, where I learned that the colliers are in alarm at the determination shown by our committee, and are willing to give better terms. I hope this is sabat kagan na sheepis, or war. I care not. I never felt less anxiety about where I went, and what I Roman 999, a feather just lighted on the ground, can scarce be less concerned. Where the next blast may carry it. If I go, I shall see my children. If I stay, I shall mend my fortune. Dined at home, and went to the play in the evening. Lady Torfichan had commanded the play, and there were all my Swinton cousins, young and old. The play was a bold stroke, for a wife. 144 Charles Kemble acting, As Fainwell, the plot is extravagant nonsense, but with lively acting. The ludicrousness of the situation bears it through, and few comedies act better after this came. Rob Roy, where the Bailey played with his usual excellence. The piece was not over until near 1 in the morning, yet I did not feel tired, which is much. March 7 today, I wrought and corrected proof sheets, went to the court, and had a worry at the usual trashy small wares, which are presented at the end of a session. An official predecessor of mine, the facetious Robert Sinclair, was wont to say, the 3 last days of the session should be abolished by Act of Parliament, came home late, and was a good deal broken in upon by visitors amongst others. John Swinton, now of Swinton, brought me the skull of his ancestor Sir Alan Swinton, who flourished 500 years ago. I will get a cast made of the stout old carl. It is rare to see a genuine relic of the mortal frame drawing so far back. Went to my Lord Gillis to dinner, and witnessed a singular exhibition of personification. Miss Sterling Graham, a lady of the Duntroon family, from which Clavers was descended, looks like 30 years old, and has a face of the Scottish cast, with a good expression, in point of good sense, and good humor. Her conversation, so far as I have had the advantage of hearing it, is shrewd and sensible, but no ways brilliant. She dined with us, went off as to the play, and returned in the character of an old Scottish lady. Her dress and behavior were admirable, and the conversation unique. I was in the secret, of course, did my best to keep up the ball, but she cut me out of all feather. The prosing account she gave of her son, the antiquary who found an auld wig in a slate quarry, was extremely ludicrous, and she puzzled the professor of agriculture with a merciless account of the succession of crops in the parks around her old mansion house. No person to whom the secret was not entrusted had the least guess of an impostor, except one shrewd young lady present who observed the hand narrowly, and saw it was plumper than the age of the lady, seemed to warrant this lady and Miss Bell of Coldstream have this gift of personification to a much higher degree than any person I ever saw. March 8 wrote in the morning, then to court, where we had a set-a-runt, till nigh 2 o'clock. From thence to the Coal Gas Committee, with whom we held another, and thank God a final meeting. Gibson went with me. They had Mr. Munro, Trotter, Tom Burns, and Inglise. The scene put me in mind of Chichester Chain's story of a Shawnee Indian and himself dodging each other from behind trees for 6 or 7 hours each in the hope of a successful shot. There was bullying on both sides, but we bullied to best purpose, for we must have surrendered at discretion, notwithstanding the bold face we put on it. On the other hand, I am convinced they have got a capital bargain. March 9, I set about arranging my papers, a task which I always take up with the greatest possible ill will, and which makes me cruelly nervous. I don't know why it should be so, for I have nothing particularly disagreeable to look at. Far from it. I am better than I was at this time last year, my hopes firmer, my health stronger, my affairs bettered and bettering, yet I feel an inexpressible nervousness. In consequence of this employment, the memory, though it retains all that has passed, has closed sternly over it, and this rummaging like a bucket, dropped suddenly into a well, deranges and confuses the ideas which slumbered on the mind. I am nervous, and I am bilious, and in a word, I am unhappy. This is wrong, very wrong, and it is reasonably to be apprehended that something of serious misfortune will be the deserved punishment of this pusillanimous lowness of spirits. Strange that one who in most things may be said to have enough of the care na by should be subject to such vile weakness. Well, having written myself down an ass, I will daub it no farther, but e'en trifle till the humor of work comes. Before the humor came, I had 2 or 3 long visits. Drummond, Hay the antiquary, and Lionherald came in. I do not know anything which relieves the mind so much from the sullens as trifling discussion about antiquarian oldwomanries. It is like knitting a stocking, diverting the mind without occupying it, or it is like By Our Lady a milldam, which leads one's thoughts gently and imperceptibly out of the channel in which they are chafing and boiling. To be sure, it is only conducting them to turn a child's mill. What signifies that the diversion is a relief, though the object is of little importance? I cannot tell what we talked of, but I remember we concluded with a lamentation on the unlikelihood that government would give the museum 2,000 to purchase the bronze Apollo lately discovered in France, although the god of Delos stands 6 feet 2 in his stocking soles and is perfectly entire, saving that on the right side he wants half a hip in the leg from the knee, and that on the left his heel is much damaged. Colonel Ferguson just come to Toundings with us. March 10, I had a world of trumpery to do this morning, cards to write and business to transact, visits to make, etc. Received letters from the youth, who is to conduct the keepsake with Blarney, On a 200 bank note, no blarney. In that I must set about doing something for these worthies, I was obliged to go alone to dine at Mr. Scott Gala's, met the Sinclair family. Lady Sinclair told me a singular story of a decrepit man, keeping a lonely toll at a place called the Rowantree on the frontiers, as I understood between Ayrshire and Dumfriesshire, Wigtonshire. It was a wild, lonely spot, and was formerly inhabited by robbers and assassins who murdered passengers. They were discovered by a boy whom they had taken into the cottage. As a menial, he had seen things which aroused his attention, and was finally enlightened as to the trade of his masters, by hearing one of them, as he killed a goat, remark that the cries of the creature resembled those of the last man they had dealt with. The boy fled from the house, lodged an information, and the whole household was seized and executed. The present inhabitants, Lady Sinclair, described as interesting. The man's feet and legs had been frostbitten while herding the cattle and never recovered the strength of natural limbs, yet he had acquired some education and was a country schoolmaster for some time, till the distance and loneliness of the spot prevented pupils from attending. His daughter was a reader, and begged for some old magazines, newspapers, or any printed book that she might enjoy reading. They might have been better had they been allowed to keep a cow, but if they had been in comfortable circumstances, they would have had visitors and lodgers who might have carried guns to destroy the gentleman's creation. Roman 1e game, and for this risk the wretches were kept in absolute and abject poverty. I would rather be himself than this brutal earl. The daughter showed Lady Sinclair a well, in the midst of a small bog of great depth, into which, like Thurtell and Probert, they used to thrust the bodies of their victims, till they had an opportunity of burying them. Lady Sinclair stooped to taste the water, but the young woman said with a strong expression of horror, "You would not drink it." Such an impression had the tale, probably 2 centuries old, made upon the present inhabitants of this melancholy spot. The whole legend is curious. I will try to get hold of it. March 11, I sent Reynolds a sketch of 2 Scottish stories, for subjects of art, for his keepsake Death of the Laird's Jock, the one, the other The Adventure of Duncan Stewart with the Stag. Mr. Drummond Hay breakfasted with me, good fellow, but a considerable bore. He brought me a beautiful bronze statue of Hercules, about 10 inches or a foot in height, beautifully wrought. He bought it in France for 70 francs, and refused 300 from Payne Knight. It is certainly a most beautiful piece of art. The lion's hide which hung over the shoulders had been of silver, and to turn it to account, the arm over which it hung was cut off. Otherwise, the statue was perfect. An extremely well-wrought Alan Swinton's skull, sent back to Archibald Swinton. March 12, the boy got 4 leaves of copy today, and I wrote 3 more received by Mr. Cadle from Trudel and Wirtz for articles in Foreign Review 5210s, which is at my credit with him. Poor Gillies has therefore kept his word so far, but it is enough to have sacrificed 100 to him, already in literary labor, which I make him welcome to. I cannot spare him more, which besides would do him no good. March 13, Abbotsford. I wrote a little in the morning, and sent off some copy. We came off from Edinburgh at 10 o'clock, and got to Abbotsford by 4, where everything looks unusually advanced, the birds singing, and the hedges budding, and all other prospects of spring too, premature to be rejoiced in. I found that, like the foolish virgins, the servants had omitted to get oil for my lamp, so I was obliged to be idle all the evening. But though I had a diverting book, the tales of the Munster festivals, yet an evening without writing hung heavy on my hands. The tales are admirable, but they have one fault, that the crisis is in more cases than one protracted, after a keen interest has been excited to explain and to resume parts of the story which should have been told before. Scenes of mere amusement are often introduced betwixt the crisis of the plot and the final catastrophe. This is impolitic, but the scenes and characters are traced by a firm, bold, and true pencil, and my very criticism shows that the catastrophe is interesting. Otherwise, who would care for its being interrupted? March 14 to 16, the same record applies to these 3 days, from 7 to 9:30, reading from 9:30 to 10:15, a hearty breakfast from 11 or thereby to 1 or 2, wrote again, and from 1 or 2 ride, drive, or walk till dinner time for 2 or 3 hours. 5 till 7, dine and rest yourself. 7 till 9, wrote 2 pages more. From 9 to 10:15, lounge, read the papers, and then go to bed. If your story is tolerably forward, you may, I think, keep at this rate for 12 days, which would be a volume, but no brain could hold it out longer. Wrote 2 additional leaves in the evening. March 17, sent away copy this morning to J.B. with proofs. I then wrote all the day till 2 o'clock, walked round the thicket, and by the waterside, and returning set to work again, so that I have finished 5 leaves before dinner, and may discuss two more if I can satisfy myself with the way of winding up the story. There are always at the end such a plaguey number of stitches to take up which usually are never so well done. But they make a botch I will try if the cigar will inspire me hitherto. I have been pretty clear. And I see my way well enough, only doubt of making others see it with sufficient simplicity. But it is near 5 and I am too hungry to write more. Ego nunquam podui scriber jejunis. March 18. I was sorely worried by the black dog this morning, that vile palpitation of the heart, that tremor cordis, that hysterical passion, which forces unbidden sighs and tears, and falls upon a contented life, like a drop of ink on white paper, which is not the less a stain, because it conveys no meaning. I wrought 3 leaves, however. And the story goes on. I dined at the club of the Selkirkshire Yeomanry, now disbanded. The eldritch knight gave up his arms. With many a sorrowful sigh, the dissolution of the yeomanry was the act of the last ministry. The present did not alter the measure on account of the expense. Saved, I am one of the oldest, if not the very oldest yeoman in Scotland, and have seen the rise, progress, and now the fall of this very constitutional part of the national force. Its efficacy on occasions of insurrection was sufficiently proved in the radical time, but besides it, kept up a spirit of harmony between the proprietors of land and the occupiers, and made them known to and beloved by each other. And it gave to the young men a sort of military and high-spirited character, which always does honor to a country. The manufacturers are in great glee on this occasion. I wish Parliament, as they have turned the yeomen adrift somewhat scornfully, may not have occasion to roar them in again. March 19. I applied myself again to my labor, my mind, flowing in a less gloomy current than yesterday. I labored with little interruption, excepting a walk as far as Faldonside with the dogs. And at night I had not finished more than 3 leaves. But indeed it is pretty fair I must not work my brains too hard, in case of provoking the hypochondria, which extreme exertion or entire indolence are equally unfavorable to. March 20. Thompson breakfasted. I left him soon, being desirous to finish my labors. The volume is finished, all but 1/4 or somewhat shorter 4 days, should dispatch it easily, but I have letters to write, and things are getting into disorder. I took a drive with my daughter for exercise, and called at Huntley Burn this evening. Went on with work. As usual, there was not above 4 pages finished, but my conscience is quiet on my exertions. March 21. I received young Whitbank to breakfast and talk genealogy, which he understands well. I have not a head for it. I only value it as interspersed with anecdote. Whitbank's relationship and mine exists by the Shaws. A younger brother of Shaw of Sauchi, afterwards Greenock chief of the name, was minister of the Kirk of Selkirk. My great-grandfather John Rutherford, minister of the Gospel at Yarrow, married one of this reverend gentleman's daughters, and John Pringle, rector of Fogo, great-grandfather of the present Whitbank, married another. It was Christian Shaw, my grandmother, who possessed the manuscript respecting the murder of the Shaws by the master of Sinclair. She could not, according to the reckoning of that age, be a distant relation. Whitbank parted, agreeing to return to dinner, to meet the bride and bridegroom. I had little time to write, for Colonel Russell, my cousin, called between 1 and 2, and he also agreed to stay dinner, so I had a walk of 3 hours with him in the plantations. At dinner we had Mr. and Mrs. Bruce, Mr. Scrope, Mrs., and Dr. Brewster Whitbank Russell, and young Nicol Milne, who will be a pleasant lad if he had a little polish. I was glad of the society, as I had rather felt the besoin de parlor, which was perhaps one cause of my recent dump scrope. And Colonel Russell stayed all night, the rest went home. March 22. Had a packet from Jameslow about the novel, but I had another from Cadle equally uppish. He proposes for 3 novels in 18 months, which would be 12,600. Well, I like the bookseller's predictions better than the printer's. Neither are bad judges, but James, who is the best, is not sensible of historical descriptions, and likes your novel style out and out. Cadle's letter also contained a state of cash matters. Since much improved, I will arrange them a day or 2 hence. I wrote today, and took a long walk. The thought more than once passed over me, why go to London? I shall but throw away 150 or 200 which were better saved. Then, on the other hand, it is such a gratification to see all the children that I must be tempted. If I were alone, I could scrub it, but there's no doing that with Anne. March 23. I wrought regularly, till 1, and then took the wood, and marked out to Tom the places I would have thinned, particularly at the Carlin's Hole, which will require much thinning. I had a letter from Cadle stating that 3,000 tales of a grandfather must go to press, bringing a return to me of 240, the price being 80 per 1,000. This is snug enough, and will prettily cover my London journey. and I really think ought in fairness to silence my prudential remorse with my usual delight in catching an apology for escaping the regular task of the day I threw by the novel of St. Valentine's Eve, and began to run through and correct the grandfather's tales for the press if I lived to finish them. They will be a good thing for my younger children. If I work to the amount of 10,000 a year, for the creditors, I think I may gain a few hundreds for my own family at Bowers. March 24 sent copy and proof to JB. I continued my revision of the tales of a grandfather. Till 1:30 then went to Torwoodley to wait on George Pringle. And his bride we did not see the young people, but the old laird and Miss Pringle gave us a warm reception, and seemed very happy on the occasion. We had friends to dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Theobald Charles Kerr, and his wife my old acquaintance Magdalen Hepburn, whose whole kin was known to me, and mine. I have now seen the 5th generation of the family in Mrs. Kerr's little girl, who travels with them. Well, I partly wish we had been alone. Yet it is perhaps better we made our day out tolerably well, having the advantage of Mr. Davidoff and his friend Mr. Collier to assist us. March 25, Mr. and Mrs. Kerr left us Mr. Davidoff, and Mr. Collier. Also Mr. Davidoff showed himself a good deal affected, I hope well of this young nobleman, and trust the result will justify my expectations, but it may be doubted if his happiness be well considered by those who send a young person, destined to spend his life under a despotic government, to receive the ideas and opinions of such a people as we are. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. We drove as far as Yare with Mr. and Mrs. Theobald. The lady read after dinner and read well. March 26, the Theobalds left us, giving me time to work a walk of 2 hours, diversified my day. I received Cadle's scheme for the new edition. I fear the trustees will think Cadle's plan expensive in the execution, yet he is right for to ensure a return of speedy sale. The new edition should be both handsome and cheap. He proposes size a royal 12mo with a capital engraving to each volume from a design by the best artists. This infers a monstrous expense, but in the present humor of the public, ensures the sale. The price will be 5s per volume, and the whole set 32 volumes from Waverley to Woodstock, included, will be 8. March 27, this also was a day of labor, affording only my usual interval of a walk 5 or 6 sheets, was the result. We now approaching can end. My story has unhappily a divided interest. There are 3 distinct strands of the rope, and they are not well twisted together. Osser's a foul fought, as Captain Tommy says. March 28, the days have little to distinguish each other, very little. The morning study, the noontide walk, all monotonous, and inclined to be melancholy. God help me, but I have not had any nervous attack. Read Tales of an Antiquary, one of the chime of bells which I have some hand in setting airinging. He is really entitled to the name of an antiquary, but he has too much description in proportion to the action. There is a capital wardrobe of properties, but the performers do not act up to their character. March 29, finished volume 3rd this morning. I have let no grass grow beneath my heels this bout. Mr. Cadle with J. and a Ballantyne came to dinner. Mr. and Mrs. George Pringle, new married, dined with us, and old Torwoodley Sandy's music made the evening go sweetly down. March 30, a long discourse with Cadle canvassing his scheme. He proposes I should go on immediately with the new novel. This will furnish a fund from which may be supplied the advances necessary for the new work, which are considerable, and may reach from 4,000 to 8,000, the last sum quite improbable before it makes returns. Thus we can face the expenditure necessary to set on foot our great work. I have written to recommend the plan to John Gibson. This theme renewed from time to time. During the forenoon Dr. Clarkson dined with us. We smoked, and had whiskey and water after. March 31, the Ballantynes and Cadle left us in high spirits, expecting much from the new undertaking, and I believe they are not wrong as, for me, I became torpid after a great influx of morning visitors. I grew vaporish and odd, and would not do the least right thing, neither for goddess nor for God, nor paint nor jest nor laugh nor sing. I was quite reluctant to write letters, or do anything whatsoever, and yet I should surely write to Sir Cuthbert Sharp and Surtees. We dined alone. I was main stupid indeed, and much disposed to sleep, though my dinner was very moderate. April 1, All Fools' Day, the only saint that keeps up some degree of credit in the world. For fools we are with a vengeance on this memorable festival. We played the fool with great decorum at Colonel Ferguson's, going to visit them in a cold morning in the evening. I had a distressing letter from Mrs. Mac Barnett. or some such name, the daughter of Captain Macpherson, smothered in a great snow storm. They are very angry at the review for telling a rawhead and bloody bones story about him. I have given the right version of the tale willingly. But this does not satisfy. I almost wish they would turn out a clansman to be free of the cumber, the vexation of having to do with ladies, who on such a point must be unreasonable, is very great with a man. It would be soon ended or mended. It really hurts my sleep. April 2, I wrote the lady as civilly as I could, explaining why I made no further apology, which may do some good then. A cursed morning of putting to rights which drives me well nigh mad at 2 or 3. I must go to a funeral, a happy and interesting relief. From my employment, it is a man I am sorry for who married my old servant Belle Ormiston. He was an excellent person in his way, and a capital mason, a great curler. April 3 set off at 8 o'clock, and fought forward to Carlisle, a sad place in my domestic remembrances. Since here I married my poor Charlotte, she is gone, and I am following faster perhaps than I wot of. It is something to have lived and loved, and our poor children are so hopeful and affectionate that it chastens the sadness attending the thoughts of our separation. We slept at Carlisle. I have not forgiven them for destroying their quiet old walls, and building two lumpy things like madhouses. The old gates had such a respectable appearance once, when Scotsmen's heads did guard the wall. Come ill write down the whole stanza, which is all that was known to exist of David Hume's poetry, as it was written on a pane of glass in the inn. Here chicks and eggs for breakfast sprawl. Here godless boys God's glory squall. Here Scotsmen's heads do guard the wall. But Corby's walks atone for all. The poetical works of David Hume esque might, as bookmakers know now, be driven out to a handsome quarto line. First admits of a descant upon eggs roasted boiled, or poached 2d, a history of Carlisle Cathedral, with some reasons why the choir there has been proverbially execrable. 3d, the whole history of 1745, with minute memoirs of such as mounted guard on the Scotch gate. I remember the spikes the head stood upon. Lastly, a description of Corby Castle, with a plan, and the genealogy of the Howards. Gad, the booksellers would give me 500 for it. I have a mind to print it for the Bannatynians. April 4, in our stage to Penrith, I introduced Anne to the ancient Petrea called Old Penrith, and also to the grave of Sir Ewain Caesarius that night with the puzzling name, which has got more indistinct. We breakfasted at Buchanan's in Penrith. One of the best on the road and a fine staunch fellow owned it. He refused passage to some of the delegates who traversed the country during the Radical row, and when the worthies threatened him with popular vengeance, answered gallantly that he had not lived so long by the crown to desert it at a pinch. The crown is the sign of his inn, slept at Garstang, an indifferent house. As a petty grievance, my encolder broke loose in the case, and spilt some of the ink on Anne's police misfortunes. Seldom come single teas, not alone the inky cloak, good daughter. But I forgot at Garstang my 2 breastpins, one with Walter and Jane's hair, another a harp of pure Irish gold, the gift of the ladies of Llangollen. April 5, breakfasted at Chorley, and slept at Leek. We were in the neighborhood of some fine rock scenery, but the day was unfavorable besides. I did not come from Scotland to see rocks, I trow. April 6, Easter Sunday, we breakfasted at Ashbourne, and went from thence to Derby, and set off from thence to Dricot Hall, 5 miles, to visit Hugh Scott. But honest Hugh was like ourselves on the ramble, so we had nothing to do but to drive back to Derby, and from thence to Tamworth, where we slept. April 7, we visited the castle in the morning. It is inhabited by a brother-in-law of the proprietor. And who is the proprietor? Why, Mr. Robbins, said the fat housekeeper. This was not a name quite according with the fine chivalrous old hall, in which there was no small quantity of armor and odds and ends, which I would have been glad to possess well. But madam, before Mr. Robbins bought the place, who was the proprietor? Lord Charles Townshend. Sir, this would not do neither, but a genealogy hanging above chimney-piece informed me that the Ferrars were the ancient possessors of the mansion, which indeed the horseshoes and the shield over the castle gate might have intimated. Tamworth is a fine old place, neglected, but therefore more like hoar antiquity. The keep is round, the apartments appear to have been modernized tempore. Jacquemy, there was a fine demi-pique saddle, said to have been that of James Roman II, the pommel rose, and finished off in the form of a swan's crest capital for a bad horseman to hold on by. To show Anne what was well worth seeing, we visited Kenilworth. The relentless rain only allowed us a glimpse of this memorable ruin. Well, the last time I was here, in 1,815,160, these trophies of time were quite neglected. Now they approach so much nearer the splendor of Thundertentronck as to have a door at least, if not windows. They are, in short, preserved and protected so much for the novels. I observed decent children begging here a thing uncommon in England. And I recollect the same unseemly practice formerly. We went to Warwick Castle, the neighborhood of Leamington, a watering place of some celebrity, has obliged the family to decline showing the castle after 10 o'clock. I tried the virtue of an old acquaintance with Lord Warwick, and wrote to him, he being in the courthouse, where the assizes were sitting after some delay. We were admitted, and I found my old friend Mrs. Hume in the most perfect preservation, though as she tells me now 88 she went through her duty wonderfully though now. And then she complained of her memory. She has laid aside a mass of black plumes which she wore on her head, and which resembled the casque in the castle of Otranto. Warwick Castle is still the noblest sight in England. Lord and Lady Warwick came home from the court, and received us most kindly. We lunched with them, but declined further hospitality when I was last here, and for many years before the unfortunate circumstances of the late Lord W. through an air of neglect about everything. I believe the fine collection of pictures would have been sold by distress if Mrs. Hume, my friend, had not redeemed them at her own cost. I was pleased to see Lord Warwick show my old friend kindness and attention. We visited the monuments of the Nevilles and Beauchamp's names, which make the heart thrill. The monuments are highly preserved. We concluded the day at Stratford-upon-Avon. April 8, we visited the tomb of the mighty wizard. It is in the bad taste of James the First's reign. But what a magic does the locality possess! There are stately monuments of forgotten families. But when you have seen Shakespeare's, what care we for the rest? All around is Shakespeare's exclusive property. I noticed the monument of his friend John a Combe, immortalized as drawing forth a brief satirical notice of 4 lines. After breakfast, I asked after Mrs. Ormsby, the old mad woman who was for some time tenant of Shakespeare's house, and conceived herself to be descended from the immortal poet. I learned she was dying. I thought to send her a sovereign, but this extension of our tour has left me no more than will carry me through my journey. And I do not like to run short upon the road, so I take credit for my good intention and keep my sovereign a cheap and not unusual mode of giving charity. Learning from Washington Irving's description of Stratford that the hall of Sir Thomas Lucy, the justice, who rendered Warwickshire too hot for Shakespeare and drove him to London, was still extant, we went in quest of it. Charlecote is in high preservation, and inhabited by Mr. Lucy, descendant of the worshipful Sir Thomas. The hall is about 300 years old, an old brick structure, with a gatehouse in advance. It is surrounded by venerable oaks, realizing the imagery which Shakespeare loved so well to dwell upon. Rich verdant pastures extend on every side, and numerous herds of deer were reposing in the shade. All showed that the Lucy family had retained their land and beeves, while we were surveying the antlered old hall with its painted glass and family pictures. Mr. Lucy came to welcome us in person, and to show the house with the collection of paintings, which seems valuable, and to which he had made many valuable additions. He told me the park from which Shakespeare stole the buck was not that which surrounds Charlecote, but belonged to a mansion at some distance, where Sir Thomas Lucy resided at the time of the trespass. The tradition went that they hid the buck in a barn, part of which was standing a few years ago, but now totally decayed. This park no longer belongs to the Lucys. The house bears no marks of decay, but seems the abode of ease and opulence. There were some fine old books, and I was told of many more which were not in order. How odd if a folio Shakespeare should be found amongst them. Our early breakfast did not prevent my taking advantage of an excellent repast offered by the kindness of Mr. and Mrs. Lucy. The last a lively Welshwoman. This visit gave me great pleasure. It really brought Justice Shallow freshly before my eyes. The Luces in his arms, which do become an old coat, well, were not more plainly portrayed in his own armorials in the hall window than was his person in my mind's eye. There is a picture shown as that of the old Sir Thomas, but Mr. Lucy conjectures it represents his son. There were 3 descents of the same name of Thomas. The party hath the eye severe, and beard of formal cut, which fills up with judicial austerity the otherwise social physiognomy of the worshipful presence, with his fair round belly, with fat capon lined. We resumed our journey. I may mention among the pictures at Charlecote one called A Roman Knight, which seemed to me very fine. Tenor's Marriage, in which, contrary to the painter's wont, only persons of distinction are represented, but much in the attitude in which he delights to present his boors. 2 hawking pieces by Wouverman's, very fine specimens cum aliis. We took our way by Edgehill, and looked over the splendid richness of the fine prospect, from a sort of gazebo or modern antique tower, the place of a Mr. Miller. It is not easy to conceive a richer and more peaceful scene than that which stretched before us, and one with which strife, or the memory of strife, seems to have nothing to do. But man records his own disgrace. And Edgehill lives in history. We got on to Buckingham and Ugly, though I suppose an ancient town, thence to Aylesbury through the wealth of England, in the scene of the old ballad. Neither drunk nor sober but neighbor to both. I met with a man in Aylesbury Vale. I saw by his face that he was in good case. To speak no great harm of a pot of good ale. We slept at Aylesbury, the landlord, who seemed sensible, told me that the land round the town being the richest in England, lets at 3 or 3 tens, and some so high as 4 per acre. But the poor rates are 13s to the pound now. My Whitehaw at Huntley Burn yielded at last set 4 per acre. April 9, London. We got to town about midday, and found Sophia Lockhart, and the babies quite well delighted with their companion Charles, and he enchanted with his occupation in the Foreign Office. I looked into my cash, and found 53 had diminished on the journey down to about 3 in former days. A journey to London cost about 30 or 30 guineas. It may now cost one-fourth more. But I own I like to pay postilions and waiters rather more liberally than perhaps is right. I hate grumbling and sour faces, and the whole saving will not exceed a guinea or two for being cursed and damned from Dan to Beersheba. We had a joyful meeting, I promise you. April 10, I spent the morning in bringing up my journal, interrupted by 2 of these most sedulous visitants, who had objects of their own to serve and smelled out my arrival, as the raven scents Cariona vile comparison, though what better is an old fellow mauled with rheumatism. And other deplorables went out at 2, and saw Miss Dumerg and other old friends, Sotheby in particular less changed than anyone I have seen looked in at. Murray's and renewed old habits. This great city seems almost a waste to me. So many of my friends are gone. Walter and Jane, coming up the whole family, dined together. And were very happy. The children joined in our festivity. My nameson, a bright and blue-eyed rogue, with flaxen hair, screams and laughs like an April morning. And the baby is that species of doe which is called a fine baby. I care not for children, till they care a little for me. April 11, made calls, walked myself tired, saw Rogers, Sharp, Sotheby, and other old friends. April 12, dinner at home, a little party of Sophia's in the evening. Sharp told me that one evening, being at Sheridan's house with a large party, Tom S. came to him, as the night drew late, and said in a whisper, I advise you to secure a waxlight to go to bed with, showing him at the same time a morsel which he had stolen from a sconce. Sharp followed his advice, and had reason to be thankful for the hint. Tired and sleepy, I make a bad night watcher. April 13, amused myself by converting the tale of the mysterious mirror into Aunt Margaret's mirror, designed for Heath's What Decollete Cadle will not like this. But I cannot afford to have my goods thrown back upon my hands. The tale is a good one, and is said actually to have happened to Lady Primrose. My great-grandmother, having attended her sister on the occasion, dined with Miss Dumerg. My proofs from Edinburgh reached today, and occupied me all the morning. April 14, labored at proofs, and got them sent off per Mr. Freeling's cover. So there's an end of the Chronicles. James rejoices in the conclusion, where there is battle and homicide of all kinds, always politic, to keep a trot for the avenue like the Irish postilions. JB always calls to the boys to flog before the carriage gets out of the inn-yard. How we have driven the stage, I know not, and care no, except with a view to extricating my difficulties. I have lost no time in beginning the second series of Grandfather's Tales, being determined to write as much as I can even hear and deserve by industry, the soft pillow I sleep on for the moment. There is a good scene supposed to have happened between Sam Rogers and a lady of fashion. The reporter, Lord Dudley. Sam enters, takes a stool, creeps close to the lady's side, who asks his opinion of the last new poem or novel. In a pathetic voice, the spectre replies, my opinion, I like it very much, but the world don't like it. But indeed I begin to think the world wrong in everything, except with regard to you. Now Rogers either must have said this somewhere, or he has it yet to say. We dined at Lord Melville's. April 15, got the lamentable news that Terry is totally bankrupt. This is a most unexpected blow, though his carelessness about money matters was very great. God help the poor fellow. He has been advised to go abroad, but now returns to stand the stormal debts, it seems, with principal and interest accumulated, and all the items which load a falling man and wife, such a good and kind creature, and children. Alack, alack, I sought out his solicitor. There are 7,000 or more to pay, and the only fund his share in the Adelphi Theatre worth 5,000 and upwards, and then so fine a chance of independence lost that comes of not being explicit with his affairs. The theatre was a most flourishing concern. I looked at the books, and since have seen Yeats. The ruin is inevitable, but I think they will not keep him in prison, but let him earn his bread by his very considerable talents. I shall lose the whole or part of 500 which I lent him, but that is the least of my concern. I hope the theatre is quite good for guaranteeing certain payments in 1829 and 1830. I judge they are in no danger. I should have gone to the club today, but Sir James Mackintosh had mistaken the day. I was glad of it, so stayed at home. It is written that nothing shall flourish under my shadowed ballantines. Terry Nelson. Weber all came to distress nature, has written on my brow your shade shall be broad, but there shall be no protection derived from it to aught you favor. Sat and smoked and grumbled with Lockhart. April 16, we dined at Dr. Young's, saw Captain Perry, a handsome and pleasant man in the evening at Mr. Cunliffe's, where I met sundry old friends grown older. April 17, made up my journal, which had fallen something behind in this phantasmagorial place. The objects of the day come and depart like shadows, made calls, gave Roman 100K Sharp's memorial to Lord Levison Gower, went to Murray's, where I met a Mr. Jacob a great economist. He is proposing a mode of supporting the poor, by compelling them to labor by military force, and under a species of military discipline. I see no objection to it, only it will make a rebellion to a certainty, and the tribes of Jacob will certainly cut Jacob's throat. Canning's conversion from popular opinions was strangely brought round while he was studying at the temple, and rather entertaining revolutionary opinions, Godwin sent to say that he was coming to breakfast with him to speak on a subject of the highest importance. Canning knew little of him, but received his visit, and learned to his astonishment that, in expectation of a new order of things, the English Jacobins desired to place him Canning at the head of their expected revolution. He was much struck and asked time to think what course he should take, and having thought the matter over he went to Mr. Pitt, and made the anti-Jacobin confession of faith in which he persevered, until Canning himself mentioned this to Sir W. Knighton, upon occasion of giving a place in the Charterhouse of some £10 a year to Godwin's brother. He could scarce do less for one who had offered him the dictator's curule chair. Dined with Rogers with all my own family, and met sharp Lord John Russell Jekyll, and others. The conversation flagged, as usual, and jokes were fired like minute guns, producing an effect not much less melancholia, which should always have an atmosphere congenial to him, otherwise he will not shine. Went to Lady Davies, where I saw the kind face, and heard the no less friendly greeting of Lady Selkirk, who introduced all her children to me. April 18, breakfasted with Joanna Bailey, and found that gifted person extremely well, and in the display of all her native knowledge of character and benevolence. She looks more aged, however. I would give as much to have a capital picture of her. As for any portrait in the world, she gave me a manuscript play to read upon witchcraft. Dined with the Dean of Chester, Dr. Philpotts, where all above us was a solemn row of priests and deacons, so were all below. There were the amiable Bishop of London, Howley Coplestone, whom I remember, a first man at Oxford, now Bishop of Llandaff, the Dean of St. Paul's, and other dignitaries of whom I knew less. It was a very pleasant day. The Whigs against the wits, for a guinea in point of conversation. Anne looked queer, and much disposed to laugh at finding herself placed betwixt two prelates in black petticoats. April 19, breakfasted with Sir George Philips, had his receipt against the blossoms being injured by frost. It consists in watering them plentifully before sunrise. This is like the mode of thawing beef. We had a pleasant morning, much the better that Morit was with us. He has agreed to go to Hampton Court with us tomorrow. Mr. Reynolds called on me about the drawing of the Laird's Jock. He is assiduous and attentive, but a little forward. Poor Gillies, also called, both asked me to dinner, but I refused. I do not incline to make what is called literary acquaintances. And as for poor G, it is wild to talk about his giving dinner to others, when he can hardly get credit for his own. Dined with Sir Robert Henry Inglis, and met Sir Thomas Acland, my old and kind friend. I was happy to see him. He may be considered now as the head of the religious party in the House of Commons. A powerful body, which Wilberforce long commanded it, is a difficult situation, for the adaptation of religious motives to earthly policy is apt among the infinite delusions of the human heart to be a snare. But I could confide much in Sir T. Acland's honor and integrity. Bishop Blomfield of Chester, one of the most learned prelates of the church, also dined. Coming home, an Irish coachman drove us into a cul-de-sac near Battersea Bridge. We were obliged to get out in the rain. The people admitted us into their houses, where they were having their bit of supper, assisted with lights, etc. And to the honor of London, neither asked nor expected gratification. April 20, we went to Walter's quarters in a body and saw Hampton Court, with which I was more struck than when I saw it for the first time about 1806. The pictures are not very excellent, but they are curious, which is as interesting, except to connoisseurs too, I particularly remarked of James Roman I, and Charles Roman I eating in public the old part of the palace built by Wolsey, is extremely fine. Two handsome halls are still preserved, one the ceiling of which is garnished at the crossing and combining of the arches, with the recurring heads of Henry Roman VIII and Anne Boleyn. Great stinginess in Henry, for these ornaments must have been put up after Wolsey's fall. He could surely afford a diversity of this species of ornament, if any man could. Formerly, when the palace was completely a fishing house, it extended into, or rather over the river. We had a good dinner from Walter, and wended merrily home. April 21, dining is the principal act of the day in London. We took ours at Kensington with Croker. There were Theodore Hook, and other witty men. He looks unhealthy, and bloated there, was something I know not what a wanting to the cheerfulness of the party, and silence like a heavy cloud. O'er all the warriors hung. If the general report of Croker's retiring be accurate, it may account for this. April 22, Sophia left this to take down poor Johnny to Brighton. I fear, but we must hope the best. Anne went with her sister. Lockhart and I dined with Sotheby, where we met a large dining party, the orator of which was that extraordinary man Coleridge. After eating a hearty dinner, during which he spoke not a word, he began a most learned harangue on the Samothracian mysteries, which he considered as affording the germ of all tales about fairies past, present, and to come. He then diverged to Homer, whose Iliad he considered as a collection of poems by different authors at different times. During a century, there was, he said, the individuality of an age, but not of a country. Morit, a zealous worshipper of the old bard, was incensed at a system which would turn him into a polytheist, gave battle with keenness, and was joined by Sotheby. Our host, Mr. Coleridge, behaved with the utmost complaisance and temper, but relaxed not from his exertions. Zounds, I was never so bethumped with words. Morit's impatience must have cost him an extra sixpence worth of snuff. We went to Lady Davies in the evening, where there was a fashionable party. April 23, dined at Lady Davies with Lord and Lady Lansdowne, and several other fashionable folks. My keys were sent to Bramah's with my desk, so I have not had the means of putting matters down regularly for several days, but who cares for the whipped cream of London society? Our poor little Johnny is extremely Roman 99. My fears have been uniform for this engaging child. We are in God's hands, but the comfortable and happy object of my journey is ended. Sieged Emperor of Ethiopia was right after all. April 24, spent the day in rectifying a road bill, which drew a turnpike road through all the Darnicers' cottages, and a good field of my own. I got it put to rights. I was in some apprehension of being obliged to address the committee. I did not fear them, for I suppose they are no wiser or better in their capacity of legislators than I find them every day at dinner. But I feared for my reputation. They would have expected something better than the occasion demanded, or the individual could produce, and there would have been a failure. April 25, threatened to be carried down to vote at the election of a collector of the cess. Resolved, if I did go, to carry my son with me, which would give me a double vote. Had some disagreeable correspondence about this with Lord Minto and the sheriff. We had one or two persons at home in great wretchedness. To dinner, Lockhart's looks showed the misery he felt. I was not able to make any fight, and the evening went off as heavily as any I ever spent in the course of my life. Finished my turnpike business by getting the exceptionable clauses omitted, which would be good news to Darnick. Put all the mirror in proof, and corrected it. This is the contribution part of it to Mr. Reynolds and Heath's keepsake. We dined at Richardson's with the two chief barons of England and Scotland, odd enough the one being a Scotsman, and the other an Englishman. Far the pleasantest day we have had. I suppose I am partial, but I think the lawyers beat the bishops and the bishops beat the wits. April 26. This morning, I went to meet a remarkable man, Mr. Boyd of the house of Boyd Benfield Co., which broke for a very large sum at the beginning of the war. Benfield went to the devil. I believe Boyd, a man of a very different stamp, went over to Paris to look after some large claims which his house had over the French government. They were such as, it seems, they could not disavow, however they might be disposed to do so, but they used every effort by foul means and fair to induce Mr. Boyd to depart. He was reduced to poverty, he was thrown into prison, and the most flattering prospects were on the other hand held out to him, if he would compromise his claims. His answer was uniform. It was the property, he said, of his creditors, and he would die ere he resigned it. His distresses were so great that a subscription was made among his Scottish friends, to which I was a contributor through the request of poor Will Erskine. After the peace of Paris, the money was restored, and faithful to the last, Boyd laid the whole at his creditor's disposal, stating at the same time that he was penniless, unless they consented to allow him a moderate sum in name of percentage, in consideration of 20 years of danger, poverty, and exile, all of which evils he might have escaped by surrendering their right to the money. Will it be believed that a muckworm was base enough to refuse his consent to this deduction, alleging he had promised to his father on his deathbed never to compromise this debt? The wretch, however, was overpowered by the execrations of all around him, and concurred with others in setting apart for Mr. Boyd a sum of 40,000 or 50,000 out of 500,000 of money. This is a man to whom statues should be erected, and pilgrims should go to see him. He is good-looking, but old and infirm. Bright dark eyes and eyebrows contrast with his snowy hair, and all his features mark vigor of principle and resolution. Mr. Morritt dined with us, and we did as well as in the circumstances could be expected. Released from the alarm of being summoned down to the election, by a civil letter from Lord Minto, I am glad both of the relief and of the manner. I hate civil war amongst neighbors. April 27, breakfasted this day with Charles Dumergue on a poulet à la tartare, and saw all his family, specially my godson called on Lady Stafford and others, and dined at Croker's in the Admiralty, with the Duke of Wellington, Huskisson, Wilmot Horton, and others outs, and ins no politics of course, and every man disguising serious thoughts with a light brow. The Duke alone seemed open, though not letting out a word. He is one of the few whose lips are worth watching. I heard him say today that the best troops would run now. And then he thought nothing of men running, he said, provided they came back again. In war he had always his reserves. Poor Terry was here. When I returned, he seems to see his matters in a delusive light. April 28, an attack this day or yesterday from poor Gillies, boring me hard to apply to Menzies of Pitfaddles, to entreat him to lend him money. I could not get him to understand that I was decidedly averse to write to another gentleman, with whom I was hardly acquainted, to do that which I would not do myself. Tom Campbell is in miserable distress. She's son, insane, his wife, on the point of becoming so. I nunc et versus tecum mediter canoros. We Roman 1 E. Charles and I dined at Sir Francis Freeling's, with Colonel Harrison of the Board of Green Cloth, Dr. Maltby of Lincoln's Inn, and other pleasant people, Dr. Dibdin too, and Utterson, all old Roxburgh men. Pleasant party, were it not for a bad cold which makes me bark like a dog. April 29, Anne and Lockhart are off with the children this morning at 7, and Charles and I left behind, and this is the promised meeting of my household. I went to Dr. Gillies today to breakfast, met Sir Thomas Acland, who is the youngest man of his age I ever saw. I was so much annoyed with cough that on returning I took to my bed, and had a siesta to my considerable refreshment. Dr. Ferguson called, and advised caution in eating and drinking, which I will attend to. Dined accordingly. Duke of Sussex had cold, and did not come. A Mr. or Dr. Pettigrew made me speeches on his account, and invited me to see his Royal Highness library, which I am told is a fine one. Sir Peter Lorry, late sheriff, and in nomination to be Lord Mayor, bored me close, and asked more questions than would have been thought warrantable at the west end of the town. April 30, we had Mr. Adolphus and his father, the celebrated lawyer, to breakfast, and I was greatly delighted with the information of the latter. A barrister of extended practice, if he has any talents at all, is the best companion in the world. Dined with Lord Alvanley and a fashionable party, Lord Fitzroy Somerset Marquis, and Marchioness of Worcester, etc. Lord Alvanley's wit made the party very pleasant, as well as the kind reception of my friends, the Misses Arden. May 1 breakfasted with Lord and Lady Levison Gower, and enjoyed the splendid treat of hearing Mrs. Arkwright sing her own music, which is of the highest order. No forced vagaries of the voice, no caprices of tone, but all telling upon and increasing the feeling the words require. This is marrying music to immortal verse. Most people place them on separate maintenance. I met the Roxburgh Club, and settled to dine with them on 15th Curt. Lord Spencer in the chair. We voted Lord Olive a member. May 2 I breakfasted with a Mr. Bell, Great Ormond Street, a lawyer, and narrowly escaped Mr. Irving, the celebrated preacher. The two ladies of the house seemed devoted to his opinions, and quoted him at every word. Mr. Bell himself made some apologies for the millennium. He is a smart little antiquary who thinks he ought to have been a man of letters, and that his genius has been misdirected in turning towards the law. I endeavored to combat this idea, which his handsome house and fine family should have checked. Compare his dwelling, his comforts, with poor Tom Campbell's. I dined with the Literary Society, rather heavy work, though some excellent men were there. I saw, for the first time, Archdeacon Nares, long conductor of the British Critic. A gentlemanlike and pleasing man. Sir Henry Robert Inglis presided. May 3 breakfasted at my old friend Galley Knights, with whom in former days I used to make little parties to see poor Monk Lewis after breakfast. I drove to Leigh and Kennedy's and commissioned seeds and flowers for about 10, including some specimens of the Corsican and other pines. Their collection is very splendid. But once I think the neatness that I would have expected in the first nursery garden. In or near London, the essentials were admirably cared for. I saw one specimen of the Norfolk Island pine, the only one, young Lee said, which has been raised from all the seed that was sent home. It is not treated conformably to its dignity, for they cut the top off every year to prevent its growing out at the top of the conservatory. Sure, it were worthwhile to raise the house alongst with the plant. Looked in at Murray's, wrote some letters, etc., and walked home with the Dean of Chester, who saw me to my own door. I had but a few minutes to dress and go to the Royal Academy, to which I am attached in capacity of Professor of Antiquities. I was too late to see the paintings, but in perfect time to sit half an hour waiting for dinner, as the President, Sir Thomas Lawrence, expected a prince of the blood. He came not, but there were enough of grandees besides. Sir Thomas Lawrence did the honors very well, and compliments flew about like sugar plums at an Italian carnival. I had my share, and pleaded the immunities of a sinecurist for declining to answer. After the dinner, I went to Mrs. Scott of Harden to see and be seen by her nieces, the Herbert ladies. I don't know how their part of the entertainment turned out, but I saw 2 or 3 pretty girls. May 4 I breakfasted this morning with Sir Coutts Trotter, and had some Scottish talk. Visited Cooper, who kindly undertook to make my inquiries in Lyon. I was at home afterwards for 3 hours, but too much tired to do the least right thing. The distances in London are so great that no exertions, excepting those which a bird might make, can contend with them. You return weary and exhausted, fitter for a siesta than anything else in the evening. I dined with Mr. Peel, a great cabinet affair, and too dignified to be very amusing, though the landlord and the pretty landlady did all to make us easy. May 5 breakfasted with Haydon, and sat for my head. I hope this artist is on his legs again. The king has given him a lift by buying his clever picture of the election in the Fleet Prison, to which he is adding a second part, representing the chairing of the member. At the moment, it was interrupted by the entry of the guards. Haydon was once a great admirer and companion of the champions of the Cockney school, and is now disposed to renounce them and their opinions to this kind of conversation. I did not give much way. A painter should have nothing to do with politics. He is certainly a clever fellow, but somewhat too enthusiastic, which distress seems to have cured in some degree his wife. A pretty woman looked happy to see me, and that is something, yet it was very little I could do to help them. Dined at Lord Bathurst's in company with the Duke. There are better accounts of Johnny, but alas. May 7 breakfasted with Lord Francis Gower, and again enjoyed the great pleasure of meeting Mrs. Arkwright, and hearing her sing. She is, I understand, quite a heaven-born genius, having scarce skill enough in music to write down the tunes she composes. I can easily believe this. There is a pedantry among great musicians that deprives their performances of much that is graceful and beautiful. It is the same in the other fine arts, where fashion always prefers cant and slang to nature and simplicity. Dined at Mr. Watson Taylor's, where plate, etc., shown in great and somewhat ostentatious quantity. Croker was there, and very decisive and overbearing to a great degree. Strange, so clever a fellow should let his wit outrun his judgment. In general, the English understand conversation. Well, there is that ready deference for the claims of everyone who wishes to speak time about, and it is seldom nowadays that a lost toccata carries it away thus. I should have gone to the Duchess of Northumberland's to hear music tonight, but I felt completely fagged and betook myself home to bed. I learned a curious thing from Emily Lady Londonderry, namely, that in feeding all animals with your hand, you should never wear a glove which always affronts them. It is good authority for this peculiarity. May 8 breakfasted at Somerset House with Davies Gilbert, the new prizes of the Royal Society. Tea, coffee, and bread and butter, which is poor work. Certainly a slice of ham, a plate of shrimp, some broiled fish, or a mutton chop would have been becoming so learned a body. I was most kindly received, however, by Dr. Roman 500 Gilbert, and a number of the members. I saw Sir John Seabright, a singular personage. He told me his uniform plan was to support ministers, but he always found himself voting in opposition. I told him his deference to ministers was like that of the Frenchman to the enemy, who, being at his mercy, asked for his life. Anything in my power. Excepting that, sir, said Monsieur, Sir John has made progress in teaching animals without severity or beating. I should have liked to have heard him on this topic. Called at Northumberland House, and saw the Duke according to his report. I lost much by not hearing the two rival nightingales Sontag and Pasta last night, but I care not for it. Met Sir W. Knighton returned from the continent. He gives me to understand I will be commanded for Sunday. Sir W.K. asked me to sit for him to Northcote, and to meet him there at 1 tomorrow. I cannot refuse this, but it is a great bore. Dined with Mrs. Alexander of Ballochmyle, Lord and Lady Meath, who were kind to us in Ireland, and a Scottish pleasant from hearing the broad accents and honest thoughts of my native land. A large party in the evening. A gentleman came up to me and asked if I had seen the casket A. Curious work, the most beautiful, the most highly ornamented, and then the editor or editress, a female, so interesting, might he ask a very great favor and out. He pulled a piece of this picnic. I was really angry, and said for a subscription he might command, me for a contribution know that I had given to a great many of these things last year, and finding the labor occupied some considerable portion of my time, I had done a considerable article for a single collection, this year taking a valuable consideration for it, and engaged not to support any other. This may be misrepresented, but I care not. Suppose this patron of the Muses gives 5 guineas to his distressed lady. He will think he does a great deal, yet takes 50 from me, with the calmest air in the world, for the communication is worth, that if it be worth anything, there is no equality in the proposal. I saw today at Northumberland House, Bridge the jeweller having, and holding a George, richly ornamented with diamonds, being that which Queen Anne gave to the Duke of Marlborough, which his present representative pawned or sold, and which the present king bought, and presented to the Duke of Wellington. His Grace seemed to think this interesting jewel was one of 2 which had been preserved since the first institution of that order, that from the form and taste, I greatly doubt. Mr. Bridge put it again into his coat pocket, and walked through the street with 10,000 in his pocket. I wonder he is not hustled and robbed. I have sometimes envied rich citizens. But it was a mean and erroneous feeling. This man, who I suppose must be as rich as a Jew, had a shabby look in the Duke's presence, and seemed just a better sort of peddler. Better be a poor gentleman after. May 9 grounds of Foot's farce of the cozena's lady. Assert Mrs. Phipps, audaciously set up in a fashionable quarter of the town, as a person through whose influence properly propitiated favors and situations of importance might certainly be obtained always for a consideration. She cheated many people and maintained the trick for many months. One trick was to get the equipage of Lord North and other persons of importance to halt before her door, as if the owners were within, with respect to most of them. This was effected by bribing the drivers, but a gentleman who watched her closely observed that Charles J. Fox actually left his carriage and went into the house, and this more than once. He was then, it must be noticed, in the ministry. When Mrs. Phipps was blown up, this circumstance was recollected as deserving explanation, which Fox readily gave at Brooks and elsewhere. It seems Mrs. Phipps had the art to persuade him that she had the disposal of what was then called a hyena, that is an heiress, an immense Jamaica heiress, in whom she was willing to give or sell her interest to Charles Fox, without having perfect confidence in the obliging proposal. The great statesman thought the thing worth looking after, and became so earnest in it that Mrs. Phipps was desirous to back out of it for fear of discovery. With this view, she made confession one fine morning, with many professions of the deepest feelings, that the hyena had proved a frail monster, and given birth to a girl or boy. No matter which, even this did not make Charles quit chase of the hyena. He intimated that if the cash was plenty and certain, the circumstance might be overlooked. Mrs. Phipps had nothing for it but to double the disgusting dose. The poor child, she said, was unfortunately of a mixed color, somewhat tinged with the blood of Africa. No doubt Mr. Fox was himself very dark, and the circumstance might not draw attention, etc., etc. This singular anecdote was touched upon by Foote, and is the cause of introducing the negress into the cozenas, though no express allusion to Charles Fox was admitted. Lady tells me that in her youth the laugh was universal so soon as the black woman appeared. It is one of the numerous hits that will be lost to posterity. Jack Fuller, celebrated for his attempt on the speaker's wig, told me he was editing Foote, but I think he has hardly taste enough. He told me Coleman was to be his assistant. Went down in the morning to Montagu House, where I found the Duke going out to suffer a recovery. I had some fancy to see the ceremony, but more to get my breakfast, which I took at a coffee house at Charing Cross. I sat to Northcote, who is to introduce himself in the same piece, in the act of painting me like some pictures of the Venetian school. The artist is an old man, low in stature, and bent with years fourscore at least. But the eye is quick, and the countenance noble, a pleasant companion, familiar, with recollections of Sir Joshua Samuel Johnson Burke Goldsmith, etc., his account of the last confirms all that we have heard of his oddities. Dined with Mr. Arbuthnot, where met Duke of Rutland Lord, and Lady Londonderry, etc., etc. Went to hear, Mrs. Arkwright at Lady Charlotte Greville's Lockhart came home today. May 10 another long sitting to the old wizard Northcote. He really resembles an animated mummy. He has altered my ideas of Sir Joshua Reynolds, whom, from the expressions used by Goldsmith Johnson, and others I used to think an amiable and benevolent character. But though not void of generosity, he was cold, unfeeling, and indifferent to his family, so much so that his sister Miss Reynolds, after expressing her wonder at the general acceptance which Sir Joshua met with in society, concluded with, "For me I only see in him a dark gloomy tyrant. I own this view of his character, hurt me by depriving me of the pleasing vision of the highest talents united with the kindest temper." But Northcote says his disagreeable points were rather negative than positive, a want of feeling, than any desire to hurt or tyrannize. They arose from his exclusive attachment to art. Dined with a pleasant party at Lord Gower's. Lady Gower is a beautiful woman, and extremely courteous. Mrs. Arkwright was of the party. I am getting well acquainted with her, and think I can see a great deal of sense mixed with her accomplishment. May 11 breakfasted with Dr. Maltby, preacher in Lincoln's Inn. He was to have been the next bishop, if the Whigs had held their ground. His person, manners, and attainments would have suited the lawn sleeves. Well, I heard service in the chapel, which is a very handsome place of worship. It is upstairs, which seems extraordinary, and the space beneath forms cloisters, in which the ancient benchers of this society of Lincoln's Inn are entered. I met my old friend Sir William Grant, and had some conversation with him. Dr. Maltby gave us a good sermon upon the introduction of the gospel. There was only one monument in the chapel, a handsome tablet to the memory of Percival. The circumstance that it was the only monument in the chapel of a society which had produced so many men of talents and distinction was a tribute due to the suddenness of his strange catastrophe. There is nothing very particular in the hall of Lincoln's Inn, nor its parlor, which are like those of a college. Indeed, the whole establishment has a monastic look. Sat to Northcote, who only requires Dio Gratia's another sitting, dined with his majesty. In a very private part of 5 or 6 only being present, I was received most kindly as usual. It is impossible to conceive a more friendly manner than his majesty used towards me. I spoke to SWK about the dedication of the collected works, and he says it will be highly well taken. I went after the party broke up to Mrs. Scott of Harden, where I made acquaintance with her beautiful kinswoman, Lady Sarah Ponsonby, whose countenance is really seraphic and totally devoid of affectation. May 12 old George Roman, too, was, as is well known, extremely passionate on these occasions. His small stock of English totally failed him, and he used to express his indignation in the following form: "GDN me, who, I am got DN you, who you be Lockhart." And I visited a Mrs. Quillinan, with whom Wordsworth and his wife have pitched their tent. I was glad to see my old friend, whose conversation has so much that is fresh and manly in it. I do not at all acquiesce in his system of poetry, and I think he has injured his own fame by adhering to it, but a better or more sensible man I do not know than W.W. Afterwards Lockhart and I called on Miss Nicholson, and from thence I wandered down into that immense hash of a city to see Heath, and fortunately caught hold on him. All this made me too late for Northcote, who was placable however. Dined at Sir John Shelley's, a petty couvert. Here were the Duke of Wellington, Duke of Rutland, and only 1 or 2 more, particularly Mr. and Mrs. Arbuthnot. The evening was very pleasant, and did not break up till 12 at night. May 13 breakfasted with Sir George Phillips. There was Sidney Smith, full of fun and spirit, and his daughter, who is a good-humoured, agreeable girl. We had a pleasant breakfast party. The Catholics have carried their question, which I suppose will be thrown out in the Lords. I think they had better concede this oft-disputed point, and dissolve the league, which binds so many people in opposition to government. It is a matter of great consequence that men should not acquire the habit of opposing. No earthly advantage would arise to Ireland from ceding what is retained, where so much has been already yielded up. Indeed, the Catholic gentry do not pretend that the granting the immunities they require would tranquilize the country, but only that it would remove from men of honor all pretext for countenancing them. This is on the principle of the solicitor of the unhappy Raja Nuncomer, who, after extorting as much money as he could under pretense of bribing persons to procure his pardon, facilitate his escape, etc., found himself pressed by his victim for a final answer, The preparations for death are ready, said the Raja, I fear notwithstanding. All you have told me their intention is to take my life, by GD, replied the trusty solicitor. If they do, I will never forgive them, so, if there are further disturbances after the Catholic claims are granted, I suppose those by whom they are now advocated will never forgive their friends the Pats. And that will be all John Bull will get for it. I dined with Lady Stafford, for whom I have much regard. I recollect her, ever since she stood at her Aunt Lady Glenorchy's window in George Square, reviewing her regiment of Sutherland giants. She was, as she ever is, most attentive and kind. May 14, I carried Lockhart to Lady Frances Gower's to hear Mrs. Arkwright sing, and I think he admired her as much as his nature permits him to love anything musical, for he certainly is not quickly moved by concord of sweet sounds. I do not understand them better than he, but the voce del petto always affects me, and Mrs. A has it in perfection. I have received as much pleasure from that lady's music as sound could ever give me. Lockhart goes off for Brighton. I had a round of men in office. I waited on the Duke at Downing St. And I think put Roman 50 right there, if he will look to himself. But I can only tee the ball, he must strike the blow with the golf club himself. I saw Mr. Renton. And he promised to look after Harper's business favorably. Good gracious, what a solicitor we are grown. Dined with Lady Davy, a pleasant party. But I was out of spirits, I think partly on Johnny's account, partly from fatigue. There was William Henry Littleton, amongst others. Much of his oddity has rubbed off. And he is an honored, courtly gentleman with a great deal of wit, and not one of the fine people who perplex you by shutting their mouths. If you begin to speak, I never fear quizzing, so am not afraid of this species of Lingonwaite. Lord, have mercy on me if I were. May 15, dined at the Roxburgh Club. Lord Spencer presided, but had a cold which limited his exertions. Lord Clive, beside whom I sat, was deaf though intelligent, and good-humoured. The Duke of Devonshire was still deafer. There were many little chirruping men who might have talked, but went into committee. There was little general conversation. I should have mentioned that I breakfasted with kind good Mr. Hughes, and met the Bishop of Llandaff, strongly intelligent. I do not understand his politics about the Catholic question. He seems disposed to concede, yet is Toryismus. Perhaps they wish the question ended, but the present opinions of the sovereign are too much interested to permit them to quit it. May 16, breakfasted with Mr. Reynolds, a miscellaneous party. Wordsworth, right welcome unto me, was there. I had also a sight of Godwin the philosopher grown old, and thin off Douglas Kinnaird, whom I asked about Byron's statue, which is going forward off Luttrell, and others whom I knew not. I stayed an instant at Pickering's, a young publisher's, and bought some dramatic reprints. I love them very much, but I would not advise a young man to undertake them. They are of course dear, and as they have not the dignity of scarcity, the bibliomaniacs pass them by as if they were plated candlesticks. They may hold as good a light for all that as if they were real silver, and therefore I buy them when I can light on them. But here I am spending money when I have more need to make it. On Monday the 26th it shall be northward ho. Dined at Lady Georgiana and Mr. Agar Ellis. There were Lord and Lady Stafford there, and others to whom I am sincerely attached. May 17, a day of busy idleness. Richardson came and breakfasted with me like a good fellow. Then I went to Mr. Chantry, and sat for an hour to finish the bust. Thereafter, about 12 o'clock, I went to breakfast the second at Lady Shelley's, where there was a great morning party. A young lady begged a lock of my hair, which was not worth refusing. I stipulated for a kiss, which I was permitted to take. From this I went to the Duke of Wellington, who gave me some hints, or rather details, afterwards. I drove out to Chiswick, where I had never been before. A numerous and gay party were assembled to walk and enjoy the beauties of that Palladian dome. The place and highly ornamented gardens belonging to it resemble a picture of Watteau. There is some affectation in the picture, but in the ensemble the original looked very well. The Duke of Devonshire received everyone with the best possible manners. The scene was dignified by the presence of an immense elephant who, under charge of a groom, wandered up and down, giving an air of Asiatic pageantry to the entertainment. I was never before sensible of the dignity which largeness of size and freedom of movement give to this otherwise very ugly animal. As I was to dine at Holland House, I did not partake in the magnificent repast which was offered to us, and took myself off. About 5 o'clock I contrived to make a demi-toilette at Holland House, rather than drive all the way to London. Rogers came to dinner, which was very entertaining. The Duke of Manchester was there, whom I remember having seen long ago. He had left a part of his brain in Jamaica, by a terrible fracture, yet notwithstanding the accident, and the bad climate, was still a fine-looking man. Lady Holland pressed me to stay all night, which I did accordingly. May 18, the freshness of the air, the singing of the birds, the beautiful aspect of nature, the size of the venerable trees, all gave me a delightful feeling this morning. It seemed there was pleasure even in living and breathing. Without anything else, we roam in one eat. Rogers and I wandered into a green lane bordered with fine trees, which might have been 20 miles from a town. It will be a great pity when this ancient house must come down and give way to brickworks and brick houses. It is not that Holland House is fine. As a building, on the contrary, it has a tumble-down look, and although decorated with the bastard Gothic of James Roman I's time, the front is heavy, but it resembles many respectable matrons, who having been absolutely ugly during youth acquire by age an air of dignity, though one is chiefly affected by the air of deep seclusion which is spread around the domain. I called on Mr. Peel as I returned home, and after that on Lord Melville. The latter undertook for Alan Cunningham's son's cadetship, for which I am right glad. Dined at Mr. and Lady Sarah Ponsonby's, who called on us last year at Abbotsford. The party was very pleasant, having Lord and Lady Gower, whom I like, Mr. and Lady Georgiana Ellis, and other persons of distinction, saw Wordsworth too, and learned that Tom Moore was come to town. May 19, a morning of business, breakfasted with Dumergue, and one or two friends, dined by command with the Duchess of Kent. I was very kindly recognized by Prince Leopold. I was presented to the little Princess Victoria. I hope they will change her name, the heir apparent to the crown. As things now stand, how strange that so large and fine a family as that of his late Majesty should have died off, and decayed into old age, with so few descendants. Prince George of Cumberland is, they say, a fine boy about 9 years old, a bit of a pickle, swears and romps like a brat that has been bred in a barrack yard. This little lady is educated with much care and watched so closely by the Duchess and the principal governess that no busy maid has a moment to whisper, "You are heir of England." I suspect, if we could dissect the little head, we should find that some pigeon or other bird of the air had carried the matter. She is fair like the royal family, but does not look as if she would be pretty. The Duchess herself is very pleasing and affable in her manners. I sat by Mr. Spring Rice, a very agreeable man. He is a great leader among the pro-Catholics. I saw also Charles Wynne and his Lady Anne the evening for a court evening. Went agreeably off. I am commanded for 2 days by Prince Leopold, but will send excuses. May 20, I set out for Brighton this morning, in a light coach, which performed the distance in 6 hours. Otherwise, the journey was uncomfortable. 3 women, the very specimens of womankind, I mean Trumpry, a child who was sick, but afterwards looked and smiled, and was the only thing like company. The road is pleasant enough till it gets into the Wealds of Sussex, a huge succession of green downs which sweep along the seacoast for many miles. Brighton seems grown twice as large since 1815. It is a city of loiterers and invalids, a vanity pair for pipers dancing of bears. And for the feats of Mr. Punch, I found all my family well excepting the poor pale Johnny, and he is really a thing to break one's heart by looking idiot. He is better, the rest are in high kelter. My old friend Will Rose dined with us, also a Dr. Yates, and his wifeth Esculapius of Brighton, who seems a sensible man. I was entertained with the empire he exerted over him, as protector of his health. I was very happy to find myself at Sophia's quiet table, and am only sorry that I must quit her so soon. May 21, this being a fine day, we made some visits in the morning, in the course of which I waited on Mrs. Davies, sister of Mrs. Charlotte Smith, and herself, the author of the Peacock, at home, one of the prettiest and liveliest Jew d'esprit in our language. She is a fine stately old lady, not a bit of a literary person, I mean, having none of the affectation of it, but like a lady of considerable rank. I am glad I have seen her, renewed my acquaintance with Lady Charlotte Hamilton, nee Lady Charlotte Hume, and talked over some stories 30 years old at least. We then took a fly, as they call the light carriages, and drove as far as the Devil's Ditch, a rampart. It is of great strength and depth, enclosing, I presume, the precincts of a British town that must have held 30,000 men at least. I could not discover where they got water. We got home at 4 and dined at 5 and smoked cigars till 8. Will Rose came in with his man Hinvies, who is as much a piece of Rose as Trim was of Uncle Toby. We laughed over tales both old and new, till 10 o'clock came and then broke up. May 22, left Brighton this morning, with a heavy heart. Poor Johnny looks so very poorly that I cannot but regard his case as desperate, and then God help the child's parents, amen. We took the whole of one of the post coaches, and so came rapidly to town, Sophia coming along with us about a new servant. This enabled me to dine with Mr. Adolphus, the celebrated barrister, the father to my young friend who wrote so like a gentleman on my matters. I met Mr. Gurney, Archdeacon Wrangham, and a lawyer or two besides. I may be partial, but the conversation of intelligent barristers amuses me. More than that of other professional persons, there is more of real life in it with which in all its phases people of business get so well acquainted. Mr. Adolphus is a man of varied information, and very amusing. He told me a gypsy told him of the success he should have in life, and how it would be endangered by his own heat of temper, alluding, I believe, to a quarrel betwixt him and a brother barrister. May 23 I breakfasted with Chantry, and met the celebrated Coke of Norfolk, a very pleasing man who gave me some account of his plantations. I understand from him that, like every wise man, he planted land that would not let for fives per acre, but which now produces 3,000 a year. In wood he talked of the trees which he had planted as being so thick that a man could not fathom them. Withers, he said, was never employed save upon one or two small jobs of about 20 acres, on which every expense was bestowed, with a view to early growth. So much for Withers. I shall have a rod in pickle for him if worth. While after sitting to Chantry for the last time, I called on Lady Shelley P.P. Roman 100, and was sorry to find her worse than she had been. Dined with Lady Stafford, where I met the two Locks, John and James. The former gave me his promise for a cadetship to Alan Cunningham's son. I have a similar promise from Lord Melville, and thus I am in the situation in which I have been at Gladdy's wheel, where I have caught two trouts, one with the fly, the other with the bobber. I have landed both, and so I will now. Mr. Locke also promised me to get out Shortreed as a free mariner. Tom Grenville was at dinner. May 24, this day we dined at Richmond Park, with Lord Sidmouth. Before dinner his lordship showed me letters, which passed between the great Lord Chatham and Dr. Addington, Lord Sidmouth's father. There was much of that familiar friendship which arises, and must arise, between an invalid, the head of an invalid family, and their medical adviser, supposing the last to be a wise and well-bred man. The character of Lord Chatham's handwriting is strong and bold, and his expressions short and manly. There are intimations of his partiality for William, whose health seems to have been precarious during boyhood. He talks of William imitating him in all he did, and calling for ale, because his father was recommended to drink it. If I should smoke, he said William would instantly call for a pipe, and he wisely infers I must take care what I do. The letters of the late William Pitt are of great curiosity, but as like all real letters of business, they only allude to matters with which his correspondent is well acquainted, and do not enter into details. They would require an ample commentary. I hope Lord Sidmouth will supply this, and have urged it as much as I can. I think, though I hate letters and abominate interference, I will write to him on this subject. I have bought a certain quantity of reprints from a bookseller in Chancery Lane. Pickering by name, I urged him to print the controversy between Green and the Harveys. He wished me to write a third part to a fine edition of Cotton's Angler, for which I am quite incompetent. I met at Richmond my old and much esteemed friend Lord Stowell, looking very frail and even comatose quantum mudetis. He was one of the pleasantest men I ever knew. Respecting the letters, I picked up from those of Pitt that he was always extremely desirous of peace with France, and even reckoned upon it at a moment when he ought to have despaired. I suspect this false view of the state of France, for such it was, which induced the British minister to look for peace when there was no chance of it, damped his ardor in maintaining the war. He wanted the lofty ideas of his father. Read it in his handwriting, great statesman. As he was, I saw a letter or two of Burke's, in which there is an épanchement du cœur not visible in those of Pitt, who writes like a premier to his colleague. Burke was under the strange hallucination that his son, who predeceased him, was a man of greater talents than himself. On the contrary, he had little talent and no resolution on moving some resolutions in favor of the Catholics, which were ill received by the House of Commons. Young Burke actually ran away, which an Orangeman compared to a cross-reading in the newspapers yesterday. The Catholic resolutions were moved, etc., but the pistol missing fire, the villains ran off. May 25, after a morning of letter-writing, leave-taking papers, destroying and God knows what trumpery Sophia, and I set out for Hampton Court, carrying with us the following lions and lionesses: Samuel Rogers, Tom Moore Wordsworth with wife and daughter. We were very kindly and properly received by Walter and his wife, and a very pleasant party. May 26, an awful confusion with paying of bills, writing of cards, and all species of trumpery business. Southey, who has just come to town, breakfasted with us. He looks, I think, but poorly, but it may be owing to family misfortune. One is always tempted to compare Wordsworth and Southey. The latter is unquestionably the greater scholar, I mean, possesses the most extensive stock of information, but there is a freshness, vivacity, and spring about Wordsworth's mind, which, if we may compare two men of uncommon powers, shows more originality. I say nothing of their poetry. Wordsworth has a system which disposes him to take the bull by the horns and offend public taste, which, right or wrong, will always be the taste of the public. Yet he could be popular if he would witness the feast at Brougham Castle. Song of the Cliffords, I think, is the name. I walked down to call with Rogers on Mrs. D'Arblay. She showed me some notes which she was making about her novels, which she induced me to believe had been recollected and jotted down, in compliance with my suggestions on a former occasion. It is curious how she contrived to get Evelina printed and published without her father's knowledge. Her brother placed it in the hands of one Loans, who after its success bought it for 20, and had the magnanimity to add 10 the price. I think of Paradise. Lost one of her sisters, betrayed the secret to her father, who then eagerly lent his ears to hear what was said of the new novel, and the first opinion which saluted his delighted ears was the voice of Johnson energetically recommending it to the perusal of Mrs. Thrale. At parting, Rogers gave me a gold-mounted pair of glasses, which I will not part with in a hurry. I really like Rogers, and have always found him most friendly after many petty delays. We set off at last, and reached Bushy Grove to dine with my kind and worthy family friend and relative David Halliburton. I am delighted to find him in all the enjoyment of life, with the vivacity of youth in his sentiments and enjoyments. Mr. and Mrs. Campbell Marjoribanks are the only company here, with Miss Parker. May 27. Well, my retreat from London is now accomplished, and I may fairly balance the advantage and loss of this London trip. It has cost me a good deal of money, and Johnny's illness has taken away much of the pleasure I had promised myself. But if I can judge from the reception I have met with, I have the pleasure to know that I stand as fair with the public, and as high with my personal friends, as in any period of my life. And this has enabled me to forward the following objects to myself and others. First, I have been able to place Lockhart on the right footing in the right quarter, leaving the improvement of his place of vantage to himself, as circumstances should occur. 2d. I have put the Chancery suit in the right train, which without me could not have been done. 3d. I picked up some knowledge of the state of existing matters, which is interesting and may be useful. 4th, I have succeeded in helping to get a commission for James Skene. 5th, I have got 2 cadetships for the sons of Alan Cunningham. 6th, I have got leave to Andrew Shortreed to go out to India. 7th, I have put John Eckford into correspondence with Mr. Locke, who thinks he can do something for his claim. 8th, I have been of material assistance to poor Terry in his affairs. 9th, I have effectually protected my Darnick neighbors and myself against the new road bill. Other advantages there are besides the great one of scouring up one's own mind a little and renewing intercourse with old friends, bringing on a self nearer, in short, to the currency of the time. All this may weigh against the expenditure of 200 or 250, when money is fortunately not very scarce with me. We went out for a most agreeable drive through the Hertfordshire lanes, a strange, intricate combination of narrow roads, passing through the country, winding and turning among oaks and other large timber. Just like pathways cut through a forest, they wind and turn in so singular a manner, and resemble each other so much that a stranger would have difficulty to make way amongst them. We visited Moor Park, not the house of Sir William Temple, but that where the Duke and Duchess of Monmouth lived, having rather a commanding situation. You look down on the valley, which, being divided into small enclosures bordered with wood, resembles a forest. When so looked down on, the house has a handsome entrance hall painted by Sir James Thornhill in a very French taste, yet handsome. He was Hogarth's father-in-law, and not easily reconciled to the match. Thornhill's paintings are certainly not of the first class, yet the practice of painting the walls and roof of a dwelling house gives in my eyes a warm and rich air to the apartments. Lord Grosvenor has now bought this fine place, once Lord Ansonchance. The Moor Park apricot is also called Ansoniana. After seeing Moor Park, we went to the Grove, the Earl of Clarendon's countrysat. The house looks small and of little consequence, but contains many good portraits, as I was told, of the Hyde family. The park has fine views and magnificent trees. We went to Cashiobury, belonging to the Earl of Essex, an old mansion, apparently with a fine park. The colony runs through the grounds, or rather creeps through them. For the colony is black and swollen. Snake-like he winds his way, unlike the burns, from Highland urns that dance by crag and brae. Borthwickbury came to dinner from town, and we had a very pleasant evening. My excellent old friend reminded me of the old and bitter feud between the Scots and the Haliburtons, and observed it was curious I should have united the blood of two hostile clans. May 28, we took leave of our kind old host after breakfast, and set out for our own land. Our elegant researches carried us out of the highroad, and through a labyrinth of intricate lanes which seemed made on purpose to afford strangers the full benefit of a dark night, and a drunk driver in order to visit Gill's Hill, famous for the murder of Mr. Ware. The place has the strongest title to the description of Wordsworth. A merry spot 'tis said in days of yore. But something ails it now, the place is cursed. The principal part of the house has been destroyed, and only the kitchen remains standing. The garden has been dismantled, though a few laurels and garden shrubs run wild, continue to mark the spot. The fatal pond is now only a green swamp, but so near the house that one cannot conceive how it was ever chosen as a place of temporary concealment of the murdered body. Indeed, the whole history of the murder and the scenes which ensued are strange pictures of desperate and short-sighted wickedness. The feasting, singing murderer with his hands, still bloody, hanging round the neck of one of the females watch and of the murdered man, argue the utmost apathy. Even Probert, the most frightened of the party, fled no further for relief than to the brandy bottle, and is found in the very lane and at the spot of the murder, seeking for the murderous weapon, and exposing himself to the view of the passengers. Another singular mark of stupid audacity was their venturing to wear the clothes of their victim. There was a want of foresight in the whole arrangement of the deed, and the attempts to conceal it, which argued strange inconsideration, which a professed robber would not have exhibited. There was just one single shade of redeeming character about a business so brutal, perpetrated by men above the very lowest rank of life. It was the mixture of revenge, which afforded some relief to the circumstances of treachery and premeditation, which accompanied it. But Ware was a cheat, and had no doubt pillaged Thurtell, who therefore deemed he might take greater liberties with him than with others. The dirt of the present habitation equaled its wretched desolation, and a truculent-looking hag, who showed us the place, and received half a crown, looked not unlike the natural inmate of such a mansion. She indicated as much herself, saying the landlord had dismantled the place, because no respectable person would live there. She seems to live entirely alone, and fears no ghosts, she says. One thing about this mysterious tragedy was never explained. It is said that, whereas is the habit of such men, always carried about his person, and between his flannel waistcoat, and shirt, a sum of ready money equal to 1,500 or 2,000, no such money was ever recovered. And as the sum divided by Thurtell among his accomplices was only about 20, he must, in slang phrase, have bucketed his pals. We came on as far as Alconbury, where we slept comfortably. May 29, we traveled from Alconbury Hill to Ferry Bridge, upwards of 100 miles, amid all the beauties of flourish and verdure, which spring awakens at her first approach in the Midland counties of England, but without any variety save those of the seasons, making, I do believe, this Great North Road is the dullest in the world, as well as the most convenient for the traveler. Nothing seems to me to have been altered within 20 or 30 years, save the noses of the landlords, which have bloomed and given place to another set of proboscises, as Germanus, the old ones, to the very welcome Epleys to light horses forward, and ready out the skeleton at Barnby Moor has deserted his gibbet, and that is the only change I recollect. I have amused myself today with reading Lockhart's Life of Burns, which is very well written, in fact, an admirable thing. He has judiciously slurred over his vices and follies, for although Curry, I myself, and others have not said a word more on that subject than is true, yet as the dead corpse is straightened, swathed, and made decent, so ought the character of such an inimitable genius as Burns to be tenderly handled after death. The knowledge of his vicious weaknesses or vices is only a subject of sorrow to the well-disposed and of triumph to the profligate. May 30, we left Ferry Bridge at 7, and turning westwards, or rather northwestward, at Borough Bridge, we roached Rokeby at past 3 a mile from the house. We met Morit looking for us. I had great pleasure at finding myself at Rokeby, and recollecting 100 passages of past time. Morit looks well and easy in his mind, which I am delighted to see. He is now one of my oldest, and I believe one of my most sincere friends, a man unequaled in the mixture of sound good sense, high literary cultivation, and the kindest and sweetest temper that ever graced a human bosom. His nieces are much attached to him, and are deserving and elegant as well as beautiful young women. What there is in our partiality to female beauty that commands a species of temperate homage from the aged, as well as ecstatic admiration from the young I cannot conceive. But it is certain that a very large proportion of some other amiable quality is too little to counterbalance the absolute want of this advantage I to whom beauty is, and shall henceforth be a picture still look upon it with the quiet devotion of an old worshipper, who no longer offers incense on the shrine, but peaceably presents his inch of taper, taking special care, in doing so not to burn his own fingers. Nothing in life can be more ludicrous or contemptible than an old man aping the passions of his youth. Talking of youth, there was a certain professor at Cambridge, who used to keep sketches of all the youths who, from their conduct at college, seemed to bid fair for distinction in life. He showed them one day to an old, shrewd, sarcastic master of arts who looked over the collection, and then observed a promising nest of eggs. What a pity the great part will turn out addle! And so they do, looking round amongst the young men, one sees to all appearance fine flourish, but it ripens not. May 31. I have finished Napier's War in the Peninsula. It is written in the spirit of a liberal, but the narrative is distinct and clear, and I should suppose accurate. He has, however, given a bad sample of accuracy in the case of Lord Strangford, where his pointed affirmation has been as pointedly repelled. It is evident he would require probing. His defense of Moore is spirited and well argued, though it is evident he defends the statesman as much as the general. As a liberal and a military man, Colonel Napier finds it difficult to steer his course. The former character calls on him to plead for the insurgent Spaniards. The latter induces him to palliate the cruelties of the French. Good heaven to him. Until next volume, which I shall long to see. This was a day of pleasure, and nothing else. After breakfast, I walked with Morit in the new path he has made up the teas. When last here his poor nephew was of the party. It hangs on my mind, and perhaps on Morit's. When we returned, we took a short drive as far as Barnard Castle, and the business of eating and drinking took up the remainder of the evening, excepting a dip into the Greta walk. June 1. We took leave of our friends at Rokeby after breakfast, and pursued our well-known path over Stanmore to Appleby, Penrith, and Carlisle. As I have this road by heart, I have little amusement save the melancholy task of recalling the sensations with which I have traced it in former times, all of which refer to decay of animal strength and abatement, if not of mental powers, at least of mental energy. The non-est tanti grows fast at my time of life. We reached Carlisle at 7 o'clock, and were housed for the night. My books being exhausted, I lighted on an odd volume of the Gentleman's Magazine, a work in which, as in a pawnbroker's shop, much of real curiosity and value are stowed away and concealed amid the frippery and trumpery of those reverend old gentlewomen who were the regular correspondents of the work. June 2. We intended to walk to the castle, but were baffled by Rainey, whether I was obliged to wait for a certificate from the parish register. Hi Mihai, I cannot have it till 10 o'clock, or rather, as it chanced, till past 11. When I got the paper for which I waited, we lunched at Howick, and concluded our pilgrimage at Abbotsford about 9 at night, where the joyful barking of the dogs, with the sight of the kind familiar faces of our domestics, gave us welcome, and I enjoyed a sound repose on my own bed. I remark that in this journey I have never once experienced depression of spirits, or the tremor cordis of which I have sometimes such unpleasant visits. Dissipation, and a succession of trifling engagements, prevent the mind from throwing itself out in the manner calculated to exhaust the owner, and to entertain other people. There is a lesson in this. June 3. Abbotsford. This was a very idle day. I waked to walk about my beautiful young woods with old Tom, and the dogs. The sun shone bright, and the wind fanned my cheek, as if it were a welcoming. I did not do the least right thing, except packing a few books necessary for writing the continuation of the tales. In this merry mood, I wandered as far as Huntley Burn, where I found the Miss Fergusons well and happy. Then I sauntered back to Abbotsford, sitting on every bench by the way, and thus it grew to dinner. In conclusion, a good appetite made my simple meal relish better than the magnificent cheer which I have lately partaken of. I smoked a cigar, slept away an hour, and read Muir of Auchendrane's trial, and thus ended the day. I cannot afford to spend many such, nor would they seem so pleasant. June 4. Edinburgh. The former part of this day was employed much as yesterday, but some packing was inevitable. Will Laidlaw came to dinner, of which we partook at 3 o'clock, started at 4:30, and arrived at home, if we must call it so, at 9 o'clock in the evening. I employed my leisure in the chaise to peruse Muir of Auchendrane's trial, out of which something might be coopered up for the public. It is one of the wildest stories I ever read. Something might surely be twisted out of it. June 5. Cadle breakfasted in great spirits, with the success of the Fair Maid of Perth. A disappointment being always to be apprehended, I too am greatly pleased that the evil day is adjourned for the time must commend, yet I can spin a tough yarn still with anyone now going. I was much distressed to find that the last of the MacDonald Buchanans, a fine lad of about 21, is now decidedly infected by the same pulmonary complaint, which carried off his four brothers in succession. This is indeed a cruel stroke, and it is melancholy to witness the undaunted Highland courage of the father. I went to court, and when I returned did some work upon the tales. And now again, boys to the oar. June 6 I have determined to work sans intermission for lost time, and to make up at least my task, every day J. Gibson called on me with good hopes that the trustees will authorize the grand opus to be set afloat. They are scrupulous a little about the expense of engravings, but I fear the taste of the town will not be satisfied without them. It is time these things were settled. I wrought both before and after dinner, and finished 5 pages, which is 2 above bargain. June 7 Saturday was another working day, and nothing occurred to disturb me. June 8 I finished 5 sheets this day. Will Clerk and Francis Scott of Harden came to dinner, and we spent a pleasant evening. June 9 I labored till about 1, and was then obliged to go to attend a meeting of the oil gas companies, I devoutly hope for the last time. After that, I was obliged to go to sit to Calvin Smith, which is an atrocious bore, but cannot be helped. Cadle rendered me report of accounts paid for me with vouchers, which very nearly puts me out of all shop debts. God grant me grace to keep so. June 10-14 During these 5 days, almost nothing occurred to diversify the ordinary task of the day, which I must own was dull enough. I rose to my task by 7, and less or more, wrought it out in the course of the day, far exceeding the ordinary average of 3 leaves per day. I have attended the Parliament House with the most strict regularity, and returned to dine alone with Anne. Also, I gave 3 sittings to Mr. Calvin Smith, who I think has improved since I saw him. Of important intelligence, nothing occurs save the termination of all suspense on the subject of poor James MacDonald Buchanan. He died at Malta. The celebrated Dugald Stewart is also dead, famous for his intimate acquaintance with the history and philosophy of the human mind. There is much of water painting in all metaphysics which consist rather of words than ideas, but Stewart was most impressive and eloquent in former days. I was frequently with him, but not for many years latterly. I am told he had lost not the power of thinking, but the power of expressing his thoughts by speech. This is like the metamorphosis of Ovid, the bark binding in and hardening the living flesh. June 15 W. Clerk Francis Scott and Charles Sharp dined with me, but my task had been concluded before dinner. June 16 dined at Dalmahoy with the young Earl and Countess of Morton. I like these young noble folks particularly. Well, their manners and style of living are easy and unaffected, and I should like to see them. Often came home at night. The task finished today. I should mention that the plan about the new edition of the novels was considered at a meeting of trustees, and finally approved of. I trust it will answer yet who can warrant the continuance of popularity. Old Corey, who entered into many projects, and could never set the sails of a windmill, so as to catch the aura popularis, used to say that he believed that were he to turn baker it would put bread out of fashion. I have had the better luck to dress my sails to every wind, and so blow on good wind, and spin round whirligig. June 17 Violent rheumatic headache all day. Wrought, however, but what difference this troublesome addition may make on the quality of the stuff produced. Truly, I do not know. I finished 5 leaves. June 18 Some Italian gentlemen landed here, under the conveyance of the Mrs. Haig of Bemerside. They were gentlemanlike men, but as I did not dare to speak bad French, I had not much to say to foreigners. Gave them and their pretty guides a good breakfast. However, the scene seemed to me to resemble Sheridan's scene in The Critic. There are a number of very civil gentlemen trying to make themselves understood, and I do not know which is the interpreter. After all, it is not my fault. They who wish to see me should be able to speak my language. I called on Mrs. Stuart Mackenzie. She received me with all the kindness of former days, and I was delighted to see her. I sat about an hour with her. My head aches for all that, and I have heavy fits of drowsiness. Well, I have finished my task, and have a right to sleep if I have a mind. I dined today with Lord Mackenzie, where I hope to meet Mrs. Stuart Mackenzie again, for I love her warm heart and lively fancy. Accordingly, I enjoyed this pleasure. June 19 Scribbled away lustily. Went to the PH. Wrote, when I came home, both before and after dinner. That's all. I think I am become a sort of writing automaton, and truly the joints of my knees, especially the left, are so stiff and painful in rising and sitting down that I can hardly help screaming. I that was so robust and active, I get into a carriage with great difficulty. My head, too, is bothered with rheumatic headaches. Why not? I got headaches by my folly when I was young, and now I am old they come uncalled. Infirmity gives what indiscretion bought. June 20, my course is still the same, but I have a painful letter from Lockhart, which takes away the last hope of poor Johnny's recovery. It is no surprise to me the poor child, so amiable in its disposition, and so promising from its talents, was not formed to be long with us. And I have long expected that it must needs come to this. I hope I shall not outlive my children in other cases, and I think there is little chance of it. My father did not long survive the 70. It will be wonderful if I reach that goal of ordinary mortality. God send it may find me prepared, and whatever I may have been formerly, high spirits are not now like to carry me away. June 21, at court and called on Ballantyne. On my return, I was obliged to go to the register office at 1, where I waited nearly an hour without meeting my brethren. But I wrote a letter to Lockhart in the meantime. My niece, Anne, arrived to my great satisfaction. I am glad that Anne, my daughter, has such a sensible and clever companion. Dined at Baron Hum's. June 22, Rott had a note from Ballantyne complaining of my manuscript and requesting me to read it over. I would give 1,000 if I could, but it would take me longer to read than to write. I cannot trace my pieds de mouche, but with great labor and trouble, so e'en take your own share of the burden, my old friend. And since I cannot read, be thankful. I can write. I will look at his proof, however, and then be quiet and idle for the rest of the evening. I am come to Charles the First's trial, and though I have it by heart, I must refresh myself with a reading of Clarendon. Charles Sharp and Francis Scott came in the evening. June 23, this morning, the two Annes and I went to Sir Robert Liston at Milburn Towera. Beautiful retreat. The travels of the venerable diplomatist are indicated by the various articles of curiosity, which he has picked up in different corners of the world, and put together with much taste. The conservatory and gardens are very fine, and contain, I suppose, very curious plants. I am sure hard names enough. But then the little Gothic tower, embowered amid trees and bushes, surrounded by these pleasant gardens, offering many a sunny walk for winter, many a shade for summer, are inexpressibly pleasing. The good old knight and his lady are worthy of it, for they enjoy it. The artificial piece of water is a failure, like most things of the kind. The offices, without being on an extravagant scale, are most substantial. The piggery, in particular, is quite a palace, and the animals clean and comfortable. I think I have caught from them a fit of piggish obstinacy. I came at 1, and cannot prevail upon myself. To go to work, I answer the calls of duty, as Caliban does those of Prospero. There's wood enough within to be sure I have not got the Clarendon. June 24, it was my father's own son, as John Hielanman said, who did little both yesterday and today. I mean little in the way of literary work, for as to positive work, I have been writing letters about chancery business, till I am sick of it. There was a long hearing, and while Geoffrey exerted his eloquence in the inner house, I plied my eloquence to billet in the library. So on the whole, I am no bad boy. Besides, the day is not yet over. June 25, I was surprised to hear that our Academy rector Williams has renounced the chair of Roman learning in the new London University. His alarm was excited by the interest taken by the prelates in opposing a high church institution to that desired by Mr. Brougham. Both the bishops and Williams have been unwise. The former have maneuvered Roman 99. They should in the outset have taken the establishment out of the hands of the Whigs, without suffering them to reinforce themselves by support from others. And Williams was equally precipitate in joining an institution which a small degree of foresight might have assured him would be opposed by his spiritual superiors. However, there he stands, deprived of his professorship by his resignation, and of his rectorship by our having engaged with a successor. I think it very doubtful whether the bishops will now admit him into their alliance. He has in that case offended both parties. But if they are wise, they will be glad to pick up the best schoolmaster in Europe, though he comes for the present Grea ex urb. I accomplished more than my task today. June 26 wrote a long letter to Lockhart about William's situation, saying how by sitting betwixt two stools he had fallen with heavy thump upon his reverential rump, and how the bishops should pick him up if they wanted their establishment to succeed. It is an awkward position in which Williams has placed himself. He loses the Whig chair, and has perhaps no chance of favor from the High Church, for having been willing to accept it. Even if they now give him promotion, there will be a great outcry on his having left one institution to join another. He would be thick-skinned if he stands the clamor, Yet he has to all appearance rather sacrificed than advanced his interest. However, I say again, the bishops ought not to omit securing him. Mr. Mackintosh Mackay breakfasted with me modest, intelligent, and gentle. I did my duty, and more in the course of the day. I am vexed about Mackay missing the church of Cupar in Angus. It is in the Crown's gift, and Peel, finding that two parties in the town recommended two opposite candidates, very wisely chose to disappoint them both, and was desirous of bestowing the presentation. On public grounds, I heard of this, and applied to Mr. Peel for Mackintosh Mackay, whose quiet patience and learning are accompanied by a most excellent character, as a preacher and a clergyman. But unhappily, Mr. Peel had previously put himself into the hands of Sir George Murray, who applied to Sir Peter, his brother, who naturally applied to certain leaders of the church at Edinburgh. And these reverend gentlemen have recommended that the church which the minister desired to fill up on public grounds should be bestowed on a boy, the nephew of one of their number, of whom the best that can be said is that nothing is known, since he has only been a few months in orders. This comes of kith, kin, and ally, but Peel shall know of it, and may perhaps judge for himself another time. June 27, I came out after court to Blair Adam with our excellent friend, the Rev. John Thompson of Duddingston. So modest and so accomplished a delightful drive and passage at the ferry, we found at Blair Adam the Roman 100, and family Admiral Adam and Lady James Thompson of Charlton, and Miss T. Will Clerk, and last not least Lord Chief Baron Sheffordall, in high spirits for our excursions. Thompson described to me a fine dungeon in the old tower at Cassili's in Ayrshire. There is an outer and inner vaulted chamber, each secured with iron doors. At the upper end of the innermost are two great stones or blocks, to which the staples and chains used in securing the prisoners are still attached. Between these stone seats is an opening like the mouth of a still deeper dungeon. The entrance descends like the mouth of a drawwell or shaft of a mine, and deep below is heard the sullen roar of the river Doon, one branch of which, passing through the bottom of the shaft, has probably swept away the body of many a captive, whose body after death may have been thus summarily disposed of. I may find use for such a place. Story of Kittle-Clarkey. June 28, off we go to Castle Campbell. After breakfast, Roman 1E, will Clerk Admiral Adam J. Thompson and myself. Tremendous hot is the day, and the steep ascent of the castle, which rises for 2 miles up a rugged and broken path, was fatiguing enough, yet not so much so as the streets in London. Castle Campbell is unaltered, the window of which the disjointed stone projects at an angle from the wall, and seems at the point of falling, has still found power to resist the laws of gravitation. Whoever built that tottering piece of masonry has been long in a forgotten grave, and yet what he has made seems to survive in spite of nature itself. The curious cleft called Kemp's Score, which gave the garrison access to the water in case of siege, is obviously natural, but had been improved by steps now choked up. A girl who came with us recollected. She had shown me the way down to the bottom of this terrible gulf 7 years ago. I am not able for it now. Want to do's fray me. Fray silly auld John Ochiltree. June 29, being Sunday, we kept about the doors, and after 2 took the drosky and drove over the hill and round by the Keary Craigs. I should have said Williams came out in the morning to ask my advice about staying another year in Edinburgh. I advised him, if possible, to gain a few days' time, till I should hear from Lockhart. He has made a pretty mess for himself, but if the bishops are wise, they may profit by it. The sound, practical advice of Williams at the first concoction would be of the last consequence. I suspect their systems of eating houses are the most objectionable part of the college discipline, when their attentions are to be given to the departments of the cook, and the butler. All zeal in the nobler paths of education is apt to decay. Well, to return to the woods, I think, notwithstanding Lord Chief Commissioner's assiduity, they are in some places too thick. I saw a fine larch felled 7 to 2 years old, value about £5. Hereditary descent in the Highlands. A clergyman showed JT the island of Inch Mahome in the port of Monteith, and pointed out the boatman as a remarkable person, the representative of the hereditary gardeners of the Earls of Monteith. While these earls existed, his son, a priggish boy, follows up the theme further. When Donald Mac Corkindale dies, will not the family be extinct? Father, no. I believe there is a man in Balquhidder who takes up the succession. June 30, we made our pleasant excursion today round the hill of Benarty Parterre, and returned par Murrah route by land. Let us pass Lochore, where we made a pause for a few moments, then proceeded to Ballingray or Bingray, and so by Kirkness, where late ravages are supplied by the force of vegetation, down to the shores of Lochleven. We embarked and went upon St. Surf's Island, supposed to have been anciently a cell of the Culdees and old Pinfold, or rather a modern pinfold constructed out of the ancient chapel is all that attests its former sanctity. We landed on Queen Mary's Island, a miserable scene considering the purpose for which the castle was appointed. And yet the captivity and surrender of the Percy was even a worse tale since it was an eternal blight on the name of Douglas. Well, we got to Blair Adam in due time, and our fine company began to separate Lord Chief Baron going off after dinner. We had wine and wassail and John Thompson's delightful flute to help us through the evening. Thus end the delectations of the Blair Adam Club for this year. Mrs. Thompson of Charlton talks of Beaton's house and other Fife wonders for the next year. But who knows what one year may bring forth? Our club has been hitherto fortunate. It has subsisted 12 years. July. Up in the mornings, no for me. Yet here I am up at 5, no horses, come from the North Ferry yet. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell. Your promises and time keep stitch Roman 99. July I Edinburgh got home however by 9, and went to the Parliament House, where we were detained, till 4 o'clock. Miss dined with us, a professed lion huntress, who travels the country to rouse the peaceful beasts out of their lair, and insists on being hand and glove with all the leonine race. She is very plain besides frightfully red-haired, and out-Lydiaing even my poor friend Lydia White. An awful visitation. I think I see her, with javelin raised and buskined foot, a second Diana roaming the hills of Westmoreland, in quest of the Lakers. Would to God she were there or anywhere. But here affectation is a painful thing to witness. And this poor woman has the bad taste to think direct flattery is the way to make her advances to friendship and intimacy. July 2 I believe I was cross yesterday. I am, at any rate, very ill today with a rheumatic headache and a still more vile hypochondriacal affection, which fills my head with pain, my heart with sadness, and my eyes with tears. I do not wonder at the awful feelings which visited men less educated and less firm than I may call myself. It is a most hangdog cast of feeling, but it may be chased away by study or by exercise. The last I have always found most successful, but the first is most convenient. I wrought therefore, and endured all this forenoon, being attained Wednesday. I am now in such a state that I would hardly be surprised at the worst news which could be brought to me, and all this without any rational cause why today should be sadder than yesterday. 2 things to lighten my spirits. First, Cadle comes to assure me that the stock of 12 Mo novels is diminished from 3,800, which was the quantity in the publisher's hands, in March 1827 to 600 or 700. This argues gallant room for the publication of the new series. Second, said Cadle, is setting off straight for London to set affairs a-going. If I have success in this, it will greatly assist in extricating my affairs. My aches of the heart terminated in a cruel aching of the head, rheumatic, I suppose, but Sir Adam and clerk came to dinner and laughed, and talked the sense of pain and oppression away. We cannot at times work ourselves into a gay humor, any more than we can tickle ourselves into a fit of laughter. Foreign agency is necessary. My huntress of lions again dined with us. I have subscribed to her album, and done what was Roman 153, July 3, corrected proofs in the morning, and wrote a little. I was forced to crop vol Roman 1, as 30 pages too long. There is the less to write behind. We were kept late at the court, and when I came out I bethought me like Christian in the castle of giant despair, wherefore should I walk along the broiling and stifling streets, when I have a little key in my bosom, which can open any lock in Prince's Street walks, and be thus on the castle banks, rocks, and trees in a few minutes. I made use of my key accordingly, and walked from the castle hill down to Wallace's Tower, and thence to the west end of Prince's Street, through a scene of grandeur and beauty perhaps unequaled, whether the foreground or distant view is considered. All downhill. Too foolish never to think of this before. I chatted with the girls a good while after dinner, but wrote a trifle when we had tea. July 4 the 2 Anns set off to Abbotsford, though the weather was somewhat lowering for an open carriage. But the day cleared up finely. Hamilton is unwell, so we had a long hearing of his on our hands. It was 4 ere I got home, but I had taken my newly discovered path by Rock Bush, and Ruin. I question if Europe has such another path. We owe this to the taste of James Skene. But I must dress to go to Dr. Hope's, who makes cheer exquise, and does not understand being kept late. July 5 Saturday corrected proofs and wrought hard, went out to dinner at Oxenford Castle, and returned in the company of Lord Alloway, Chief Baron, Clerk, etc., and Mr. Bouverie, the English Commissioner. July 6 a day of hard work. The second volume is now well advanced. Well nigh 1/2 dined alone, and pursued my course. After dinner 7 pages were finished. Solitudes, a fine thing for work. But then you must lie by like a spider, till you collect materials to continue your web. Began Symonds. Switzerland clever and intelligent, but rather conceited as the manner of an American Frenchman. I hope to knock something out of him, though. July 7 William seems in uncertainty again, and I can't guess what he will be at, surely. It is a misery to be so indecisive. He will certainly gain the ill word of both parties, and might have had the good word of all and indeed deserves it. We received his resignation today. But if the King's College are disposed to thrive, they will keep eyes on this very able man. July 8 Hard work in the court. The settlements turn long and burthensome. I fear they will require some abridgment of vacation. From July 8, 1828 to January 10, 1829, there are no entries in the journal. January. Having omitted to carry on my diary for 2 or 3 days, I lost heart to make it up, and left it unfilled for many a month and day during this period. Nothing has happened worth particular. Notice the same occupations, the same amusements, the same occasional alternations of spirits gay or depressed, the same absence of all sensible or rational cause. For the one or the other I half grieve to take up my pen, and doubt if it is worth while to record such an infinite quantity of nothing. But hang it, I hate to be beat, so here goes for better behavior. January, I resume my task at Abbotsford. We are here alone, except Lockhart on a flying visit, Morit, his niece Sir James Stuart Skene, and an occasional friend or two, have been my guests since 31st December. I cannot say I have been happy, for the feeling of increasing weakness in my lame leg is a great affliction. I walk now with pain and difficulty at all times, and it sinks my soul to think how soon I may be altogether a disabled cripple. I am tedious to my friends, and I doubt the sense of it makes me fretful. Everything else goes off well enough. My cash affairs are clearing, and though last year was an expensive one, I have been paying debt. Yet I have a dull contest before me, which will probably outlast my life. If well maintained, however, it will be an honorable one, and if the magnum opus succeed, it will afford me some repose. January 11, I did not write above a page yesterday. Most weary, stale, and unprofitable have been my labors. Received a letter, I suppose, from Mad T, proposing a string of historical subjects, not proper for my purpose. People will not consider that a thing may already be so well told in history, that romance ought not in prudence to meddle with it. The ground covered with snow, which by slipperiness, and the pain occasioned by my lameness renders walking unpleasant. January 12, this is the third day I have not walked out, pain, and lameness being the cause. This bodes very ill for my future life. I made a search yesterday, and today, for letters of Lord Byron to send to Tom Moore, but I could only find two. I had several others, and am shocked at missing them. The one which he sent me with a silver cup, I regret particularly. It was stolen out of the cup itself by some vile, inhospitable scoundrel, for a servant would not have thought such a theft worthwhile. My spirits are low, yet I wot not why I have been writing to my sons. Walter's majority was like to be reduced, but is spared for the present. Charles is going on well, I trust, at the Foreign Office, so I hope all is well. Loitered out a useless day, half arranging, half disarranging books and papers, and packing the things I shall want der Abschiedstag ist. January 13, the day of return to Edinburgh, is come. I don't know why, but I am more happy at the change than usual. I am not working hard, and it is what I ought to do, and must do. Every hour of laziness cries fie upon me, but there is a perplexing sinking of the heart which one cannot always overcome. At such times I have wished myself a clerk, quill driving for twopence per page. You have at least application, and that is all that is necessary, whereas, unless your lively faculties are awake and propitious, your application will do you as little good as if you strained your sinews to lift Arthur's seat. January 14, Edinburgh. Got home last night after a freezing journey. This morning I got back some of the last copy, and tugged as hard as ever did Souter to make ends meet. Then I will be reconciled to my task, which at present disgusts me. Visited Lady Jane, then called on Mr. Robison, and instructed him to call a meeting of the Council of the Royal Society, as Mr. Knox proposes to read an essay on some dissections. Bold proposal truly from one who has had so lately the boldness of trading so deep in human flesh. I will oppose his reading in the present circumstances, if I should stand alone, but I hope he will be wrought upon to withdraw his essay, or postpone it at least. It is very bad taste to push himself forward. Just now Lockhart dined with us, which made the evening a pleasant, but an idle one. Well, I must rouse myself. Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. January 15 day began with beggars as usual, and John Nicholson has not sense to keep them out. I never yield, however, to this importunity, thinking it wrong that what I can spare to meritorious poverty, of which I hear and see too much should be diverted by impudent importunity. I was detained at the Parliament House till nearly 3 by the great case concerning prescription, Mall Roman 5 Mall. This was made up to me by hearing an excellent opinion from Lord Corehouse, with a curious discussion in apicibus juris. I disappointed Graham of a sitting for my picture. I went to the Council of the Royal Society, which was convened at my request to consider whether we ought to hear a paper on anatomical subjects, read by Mr. Knox, whose name has of late been deeply implicated in a criminal prosecution against certain wretches who had murdered many persons and sold their bodies to professors of the anatomical science. Some thought that our declining to receive the paper would be a declaration unfavorable to Dr. Knox. I think hearing it before Mr. Knox has made any defense, as he is stated to have in view, would be an intimation of our preference, of the cause of science to those of morality and common humanity. Mr. Knox's friends undertook to deal with him about suffering the paper to be omitted for the present, while ad hoc coram judice lees est. January 16, nothing on the roll today, so I did not go to the Parliament House, but fagged at my desk till 2. Dr. Ross called to relieve me of a corn, which though my lameness needs no addition had tormented me vilely. I again met the Royal Society Council. Dr. Knox consents to withdraw his paper, or rather, suffers the reading to be postponed. There is some great error in the law on the subject. If it was left to itself, many bodies would be imported from France and Ireland, and doubtless many would be found in our hospitals for the service of the anatomical science. But the total and severe exclusion of foreign supplies of this kind raises the price of the subjects, as they are called technically, to such a height that wretches are found willing to break into the bloody house of life, merely to supply the anatomist's table. The law, which, as a deeper sentence on the guilt of murder, declares that the body of the convicted criminal should be given up to anatomy, is certainly not without effect, for criminals have been known to shrink from that part of the sentence which seems to affect them more than the doom of death itself, with all its terrors here and hereafter. On the other hand, while this idea of the infamy attending the exposition of the person is thus recognized by the law, it is impossible to adopt regulations which would effectually prevent such horrid crimes as the murder of vagrant wretches, who can be snatched from society without their being missed, as in the case of the late conspiracy. For instance, if it was now to be enacted, as seems reasonable, that persons dying in hospitals and almshouses, who die without their friends claiming their remains, should be given up to the men of science, this would be subjecting poverty to the penalty of these atrocious criminals, whom law distinguishes by the heaviest posthumous disgrace, which it can inflict. Even cultivated minds revolt from the exposure on an anatomical table, when the case is supposed to be that of one who is dear to them. I should, I am conscious, be willing that I myself should be dissected in public if doing so could produce any advantage to society. But when I think on relations and friends being rent from the grave, the case is very different, and I would fight knee-deep to prevent or punish such an exposure so inconsistent. We are all upon matters of this nature. I dined quietly at home with the girls and wrote after dinner. January 17, nothing in the roll corrected proofs, and went off at 12 o'clock in the Hamilton stage to William Lockhart's at Auchinleck. My companions, Mr. Livingstone, the clergyman of Camnethan, a Bailey Hamilton, the king of trumps, I am told, in the burgh of Hamilton, and a Mr. Davy Martin qui gaudet equis et cannabis, got to Auchinleck by 6, and met Lord Douglas, his brother Captain Douglas, and John G. Lockhart, also, who had a large communication from Duke of W. upon the subject of the bullion. The Duke scouts the economist's ideas about paper credit, after the proposition that all men shall be entitled to require gold. January 18, we went, the two Lockharts and I, to William's new purchase of Milton. We found on his ground a cottage, where a man called Greenshields, a sensible, powerful-minded person, had at 28, rather too late a week, taken up the art of sculpture. He had disposed of the person of the king, most admirably according to my poor thoughts, and had attained a wonderful expression of ease and majesty. At the same time, he was desirous of engaging on Burns' Jolly Beggars, which I dissuaded. Caricature is not the object of sculpture. We went to Milton on as fine a day as could consist, with snow on the ground. The situation is eminently beautiful, a fine promontory round which the Clyde makes a magnificent bend. We fixed on a situation where the sitting-room should command the upper view, and with an ornamental garden, I think it may be made the prettiest place in Scotland. January 19, posted to Edinburgh with John Lockhart. We stopped at Allenton to To see a tree transplanted which was performed with great ease, Sir Henry, is a sad coxcomb, and lifted beyond the solid earth by the effect of his book's success. But the book well deserves it. He is in practice particularly anxious to keep the roots of the tree near the surface, and only covers them with about a foot of earth. Note lime rubbish dug in among the roots of ivy encourages it much. The operation delayed us 3 hours, so it was 7 o'clock before we reached our dinner, and a good fire in Shandwick Place, and we were well nigh frozen to death during this excursion. I walked very ill with more pain, in fact, than I ever remember to have felt, and, even leaning on John Lockhart, could hardly get on bod that Vara bought it might be the severe weather though, and the numbing effect of the sitting in the carriage. Be it what it will, I can't help myself. January 20. I had little to do at the court, and returned home soon. Honest old Mr. Ferrier is dead at extreme old age. I confess I should not wish to live so long. He was a man with strong passions and strong prejudices, but with generous and manly sentiments at the same time. We used to call him Uncle Adam, after that character in his gifted daughter's novel of the heiress inheritance. I wrote a long letter. After I came home to my Lord Elgin, about Greenshields the sculptor, I am afraid he is going into the burlesque line, to which sculpture is peculiarly ill adapted. So I have expressed my veto to his patron Velac Quantum. Also a letter to Mrs. Professor Sanford at Glasgow, about reprinting Macaulay's History of St. Kilda, advising them to insert the history of Lady Grange, who was kidnapped and banished thither. I corrected my proofs moreover, and prepared to dine. After dinner, we go to Euphemia Erskine's marriage. Mr. Dallas came in, and presented me with an old pedigree of the M. In Tasha's the wedding took place with the usual April weather of smiles and tears. The bridegroom's name is Dawson. As he as well as the bride is very tall, they have every chance of bringing up a family of giants. The bridegroom has an excellent character. He is only a captain, but economy does wonders in the army, where there are many facilities for practicing it. I sincerely wish them happiness. January 21, went out to Dalkeith House to dine and stay all night. Found Marquis of Lothian and a family party. I liked the sense and spirit displayed by this young nobleman, who reminds me strongly of his parents, whom I valued so highly. January 22, left Dalkeith after breakfast, and gained the Parliament House, where there was almost nothing to do. At 11 o'clock afterwards sat to Graham, who is making a good thing of it. Mr. Colvin Smith has made a better in one sense, having sold 10 or 12 copies of the portrait to different friends. The solicitor came to dine with me, drank a bottle of champagne, and 2 bottles of claret, which in former days I should have thought a very sober allowance, since Lockhart included. There were 3 persons to drink it, but I felt I had drunk too much, and was uncomfortable. The young men stood it like young men skiing, and his wife and daughter looked in the evening. I suppose I am turning to my second childhood, for not only am I filled drunk, or made stupid at least with 1 bottle of wine, but I am disabled from writing by chilblains on my fingersa. Most babyish complaint, they say that the character is indicated by the handwriting, if so mine is crabbed enough. January 23, still severe frost annoying to sore fingers, nothing on the roll. I sat at home, and wrote letters to Wilkie Lancier, Mrs. Hughes, Charles, etc. Went out to old Mr. Ferrier's funeral, and saw the last duty rendered to my old friend, whose age was like a lusty winter. Frosty but kindly. I mean in a moral as well as a physical sense. I then went to Cadle's for some few minutes. I carried out Lockhart to Dalkeith, where we dined, supped, and returned through a clinking frost with snow on the ground. Lord Ramsay and the Miss Cares were at Dalkeith. The Duke shows for so young a man a great deal of character, and seems to have a proper feeling of the part he has to play. The evening was pleasant, but the thought that I was now the visitor and friend of the family in the 3rd generation lay somewhat heavy on me. Everything around me seemed to say that beauty, power, wealth, honor were but things of a day. January 24, heavy fall of snow. Lockhart is off in the mail. I hope he will not be blockaded. The day bitter cold. I went to the court, and with great difficulty returned along the slippery street. I ought to have taken the carriage, but I have a superstitious dread of giving up the habit of walking, and would willingly stick to the last by my old hardy customs. Little but trifles to do at the court. My hands are so covered with chilblains that I can hardly use a pen. Me feet ditto. We bowled away at 6 o'clock to Mr. Wardlaw Ramsay's, found we were a week too early, and went back as if our noses had been bleeding. January 25, worked seriously all morning, expecting the Fergusons to dinner. Alas, instead of that I learned that my poor innocent friend Mary is no more. She was a person of some odd and peculiar habits, wore a singular dress, and affected wild and solitary haunts. But she was at the same time a woman of talent, and even genius, she used often to take long walks with me up through the glens, and I believe her sincere good wishes attended me, as I was always glad of an opportunity to show her kindness. I shall long think of her, when at Abbotsford this sad event breaks up our little party. Will Clerk came, however, and his tete-a-tete was of course interesting and amusing in the highest degree. We drank some whiskey and water, and smoked a cigar or two till 9 at night. No after friendships e'er can raise the endearments of our early days. January 26, I muzzed on I can call it little better with Anne of Jaerstein. The materials are excellent, but the power of using them is failing, yet I wrote out about 3 pages sleeping at intervals. January 27, a great and general thaw, the streets afloat, the snow descending on one's head from the roofs went to the court. There was little to do left about 12. And took a sitting with Graham, who begs for another Sir James Stewart, stood bottle holder on this occasion, had rather an unfavorable account of the pictures of James Stewart of Dunyern, which are to be sold. I had promised to pick up 1 or 2 for the Duke of Buccleuch came home, and wrote a leaf or two. I shall be soon done with the second volume of Anne of Jaerstein. I cannot persuade myself to the obvious risk of satisfying the public. Although I cannot so well satisfy myself, I am like Beaumont and Fletcher's old Merrythought, who could not be persuaded that there was a chance of his wanting meat. I never came into my parlor, said he, but I found the cloth laid, and dinner ready. Surely it will be always thus, use makes perfectness. My reflections are of the same kind, and if they are unlogical, they are perhaps not the less comfortable. Fretting and struggling does no good. Wrote to Miss Margaret Ferguson a letter of condolence. January 28, breakfasted for a wonder abroad with Hay Drummond, whose wife appears a pretty and agreeable little woman. We worshipped his tutelar deity, the Hercules, and saw a good model of the Hercules Bibax, or the drunken Hercules Graham, and Sir James Stewart, where their home-baked bread and soldiers' coffee were the treat. I came home, and Sir Robert Dundas having taken my duty at the court, I wrote for some time, but not much. Burke, the murderer, hanged this morning. The mob, which was immense, demanded Knox and Hare, but though greedy for more victims, received with shouts the solitary wretch, who found his way to the gallows out of 5 or 6 who seem not less guilty than he. But the story begins to be stale, although I believe a doggerel ballad upon it would be popular. How brutal soever the wit, this is the progress of human passions. We ejaculate, exclaim, hold up to heaven our hand, like the rustic fiddle. 246. Next morning, the mood changes and we dance a jig to the tune, which moved us to tears. Mr. Bell sends me a specimen of a historical novel, but he goes not the way to write it. He is too general, and not sufficiently minute. It is not easy to convey this to an author with the necessary attention to his feelings, and yet in good faith and sincerity it must be done. January 29, I had a vacant day once more by the kindness of Sir Robert, unasked, but most kindly afforded. I have not employed it to much purpose. I wrote 6 pages to Croker, who is busied with a new edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson, to which most entertaining book he hopes to make large additions from Mrs. Piazzi Hawkins and other sources. I am bound by many obligations to do as much for him as I can, which can only respect the Scottish tour. I wrote only 2 or 3 pages of Anne. I am as one who, in a darksome way, doth walk with fear and dread. But walk I must, and walk forward too, or I shall be benighted with a vengeance. After dinner, to compromise matters with my conscience, I wrote letters to Mr. Bell, Mrs. Hughes, and so forth. Thus I concluded the day with a sort of busy idleness. This will not do by cock and pie, it will not. January 30, Mr. Stewart breakfasted with me, a grandnephew of Lady Lewis's, a very pleasing young gentleman. The coach surprised me by not calling. Will it be for the martyrdom? I trow it will, yet strange to say, I cannot recollect if it is a regular holiday or not. Uprouse ye then, my merry men, and use it as ye may. I wrote in the morning, and went at 1 o'clock to a meeting of country gentlemen about bringing the direct road from London down by Jedburgh, said to be the nearest line by 50 miles. It is proposed the pleasant men of Teviotdale should pay not only their own share at that is the expense of making the road through our own country, but also the expense of making the road under the Elston Trust in Northumberland, where the English would positively do nothing. I stated this to the meeting as an act of quixotry. If it be an advantage, which unless to individuals may be doubted, it is equally one to Northumberland. As to Roxburgh, therefore, I am clear that we should go equals. I think I have maybe put a spoke in the wheel, the raising the statute labor of Roxburgh to an oppressive extent to make roads in England, is I think jimp legal, and will be much complained of by the poorer heritors Henry of Harden dines with me teddy teat, excepting the girls. January 31 I thought I had opened a vein this morning, and that it came freely, but the demands of art have been more than I can bear. I corrected proofs. Before breakfast went to court, after that meal was busy, till near 1 o'clock, then I went to Cadle's where they are, preparing to circulate the prospectus of the Magnum, which will have all the effect of surprise on most people. I sat to Mr. Graham, till I was quite tired, then went to Lady Jane, who is getting better than here at 4, but fit for nothing but to bring up this silly diary. The corpse of the murderer Burke is now lying in state at the college in the anatomical class, and all the world flock to see him. Who is he that says that we are not ill to please in our objects of curiosity? The strange means by which the wretch made money are scarce more disgusting than the eager curiosity with which the public have licked up all the carrion details of this business. I trifled with my work. I wonder how Johnson set himself doggedly to itto a work of imagination. It seems quite impossible, and one's brain is at times fairly addled. And yet I have felt times when sudden and strong exertion would throw off all this mistiness of mind, as a north wind would disperse it. Blow, blow, thou northern wind. Nothing more than about 2 or 3 pages. I went to the Parliament House today, but had little to do. I sat to Mr. Graham the last time, heaven be praised. If I be not known in another age, it will not be for want of pictures. We dined with Mr. Wardlow Ramsay and Lady Annie, a fine family. There was little done in the way of work. Except correcting proofs, the bile affects me, and makes me vilely drowsy. When I should be most awake, met at Mr. Wardlaw's several people. I did not know looked over Cumnor Hall by Mr. Usher Tigg of Oxford. I see from the inscription on Tony Foster's tomb that he was a skilful planter, amongst other fashionable accomplishments. February. February 1 Domum Mansi Lanum stayed at home videlicet, and labored without interruption, except from intolerable drowsiness, finished 8 leaves. However, the best day's work, I have made this long time no interruption, and I got pleased with my work, which ends the 2nd volume of Anne of Jaerstein. After dinner had a letter from Lockhart with happy tidings about the probability of the commission on the Stuart papers being dissolved. The Duke of W says commissions never either did or will do any good. John will, in that case, be sole editor of these papers with an apartment at St. James, cum plurimis aliis. It will be a grand coup if it takes place. February 2 Sent off yesterday's work with proofs. Could I do as toughly for a weekend? Many a day, I have done more. I should be soon out of the scrape. I wrote letters, and put over the day, till 1 when I went down with Sir James Stewart to see Stewart of Dunyarn's pictures now on sale. I did not see much which my poor taste covets. A hobama much admired is, I think, as tame a piece of work as I ever saw. I promised to try to get a good picture or 2 for the young Duke. Dined with the old club instituted 40 years ago. There were present Lord Justice Clerk, Lord Advocate Sir Peter Murray, John Irving, William Clerk, and Roman 1. It was a party such as the meeting of fellow scholars and fellow students alone could occasion. We told old stories, laughed and quaffed, and resolved rashly perhaps that we would hold the club at least once a year, if possible twice. We will see how this will fudge. Our mirth was more unexpected, as Sir Adam, our first fiddle, was wanting owing to his family loss. February 3 Rose at 8. Felt my revel a little in my head. The court business light returned by Cadle, and made 1 or 2 calls at Skens, especially dinner and evening at home, laboriously employed. February 4 Today I was free from duty, and made good use of my leisure at home, finishing the 2nd volume of Anne, and writing several letters, one to recommend Captain Pringle to Lord Beresford, which I send tomorrow through Morit. My mother whips me, and I whipped the top. The girls went to the play. February 5 Attended the court. As usual, got dismissed about 1. Finished, and sent off volume Roman 2 of Anne. Dined with Robert Rutherford, my cousin, and the whole clan of Swinton. February 6 Corrected proofs in the morning, then to the court, thence to Cadle's, where I found some business cut out for me in the way of notes, which delayed me. Walked home the weary way, giving my feet the ancient twinges of agony. Such a journey is as severe a penance as if I had walked the same length with peas in my shoes to atone for some horrible crime. By beating my toes into a jelly, I wrote some, and corrected a good deal. We dined alone, and I partly wrought, partly slept in the evening. It's now pretty clear that the Duke of W intends to have a Catholic bill. He probably expects to neutralize and divide the Catholic body by bringing a few into Parliament, where they will probably be tractable enough, rather than a large proportion of them rioting in Ireland, where they will be to a certain degree unanimous. February 7 up, and wrought a little I had at breakfast, a son of Sir Thomas Dick Lauder, a very quick, smart-looking young fellow, who is on his way to the continent, with a tutor dined at Mrs. George Swinton's with the whole clan. February 8 I wrought the whole day, and finished about 6 pages of manuscript of Vol Roman 3 Anne of Jairstein sat Cedo C. Sat Benny the Skens came in to supper like the olden world. February 9 was up in good time say 7:30, and employed the morning in correcting proofs at 12. I went to Stewart of Dunyarn's sale of pictures. This poor man fell like myself a victim to speculation, and though I had no knowledge of him personally, and disliked him as the cause of poor Sir Alexander Boswell's death, yet had he been slaughterman to all my kin, I could but pity the miserable sight of his splendid establishment. Broken up and his treasures of art exposed to public and unsparing sale, I wanted a picture of the Earl of Rothes for the Duke of Buccleuch, a fine Sir Joshua, but Balfour of Balbornie fancied it also, and followed it to 160 guineas. Charles Sharp's account is that I may think myself in luck, for the face has been repainted. There is, he says, a print taken from the picture at Leslie House, which has quite a different countenance from the present. This job, however, took me up the whole morning, to little purpose. Captain and Mrs. Hall dined with us, also Sir James, Stewart, Charles Sharp, John Scott of Gala, etc. February 10 I was up at 7 this morning, and will continue the practice, but the shoal of proofs took up all my leisure. I will not, I think, go after these second-rate pictures again today. If I could get a quiet day or two, I would make a deep dint in the third volume, but hashed and smashed as my time is, who can make anything of it? I read over Henry's history of Henry Roman VI and Edward Roman, for he is but a stupid historian. After all this took me up the whole day. February 11 up as usual and wrought at proofs. Mr. Hay Drummond and Mackintosh Mackay dined the last, brought me his history of the Blara Lane, or White Battle of the Shirts, to the court, and remained there till 2, when we had some awkward business in the Council of the Royal Society. February 12 W. Lockhart came to breakfast full of plans for his house, which will make a pretty and romantic habitation. After breakfast, the court claimed its vassal. As I came out, Mr. Chambers introduced a pretty little romantic girl to me, who possessed a laudable zeal to know a live poet. I went with my fair admirer as far as the new rooms on the Mound, where I looked into the Royal Society's rooms, then into the exhibition in mere unwillingness to work and desire to dawdle away time. Learned that Lord Haddington had bought the Sir Joshua I wrought hard today, and made out 5 pages. February 13, this morning Call Hunter Blair breakfasted here with his wife, a very pretty woman with a good deal of pleasant conversation. She had been in India, and had looked about her to purpose. I wrote for several hours in the forenoon, but was nervous and drumly. Also I bothered myself about geography. In short, there was trouble, as miners say, when the vein of metal is interrupted. Went out at 2, and walked, thank God, better than in the winter, which gives me hopes that the failure of the unfortunate limb is only temporary, owing to severe weather. We dined at John Murray's with the Mansfield family. Lady Caroline Murray possesses, I think, the most pleasing taste for music, and is the best singer I ever heard. No temptation to display a very brilliant voice ever leads her aside from truth and simplicity, and besides she looks beautiful when she sings. February 14 wrote in the morning, which begins to be a regular act of duty. It was late ere I got home, and I did not do much. The letters I received were numerous and craved answers, yet the third volume is getting on wholly, and fairly I am 20 leaves before the printers. But Ballantyne's wife is ill, and it is his nature to indulge apprehensions of the worst, which incapacitates him for labor. I cannot help regarding this amiable weakness of the mind with something too nearly allied to contempt. I keep the press behind me at a good distance, and I like the postboy's horse, am glad to miss the lumber of the wheels. February 15 I wrought today, but not much, rather dawdled, and took to reading Chambers' Beauties of Scotland, which would be admirable if they were more accurate. He is a clever young fellow, but hurts himself by too much haste. I am not making too much myself, I know, and I know too it is time I were making it. Unhappily, there is such a thing as more haste and less speed. I can very seldom think to purpose by lying perfectly idle, but when I take an idle book or a walk, my mind strays back to its task. Out of contradiction, as it were, the things I read become mingled with those I have been writing, and something is concocted. I cannot compare this process of the mind to anything save that of a woman to whom the mechanical operation of spinning serves as a running bass. To the songs she sings, or the course of ideas she pursues, the phrase hoc age, often quoted by my father, does not jump with my humor. I cannot nail my mind to one subject of contemplation, and it is by nourishing two trains of ideas that I can bring one into order. Colin Mackenzie came in to see me, poor fellow. He looks well in his retirement. Partly, I envy him, partly, I am better pleased as it is. February 16 stayed at home, and labored all the forenoon. Young Invernahyle called to bid me interest myself about getting a lad of the House of Scott a commission. How is this possible? The last I tried for there was about 3,000 on the list, and they say the boy is too old. Being 24, I scribbled 3 or 4 pages for bore smoking and whiskey and water, and went to the Royal Society. There Sir William Hamilton read an essay, the result of some anatomical investigations, which contained a masked battery against the phrenologists. February 17, in the morning, I sent off copy and proof. I received the melancholy news that James Ballantyne has lost his wife, with his domestic habits. The blow is irretrievable. What can he do, poor fellow, at the head of such a family of children? I should not be surprised if he were to give way to despair. I was at the court where there was little to do, but it diddled away my time. Till 2 I went to the library, but not a book could I get to look at it. Is, I think, a wrong system the lending books to private houses at all, and leads to immense annual losses. I called on Skene, and borrowed a volume of his journal to get some information about Burgundy and Provence. Something may be made out of King René, but I wish I had thought of him sooner. Dined alone with the girls. February 18, this being Tay and Wednesday, I had a holiday, worked the whole day, interrupted by calls from Dr. Rosser, Hugh Palliser, Sir David Hunter Blair, and Colonel Blair. I made out about 6 pages before dinner, and go to Lord Gillis to dine with a good conscience. Hay Drummond came in, and discharged a volley at me, which Mons Meg could hardly have equalled. I will go to work with Sken's journal. My head aches violently, and has done so several days. It is cold, I think. At Lord Gillis we found Sir John Dalrymple, Lady Dalrymple, and Miss Ferguson, Mr. Hope, Vere of Craigie and Lady Elizabeth, a sister of Lord Tweedale, Sir Robert O'Callaghan, Captain Cathcart, and others. A gay party. February 19, an execrable day, half frost, half fresh, half sleet, half rain, and wholly abominable. Having made up my packet for the printing house, and performed my duty at the court, I had the firmness to walk round by the North Bridge, and face the weather for 2 miles by way of exercise. Called on Skene, and saw some of his drawings of Aix. It was near 2 before I got home, and now I hear 3 strike. Part of this hour has been consumed in a sound sleep by the fireside. After putting on dry things, I met Baron Hume, and we praised each other's hardihood for daring to take exercise in such weather, agreeing that if a man relaxed the custom of his exercise in Scotland for a bad day, he is not likely to resume it in a hurry. The other moiety of the time was employed in looking over the memoirs de Faucheville. February 20, the court duly took me up from 11 till about 3, but left some time for labor, which I employed to purpose, at least I hope. So I declined going to the exhibition of paintings. Tonight, neither the beauties of art nor of nature have their former charms for me. I finished, however, about 7 pages of manuscript, which is a fair half of volume Roman 3. I wish I could command a little more time, and I would soon find you something or other. But the plague is that time is wanting when I feel an aptitude to work, and when time abounds the will, at least the real efficient power of the faculties, is a wanting still. However, we make way by degrees. I glanced over some metrical romances, published by Hartshorne, several of which have not seen the light. They are considerably curious, but I was surprised to see them mingled with Blanchefleur and Floris, and 1 or 2 others which might have been spared. There is no great display of notes or prolegomena, and there is moreover no glossary, but the work is well edited. February 21, Colonel Ferguson breakfasted with us. I was detained at the Parliament House till the hour of poor Mrs. Ballantyne's funeral, then attended that melancholy ceremony. The husband was unable to appear. The sight of the poor children was piteous enough. James Ballantyne has taken his brother Sandy into the house. I mean the firm about which there had formerly been some misunderstanding. I attended the Bannatyne Club. We made a very good election, bringing in Lord Dalhousie, and the Lord Clerk Register. Our dinner went pretty well off, but I have seen it merrier. To be sure, old Dr. J, like an immense featherbed, was burking me, as the phrase now goes, during the whole time. I am sure that word will stick in the language for one while. February 22, very rheumatic. I e'en turned my table to the fire, and fegged it away, as Bayes says. Neither did I so much as cast my eyes round to see what sort of a day it was. Splashing on the windows gave all information that was necessary, yet, with all my leisure during the whole day, I finished only 4 leaves of copy, somewhat of the least Master Matthew. There was no interruption during the whole day, though the above is a poor account of it. February 23, up and at it. After breakfast, Mr. Hay Drummond came in enchanted about Maugham's Meg, and roaring as loud as she could have done for her life when she was in perfect voice. James Ballantyne came in to my surprise about 12 o'clock. He was very serious and spoke, as if he had some idea of sudden and speedy death. He mentioned that he had named Cadel Cowan Young Hughes and his brother to be his trustees with myself. He has settled to go to the country, poor fellow, to Timpindian, as I think. We dined at Skens, where we met Mr. and Mrs. George Forbes Colonel, and Mrs. Blair George Bell, etc. The party was a pleasant one. Colonel Blair said that during the Battle of Waterloo, there was at the commencement some trouble necessary to prevent the men from breaking their ranks. He expostulated with one man, "Why, my good fellow, you cannot propose to beat the French alone, bitter. Keep your ranks." The man, who was one of the 71st, returned to his ranks, saying, "I believe you are very right, sir. But I am a man of very hot temper." There was much bonhomie in the reply. February 24, snowy, miserable morning. I corrected my proofs, but had no time to write anything. We Roman 1e myself, and the two Anns went to breakfast with Mr. Drummond Hay, where we again met Colonel and Mrs. Blair with Thomas Thompson. We looked over some most beautiful drawings which Mrs. Blair had made in different parts of India, exhibiting a species of architecture so gorgeous, and on a scale so extensive as to put to shame the magnificence of Europe, and yet in most cases as little is known of the people who wrought these wonders as of the kings who built the pyramids. Fame depends on literature, not on architecture. We are more eager to see a broken column of Cicero's villa than all those mighty labors of barbaric power. Mrs. Blair is full of enthusiasm. She told me that, when she worked with her pencil, she was glad to have someone to read to her as a sort of sedative, otherwise her excitement made her tremble and burst out a-crying. I can understand this very well, having often found the necessity of doing two things at once. She is a very pretty dark woman too, and has been compared to Rebecca, daughter of the Jew Isaac of York. Detained in the court till 2:30 bothering about Lady Essex cares, well, without coming to a conclusion, I then got home too late to do anything, as I must prepare to go to Dalmahoy. Mr. Gibson came in for a little while, no news. I went to Dalmahoy, where we were most kindly received. It is a point of friendship, however, to go 8 miles to dinner and return in the evening, and my day has been cut up without a brush of work. Smoked a cigar on my return, being very cold. February 25. This morning I corrected my proofs. We get on, as John Ferguson said, when they put him on a hunter. I fear there is too much historical detail, and the catastrophe will be vilely huddled up. And who can help it? Dick visited James Ballantyne, and found him bearing his distress sensibly. And like a man, I called in at Cadel's, and also inquired after Lady Jane Stewart, who is complaining. 3 o'clock placed me at home, and from that hour till 10 deduct 2 hours for dinner. I was feeging it away. February 26 sent off 10 pages this morning. With a revise, we spy land, but how to get my catastrophe packed into the compass allotted for it. It sticks like a pistol, half out of its holster. Or rather, indeed, like an obstinate bolster, which I think I have seen you attempting, my dear, in vain to cram into a small pillow beer. There is no help for it. I must make a tour de force, and annihilate both time and space. Dined at home, nevertheless made small progress. But I must prepare my dough before I can light my oven. I would fain think I am in the right road. February 27, the last post brought a letter from Mr. Heath, proposing to set off his engravings for the magnum opus against my contributions for the keepsake. A pretty mode of accounting, that would be Hebe. I wrote him declining his proposal. And as he says I am still in his debt, I will send him the old drama of the House of Aspen, which I wrote some 30 years ago, and offered to the stage. This will make up my contribution, and a good deal more if, as I recollect, there are 5 acts besides. It will save me further trouble about Heath and his annuals. Secondly, there are several manuscript copies of the play abroad, and some of them will be popping out one of these days in a contraband manner. Thirdly, if I am right as to the length of the piece, there is 100 extra work at least, which will not be inconvenient at all. Dined at Sir John Hayes with Ramsay of Barnton, and his young bride Sir David and Lady Hunter Blair, etc. I should mention that Cadel breakfasted with me, and entirely approved of my rejecting Heath's letter. There was one funny part of it, in which he assured me that the success of the new edition of the Waverley novels depended entirely on the excellence of the illustrations. Vis eats Joelier Mons. Joss, he touches a point which alarms me. He greatly undervalues the portrait which Wilkie has prepared to give me for this edition, if it is as little of a likeness as he says it is a scrape. but a scrape be it Wilkie behaved in the kindest way, considering his very bad health and agreeing to work for me at all, and I will treat him with due delicacy, and not wound his feelings, by rejecting what he has given in such kindness, and so farewell to Mr. Heath, and the conceited vulgar Cockney his editor. February 28 finished my proofs this morning, and read part of a curious work called Memoirs of Vidocq, a fellow who was at the head of Bonaparte's police. It is a picaresque tale, in other words, a romance of roguery. The whole seems much exaggerated, and got up. But I suppose there is truth au fond. I came home about 2 o'clock, and wrought hard and fast till night. March when I labored hard the whole day, and between hands refreshed myself with Vidocq's memoirs. No one called except Hay Drummond, who had something to say about Mons Meg. So I wrote before and after dinner, till no less than 10 pages were finished. March 2 I wrought but little today. I was not in the vein, and felt sleepy. I thought to go out, but disgust of the pavement kept me at home. Au ruse, etc. It is pleasant to think that the 11th March sets us on the route for Abbotsford. I shall be done long before with this confounded novel. I wish I were, for I find trouble in bringing it to a conclusion. People compliment me sometimes on the extent of my labor. But if I could employ to purpose the hours that indolence and lassitude steal away from me, they would have cause to wonder indeed. But day must have night, vigilance must have sleep, and labor bodily or mental must have rest, as Edgar says. I cannot fool it further. Anne is gone to Hopetown House for 2 days. Dined at the Royal Society Club, and went to the society in the evening. March 3 began this day with labor as usual, and made up my packet, then to the court, where there is a deal of business. Hamilton, having now a serious fit of the gout, is not expected to aid any more this season. I wrote a little both before and after dinner. Niece Anne and I dined alone. 3 poets called, each bawling louder than the other. Subscribe. I generally do if the work be under tens, but the wares were every one so much worse than another that I declined in the 3 instances before me. I got cross at the repeated demands, and could have used Richard's apology. Thou troublest me. I am not in the vein. March 4 being Tay and Wednesday, I settled myself at my desk, and labored the whole forenoon. Got on to page 72, so there cannot be more than 20 pages wanted. Mr. Drummond Hay, who has an alertness in making business out of nothing, came to call once more about Mons Meg. He is a good-humored, gentlemanlike man, but I would Meg were in his belly, or he in hers. William Laidlaw, also called, whom I asked to dinner at 4 o'clock, arrives. Mr. Cadle, with his horn charged with good news. The prospectus of the Magnum, already issued only a week, has produced such a demand among the trade that he thinks he must add a large number of copies, that the present edition of 7,000 may be increased to the demand. He talks of raising it to 10,000 or 12,000. If so, I shall have a constant income to bear on my unfortunate debts to a large amount yearly, and may fairly hope to put them in a secure way of payment, even if I should be cut off in life or in health. And the power of labor, I hope to be able in a year or two to make proposals for eating with my own spoons, and using my own books, which, if I can give value for them, can hardly, I think, be refused to me. In the meantime, I have enough and something to bequeath to my poor children. This is a great mercy, but I must prepare for disappointment, and I will not be elated. Laidlaw dined with me, and, poor fellow, was as much elated with the news as I am, for it is not of a nature to be kept secret. I hope I shall have him once more at Quayside to debate, as we used to do, on religion and politics. Meanwhile, Patience, cousin, and shuffle the cards. I must do what I can to get Cadle's discharge from his creditors. This I have always done, and so far effectually. But it would be most inconvenient to be at the mercy of creditors, who may at any moment make inquiry into his affairs, and so stop his operations. The old Bank of Scotland are the only parties whose consent has not been obtained to his discharge, and they must see their interest in consenting to it for the expediting of my affairs, since to what purpose oppose it, for they have not the least chance of mending their own by refusing it. March 5 proofs arranged in the morning. Sir Patrick Walker, that Solomon II, came to propose to me that some benefit society, which he patronizes, should attend upon Mons Meg. But with the celts at my disposal, I have every reason to think they would be affronted at being marched along with Sir Peter and his tale of trades. Lads, I went to the court, which detained me till 2, then to poor old Lady Seaforth's funeral, which was numerously attended. It was near 4 ere I got home, bringing Skene with me. We called at Cadle's. The edition of the Magnum is raised from 7,000 to 10,000. There will really be a clearance in a year or two, if our Roman 100 is not too sanguine. I never saw so much reason for indulging hope. By the by, I am admitted a member of the Maitland Club, a society on the principle of the Roxburgh, and Bannatyne, what a tale of the alphabet I should draw after me, were I to sign with the indications of the different societies. I belong to beginning with President of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and ended with umpire of the Sixfoothy Club, dined at home and in quiet with the girls. March 6 made some considerable additions to the appendix to General Preface. I am, in the sentiments, towards the public that the buffoon player expresses towards his patron. Go tell my young lord, said this modest young man, if he will but invite me to dinner, I'll be as diverting as ever I can. I will, on the faith of a sinner. I will multiply the notes, therefore, when there is a chance of giving pleasure and variety. There is a stronger gleam of hope on my affairs than has yet touched on them. It is not steady or certain, but it is bright and conspicuous. 10 years may last with me, though I have little chance of it at the end of this time. These works will have operated a clearance of debt, especially as Cadle offers to accommodate with such money as their house can save to pay off what presses I hope to save rather than otherwise, and if I leave my literary property to my children, it will make a very good thing for them, and Abbotsford must in any event go to my family, so on the whole, I have only to pray for quiet times, for how can men mind their serious business that is according to Cadle's view spying Waverley novels, when they are going mad about the Catholic question, dined at Mr. Nairn's, where there was a great meeting of Bannatynians, rather too numerous being on the part of our host an election dinner. March 7 sent away proofs this extrication of my affairs, though only a Pisgah prospect occupies my mind more than is fitting, but without some such hope, I must have felt like one of the victims of the wretch Burke struggling against a smothering weight on my bosom, till nature could endure it no longer. No, I will not be the sport of circumstances come of it, what will ill bend my brows like Highland trose, and make a bold fight of it. The best ought, the worst ought, is only just to die. And die I think I shall, though I am not such a coward as mortem concere me ipso, but I gin to grow hoary of the sun, and when the plant no longer receives nourishment from light and air, there is a speedy prospect of its withering. Dined with the Banking Club of Scotland, in virtue of Sir Malachi Malagrother, splendid entertainment of course, Sir John Hay in the chair. March 8 spent the morning in reading proofs and additions to Magnum. I got a note from Cadle in which Ballantyne, by a letter, enclosed totally condemns Anne of Jairstein 3 volumes. Nearly finish at a pretty thing truly, for I will be expected to do it all over again, great dishonor in this. As Trinculo says, besides an infinite loss, sent for Cadle to attend me next morning, that we may consult about this business. Peel has made his motion on the Catholic question with a speech of 3 hours. It is almost a complete surrender to the Catholics, and so it should be for half measures due, but linger out the feud this will, or rather ought to satisfy all men who sincerely love peace, and therefore all men of property. But will this satisfy Pat, who with all his virtues is certainly not the most sensible person in the world? Perhaps not, and if not, it is but fighting them at last. I smoked away, and thought of ticklish politics and bad novels. Skene supped with us. March 9 Cadle came to breakfast. We resolved in privy council to refer the question, whether Anne of Gien be seaworthy or not, to further consideration, which, as the book cannot be published at any rate during the full rage of the Catholic question, may be easily managed after breakfast. I went to Sir William Arbuthnot's, and met there a select party of Tories, to decide whether we should act with the Whigs by owning their petition in favor of the Catholics. I was not free from apprehension that the petition might be put into such general language, as I at least was unwilling to authenticate by my subscription. The solicitor was voucher that they would keep the terms quite general, whereupon we subscribed the requisition for a meeting with a slight alteration, affirming that it was our desire not to have intermeddled, had not the anti-Catholics pursued that course, and so the Whigs and we are embarked in the same boat, vogue la galère. Went about 1 o'clock to the castle, where we saw the auld murderous Mons Meg brought up there in solemn procession, to reoccupy her ancient place on the Argyle battery. Lady Hopetown was my belle. The day was cold, but serene, and I think the ladies must have been cold enough, not to mention the Celts, who turned out upon the occasion under the leading of Cluny Macpherson, a fine-spirited lad. Mons Meg is a monument of our pride and poverty. The size is immense, but 6 smaller guns would have been made at the same expense, and done 6 times as much execution as she could have done. There was immense interest taken in the show by the people of the town, and the numbers who crowded the castle hill had a magnificent appearance. About 30 of our Celts attended in costume, and as there was a Highland regiment on duty with dragoons and artillerymen, The whole made a splendid show the dexterity with which the last manned and wrought the windlass which raised old Meg, weighing 7 or 8 tons from her temporary carriage, to that which has been her basis for many years, was singularly beautiful. As a combined exhibition of skill and strength, my daughter had what might have proved a frightful accident. Some rockets were let off, one of which lighted upon her head, and set her bonnet on fire. She neither screamed nor ran, but quietly permitted Charles K. Sharp to extinguish the fire, which he did with great coolness and dexterity. All who saw her, especially the friendly Celts, gave her merit for her steadiness, and said, "She came of good blood." I was very glad and proud of her presence of mind. My own courage was not put to the test for being at some distance, escorting the beautiful and lively Countess of Hopetown. I did not hear of the accident till it was over. We lunched with the regiment 73D now in the castle. The little entertainment gave me an opportunity of observing what I have often before remarked, the improvement in the character of the young and subaltern officers in the army, which in the course of a long and bloody war had been in point of rank and manners. Something deteriorated the number of persons applying for commissions, 3,000 being now on the lists, gives an opportunity of selection, and officers should certainly be gentlemen, with a complete opening to all who can rise by merit. The style in which duty and the knowledge of their profession is enforced prevents feignants from long remaining in the profession. In the evening I presided at the Celtic Club, who received me with their usual partiality. I like this society, and willingly give myself to be excited by the sight of handsome young men, with plaids and claymores, and all the alertness and spirit of Highlanders in their native garb. There was the usual degree of excitation, excellent dancing, capital songs, a general inclination to please. And to be pleased, a severe cold caught on the battlements of the castle prevented me from playing first fiddle so well as usual. But what I could do was received with the usual partiality of the Celts. I got home fatigued, and vino gravatus about 11 o'clock. We had many guests, some of whom English officers seemed both amused and surprised at our wild ways, especially at the dancing without ladies, and the mode of drinking favorite toasts by springing up with one foot on the bench and one on the table, and the peculiar shriek of applause so unlike English cheering. March 10, this may be a short day in the diary, though a busy one to me. I arranged books and papers in the morning, and went to court after breakfast, where, as Sir Robert Dundas and I had the whole business to discharge, I remained till 2 or 3, then visited Cadle, and transacted some pecuniary matters. March 11, Abbotsford. I had as usual a sort of levee the day I was to leave town, all petty bills and petty business being reserved to the last by those who might as well have applied any one day of the present month. But I need not complain of what happens to my betters, for on the last day of the session there pours into the court a succession of trifles which give the court, and especially the clerks, much trouble, insomuch that a sidevant brother of mine proposed that the last day of the session should be abolished by statute. We got out of court at 1:15, and got to Abbotsford at 7:30, cold and hungry enough to make Scots broth, English roast beef, and a large fire very acceptable. March 12, I set apart this day for trifles and dawdling, yet I meditate doing something on the Popish and Protestant affray. I think I could do some good, and I have the sincere wish to do it. I heard the merry birds sing, reviewed my dogs, and was cheerful. I also unpacked books. Deuce take arrangement. I think it the most complete bore in the world, but I will try a little of it. I afterwards went out and walked till dinner time. I read Reginald Heber's journal after dinner. I spent some merry days with him at Oxford, when he was writing his prize poem. He was then a gay young fellow, a wit and a satirist, and burning for literary fame. My laurels were beginning to bloom, and we were both madcaps who would have foretold our future lot. Oh, little did my mither ken the day she cradled me, the land I was to travel in, or the death I was to die. March 13, wrought at a review of Fraser Tytler's History of Scotland. It is somewhat saucy towards Lord Hailes. I had almost stuck myself into the controversy slough of despond, the controversy that is between the Gothic and Celtic system, but cast myself, like Christian, with a strong struggle or two to the further side of this slough, and now will I walk on my way, rejoicing not on my article, however, but to the fields. Came home and rejoiced at dinner. After tea I worked a little more. I began to warm in my gear, and am about to awake the whole controversy of Goth and Celt. I wish I may not make some careless blunders. March 14, up at 8, rather of the lates, then fagged at my review both before and after breakfast. I walked from 1 o'clock till near 3. I make it out, I think, rather better than of late I have been able to do in the streets of Edinburgh. where I am ashamed to walk so slow as would suit me indeed nothing but a certain suspicion that once drawn up on the beach. I would soon break up prevents me renouncing pedestrian exercises altogether, for it is positive suffering, and of an acute kind too. March 15 altogether like yesterday wrote in the morning breakfasted wrote again, till one out and walked about 2 hours stow. The quills once Mordner smoked a brace of cigars, and looked on the fire a page of writing and so to bed. March 16 day sullen and bitter cold I fear. It brings chilblains on its wings a dashing of snow, in thin flakes, wandering from the horizon, and threatening a serious fall. As the murderer says to Banquo, let it come down, we shall have the better chance of fair weather hereafter. It cleared up however. And I walked from one or thereabout, till within a quarter of 4 a card from Mr. Dempster of Skibo, whose uncle George Dempster I knew many years since a friend of Johnson, Sir Joshua Reynolds, and all that seat a fine, good-humoured old gentleman, young Mrs. Dempster, is a daughter of my early friend and patron, Robert Dundas of Arniston Lord Advocate, and I like her for his sake. Mr. Dempster is hunting, and I should have liked to have given his wife and sister refuge during the time he must spend over moss and moor, but the two Anns going to Edinburgh to a fancy ball makes it impossible till they return on Friday night. March 17, the Anns went off at 8 morning after breakfast. I drove down to Melrose and waited on Mrs. and Miss Dempster, and engaged them for Saturday, whether bitter cold, yea, atrociously so naboclish, better for work ladies, whose husbands love fox hunting, are in a poor way. Here are two pleasant and pretty women pegged up the whole day. In the worst inn's worst room. For the whole 24 hours without interruption, they manage the matter. Otherwise in France, where ladies are the lords of the ascendant, I returned from my visit to my solitary work and solitary meal. I eked out the last 2 hours' length by din of smoking, which I find a sedative without being a stimulant. March 18, I like the hermit life, indifferent well, nor would I sometimes think break my heart were I to be in that magic mountain, where food was regularly supplied, by ministering genii and plenty of books, were accessible without the least intervention of human society. But this is thinking like a fool. Solitude is only agreeable when the power of having society is removed to a short space and can be commanded at pleasure. It is not good for man to be alone. It blunts our faculties and freezes our active virtues. And now my watch pointing to noon, I think after 4 hours' work, I may indulge myself with a walk. The dogs see me about to shut my desk, and intimate their happiness by caresses and whining. By your leave, Messrs. Genii of the Mountain Library. If I come to your retreat, ill bring my dogs with me. The day was showery, but not unpleasant, soft dropping rains, attended by a mild atmosphere that spoke of flowers in their seasons, and a chirping of birds that had a touch of spring in it. I had the patience to get fully wet and the grace to be thankful for it. Come a little flourish on the trumpet, let us rouse the genius of the same red mountain, so called, because it is all the year covered with roses. There can be no difficulty in finding it, for it lies towards the Caspian, and is quoted in the Persian tales. Well, I open my ephemerides, form my scheme under the suitable planet, and the genie obeys the invocation and appears. Genie is a misshapen dwarf with a huge jolter head, like that of Boerhaave on the bridge, his limbs and body marvelously shrunk and disproportioned. Sir Dwarf, said I undauntedly, thy head is very large and thy feet and limbs somewhat small in proportion. Genie, I have crammed my head even to the overflowing with knowledge. I have starved my limbs by disuse of exercise and denial of sustenance. Author, can I acquire wisdom in thy solitary library? G. Thou mayest. On what conditions? G. Renounce all gross and fleshly pleasure, eat pulse, and drink water, converse with none but the wise, and learned alive and dead. Why this were to die in the cause of wisdom. G. If you desire to draw from our library only the advantage of seeming wise, you may have it consistent with all your favorite enjoyments. How much sleep? G. A Lapland night, 8 months out of the 12. Enough for a dormouse, most generous genius, a bottle of wine. G2, if you please, but you must not seem to care for them. Cigars in loads, whiskey in lashings, but they must be taken with an air of contempt, a floxipaucinylipilification, of all that can gratify the outward man. I am about to ask you a serious question. When you have stuffed your stomach, drunk your bottle, smoked your cigar, how are you to keep yourself awake? G. Either by cephalic snuff or castle building. Do you approve of castle building as a frequent exercise? G. Life were not life without it. Give me the joy that sickens not the heart. Give me the wealth that has no wings to fly. I reckon myself one of the best aerial architects, now living and nil me penitet hugis. G nec est cur te penidet, most of your novels have previously been subjects for airy castles. You have meaned, moreover, a man of imagination, derives experience from such imaginary situations. There are few situations in which I have not in fancy figured, and there are few, of course, which I am not previously prepared to take some part in. Gee, true, but I am afraid your having fancied yourself victorious in many a fight would be of little use, were you suddenly called to the field, and your personal infirmities and nervous agitations both rushing upon you and incapacitating you. My nervous agitation sway with thee down to limbo, and the burning lake false fiend avoid. So there ends the tale. With a hey with a hoy. So there ends the tale. With a ho. There is a moral if you fail. To seize it by the tail. Its import will exhale. You must know. March 19, the above was written yesterday before dinner, though appearances are to the contrary. I only meant that the studious solitude I have sometimes dreamed of unless practiced with rare stoicism and privation was apt to degenerate into secret, sensual indulgences of coarser appetites, which when the cares and restraints of social life are removed are apt to make us think with Dr. Johnson, our dinner, the most important event of the day, so much in the way of explanation a humor, which I love not go to. My girls returned from Edinburgh with full news of their bal pair. March 20, we spent this day on the same terms, as formerly, I wrought, walked, dined, drank, and smoked upon the same pattern. March 21, today brought Mrs. Dempster and her sister-in-law to dinner came Robert Dundas of Arniston from the hunting field, and with him, Mr. Dempster of Skibo, both favorites of mine. Mr. Stewart, the grandnephew of my dear friend Lady Louisa, also dined with us together, with the Leon from Gat's side, and the day passed over in hospitality and social happiness. March 22 being Sunday, I read prayers to our guests, then went a long walk by the lake to Huntley Burn. It is somewhat uncomfortable to feel difficulties increase, and the strength to meet them diminish. But why should man fret, while iron is dissolved by rust and brass corrodes? Can our dreams be of flesh and blood enduring? But I will not dwell on this depressing subject. My liking to my two young guests is founded on things that are long enough ago. The first statesman of celebrity, whom I personally knew, was Mr. Dempster's granduncle George Dempster of Dunishan, celebrated in his time, and Dundas' father was when Lord Advocate the first man of influence who showed kindness to me. March 23 arrived to breakfast one of the Curland nobility, Baron Avon Meyerstorff, a fine, lively-spirited young man fond of his country, and incensed at its degradation under Russia. He talked much of the orders of chivalry who had been feudal lords of Livonia, especially the order of Portglaive to which his own ancestors had belonged. If he report correctly, there is a deep principle of action at work in Germany, Poland, Russia, etc., which if it does not die in thinking, will one day make an explosion. The Germans are a nation, however apt to exhaust themselves in speculation. The Baron has enthusiasm, and is well read in English and foreign literature. I kept my state till one and wrote notes to Croker upon Boswell's Scottish tour. It was an act of friendship for time, is something of a scarce article with me, but Croker has been at all times personally kind and actively serviceable to me, and he must always command my best assistance. Then I walked with the Baron as far as the lake. Our sportsmen came in good time to dinner, and our afternoon was pleasant. March 24, this morning our sportsmen took leave, and their ladykind to Rencherier on Anthony A. Wood, and Mr. Oldbuck followed after breakfast, and I went to my work till 1, and at that hour treated the Baron to another long walk with which he seemed highly delighted. He tells me that my old friend, the Princess Galitzin, is dead. After dinner, I had a passing visit from Kinnear to bid me farewell. This very able and intelligent young man, so able to throw a grace over commercial pursuits, by uniting them with literature, is going with his family to settle in London. I do not wonder at it. His parts are of a kind superior to the confined sphere in which he moves in Scotland and London. He says there is a rapid increase of business, and its opportunities. Thus London licks the butter off our bread, by opening a better market for ambition. Were it not for the difference of the religion and laws, poor Scotland could hardly keep a man that is worth having, and yet men will not see this. I took leave of Kinnear with hopes for his happiness and fortune, but yet with some regret for the sake of the country which loses him. The Baron agreed to go with Kinnear to Kelso, and exit with the usual demonstrations of German enthusiasm. March 25, I worked in the morning, and think I have sent Croker a packet which may be useful. And to Lockhart a critique on rather a dry topic, viz. The ancient Scottish history. I remember Ainsley commonly called the plain man who piqued himself on his powers of conversation, striving to strike fire from some old flinty wretch, whom he found in a corner of a public coach at length, addressed him friend, I have tried you on politics, literary matters, religion, fashionable news, etc., etc. And all to no purpose the dry old rogue, twisting his muzzle into an infernal grin, replied, Can you claver about bend leather, the man be it understood? Was a leather merchant, the early history of Caledonia is almost as hopeless a subject. But off it goes. I walked up the glen with Tom for my companion, dined herd, and reading a paper of anecdotes about Cluny Macpherson, and so to bed. March 26, as I have been so lately Johnsonizing, I should derive, if possible, some personal use. Johnson advises Boswell to keep a diary, and to omit registers of the weather, and like trumpery, I am resolved in future not to register what is yet more futile me gleams of bright and clouded temper. Boswell, whose nerves were one half madness and half affectation, has thrummed upon this topic, till it is threadbare. I have at this moment 40 things to do, and great inclination to do none of them. I ended by working, till 2 walking, till 5 writing letters, and so to bed. March 27, letters again. Let me see, I wrote to Lord Montagu about Scott of Barelaw's commission, in which Invernahyle interests himself. Item to a lady, who is pestering me about a Miss Campbell, sentenced to transportation for stealing a silver spoon. Item to John Eckford. Item to James Locke to get an appointment for Sandy Ballantyne's son, not one, as Dangle says, about any business of my own. My correspondence is on a most disinterested footing. This lasts till past 11, then enters my cousin R, and remains for 2 hours till politics. Family news, talk of the neighborhood are all exhausted, and 2 or 3 reputations torn to pieces in the scouring of them. At length I walk him out about a mile, and come back from that empêchement. But it is only to find Mr. Henry Cransdown, my neighbor, in the parlor, with the girls, and there is another setter run of an hour. Well, such things must be, and our friends mean them as civility, and we must take and give the currency of the country. But I am diddled out of a day all the same. The ladies came from Huntley Burn, and cut off the evening. March 28, in spite of the temptation of a fine morning, I twirled manfully at the review, till 2 o'clock, commencing at 7. I fear it will be uninteresting, but I like the muddling work of antiquities, and besides wish to record my sentiments with regard to the Gothic question. No one that has not labored, as I have done, on imaginary topics, can judge of the comfort afforded by walking on all fours and being grave and dull. I dare say, when the clown of the pantomime escapes from his nightly task of vivacity, it is his special comfort to smoke a pipe, and be prosy with some good-natured fellow, the dullest of his acquaintance. I have seen such a tendency in Sir Adam Ferguson, the gayest man I ever knew, and poor Tom Sheridan has complained to me of the fatigue of supporting the character of an agreeable companion. March 29, I wrote, read, and walked with the most stoical regularity. This muddling among old books has the quality of a sedative, and saves the tear, and where of an overwrought brain I wandered on the hills pleasantly enough, and concluded a pleasant and laborious day. March 30, I finished the remainder of the criticism, and sent it off. Pray heaven it break not the mail coach down. Lord and Lady Dalhousie, and their relation, Miss Hawthorne, came to dinner to meet, whom we had Dr. and Mrs. Brewster. Lord Dalhousie has more of the Caledonian Prisca fids than any man I know now alive. He has served his country in all quarters of the world, and in every climate. Yet, though my contemporary looks 10 years my junior, he laughed at the idea of rigid temperance, and held an occasional skirmish no bad thing, even in the West Indies, thinking perhaps with Armstrong of the rare debauch in all incidents of life. He has been the same steady, honest, true-hearted Lord Dalhousie that Lordy Ramsay promised to be. When at the high school, how few such can I remember, and how poorly have honesty and valor been rewarded here at the time when most men think of repose. He is bundled off to command in India. Would it had been the chief governorship, but to have remained at home would have been bare livelihood, and that is all. I asked him what he thought of strangling a nabob and rifling his jewel closet, and he answered, no, no, an honest man, I fear. We must add a poor one. Lady Dalhousie, formerly Miss Brown of Colstown, is an amiable, intelligent, and lively woman, who does not permit society to cream and mantle like a standing pool. The weather drifting and surly does not permit us to think of Melrose, and I could only fight round the thicket with Dr. Brewster, and his lordship Lord Dalhousie gave me some interesting accounts of the American Indians. They are, according to his lordship, decaying fast in numbers, and Principal Lord Selkirk's property now makes large returns from the stock of the Northwest Company. And Hudson's Bay Companies having united, I learned from Lord Dalhousie that he had been keeping a diary since the year 1800. Should his narrative ever see the light, what a contrast will it form to the flourishing vaporing accounts of most of the French merchants Mr. and Mrs. Skene with their daughter Kitty, who has been indisposed, came to dinner, and the party was a well-assorted one. April. April 1, a pretty 1st of April truly, the hills white with snow, I myself as bilious as a dog, my noble guests left about noon. I wrote letters, as if I had not bile enough in my bosom already, and did not go out to face the snow wreaths till 2:30, when I am resolved to make a brush for exercise. There will be fine howling among the dogs, for I am about to shut my desk. Found Mrs. Skene disposed to walk, so I had the advantage of her company. The snow lay 3 inches thick on the ground, but we had the better appetite for dinner, after which we talked and read without my lifting a pen. April 2 begins with same brilliant prospect of snow and sunshine, dazzling to the eyes, and chilling to the fingers, a beastly disagreeable coldness in the air. I stuck by the pen, till one then took a drive with the ladies as far as Chiefswood, and walked home. Young William Forbes came, and along with him, a Southron Mr. Cleasby. April 3, still the same party. I fagged at writing letters to Lockhart, to Charles, and to John Gibson, to Mr. Cadle, Croker, Lord Haddington, and others. Lockhart has had an overture through Croker, requesting him to communicate with some newspaper on the part of the government, which he has wisely declined nothing, but a thoroughgoing blackguard ought to attempt the daily press, unless it is some quiet country diurnal. Lockhart has also a wicked wit, which would make an office of this kind more dangerous to him than to downright dullness. I am heartily glad he has refused it. Sir James Mackintosh and Lord Haddington have spoken very handsomely of my accession to the Catholic petition, and I think it has done some good, yet I am not confident that the measure will disarm the Catholic spleen, and I was not entirely easy at finding myself allied to the Whigs, even in this instance where I agree with them. This is witless prejudice, however. My walk today was up the Rymers Glen, with Skene. Colonel Ferguson dined with us. April 4, Mr. Cleasby left this morning. He has travelled much, and is a young man of copious conversation and ready language, aiming, I suppose, at Parliament. William Forbes is singing like an angel in the next room, but he sings only Italian music, which says naught to me. I have a letter from one David Patterson, who was Dr. Knox's jackal for buying murdered bodies, suggesting that I should write on the subject of Burke and Hare, and offering me his invaluable collection of anecdotes. Curse him imperance, and him damn insurance, as Mungo says in the farce. Did ever one hear the like? The scoundrel has been the companion and patron of such atrocious murderers and kidnappers, and he has the impudence to write to any decent man. Corrected proof sheets and dedication of the Magnum, and sent them off. April 5, read prayers to what remains of our party, being Anne, my niece, Anne the Foreskens, and William Forbes. We then walked, and I returned time enough to work a little at the criticism. Thus it drew towards dinner in conclusion, after which we smoked, told stories, and drank tea. April 6, worked at the review for 3 or 4 hours, yet hang it, I can't get on. I wonder if I am turning clumsy in other matters. Certainly, I cannot write against time, as I used to do. My thoughts will not be duly regulated. My pen declares for itself, will neither write nor spell, and goes under independent colors. I went out with the child Kitty Skene on her pony. I don't much love children, I suppose, from want of habit, but this is a fine, merry little girl. William Forbes sang in the evening with a feeling and taste indescribably fine, but as he had no Scottish or English songs, my ears were not much gratified. I have no sense beyond Mungo, what signify me here if me no understand. William Forbes leaves us as to the old story scribble, till 2, then walk for exercise, till 4, deal hay at else for company, eats up the afternoon, so nothing can be done that is not achieved in the forenoon. April 7, we had a gay scene this morning, the foxhounds and merry hunters in my little base court, which rung with trampling steeds, and rejoiced in scarlet jackets and ringing horns. I have seen the day. Worlds would not have bribed me to stay behind them, but that is over, and I walked a sober pace up to the Abbot's Knowe, from which I saw them draw my woods, but without finding a fox. I watched them with that mixture of interest, affection, and compassion, which old men feel at looking on the amusements of the young. I was so far interested in the chase itself as to be sorry they did not find I had so far the advantage of the visit, that it gave me an object for the morning exercise, which I would otherwise only have been prompted to by health and habit. It is pleasant to have one's walk as heralds say, with a difference. By the way, the fox hunters hunted the cover far too fast. When they found a path, they ran through it pell-mell. Without beating at all, they had hardly left the harehole cover, when a fox which they had overrun stole away. This is the consequence of breeding dogs too speedy. April 8, we have the news of the Catholic question being carried in the House of Lords by a majority of 105 upon the second reading. This is decisive, and the balsam of Fierabras must be swallowed. It remains to see how it will work, since it was indubitably necessary. I am glad the decision on the case has been complete on these last 3 days. I have finished my review of Titler for Lockhart, and sent it off by this post. I may have offended Peter by censuring him for a sort of petulance towards his predecessor, Lord Hales, this day visited by Mr. Carr, who is a sensible, clever young man, and by his 2 sisters, 292, beautiful singer, the youngestan, to my taste and English music. April 9, labored correcting proofs and revising the day, infinitely bad worked, till 3 o'clock, then tried a late walk and a wet one. I hear bad news of James Ballantyne, hypochondriac. I am afraid and religiously distressed in mind. I got a book from the Duke de Levis, the same gentleman with whom I had an awkward meeting at Abbotsford, owing to his having forgot his credentials, which left me at an unpleasant doubt as to his character and identity. His book is inscribed to me with hyperbolical praises. Now I don't like to have like the Persian poets who have the luck to please the sun of the universe, my mouth crammed with sugar candy, which politeness will not permit me to spit out, and my stomach is indisposed to swallow. The book is better than would be expected from the exaggerated nonsense of the dedication. April 10, left Abbotsford at 7 to attend the circuit. Nota bene 6:30. Is the better. Our waters are extremely flooded. Lord Meadowbank at the circuit. Nothing tried. But a few trumpery assaults. Meadowbank announces he will breakfast with me tomorrow, so I shall return tonight. Promised to my cousin Charles Scott to interest myself about his getting the farm of Milsington upon Borthwick Water, and mentioned him to Colonel Riddell as a proposed offerer. The tender was well received. I saw James the piper and my cousin, and sent to James Vache the spyglass of Professor Ferguson, to be repaired, dined with the judge, and returned in the evening. April 11, Meadowbank breakfasted with us, and then went on to Edinburgh, pressed by bad news of his family. His wife, daughter of my early patron President Blair, is very ill, indeed I fear fatally. So I am sorry to think it is so. When the king was here, she was the finest woman I saw at Holyrood. My proofs kept me working till 2. Then I had a fatiguing and watery walk. After dinner we smoked, and I talked with Mr. Carr over criminal jurisprudence, the choicest of conversation to an old lawyer. And the delightful music of Miss Isabella Carr closed the day. Still, I don't get to my task, but I will tomorrow or next day. April 12, read prayers, put my books in order, and made some progress in putting papers in order which have been multiplying on my table. I have a letter from that impudent lad Reynolds about my contribution to the keepsake sent to him, the House of Aspen. As I had previously determined, this will give them a lumping pennyworth in point of extent. But that's the side I would have the bargain rest upon. It shall be a warning after this to keep out of such a scrape. April 13, in the morning before breakfast, I corrected the proof of the critique on the life of Lord Pitsligo in Blackwood's magazine. After breakfast, Skene and his lady and family and Mr. Carr and his sisters took their departure. Time was dawdled away till nearly 12 o'clock, and then I could not work much. I finished, however, a painful letter to J. Ballantyne, which I hope will have effect upon the nervous disorder he complains of. He must awake, arise, or be forever fallen. I walked happily and pleasantly from 2 o'clock till 4, and now I must look to Anne of Jairstein. Hang it, it is not so bad after all, though I fear it will not be popular. In fact, I am almost expended. But while I exhort others to exertion, I will not fail to exert myself. I have a letter from R.P. Gillies proposing to subscribe to assist him from 25 to 50. It will do no good, but yet I cannot help giving him something. A Damonicker in a Thraves, a sma request. I'll get a blessing, why the lave, and never missent. I will try a review for the foreign, and he shall have the proceeds. April 14, I sent off proofs of the review of Titler for John Lockhart, then set a stout heart to a stay bray, and took up Anne of Jairstein. I had 5 sheets standing by me, which I read with care, and satisfied myself that worse had succeeded, but it was while the fashion of the thing was new. I retrenched a good deal about the troubadours, which was really hors de place. As to King René, I retained him as a historical character. In short, I will let the sheets go nearly as they are, for though J.B. be an excellent judge of this species of composition. He is not infallible, and has been in circumstances which may cross his mind. I might have taken this determination a month since, and I wish I had. But I thought I might strike out something better by the braes and burnsides. Alas, I walk along them with painful and feeble steps and invoke their influence in vain. But my health is excellent, and it were ungrateful to complain either of mental or bodily decay. We called at Elliston today, and made up for some ill-bred delay in the evening. I corrected 2 sheets of the magnum, as we call it. April 15, I took up Anne and wrote with interruption of a nap, in which my readers may do well to imitate me. Till 2 o'clock I wrote with care, having digested comments. Whether I succeed or not, it would be dastardly to give in a bold countenance often. Carries off an indifferent cause, but no one will defend him, who shows the white feather. At 2 I walked, till near 4 dined with the girls, smoked 2 cigars, and to work again till supper time, slept like a top amount of the day's work, 8 pages a round task. April 16, I meant to go out with Bogey to plant some shrubs in front of the old quarry. But it rains cats and dogs, as they say, a rare day for grinding away at the old mill of imagination. Yet somehow I have no great will to the task after all. However, the morning proved a true April one, sunshine and shower, and I both worked to some purpose, and moreover walked and directed about planting the quarry. The post brought matter for a May or April morning, a letter from Sir James Mackintosh, telling me that Moore and he were engaged as contributors to Longman's Encyclopedia, and asking me to do a volume at 1,000, the subject to be the history of Scotland in 1 volume. This would be very easy work. I have the whole stuff in my head and could write current calamo. The size is, as I compute it, about 1/3 larger than the tales of my grandfather. There is much to be said on both sides. Let me balance pros and cons, after the fashion of honest Robinson Crusoe. Pro it is the sum I have been wishing for, sufficient to enable me to break the invisible but magic circle which petty debts of myself and others have traced round me. With common prudence, I need no longer go from hand to mouth, or what is worse, anticipate my means. I may also pay off some small shop debts, etc., belonging to the trust, clear off all Anne's embarrassment, and even make some foundation of a purse for her NB. I think this whacking reason is like to prove the gallon of cognac brandy, which a lady recommended as the foundation of a liqueur. Stop, dear madam, if you please, said my grandfather, Dr. Rutherford. You can add nothing to that. It is flaconade with 1,000. And a capital hit, egad. Contra, it is terribly like a hack author to make an abridgment of what I have written so lately. Pro, but a difference may be taken. A history may be written of the same country on a different plan general, where the other is detailed and philosophical. Where it is popular, I think I can do this, and do it with unwashed hands too. For being hacked, what is it but another word for being an author? I will take care of my name, doubtless, but the 5 letters which form it must take care of me in turn. I never knew name or fame burn brighter by over-chary keeping of it. Besides, there are 2 gallant hacks to pull with me. Contra, have a monstrous deal on hand. Let me see Life of Argyll and Life of Peterborough. For Lockhart, 3rd series, Tales of My Grandfather Review. For Gillis, new novel end of Anne of Jairstein. Pro, but I have just finished 2 long reviews for Lockhart. The 3rd series is soon discussed. The review may be finished in 3 or 4 days, and the novel is within a week. And less of conclusion for the next. We must first see how this goes off. In fine, within 6 weeks, I am sure I can do the work, and secure the independence I sigh. For must I not make hay while the sun shines? Who can tell what leisure, health, and life may be destined to me? Adjourned the debate till tomorrow morning. April 17, I resumed the discussion of the bargain about the history. The eyes to the right, the nose to the left, the eyes have it so. I will write to Sir James of this date. But I will take a walk first, that I will a little shaken with the conflict, for after all were I as I have been, my poverty, but not my will, consents. I have been out in a most delicious real spring day. I returned with my nerves strung, and my mind determined. I will make this plunge, and with little doubt of coming off no loser in character. What is given in detail may be suppressed, general views may be enlarged upon, and a bird's eye prospect given, not the less interesting that we have seen its prominent points nearer. And in detail, I have been of late in a great degree free from wafered letters, sums to make up, notes of hand wanted, and all the worry of an embarrassed man's life. This last struggle will free me entirely, and so help me heaven, it shall be made. I have written to Sir James, stating that I apprehend the terms to be 1,000, namely for 1 volume, containing about 1/3 more than one of the volumes of Tales of my Grandfather, and agreeing to do so. Certes, few men can win £1,000 so readily. We dine with the Fergusons today at 4, so off we went and safely returned. April 18 corrected proofs. I find JB has not returned to his business. Though I wrote him how necessary it was, my pity begins to give way to anger. Must he sit there and squander his thoughts and senses upon cloudy metaphysics and abstruse theology, till he addles his brains entirely, and ruins his business? I have written to him again, letter third, and I am determined last. Wrote also to the fop Reynolds with preface to the House of Aspen, then to honest Joseph Train, desiring he would give me some notion how to serve him with Messrs. Carr, and to take care to make his ambition moderate and feasible. My neighbor Mr. Care of Kippilaw, struck with a palsy, while he was looking at the hounds, his pony remained standing by his side, a sudden call if a final one. That strange desire to leave a prescribed task and set about something else seized me irresistibly. I yielded to it, and sat down to try at what speed and in what manner I could execute this job of Sir James Mackintosh's, and I wrote 3 leaves before rising well enough. I think the girls made a round with me. We drove to Chiefswood, and from that to Janeswood up the Rymers Glen, and so home. This occupied from 1 to 4 in the evening. I heard Anne read Mr. Peel's excellent bill on the police of the metropolis, which goes to disband the whole generation of Dogberry, and Verges wrote after tea. April 19, I made this a busy day. I wrote on at the history until 2 o'clock, then took a gallant walk, then began reading for Gillis article. James Ferguson dined with us. We smoked, and I became woundy sleepy. Now I have taken collar to this arrangement. I find an open sea before me, which I could not have anticipated, for though I should get through well enough with my expectations during the year, yet it is a great thing to have a certainty to be clear as a new pin of every penny of debt. There is no being obliged or asking favors or getting loans from some grudging friend who can never look at you after, but with fear of losing his cash or you at him, without the humiliating sense of having extorted an obligation. Besides my large debts, I have paid since I was in trouble at least 2,000 of personal encumbrances, so no wonder my nose is still under water. I really believe the sense of this apparently unending struggle schemes for retrenchment, in which I was unseconded, made me low-spirited, for the sun seems to shine brighter upon me, as a free man. Nevertheless, devil take the necessity, which makes me drudge like a very hack of Grub Street. May the fowl fa the gear, and the blethry ot. I walked out with Tom's assistance, came home, went through the weary work of cramming, and so forth, wrought after tea, and then to bed. April 20, as yesterday, till 216 pages of the history, written, and not less than 1/5 of the whole book. What if they should be off? I were finely hulped for throwing my time away, a toy they dare not. Lord Butchan is dead, a person whose immense vanity, bordering upon insanity, obscured, or rather eclipsed very considerable talents. His imagination was so fertile that he seemed really to believe the extraordinary fictions which he delighted in telling. His economy, most laudable in the early part of his life, when it enabled him from a small income to pay his father's debts, became a miserable habit, and led him to do mean things. He had a desire to be a great man, and a Maecenas bon Marque, the 2 celebrated lawyers, his brothers, were not more gifted by nature than I think he was, but the restraints of a profession kept the eccentricity of the family in order. Henry Erskine was the best-natured man I ever knew, thoroughly a gentleman, and, with but one fault, he could not say no, and thus sometimes misled those who trusted him. Tom Erskine was positively mad. I have heard him tell a cock-and-dabble story of having seen the ghost of his father's servant John Burnett, with as much sincerity as if he believed every word he was saying. Both Henry and Thomas were saving men, yet both died very poor. The one at one time possessed 200,000, the other had a considerable fortune. The Earl alone has died wealthy. It is saving, not getting, that is the mother of riches. They all had wit. The Earl's was crack-brained, and sometimes caustic. Henry's was of the very kindest, best-humored, and gayest that ever cheered society. That of Lord Erskine was moody and maddish, but I never saw him in his best days. When to haining time has at last touched the beautiful Mrs. Pringle, I wonder he was not ashamed of himself for spoiling so fine a form. But what cares he? Corrected proofs after dinner. James B. is at last at work again. April 21, spent the whole morning at writing. Still the history, such is my wilful whim. 20 pages now finished. I suppose the clear 4th part of a volume. I went out, but the day being sulky, I sat in the conservatory. After trying a walk, I have been glancing over the works for Gillis Review, and I think on them between hands, while I compose the historian. Odd habit of doing 2 things at once, but it has always answered with me well enough. April 22, another hard day's work at the history, now increased to the Bruce and Balliol period, and threatening to be too lengthy for the Cyclopedia. But I will make short work with wars and battles. I wrote till 2 o'clock, and strolled with old Tom and my dogs till half past 4 hours of pleasure and healthful exercise. And today taken with is a letter from JB stating an alarm that he may lose the printing of a part of the Magnum. But I shall write him. He must be his own friend, set shoulder to the wheel, and remain at the head of his business. And of that I must make him aware. And so, I set to my proofs better to work, says the inscription on Hogarth's bridewell, than stand thus. April 23, a cold, blustering daybed welcome for the poor lambs. I made my walk short, and my task long, my work turning entirely on the historial on speculation. But the post brought me a letter from Dr. Lardner, the manager of the Cyclopedia, agreeing to my terms, so all is right there, and no labor thrown away. The volume is to run to 400 pages, so much the better. I love elbow room, and will have space to do something to purpose. I replied, agreeing to his terms, and will send him copy as soon as I have corrected it. The Colonel and Miss Ferguson dined with us. I think I drank rather a cheerful glass with my good friend, smoked an extra cigar, so no more at present. April 25, after writing to Mr. Cochrane, to Cadle and J.B., also to Mr. Pitcairn, it was time to set out for Lord Butchin's funeral. The funeral letters were signed by Mr. H. David Erskine, his lordship's natural son. His nephew, the young earl, was present, but neither of them took the head of the coffin. His lordship's funeral took place in a chapel amongst the ruins. His body was in the grave with its feet pointing westward. My cousin Max Bopple was for taking notice of it, but I assured him that a man who had been wrong in the head all his life would scarce become right-headed after death. I felt something at parting with this old man, though but a trumpery body. He gave me the first approbation I ever obtained from a stranger. His caprice had led him to examine Dr. Adams' class, when I a boy 12 years old, and then in disgrace for some aggravated case of negligence was called up from a low bench, and recited my lesson with some spirit and appearance of feeling the poetry. It was the apparition of Hector's ghost in the Needorf, which called forth the noble earl's applause. I was very proud of this at the time. I was sad on another account. It was the first time I had been among these ruins, since I left a very valued pledge. There my next visit may be involuntary, even so God's will be done at least. I have not the mortification of thinking what a deal of patronage and fuss Lord Butchin would bestow on my funeral. Max Popple dined, and slept here with 4 of his family, much amused with what they heard and saw. By good fortune a ventriloquist and partial juggler came in, and we had him in the library after dinner. He was a half-starved, wretched-looking creature, who seemed to have ate more fire than bread, so I caused him to be well stuffed, and gave him a guinea rather to his poverty than to his skill. And now, to finish, Anne of Jaerstein. April 26, but not a finger did I lay on the jacket of Anne, looking for something. I fell in with the little drama long missing, called The Doom of Devorgel. I believe it was out of mere contradiction that I sat down to read and correct it, merely because I would not be bound to do aught that seemed compulsory. So I scribbled at a piece of nonsense till 2 o'clock, and then walked to the lake. At night I flung Helve after Hatchet, and spent the evening in reading The Doom of Devorgel to the girls, who seemed considerably interested. Anne objects to the mingling the goblinry, which is comic, with the serious, which is tragic. After all, I could greatly improve it, and it would not be a bad composition of that odd kind to some picnic receptacle of all things. April 27, this day must not be wasted. I breakfast with the Fergusons, and dine with the Brewsters, but by heaven I will finish Anne of Jaerstein. This day betwixt the 2 engagements, I don't know why nor wherefore, but I hate Anne, I mean Anne of Jaerstein. The other 2 Annes are good girls. Accordingly, I well nigh accomplished my work, but about 3 o'clock my story fell into a slough, and in getting it out I lost my way, and was forced to postpone the conclusion till tomorrow. Wrote a good day's work notwithstanding. April 28, I have slept upon my puzzle, and will now finish it. Jove bless my pia mater, as I see not further impediment before me. The story will end and shall end, because it must end, and so here goes. After this doughty resolution, I went doggedly to work, and finished 5 leaves by the time when they should meet the coach. But the misfortune of writing fast is that one cannot at the same time write concisely. I wrote 2 pages more in the evening, stayed at home all day. Indeed, the weather sleety, rainy, stormiforms, no tempting prospect. Bogey, too, who sees his flourish going to wreck, is looking as spiteful as an angry fiend towards the unpropitious heavens, so I made a day of work of it. And yet the end was not. April 29, this morning I finished and sent off 3 pages more, and still there is something to write, but I will take the broad axe to it. and have it ended before noon. This has proved impossible, and the task lasted me till 9 when it was finished. Tant bien que mal now? Well, people say this expresses very little respect for the public. In fact, I have very little respect for that dear publicum, whom I am doomed to amuse like Goody Trash in Bartholomew Fair, with rattles and gingerbread. And I should deal very uncandidly with those who may read my confessions were I to say I knew a public worth caring for or capable of distinguishing the nicer beauties of composition. They weigh good and evil qualities, by the pound get a good name, and you may write trash get a bad one, and you may write like Homer without pleasing a single reader. I am perhaps l'enfant gate to success, but I am brought to the stake and must perforce stand the course. Having finished Anne, I began and revised 15 leaves of the history, and sent them to Dr. Lardner. I think they read more trashy than I expected, but when could I ever please myself even when I have most pleased others? Then I walked about 2 hours by the thicket and riverside watching the appearance of spring which, as Coleridge says, comes slowly up this way. After dinner and tea, I resumed the task of correction, which is an odious one, but must be attempted and accomplished 2p. April 30. Dr. Johnson enjoins Bozzy to leave out of his diary all notices of the weather as insignificant it may be so to an inhabitant of Bolt Court in Fleet Street, who need care little whether it rains or snows, except the shilling which it may cost him for a jarvey. But when I wake and find a snow shower sweeping along and destroying hundreds perhaps of young lambs, and famishing their mothers, I must consider it as worth noting for my own poor share. I am as indifferent as any grub streeter of them all. And since tea's a bad day, rise up, my merry men, and use it as you may. I have accordingly been busy. The weather did not permit me to go beyond the courtyard, for it continued cold and rainy. I have employed the day in correcting the history for Cyclopdia as far as page 35 exclusive, and have sent it off, or shall tomorrow. I wish I knew how it would run out. Dr. Lardner's measure is a large one, but so much the better. I like to have ample verge and space enough, and a mere abridgment would be discreditable. Well, nobody can say I eat the bread of idleness. Why should I, those who do not work from necessity, take violent labor from choice? And were necessity out of the question, I would take the same sort of literary labor from chase, something more leisurely though. May 1. Weather more tolerable. I commenced my review on the Duke of Guise's expedition for my poor correspondent Gillies, with 6 leaves. What a curious tale that is of Masaniello. I went to Huntley Burn in the sociable, and returned on foot to my great refreshment evening. As usual, ate, drank, smoked, and wrote. May 2. A pitiful day of rain and wind. Labored the whole morning at Gillis Review. It is a fine subject, the Duke of Guise at Naplisand. I think not very much known, though the story of Masaniello is. I have a letter from Dr. Lardner proposing to me to publish the history in June, but I dare not undertake it in so short a space. Proof sheets, and all considered, it must be October. No help for it. Worked after dinner as usual. May 3. The very same diary might serve this day, as the last I sent off to Gillies half his review, and I wish the other half at Old Nick. May 4. A poor young woman came here this morning well dressed, and well behaved, with a strong northern accent. She talked incoherently a long story of a brother and a lover both dead. I would have kept her here till I wrote to her friends, particularly to Mr. Sutherland and Aberdeen bookseller, to inform them where she is, but my daughter and her maidens were frightened, as indeed there might be room for it. And so I sent her in one of Davidson's chaises to the castle at Jedburgh, and wrote to Mr. Shortreed to see she is humanely treated. I have written also to her brother. Long shall I see these things forlorn, and long again their sorrows feel. The rest was write, walk, eat, smoke, and write again. May 5. A moist rainy day, mild however, and promising good weather. I sat at my desk the whole day, and worked at Gillis Review. So was the day exhausted. May 6. I sent off the review, received the sheets of the secret tribunal from Master Reynolds. Keith Scott, a grandson of James Scott, my father's cussingerman, came here, a fine lively boy with good spirits and amiable manners. Just when I had sent off the rest of Gillis' manuscript, W. Laidlaw came, so I had him for my companion in a walk which the late weather has prevented for 1 or 2 days. Colonel and Mrs. Ferguson and Margaret Ferguson came to dinner, and so passed the evening. May 7. Captain Percy, brother of Lord Loving and son of Lord Beverley, came out to dinner. Dr. and Mrs. Brewster met him. He is like his brother Lord Loving, an amiable, easy, and accomplished man, who has seen a great deal of service, and roamed about with tribes of Western Indians. May 8 went up Yarrow with Captain Percy, which made a complete day's idleness for which I have little apology to offer. I heard at the same time from the President that Sir Robert Dundas is very unwell, so I must be in Edinburgh on Monday 11th, very disagreeable now, the weather is becoming pleasant. May 9 Captain Percy left us at 1 o'clock. He has a sense of humor and aptness of comprehension, which renders him an agreeable companion. I am sorry his visit has made me a little idle, but there is no help for it. I have done everything today previous to my going away but Fawdle Fair. One must see society now and this is really an agreeable man, and so transit ale I walked and was so fatigued as to sleep. And now I will attack John Lockhart's proof sheets, of which he has sent me a revise in the evening. I corrected proofs for the review. May 10 This must be a day of preparation which I hate, yet it is, but laying aside a few books and arranging a few papers. And yet my nerves are fluttered, and I make blunders and mislay my pen and my keys, and make more confusion than I can repair. After all, I will try for once to do it steadily. Well, I have twalled through. It is like a ground swell in the sea that brings up all that is disgusting, from the bottom admonitory letter unpaid bills few. Of these, thank my starsall that one would wish to forget perks itself up in your face at a thorough redding up. Devil take it. I will get out and cool the fever that this turmoil has made in my veins. The delightful spring, whether conjured down the evil spirit. I sat a long time with my nerves, shaking like a frightened child, and then laughed at it, all by the side of the river coming back by the thicket. May 11 Edinburgh We passed the morning, in the little arrangements previous to our departure, and then returned at night to Edinburgh, bringing Keith Scott along. This boy's grandfather, James Scott by name, very clever and particularly well acquainted with Indian customs and manners. He was one of the first settlers. In Prince of Wales Island, he was an active-minded man, and therefore wrote a great deal. I have seen a trunkful of his MSS, unhappily. Instead of writing upon some subject on which he might have conveyed information, he took to writing on metaphysics, and lost both his candles and his labor. I was consulted about publishing some part of his works, but could not recommend it. They were shallow essays, with a good deal of infidelity exhibited. Yet James Scott was a very clever man. He only fell into the common mistake of supposing that arguments new to him were new to all others. His son, when I knew him long since in this country, was an ordinary man enough. This boy seems smart and clever. We reached the house in the evening. It was comfortable enough considering it had been shut up for 2 months. I found a letter from Cadle asserting his continued hope in the success of the Magnum. I begin to be jealous on the subject, but I will know tomorrow. May 12 Went to Parliament House. Sir Robert Dundas very unwell. Poor Hamilton on his back with the gout, so was obliged to have the assistance of Roland, from the 2nd Division. Saw Cadle on the way home. I was right, he had been disappointed in his expectations from Glasgow and other mercantile places, where trade is low at present, but tidings did he bring of Africa and golden joys. The Magnum has taken extremely in Ireland, which was little counted on, and elsewhere. Hence, he proposes a new edition of Tales of My Grandfather first series, also an enlargement of the 3rd series. All this drives poverty and pinch which is so like poverty from the door. I visited Lady J.S. and had the pleasure to find her well. I wrote a little, and got over a place that bothered me. Cadle has apprehensions of Anne of Jaerstein, so have Roman one. Well, the worst of it is we must do something better. May 13 Attended the court, which took up a good deal of time. On my return, saw Sir Robert Dundas, who is Betterand, expects to be out on Tuesday. I went to the Highland Society to present Miss Graham Sterling's book, being a translation of Jelliew's work on bees, which was well received. Went with the girls to dine at Dalhousie Castle, where we were very kindly received. I saw the Edgewell tree too fatal, says Alan Ramsay, to the family from which he was himself descended. I also saw the fatal Colston pear, said to have been preserved many hundred years. It is certainly a pear either petrified or turned into wood, with a bit out of one side of it. It is a pity to see my old school companion, this fine true-hearted nobleman, of such an ancient and noble descent, after having followed the British flag through all quarters of the world again, obliged to resume his wanderings at a time of life, equal, I suppose, to my own. He has not, however, a grey hair in his head. May 14 Left Dalhousie at 8 to return here to breakfast, where we received cold tidings. Walter has had an inflammatory attack, and I fear it will be necessary to him to return without delay to the continent. I have letters from Sophia and Sir Andrew Halliday. The last has been of the utmost service by bleeding, and advising active measures. How little one knows to whom they are to be obliged, I wrote to him, and to Jane recommending the Ionian Islands, where Sir Frederick Adam would, I am sure, give Walter a post on his staff. The kind old chief commissioner at once interested himself in the matter. It makes me inexpressibly anxious, yet I have kept up my determination not to let the chances of fate overcome me like a summer's cloud. I wrote 4 or 5 pages of the history, today notwithstanding the agitation of my feelings. May 15 attended the court where Mr. Rowland, and I had the duty of the first division. Sir Robert and Hamilton, being both laid up, dined at Granton, and met Lord and Lady Dalhousie, Sir John Hope, etc. I have spelled out some work this day, though I have been rather knocked about. May 16 after the court this day, I went to vote at the Archers' Hall, where some of the members had become restive. They were outvoted 2-1. There had been no division in the royal bodyguard since its commencement, but these times make divisions. Everywhere a letter from Lockhart brings better news of Walter. But my heart is heavy on the subject. I went on with my history, however, for the point in this world is to do what we ought and bear what we must. Dined at home and wrote in the evening. May 17 I never stirred from my seat. All this day my reflections, as suggested by Walter's illness, were highly uncomfortable. And to divert it, I wrought the whole day save, when I was obliged to stop and lean my head on my hand. Real affliction, however, has something in it by which it is sanctified. It is a weight which, however oppressive, may like a bar of iron be conveniently disposed on the sufferer's person. But the insubstantiality of a hypochondriac affection is one of its greatest torments. You have a huge feather bed on your shoulders, which rather encumbers and oppresses you than calls forth strength and exertion to bear it. There is something like madness in that opinion, and yet it has a touch of reality. Heaven help me. May 18 I resolved to take exercise today, so only wrought till 12. I sent off some sheets and copy to Dr. Lardner. I find my written page goes as better than 1 to 2 of his print, so a little more than 190 of my writing will make up the sum wanted. I sent him off as far as page 6 to 2, went to Mr. Colvin Smith's at 1, and sat for my picture to 3. There must be an end of the sitting, it devours my time. I wrote in the evening to Walter James, Macculloch, to Dr. Lardner and others, and settled some other correspondence. May 19 I went to the court, and abode there till about 1, and in the library from 1 to 2, when I was forced to attend a public meeting about the king's statue. I have no turn for these committees, and yet I get always jammed into them. They take up a cruel deal of time in a way very unsatisfactory. Dined at home, and wrought hard. I shall be through the Bruce's reign. It is lengthy, but hang it, it was our only halcyon period. I shall be soon done with 1/2 of the £1,000 worth. May 20 Mr. Cadle breakfasted with us with a youngster for whom he wants a letter to the commander or governor of Bombay. After breakfast, Roman 100. And I had some talk of business. His tidings, like those of ancient Pistol, are of Africa and golden joys. He is sure of selling at the starting 8,000 copies of the Magnum, at a profit of 70 per 1,000. That is per month, this seems certain. But he thinks the sale will rise to 12,000, which will be 280 more, or 840 in all. This will tell out a gross divisible profit of upwards of 25,000. This is not unlikely. But after this comes a series of 20 volumes at least, which produce only half that quantity indeed. But then the whole profit, save commissions, are the author's, that will come to as much as the former, say 50,000 in all. This supposes I carry on the works of fiction for 2 or 3 novels more. But besides all this, Cadle entertains a plan of selling a cheaper edition by numbers and numbermen, on which he gives half the selling price. One man, Mr. Ireland, offers to take 10,000 copies of the Magnum and talks of 25,000. This allows a profit of 50 per 1,000 copies, not much worse than the larger copy, and Cadle thinks to carry on both. I doubt this. I have great apprehension that these interlopers would discuss the regular trade, with whom we are already deeply engaged. I also foresee selling the worst copies at the higher price. All this must be thought and cared for. In the meantime, I see a fund from which large payments may be made to the trustees, capable of extinguishing the debt, large as it is, in 10 years or earlier, and leaving a reversion to my family of the copyright. Sweet bodements, 316 good, but we must not reckon our chickens before they are hatched, though they are chipping the shell. Now we will see how the stream takes. Dined at a public dinner given to the excellent Lord Dalhousie before his departure for India, an odd way of testifying respect to public characters. By eating, drinking, and roaring the names, however, will make a good show in the papers. Home at 10. Good news from Sophia and Walter. I am zealous for the Mediterranean when the season comes, which may be the beginning of September. May 21, this is only the 23d on which I write. Yet I have forgotten anything that has passed on the 21st worthy of note. I wrote a good deal I know and dined at home. The step of time is noiseless. As it passes over an old man, the non-est tanti mingles itself with everything. May 22 I was detained long in the court, though Ham had returned to his labor. We dined with Captain Basil Hall, and met a Mr. Codman, or some such name, with his lady from Boston. The last, a pleasant and well-mannered woman, the husband Bostonian. Enough we had Sir William Arbuthnot besides, and his lady. By the by, I should have remembered that I called on my old friend Lady Charlotte Campbell, and found her in her usual good humor, though miffed a little I suspect at the history of Gillespie Grumach in the Legend of Montrose. I saw Haining also looking thin and pale. These should have gone to the memorandum of yesterday. May 23 went today to call on the commissioner, and saw at his Grace's levee the celebrated divine soidescent prophet. Irving he is a fine-looking man, baiting a diabolical squint, with talent on his brow and madness in his eye. His dress, and the arrangement of his hair, indicated that much attention had been bestowed on his externals, and led me to suspect a degree of self-conceit consistent, both with genius and insanity. Came home by Cadles, who persists in his visions of El Dorado. He insists that I will probably bring 60,000 within 6 years, to rub off all Constable's debts, which that sum will do with a vengeance. Cadle talks of offering for the poetry to Longman. I fear they will not listen to him. The Napoleon he can command when he likes by purchasing their stock in hand. The lives of the novelists may also be had pleasant schemes, all these, but dangerous to build upon. Yet in looking at the powerful machine which we have put in motion, it must be owned as broken ships have come to land. Waited on the commissioner at 5 o'clock, and had the pleasure to remain till 8, when the debate in the assembly was over. The question, which employed their eloquence, was whether the celebrated Mr. Irving could sit there as a ruling elder. It was settled, I think justly, that a divine being of a different order of officers in the kirk cannot assume the character of a ruling elder, seeing he cannot discharge its duties. Mr. Irving dined with us. I could hardly keep my eyes off him. While we were at table, he put me in mind of the devil, disguised as an angel of light. So ill did that horrible obliquity of vision harmonize with the dark, tranquil features of his face, resembling that of our Savior in Italian pictures, with the hair carefully arranged in the same manner. There was much real or affected simplicity in the manner in which he spoke. He rather made play and spoke much across the table to the solicitor, and seemed to be good-humored, but he spoke with that kind of unction which is nearly allied to cajolery. He boasted much of the tens of thousands that attended his ministry at the town of Annan, his native place, till he well-nigh provoked me to say he was a distinguished exception to the rule that a prophet was not esteemed in his own country, but time and place were not fitting. May 24 I wrote or wrought all the morning, yea, even to dinner time. Miss Kerr and Mrs. Skeen, and will clerk Dine Skeen, came from the commissioners at 7 o'clock. We had a merry evening. Clerk exults in the miscarriage of the bill for the augmentation of the judges' salaries. He and the other clerks in the jury court had hoped to have had a share in the proposed measure, but the court had considered it as being nos poma natamis. I kept our friends quiet by declining to move in a matter which was to expose us to the insult of a certain refusal. Clerk, with his usual felicity of quotation, said they should have remembered the clown's exhortation to lear good nuncle Tari, and take the fool with you. May 25 wrote in the morning. Dr. Mackintosh Mackay came to breakfast, and brought with him to show me the young chevalier's target purse, and snuff-box, the property of Cluny Macpherson. The pistols are for holsters, and no way remarkable, a good serviceable pair of weapons, silver mounted. The targe is very handsome, indeed, studded with ornaments of silver, chiefly emblematic, chosen with much taste of device, and happily executed. There is a contrast betwixt the shield and purse, the targe being large and heavy, the purse, though very handsome, unusually small and light. After 1 o'clock, I saw the Duke and Duchess of Gordon, then went to Mr. Smith's to finish a painting for the last time. The Duchess called with a Swiss lady to introduce me to her friend. While I was doing penance, I was heartily glad to see her Grace once more called in at Cadles. His orders continue so thick that he must postpone the delivery for several days to get new engravings thrown off, etc. Vogue la galère. From all that now appears, I shall be much better off in 2 or 3 years than if my misfortunes had never taken place. Periusum, Niperiusum. Dined at a dinner given by the Antiquarian Society to Mr. Hay Drummond, secretary to the Society, now going consul to Tangiers. It was an excellent dinner. Turtle champagne, and all the agremens of a capital meal for 1/6 a head. How Bari managed, I can't say. The object of this compliment spoke and drank wine, incessantly good-naturedly delighted with the compliment which he repeatedly assured me he valued more than £100. I take it that, after my departure, which was early, it would be necessary to carry Mr. Silence to bed. May 26th, the business at the court heavy dined at galas, and had the pleasure to see him in amended health. Sir John and Lady Hope were there, and the evening was lively and pleasant. George Square is always a melancholy place for me. I was dining next door to my father's former house. May 27, I got up the additional notes for the Waverley novels. They seemed to be setting sail, with a favorable wind. I had today a most kind and friendly letter from the Duke of Wellington, which is a thing to be vain of. He is a most wonderful man to have climbed to such a height without ever slipping his foot. Who would have said in 1815 that the Duke would stand still higher in 1829? And yet it indubitably is so. We dined with Lady Charlotte Campbell, now Lady Charlotte Barry, and her husband, who is an egregious fop, but a fine draftsman. Here is another day gone without work in the evening. May 28th, the court as usual till 1 o'clock, but I forgot to say Mr. Mackintosh Mackay breakfasted and inspected my curious Irish MS, which Dr. Brinkley gave me. Mr. Mackay, I should say doctor, who well deserved the name, reads it with tolerable ease, so I hope to knock the marrow out of the bone with his assistance. I came home and dispatched proof sheets and revises for Dr. Lardner. I saw kind John Gibson, and made him happy with the fair prospects of the Magnum. He quite agrees in my views. A young clergyman named M. come by from Aberdeenshire also called today. I have had some consideration about the renewal or retranslation of the psalmody. I had peculiar views adverse to such an undertaking. In the first place, it would be highly unpopular with the lower and more ignorant rank, many of whom have no idea of the change which those spiritual poems have suffered in translation, but consider their old translations as the very songs which David composed. At any rate, the lower class think that our fathers were holier and better men than we, and that to abandon their old hymns of devotion, in order to grace them with newer and more modish expression, would be a kind of sacrilege. Even the best informed who think on the subject must be of opinion that even the somewhat bald and rude language and versification of the psalmody gives them an antique and venerable air, and their want of the popular graces of modish poetry shows they belong to a style where ornaments are not required. They contain besides the very words which were spoken and sung by the fathers of the Reformation, sometimes in the wilderness, sometimes in fetters, sometimes at the stake. If a church possessed the vessels out of which the original reformers partook of the Eucharist, it would be surely bad taste to melt them down and exchange them for more modern. No, let them write hymns and paraphrases, if they will but let us have still all people that on earth do dwell. Law and devotion must lose some of their dignity as often as they adopt new fashions. May 30, the Skens came in to supper last night. Dr. Scott of Hassler Hospital came to breakfast. He is a nephew of Scott of Scalloway, who is one of the largest proprietors in Shetland. I have an agreeable recollection of the kindness and hospitality of these remote isles, and of this gentleman's connections in particular, who welcomed me both as a stranger and a Scot, being duly tenacious of their clan. This young gentleman is high in the medical department of the Navy. He tells me that the Ultima Thule is improving rapidly. The old clumsy plow is laid aside. They have built several stout sloops to go to the deep-sea fishing, instead of going thither in open boats, which consumed so much time between the shore and the Hoff or fishing spot. Pity, but they would use a steamboat to tow them out. I have a real wish to hear of Zetland's advantage. I often think of its long isles, its towering precipices, its capes, covered with seafowl of every class and description, that ornithology can find names for its deep caves, its smoked geese, and its sour sillocks. I would like to see it again. After the court, I came round by Cadle, who is like Jimmy Taylor, full of mirth and full of glee, for which he has good reason, having raised the impression of the Magnum to 12,000 copies. And yet the end is not, for the only puzzle now is how to satisfy the delivery fast enough. May 31, we dined at Craigcrook with Geoffrey. It is a most beautiful place, tastefully planted with shrubs and trees, and so sequestered that, after turning into the little avenue, all symptoms of the town are left behind you. He positively gives up the Edinburgh Review a very pleasant evening. Rather a glass of wine too much, for I was heated during the night. Very good news of Walter. June 1 being Sunday, I remained to work the whole day, and finished half of the proposed volume of history. I was not disturbed the whole day, a thing rather unusual. June 2 received Mr. Rees of London, and call Ferguson. To breakfast, Mr. Reese is clearly of opinion our scheme. The magnum must answer I got to letter writing after breakfast, and cleared off old scores in some degree. Dr. Ross called, and would hardly hear of my going out. I was obliged, however, to attend the meeting of the trustees for the theatre. The question to be decided was whether we should embrace an option left to us of taking the old theatre at a valuation, or whether we should leave it to Mrs. Siddons and Mr. Murray to make the best of it. There were present Sir Patrick Murray, Baron Hume, Lord Provost Sir John Hay, Mr. Gilbert Innes, and myself. We were all of opinion that personally we ought to have nothing to do with it. But I thought as trustees for the public we were bound to let the public know how the matter stood, and that they might if they pleased have the theatrical property for 16,000, which is dog cheap. They were all clear to give it up the right of reversion to Mrs. Siddons. I am glad she should have it, for she is an excellent person, and so is her brother. But I think it has been a little jobbish. There is a clause providing the new patentees may redeem. I desired that the circumstance should be noted, that we were only exercising our own judgment, leaving the future trustees to exercise theirs. I rather insisted that there should be some saving clause of this kind, even for the sake of our honor. But I could not prevail upon my colleagues to put such a saving clause on the minutes, though they agreed to the possibility of the new patentees redeeming on behalf of the public. I do not think we have done right. I called on Mr. Cadle, whose reports of the magnum might fill up the dreams of Ulnashar. Should he sleep, as long as the 7 sleepers, the rest was labor and letters till bedtime. June 3, the ugly symptoms still continue. Dr. Ross does not make much of it, and I think he is apt to look grave. I wrote in the morning. Dr. Mackintosh Mackay came to breakfast, and brought a Gaelic book, which he has published, the poetry of Rob Donsome, of which seems pretty, as he explained at court. Kept me till near 2, and then home comes Roman. One afternoon and evening was spent as usual. In the evening, Dr. Ross ordered me to be cupped an operation, which I only knew from its being practiced by that eminent medical practitioner, the barber of Baghdad. It is not painful, and I think resembles a giant twisting about your flesh between his finger and thumb. June 4, I was obliged to absent myself from the court on Dr. Ross' positive instance, and what is worse, I was compelled to send an apology to Hopetoun House, where I expected to see Madame Caradori, who was to sing Jock of Hazeldean. I wrote the song for Sophia, and I find my friends here still prefer her to the foreign siren. However, Madame Caradori, to miss you I am very sorry. I should have taken it for glory to have heard you sing my border story. I worked at the tales of my grandfather, but leisurely. June 5, Cadle came to dine with me tete-a-tete, for the girls are gone to Hopetoun House. We had ample matter to converse upon, for his horn was full of good news. While we were at dinner, we had letters from London and Ireland, which decided him to raise the impression of Waverley to 15,000. This, with 10,000 on the number line, which Ireland is willing to take, will make 18,000 a year of divisible profit. This leads to a further speculation. As I said, of great importance, Longman Co. have agreed to sell their stock on hand of the poetry, in which they have certain shares, their shares included, for 8,000. Cadle thinks he could, by selling off at cheap rates, sorting, making waste, etc., get rid of the stock for about 5,000, leaving 3,000 for the purchase of the copyrights, and proposes to close the bargain as much cheaper as he can, but at all events to close it whatever shall fall short of the price returned by the stock, the sale of which shall be entirely at his risk, shall be reckoned as the price of the copyright, and we shall pay half of that balance. I had no hesitation in authorizing him to proceed in his bargain with Owen Rees of Longman's House, upon that principle, for supposing, according to Cadle's present idea, the loss on the stock shall amount to 2,000 or 3,000, the possession of the entire copyright, undivided, would enable us, calculating upon similar success to that of the novels, to make at least 500%. Longman Co. have indeed an excellent bargain, but then so will we pay dear, indeed, for what the ostensible subject of sale is. But if it sets free almost the whole of our copyrights, and places them in our own hands, we get a most valuable quid pro quo. There is only 1/4, I think, of Marmion in Mr. Murray's hands, and it must be the deuce if that cannot be secured. Mr. Cadle proposed that, as he took the whole books on his risk, he ought to have compensation, and that it should consist in the sum to be given to me for arranging and making additions to the volumes of poetry, thus to be republished. I objected to this, for in the first place he may suffer no loss, for the books may go off more rapidly than he thinks or expects. In the second place, I do not know what my labors in the poetry may be. In either case, it is a blind bargain. But if he should be a sufferer beyond the clear half of the loss which we agree to share with him, I agreed to make him some compensation, and he is willing to take what I shall think just so stands our bargain remained at home, and wrote about 4 pages of tales. I should have done more, but my head, as Squire Sullen says, ached consumedly. Rees has given Cadle written offer to be binding, till the 12th meantime, I have written to Lockhart to ask John Murray if he will treat for the 4th share of Marmion, which he possesses it can be worth but little to him, and gives us all the copyrights. I have a letter from Sir Thomas Dick Lauder, touching a manuscript of Messrs. Hay Allen called the Vescirium Scoti, by a Sir Richard Forrester. If it is an imposition, it is cleverly done, but I doubt the quarter it comes from. These Hay Allens are men of warm imaginations. It makes the strange averment that all the low country gentlemen and border clans wore tartan, and give sets of them. All I must see the manuscript before I believe in it. The Allens are singular men of much accomplishment, but little probity is in antiquarian matters. Cadle lent me 10 funny enough after all our grand expectations for Croesus to want such a gratility. June 7 I rose at 7, and wrote to Sir Thomas Lauder a long warning on the subject of these Allens, and their manuscript proceeded to write, but found myself pulled up by the necessity of reading a little. This occupied my whole morning. The Lord President called very kindly to desire me to keep at home tomorrow. I thought of being out, but it may be as well not. I am somehow or other either listless or lazy. My head aches cruelly. I made a fight at reading and working till 11, and then came sleep with a party-colored mantle of fantastic hues, and wrapped me into an imaginary world. June 8 I wrote the whole morning till 2 o'clock. Then I went into the gardens of Prince's Street, to my great exhilaration. I never felt better for a walk. Also, it is the first I have taken this whole week. And more, I visited some remote garden grounds, where I had not been since I walked there with the good Samaritan Skene. Sadly enough, at the time of my misfortunes, the shrubs and young trees which were then invisible, are now of good size, and gay with leaf and blossom. I too old trunk, as I am, have put out tender buds of hope, which seemed checked for ever. I may now look with fair hope to freeing myself of obligation from all men, and spending the rest of my life in ease and quiet. God, make me thankful for so cheering a prospect. June 9 I wrote in the morning, set out for a walk at 12 o'clock as far as Mr. Cadle's. I found him hesitating about his views, and undecided about the number plan. He thinks the first plan answers so much beyond expectation, it is a pity to interfere with it, and talks of re-engraving the plates. This would be touchy, but nothing is resolved on. Anne had a little party where Lady Charlotte Barry, Lady Hopetown, and others met. The Caradori, who sung to us very kindly. She sung Jock of Hazeldean very well, and with a peculiar expression of humor. Sandy Ballantyne kindly came and helped us with fiddle and flageolet. Willie Clerk was also here. We had a lunch, and were very gay, not the less so for the want of Mr. Barry, who is a thorough-paced coxcomb with some accomplishments. However, I drank 2 glasses of champagne, which have muddled my brains for the day. Will Clerk promised to come back and dine on the wreck of the turkey and tongue pigeon pie, etc. He came accordingly and stayed till 9, so no time for work. It was not a lost day, however. June 10 Nota bene, my complaint quite gone, I attended the court, and sat there till late evening. Had its lot of labor, which is, I think, a second nature to me. It is astonishing how little I look into a book of entertainment. I have been reading over the 5 Nights of St. Alban's-Free, much extra emnia nostri mundi, and possessed of considerable merit, though the author loves to play at charipit with Satan. June 11 I was kept at court by a hearing, till near 3, then sat to Mr. Graham for an hour and a half. When I came home, behold a letter from Mr. Murray, very handsomely, yielding up the 4th share of Marmion, which he possessed afterwards. We went to the theatre, where St. Ronan's Well was capitally acted by Murray, and the Bailieth part of Clara Mowbray being heavy for want of Mrs. Siddons. Poor old Mrs. Renaud. Once the celebrated Mrs. Powell took leave of the stage. As I was going to bed at 12 at night, in came R.P. Gillies like a tobacco cask. I shook him off with some difficulty, pleading my having been lately ill, but he is to call tomorrow morning. June 12 Gillies made his appearance. I told him frankly, I thought he conducted his affairs too irregularly for anyone to assist him, and I could not in charity advise anyone to encourage subscriptions, but that I should subscribe myself, so I made over to him about 50, which the Foreign Review owes me, and I will grow hard-hearted, and do no more. I was not long in the court, but I had to look at the controversy about the descent of the Douglas family. Then I went to Cadle and found him still cock-a-hoop. He has raised the addition to 17,000, a monstrous number, yet he thinks it will clear the 20,000, but we must be quiet in case people Jalos. The failure of the plates. I called on Lady J.S. When I came home I was sleepy and overwalked. By the way, I sat till Graham finished my picture, I fell fast asleep before dinner, and slept for an hour after dinner. I wrote to Walter Charles Lockhart and John Murray, and took a screed of my novel, so concluded the evening idly enough. June 13, we hear of Sophia's motions. She is to set sail by steamboat on the 16th Tuesday, and Charles is to make a run down with her. But alas, my poor Johnny is, I fear, come to lay his bones in his native land. Sophia can no longer disguise it from herself, that as his strength weakens, the disease increases. The poor child is so much bent on coming to see Abbotsford and grandpapa that it would be cruel not to comply with his wish, and, if affliction comes, we will bear it best together. Not more the schoolboy who expires, far from his native home desires, to see some friend's familiar face, or meet a parent's last embrace. It must be all as God wills it, perhaps his native air may be of service. More news from Cadle, he deems it necessary to carry up the addition to 20,000. Abbotsford this day was fixed for a start to Abbotsford, where we arrived about 6 o'clock evening. To my thinking, I never saw a prettier place. And even the trees and flowers seemed to say to me, "We are your own again." But I must not let imagination jade me thus. It would be to make disappointment doubly bitter, and God knows, I have in my child's family matter enough to check any exuberant joy. June 14, a delicious day, threatening rain, but with the languid and affecting manner in which beauty demands sympathy. When about to weep, I wandered about the banks and braes all morning, and got home about 3, and saw everything in tolerable order, excepting that there was a good number of branches left in the walks. There is a great number of trees cut and bark collected. Colonel Ferguson dined with us, and spent the afternoon. June 15, another charming day up, and dispatched packets for Ballantyne and Cadle. Neither of them was furiously to the purpose, but I had a humor to be alert. I walked over to Huntley Burn, and round by Chiefswood and Janeswood, where I saw Captain Hamilton. He is busy finishing his peninsular campaigns. He will not be cut out by Napier, whose work has a strong party cast, and being besides purely abstract and professional to the public, seems very dull. I read General Miller's account of the South American War. I liked it the better that Basil Hall brought the author to breakfast with me in Edinburgh. A fine, tall military figure, his left hand withered like the prophet's gourd, and plenty of scars on him. There have been rare doings in that vast continent, but the strife is too distant, the country too unknown, to have the effect upon the imagination which European wars produce. This evening I indulged in the far neater rare event with me, but which I enjoy proportionally. June 16, made up parcel for Dr. Lardner, and now I propose to set forth my memoranda of Byron, for Moore's acceptance, which ought in civility to have been done long, since I will have a walk however in the first place. I did not get on with Byron so far as I expected begin it, though, and that is always something. I went to see the woods at Huntley Burn, and Marsley, etc. Met Captain Hamilton, who tells me a shocking thing. 2 Messrs. Sterling of Drumpelier came here, and dined one day, and seemed spirited young men. The younger is murdered by pirates. An Indian vessel in which he sailed was boarded by these miscreants, who behaved most brutally, and he, offering resistance, I suppose, was shockingly mangled and flung into the sea. He was afterwards taken up alive, but died soon after. Such horrid accidents lie in wait for those whom we see all joyous and unthinking, sweeping along the course of life, and what end may be waiting ourselves, who can tell? June 17, must take my leave of sweet Abbotsford, and my leisure hour, my eve of repose to go to town, will take up the morning. Edinburgh, we set out about 11 o'clock, got to Edinburgh about 4, where I dined with Baron Clerk, and a few Exchequer friends, Lord Chief, Baron Sir Patrick Murray, Sir Henry Jardine, etc., etc. June 18, corrected proofs for Dr. Dionysius Lardner. Cadle came to breakfast. Poor fellow, he looks like one who had been overworked. And the difficulty of keeping papermakers up to printers, printers up to draftsmen, artists to engravers, and the whole party to time, requires the utmost exertion. He has actually ordered new plates, although the steel ones which we employ are supposed to throw off 30,000 without injury, but I doubt something of this. Well, since they will buckle fortune on our back, we must bear it scholarly. And wisely I went to court, called on my return on J.B. and Cadle at home. I set to correct Ivanhoe. I had 20 other things more pressing. But after all, these novels deserve a preference. Poor Terry is totally prostrated by a paralytic affection, continuance of existence, not to be wished for. Tomorrow I expect Sophia and her family by steam. June 19, Sophia and Charles, who acted as her escort, arrived at 9 o'clock morning, fresh from the steamboat. They were in excellent health, also the little boy and girl. But poor Johnny seems very much changed indeed, and I should not be surprised if the scene shortly closes. There is obviously a great alteration in strength and features at dinner. We had our family chat on a scale that I had not enjoyed for many years. The Skens supped with us. June 20 corrected proof sheets in the morning for Dr. Lardner. Then, I had the duty of the court to perform. As I came home, I recommended young Shortreed to Mr. Cadle for a printing job now, and then, when Ballantyne is overloaded, which Mr. Cadle promised accordingly. Lady Anna Maria Elliot's company at dinner, helped on our family party, and passed the evening pleasantly enough, my anxiety considering. June 21, a very wet Sunday, I employed it to good purpose, bestowing much labor on the history, 10 pages of which are now finished. Were it not for the precarious health of poor Johnny, I would be most happy in this reunion with my family, but poor child, this is a terrible drawback. June 22, I keep working though interruptedly, but the heat in the midst of the day makes me flag and grow irresistibly drowsy. Mr. and Mrs. Skeen came to supper this evening. Skeen has engaged himself in drawing illustrations, to be etched by himself for Waverley. I wish it may do. June 23, I was detained in the court. Till 3:30 Captain William Lockhart dined with Skeen. The captain's kind nature had brought him to Edinburgh to meet his sister-in-law. June 24, I was detained late in the court, but still had time to go with Adam Wilson and call upon a gentleman-like East Indian officer called Colonel Franklin, who appears an intelligent and respectable man. He writes the history of Captain Thomas, a person of the condition of a common seaman, who raised himself to the rank of a native prince, and for some time waged a successful war with the powers around him. The work must be entertaining. June 25 finished correcting proofs for Tales 3D series. The court was over soon, but I was much exhausted on the return home, quite sleepy. And past work, I looked in on Cadle, whose hand is in his housewife's cap, driving and pushing to get all the works forward in due order, and cursing the delays of artists and engravers. I own, I wish we had not hampered ourselves with such causes of delay. June 26, Mr. Ellis, missionary from the South Sea Islands, breakfasted, introduced by Mr. Fletcher, minister of the parish of Stepney. Mr. Ellis' account of the progress of civilization as connected with religion is very interesting. Knowledge of every kind is diffused. Reading, writing, printing, abundantly common. Polygamy abolished. Idolatry is put down. The priests won over by the chiefs, dividing among them the consecrated lands which belong to their temples. Great part of the population are still without religion, but willing to be instructed. Wars are become infrequent, and there is in each state a sort of representative body or senate, who are a check on the despotism of the chief. All this has come hand in hand with religion. Mr. Ellis tells me that the missionaries of different sects avoided carefully letting the natives know that there were points of disunion between them, not so some Jesuits who had lately arrived, and who taught their own ritual, as the only true one. Mr. Ellis described their poetry to me, and gave some examples. It had an Ossianic character, and was composed of metaphor. He gave me a small collection of hymns printed in the islands. If this gentleman is sincere, which I have no doubt of, he is an illustrious character. He was just about to return to the Friendly Islands, having come here for his wife's health. Blairatum. After the court we set off the two Thompsons, and I for Blairatum, where we held our Macduff Club for the 12th anniversary. We met the Chief Baron Lord Sidney Osborne, Will Clerk, the Merry Knight Sir Adam Ferguson, with our venerable host, the Lord Chief Commissioner, and merry men were we. June 27, I ought not, where merry men convened, to omit our jovial son of Neptune, Admiral Adam. The morning proving delightful, we set out for the object of the day, which was Falkland. We passed through Lochshore, but without stopping, and saw on the road eastward 2 or 3 places as Balbity, Strathendry, and some others known to me by name. Also we went through the town of Leslie, and saw what remains of the celebrated rendezvous of rustic gallantry called Christ's Kirk on the Green. It is now cut up with houses, one of the most hideous of which is a new church, having the very worst and most offensive kind of Venetian windows. This, I am told, has replaced a quiet, lowly little Gothic building, coeval, perhaps, with the royal poet who celebrated the spot. Next, we went to Falkland, where we found Mr. Howden, factor of Mr. Tyndall Bruce, waiting to show us the palace. Falkland has most interesting remains, a double entrance etwer, and a side building running east from it is roofed, and in some degree habitable. A corresponding building running northward from the eastern corner is totally ruinous, having been destroyed by fire. The architecture is highly ornamented in the style of the palace, at sterling niches, with statues with projections, cornices, etc., are lavished. Throughout, many cornice medallions exhibited such heads as those procured from the king's room, at Stirling the originals perhaps being the same the repeated cipher of James, Roman 5, and Mary of Guise, attest the builder of this part of the palace. When complete it had been a quadrangle, there is as much of it as remained when Slezer published his drawings. Some part of the interior has been made what is called habitable, that is, a half dozen of bad rooms have been gotten out of it, am clear in my own mind, a ruin should be protected, but never repaired. The proprietor has a beautiful place called Nuthill, within 10 minutes' walk of Falkland, and commanding some fine views of it, and of the Lomond Hill. This should be the residence, but Mr. Bruce and his predecessor, my old professor, John Bruce, deserve great credit for their attention to prevent dilapidation, which was doing its work fast upon the ancient palace. The only remarkable apartment was a large and well-proportioned gallery, with a painted roofed empore Jacobi section, built after his succession to the throne of England. I noticed a curious thing: a hollow column concealed the rope which rung the castle bell, keeping it safe from injury and interruption. The town of Falkland is old, with very narrow streets. The arrival of 2 carriages and a gig was an event important enough to turn out the whole population. They are said to be less industrious, more dissipated, and readier to become soldiers than their neighbors, so long a court retains its influence. We dined at Wellfield with my men George Cheap, with whom I rode in the cavalry, some 30 years ago. Much mirth and good wine made us return in capital tune. The Chief Baron and Admiral Adam did not go on this trip. When we returned, it was time to go to bed by a candle. June 28 being Sunday, we lounged about in the neighborhood of the crags called Keary Craigs, etc. The sheriff substitute of Kinross came to dinner, and brought a gold signet which had been found in that town. It was very neat work, about the size of a shilling. It bore in a shield the arms of Scotland and England, party per pale, those of Scotland occupying the dexter side. The shield is of the heater or triangular shape. There is no crown nor legend of any kind. A slip of gold folds upwards on the back of the hinge, and makes the handle neatly enough. It is too well wrought for David Roman II's time, and James Roman IV is the only monarch of the Scottish line who, marrying a daughter of England, may carry the arms of both countries, party per pale. Mr. Skelton is the name of the present possessor. 2 reported discoveries: 1, that the bleaberry shrub contains the tanning quality, as 4 to 1 compared to the oak, which may be of great importance, as it grows so commonly on our moors. The other, that the cutting of an apple tree or other fruit tree may be preserved by sticking it into a potato and planting both together. Curious if true. June 29, Edinburgh. We dined together at Blair-Adam, having walked in the woods in the morning, and seen a beautiful new walk made through the woody hill behind the house. In a fine evening, after an early dinner, our party returned to Edinburgh, and there each dispersed to his several home and resting place. I had the pleasure of finding my family all well except Johnny. June 30, after my short sniff of country air, here am I again, at the receipt of custom. The sale with Longman Co. for stock and copyrights of my poetical works is completed for 7,000. It dates from 12 to 36 months. There are many sets out of which we may be able to clear the money, and then we shall make something to clear the copyright. I am sure this may be done, and that the bargain will prove a good one in the long run. Dined at home with my family, whom, as they disperse tomorrow, I have dedicated the evening to. July 1. This morning wrote letters, and sent them off by Charles. It was Tay and Wednesday, so I was at home to witness the departure of my family, which was depressing. My 2 daughters, with the poor boy Johnny, went off at 10 o'clock, my son Charles with my niece about 12. The house filled with a little bustle attendant on such a removal, then became silent as the grave. The voices of the children, which had lately been so clamorous with their joyous shouts, are now hushed, and still a blank of this kind is somewhat depressing, and I find it impossible to resume my general tone of spirits. A lethargy has crept on me which no efforts can dispel, and as the day is rainy I cannot take exercise. I have read therefore the whole morning, and have endeavored to collect ideas instead of expending them. I have not been very successful in short deem perditi. Localities at Blair-Adam: Locherney and Locherney Moss, the Loudingstane and Dodgells Cross, Cragen Cat and Cragen Crow, Craigiveril, the King's Cross, and Dunglow. July 2. I made up for my deficiencies yesterday, and besides attending the court, wrote 5 close pages, which I think is very near double task. I was alone the whole day, and without interruption. I have little doubt I will make my solitude tell upon my labors, especially since they promised to prove so efficient. I was so languid yesterday that I did not record that Ballantyne, his brother Sandy, and Mr. Cadle dined here on a beefsteak, and smoked a cigar, and took a view of our El Dorado. July 3 labored at court, where I was kept late, and wrought on my return home, finishing about 5 pages. I had the great pleasure to learn that the party with the infantry got safe to Abbotsford. July 4 after court, I came home, and set to work still on the tales when I had finished my bit of dinner, and was in a quiet way smoking my cigar over a glass of negus. Adam Ferguson comes with a summons to attend him to the justice clerk's, where it seems I was engaged. I was totally out of case to attend his summons, redolent as I was of tobacco, but I am vexed at the circumstance. It looks careless, and what is worse, affected. And the justice is an old friend moreover. I rather think I have been guilty towards him in this respect. Before devil take my stupidity, I will call on Monday, and say here is my sabre, and here is my heart. July 5 Sir Adam came to breakfast, and with him, Mr. and Mrs. Johnstone. Of Bordeaux the lady his cousin. I could not give them a right Scottish breakfast, being on a Sunday morning, labored on the tales the whole morning. The post brought 2 letters of unequal importance, one from a person calling himself Havel, announcing to me the terrific circumstance that he had written against the Waverley novels, in a publication called La Belle Assembly, at which doubtless he supposes I must be much annoyed. He be d, and that's plain. Speaking the other from Lord Aberdeen, announcing that Lockhart, Dr. Gooch, and myself are invested with the power of examining the papers of the Cardinal Duke of York, and reporting what is fit for publication. This makes it plain that the invisible neither slumbers nor sleeps. The toil and remuneration must be Lockhart's, and to any person understanding that sort of work, the degree of trust reposed holds out hope of advantage. At any rate, it is a most honorable trust. And I have written in suitable terms to Lord Aberdeen to express my acceptance of it, adverting to my necessary occupations here and expressing my willingness to visit London occasionally to superintend the progress of the work. Treated myself, being considerably fagged, with a glass of poor Glengarry's super-excellent whiskey, and a cigar made up my journal. Wrote to the girls, and so to roost upon a crust of bread and a glass of small beer, my usual supper. July 6 I labored all the morning, without anything unusual save a call from my cousin Mary Scott of Jedburgh, whom I persuaded to take part of my chaise to Abbotsford on Saturday at 2 o'clock. I walked to Cadle's and afterwards to a committee of the Bannatyne Club. Thereafter I went to Leith, where we had fixed a meeting of the club now of 41 years standing. I was in the chair, and Sir Adam Croupier. We had the Justice Clerk Lord Abercrombie, Lord Pitmley, Lord Advocate James Ferguson, John Irving, and William Clerk, and passed a merry day for old fellows. It is a curious thing that only 3 have died of this club since its formation. These were the Earl of Selkirk, James Clerk, Lieutenant in the Navy, and Archibald Miller. W.S. Sir Patrick Murray was an unwilling absentee. There were absent Professor Davidson of Glasgow, besides Glassford, who has cut our society, and poor James Edmonstown, whose state of health precludes his ever joining society again. We took a fair but moderate allowance of wine, sung our old songs, and were much refreshed with 100 old stories, which would have seemed insignificant to any stranger. The most important of these were old college adventures of love and battle. July 7 I was rather apprehensive that I might have felt my unusual dissipation this morning, but not a whit. I rose as cool as a cucumber, and set about to my work till breakfast time. I am to dine with Ballantyne today, tomorrow with John Murray. This sounds sadly like idleness, except what may be done either in the morning before breakfast, or in the broken portion of the day between attendance on the court and my dinner meal. A vile drowsy, yawning fagged portion of existence, which resembles one's day, as a portion of the shirt escaping betwixt one's waistcoat and breeches, indicates his linen. Dined with James Ballantyne, who gave us a very pleasant party. There was a great musician, Mr. Newcomb, a German, a pupil of Haydn, a sensible, pleasant man. July 8 this morning, I had an ample dose of proofs, and could do nothing but read them. The court kept me till 2. I was then half tempted to go to hear Mr. Newcomb perform on the organ, which is said to be a most masterly exhibition, but I reflected how much time I should lose by giving way to temptation, and how little such ears as mine would be benefited by the exhibition, and so I resolved to return to my proofs. Having not a little to do, I was so unlucky as to meet my foreigner, along with Mr. Lane the French consul, and his lady, who all invited me to go with them. But I pleaded business, and was set down doubtless for a Goth, as I deserved. However, I got my proofs settled before dinner time, and began to pack up books, etc. I dined at John Murray's, and met amongst others Mr. Shutsey, the brother-in-law of poor George Ellis. We conversed about our mutual friend, and about the life Canning was to have written about him, and which he would have done con amore. He gave me two instances of poor George's neatness of expression and acuteness of discrimination, having met for the first time one Percival. Young lawyer, he records him as a person who, with the advantages of life and opportunity, would assuredly rise to the head of affairs. Another gentleman is briefly characterized as a man of few words and fewer ideas. Shutsey himself is a clever man with something dry in his manner, owing perhaps to an imperfection of hearing. Murray's parties are always agreeable and well chosen. July 9, I began an immense arrangement of my papers, but was obliged to desist by the approach of 4 o'clock. Having been enabled to shirk the court, I had the whole day to do what I wished, and as I made some progress, I hope, I will be strengthened to resume the task when at Abbotsford. Heard of the death of poor Bob, Shortreed, the companion of many a long ride among the hills, in quest of old ballads. He was a merry companion, a good singer and mimic, and full of Scottish drollery in his company. And under his guidance, I was able to see much of rural society in the mountains which I could not otherwise have attained, and which I have made my use of. He was, in addition, a man of worth. In character, I always burdened his hospitality while at Jedburgh on the circuit, and have been useful to some of his family. Poor fellow, he died at a most interesting period for his family, when his eldest daughter was about to make an advantageous marriage. So glide our friends from us. Hic pona, diu vivantibus. Many recollections die with him, and with poor Terry, I dined with the Skens in a family way. July 10, had a hard day's work at the court, till about 2, and then came home to prepare for the country. I made a tales quales arrangement of my papers, which I trust I shall be able to complete at Abbotsford, for it will do much good. I wish I had a smart boy like Red Robin the tinker. Wrote also a pack of letters. Abbotsford, July 11. I was detained in the court till nearly 1 o'clock, then set out, and reached Abbotsford in 5 or 6 hours. Found all well, and Johnny rather better. He sleeps by virtue of being in the open air a good deal. July 12, the day excessively rainy, or as we call it soft. I e'en unpacked my books, and did a great deal to put them in order, but I was sick of the labor by 2 o'clock, and left several of my books and all of my papers at 6s and 7s. Sir Adam and the Colonel dined with us. A Spanish gentleman with his wife, whom I had seen at the French consul's, also dropped in. He was a handsome, intelligent, and sensible man. His name I have forgot. We had a pleasant evening. July 13, this day I wrote till 1, resuming the history and making out a day's task. Then went to Chiefswood, and had the pleasure of a long walk with a lady well known in the world of poetry, Mrs. Hemans. She is young and pretty, though the mother of 5 children, as she tells me. There is taste and spirit in her conversation. My daughters are critical and call her blue, but I think they are hypercritical. I will know better when we meet again. I was home at 4, had an evening walk with little Walter, who held me by the finger, gabbling eternally much that I did and more that I did not understand then. I had a long letter to write to Lockhart, correct and read and dispatch proofs, etc., and to bed heartily tired, though with no great exertion. July 14, a rainy forenoon broke the promise of a delightful morning. I wrote 4.5 pages to make the best of a bad bargain. If I can double the daily task, I will be something in hand. But I am resolved to stick to my 3 pages a day. At least the 12th of August will then complete my labors. July 15, this day 2 very pretty and well-bred boys came over to breakfast with us. I finished my task of 3 pages and better, and went to walk with the little fellows round the farm, by the lake, etc., etc. They were very good companions. Tom has been busy thinning the terrace this day or two, and is to go on. July 16, I made out my task-work, and betook myself to walk about 12. I feel the pen turn heavy after breakfast. Perhaps my solemn morning meal is too much for my intellectual powers, but I want to bridge a single crumb for all that I eat very little at dinner, and can't abide to be confined in my hearty breakfast. The work goes on, as task-work must, slow sure, and I trust not drowsy, though the author is. I sent off to Dionysius Lardner. Goodness be with us, what a name, as far as page 38 inclusive. But I will wait to add tomorrow's quota. I had a long walk with Tom. I am walking with more pleasure and comfort to myself than I have done for many a day. May heaven continue this great mercy, which I have so much reason to be thankful for. July 17, we called at Chiefswood, and asked Captain Hamilton and Mrs. H. and Mrs. Hemans to dinner on Monday. She is a clever person, and has been pretty. I had a long walk with her tete-a-tete. She told me of the peculiar melancholy attached to the words. No more, I could not help telling, as a different application of the words, how an old dame riding home along Cockenzie Sands, pretty Bosie fell. Off the pillion and her husband being in good order also did not miss her. Till he came to Prestonpans, he instantly returned with some neighbors, and found the good woman seated amidst the advancing tide, which began to rise with her lips, ejaculating to her comers who she supposed were still pressing her to another cup, nay, I drap mare, I thank you kindly we dined in family, and all. July 18 a Sunday with alternate showers and sunshine wrote double task, which brings me to page 4 to 6 inclusive. I read the Spewife of Galt. There is something good in it, and the language is occasionally very forcible. But he has made his story difficult to understand by adopting a region of history little known, and having many heroes of the same name, whom it is not easy to keep separate in one's memory. Some of the traits of the Spewife who conceits herself to be a changeling or twin are very good indeed. His Highland chief is a kind of Caliban, and speaks like Caliban, a jargon never spoken on earth, but full of effect for all that. July 19 I finished 2 leaves this morning, and received the Hamiltons and Mrs. Hemans to breakfast afterwards. We drove to Yarrow, and showed Mrs. Hemans the lions. The party dined with us and stayed, till evening of course, no more work. July a rainy day, and I am very drowsy, and would give the world to 358 note dash, is a blank space. I wrote 4 leaves however, and then my understanding dropped me. I have made up for yesterday's short task. Note from July 20th, 1329 to May 23 d 1830, there are no entries in the journal, but during that time, Sir Walter met with a sad loss. He was deprived of his humble friend and staunch henchman Thomas Purdy. The following little note to Laidlaw shows how keenly he felt his death. My dear Willie, I write to tell you the shocking news of poor Tom Purdy's death, by which I have been greatly affected. He had complained, or rather spoken of a sore throat. And the day before yesterday, as it came on a shower of rain, I wanted him to walk fast on to Abbotsford before me, but you know well how impossible that was. He took some jelly or trifle of that kind, but made no complaint this morning. He rose from bed as usual and sat down by the table, with his head on his hand, and when his daughter spoke to him life had passed away without a sigh or groan. Poor fellow, there is a heart cold that loved me well, and I am sure thought of my interest more than his own. I have seldom been so much shocked. I wish you would take a ride down and pass the night. There is much I have to say, and this loss adds to my wish to see you. We dine at 4. The day is indifferent, but the sooner the better. Yours very truly, Walter Scott. Since sick October Kai 29th. To Mr. Cadle a few days later, he says I have lost my old and faithful servant, my factotum, and am so much shocked that I really wish to be quit of the country. I have this day laid him in the grave. On coming to Edinburgh, Sir Walter found that his old friend and neighbour Lady Jane Stewart was no longer there to welcome him. She also had died somewhat suddenly on October 28th, and was buried at Invermay on November 4th. May 23 Abbotsford. About a year ago, I took the pet at my diary chiefly because I thought it made me abominably selfish, and that by recording my gloomy fits, I encouraged their recurrence, whereas out of sight, out of mind is the best way to get rid of them. And now I hardly know why I take it up again. But here goes. I came here to attend Reburn's funeral. I am near of his kin, my great-grandfather Walter Scott, being the second son or first cadet of this small family. My late kinsman was also married to my aunt, a most amiable old lady. He was never kind to me, and at last utterly ungracious. Of course, I never liked him, and we kept no terms. He had forgot, though, an infantine cause of quarrel, which I always remembered. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I was staying at Lessedon House, an old mansion. The abode of this Reburn, a large pigeon house, was almost destroyed with starlings. Then a common bird, though now seldom seen, they were seized in their nests and put in a bag, and I think drowned or threshed to death, or put to some such end. The servants gave one to me, which I in some degree tamed, and the brood of a laird seized, and wrung its neck. I flew at his throat like a wild cat, and was torn from him with no little difficulty long afterwards. I did him the mortal offence to recall some superiority, which my father had lent to the laird, to make up a qualification which he meant to exercise by voting for Lord Minto's interest against poor Don. This made a total breach between 2 relations who had never been friends, and though I was afterwards of considerable service to his family, he kept his ill humor, alleging justly enough that I did these kind actions for the sake of his wife and family, not for his benefit. I now saw him, at the age of 82 or 3, deposited in the ancestral grave, dined with my cousins, and returned to Abbotsford about 8 o'clock. May 24 Edinburgh. Called on my neighbour Nicol Milne of Faldonside to settle something about the road to Selkirk. Afterwards went to Huntley Burn, and made my compliments to the family. Lunched at 2:30. and drove to town calling at George Square on Gala. He proposed to give up the present road to Selkirk in favor of another, on the north side of the river, to be completed by 2 bridges. This is an object for Abbotsford in the evening. Came to town letter from Mr. Haydon soliciting 20 wait till Lockhart comes. May 25 got into the old mill this morning, and grind away walked in very bad day to George Square from the Parliament House, through paths once familiar, but not trod for 20 years met Scott of Wool and Scott of Gala, and consulted about the new road between Galashiels and Selkirk. I am in hopes to rid myself of the road to Selkirk, which goes too near me at Abbotsford dined at Lord Chief Commissioner's, where we met the new Chief Baron Abercrombie, and his lady. I thought it was the first time we had met for above 40 years, but he put me in mind, we had dined one day at John Richardson's. May 26 wrought with proofs etc. at the demonology, which is a cursed business to do neatly. I must finish it though for I need money. I went to the court from that came home and scrambled on, with half writing half reading half idleness. Till evening I have laid aside smoking much and now unless tempted by company, rarely take a cigar. I was frightened by a species of fit, which I had in February, which took from me my power of speaking. I am told it is from the stomach. It looked woundy like palsy or apoplexy. Well, be it what it will, I can stand it. May 27 court, as usual I am agitating a proposed retirement from the court, as they are only to have 4 instead of 6 clerks of session in Scotland. It will be their interest to let me retire on a superannuation. Probably I shall make a bad bargain, and get only 2/3 of the salary. Instead of 3/4, this would be hard, but I could save between 2 and £300 by giving up town residence, and surely I could do enough with my time at reviews and other ways so as to make myself comfortable at Abbotsford. At any rate Jack de Est, Sir Robert Peel, and the advocate seem to acquiesce in the arrangement, and Sir Robert Dundas retires alongst with me. I think the difference will be infinite in point of health and happiness. May 28 wrought in the morning, then the court then cadles my affairs go on up to calculation, and the magnum keeps its ground. If this can last for 5 or 6 years longer, we may clear our hands of debt, but perhaps I shall have paid that of nature before that time come. They will have the books and Cadle to manage them, who is a faithful pilot. The poetry which we purchased for 7,000 payable in 2 years is melting off our hands, and we will feed our magnum in that way, when we have sold the present stock, by which we hope to pay the purchase money, and so go on velvet with the continuation. So my general affairs look well. I expect Lockhart and Sophia to arrive this evening in the roads and breakfast with us tomorrow. This is very reviving. May 29, the Lockharts were to appear at 9 o'clock, but it is past 4, and they come not. There has been easterly wind and a swell of the sea at the mouth of the Firth. But nevertheless, I wish they would come. The machinery is liable to accidents, and they may be delayed thus. Mr. Piper, the great contractor for the mail, coaches one of the sharpest men in his line called here today to give his consent to our line of road. He pays me the compliment of saying he wishes my views on the subject. That is perhaps fudge, but at least I know enough to choose the line that is most for my own advantage. I have written to make Gala acquainted that my subscription depends on their taking the Gala foot road. No other would suit me. After dinner, I began to tease myself about the children and their parents, and night went down on our uncertainty. May 30 our travelers appeared early in the morning cum tota sequela right happy, were we all. Poor Johnny looks, well his deformity is confirmed, poor fellow. But he may be a clever lad for all that. An imposthume in his neck seems to be the crisis of his complaint. He is a gentle placid creature. Walter is remarkably handsome, and so is little Whippety Stowery, as I call her. After breakfast I had a chat with Lockhart about affairs in general, which as far as our little interests are concerned are doing very well. Lockhart is now established in his reputation and literary prospects. I wrote some more in his demonology, which is a scrape I think. May 31 set to work early, and did a good day's work without much puffing and blowing. Had Lockhart at dinner, and a tete-a-tete over our cigar. He has got the right ideas for getting to the very head of the literary world, and now stands very high as well for taste and judgment. As for genius, I think there is no fear now of his letting a love of fun run away with him at home the whole day, except a walk to Cadle's, who is enlarging his sail as he comes upon heavy months, and is come now to the abbot the monastery, and the less profitable or popular of the novels. This is a fortunate circumstance. The management seems very judicious. June 1 proofs and court the inevitable employment of the day. Louisa Care. dined with us and Williams looked in. We talked a good deal on Celtic witchery and fairy lore. I was glad to renew my acquaintance with this able and learned man. June 2, the Lockharts left us again this morning, and although 3 masons are clanking at their work to clear a well, the noise is mitigated. Now, the poor baby's clang of tongues is removed. I set myself to write, determining to avoid reasoning and to bring in as many stories as possible. Being a tanned Wednesday, I may work undisturbed, and I will try to get so far ahead as may permit a journey to Abbotsford on Saturday. At 9 o'clock was as far ahead as page 57. It runs out well, and 150 pages will do. June 3, finished my proofs and sent them off with copy. I saw Mr. Dickinson on Tuesday, a right plain sensible man. He is so confident in my matters that, being a large creditor himself, he offers to come down with the support of all the London creditors to carry through any measure that can be devised for my behoof. Mr. Cadle showed him that we are 4 years forward in matter, prepared for the Prescott Heath's illustrations, which I dare say are finely engraved, but commonplace enough in point of art. June 4, court as usual, and not long detained. Visited Cadle, all right, and his reports favorable, it being the launch of our annual volume, now traversing a year with unblemished reputation and success. Uninterrupted, I should have said. I overhauled proofs and furnished copy in the morning between 7 and 10 o'clock. After coming from the court, I met Wool and Gala, and agreed upon the measures to be attempted at Selkirk on the 8th, at the meeting of trustees in the evening, smoked an extra cigar, none since Tuesday, and dedicated the rest to putting up papers, etc. for Abbotsford. Anne wants me to go to hear the Tyrolese minstrels, but though no one more esteems that bold and high-spirited people, I cannot but think their yodeling, if this be the word, is a variation, or set of variations upon the tones of a jackass. So I remain to dribble and scribble at home. June 5, I rose at 7 as usual, and to say truth, dawdled away my time in putting things to rights, which is a vile amusement, and writing letters to people who write to ask my opinion of their books, which is as much as to say, Tom, come tickle me. This is worse than the other pastime, but either may serve for a broken day, and both must be done sometimes. Abbotsford. After the court started for Abbotsford at 12:30 at noon, and here we are at 5:30 in Prancy. The country looks beautiful, though the foliage, larches in particular, have had a blight. Yet they can hardly be said to lose foliage, since they have but a sort of brushes at best. June 6 went through a good deal of duty as to proofs, and the like. At 2 set out and reached by 4 Chiefswood, where I had the happiness to find the Lockharts all in high spirits. Well, and happy Johnny must be all his life a weakly child, but he may have good health, and possesses an admirable temper. We dined with the Lockharts, and were all very happy. June 7, same duty carefully performed. I continued working till about 1, when Lockhart came to walk. We took our course round by the lake. I was a good deal fagged, and must have tired my companion by walking slow. The Fergusons came over Sir Adam in all his glory, and the night drave on wy sangs and clatter. June 8 had not time to do more than correct a sheet or two. About 11 set off for Selkirk, where there was a considerable meeting of road trustees. The consideration of the new road was entrusted to a committee which in some measure blinks the question, yet I think it must do in the end. I dined with the club young Chester's president. It is but bad fun, but I might be father of most of them, and must have patience at length. Haim cam argudaman at een. And haim cams he. June 9, in the morning, I advised sheriff court processes carried on the demonology. Till 12, then put books, etc. in some order to leave behind me. Will it be ordered that I come back not like a stranger or sojourner, but to inhabit here? I do not know. I shall be happy either way it is. Perhaps a violent change in the end of life, to quit the walk one has trod so long, and the cursed splenetic temper, which besets all men, makes you value opportunities and circumstances. When one enjoys them, no longer well, things must be as they may, as says that great philosopher Corporal Nym. Edinburgh. I had my walk, and on my return found the Lockharts come to take luncheon and leave of us. Reached Edinburgh at 9 o'clock, found among less interesting letters 2 from Lord Northampton on the death of the poor Marchioness, and from Anna Jane Cleffing on the same melancholy topic. Hi Mihai. June 10 corrected proofs, prepared some copy, and did all that was right. Dined and wrought in the evening, yet I did not make much way after all. June 11, in the morning, the usual labor of 2 hours. God bless that habit of being up at 7. I could do nothing without it. But it keeps me up to the scratch, as they say. I had a letter this morning, with deep mourning paper, and seal the mention of my nephew in the first line, made me sick, fearing It had related to Walter. It was from poor Sir Thomas Bradford, who has lost his lady, but was indeed an account of Walter, and a good one. June 12, a day of general labor and much weariness. June 13, the same may be said of this day. June 14, and of this only I went out for an hour and a half to Mr. Colvin Smith to conclude a picture for Lord Gillies. This is a sad relief from labor. Sedit ter nunc sedibit. In Felix Theseus. But Lord Gillies has been so kind and civil that I must have his picture as like as possible. June 15, I had at breakfast the son of Mr. Fellenberg of Hofwil, Switzerland, a modest young man. I used to think his father something of a quack. In proposing to discover how a boy's natural genius lies with a view to his education, how would they have made me a scholar is a curious question. Whatever was forced on me as a task I should have detested. There was also a gentleman-like little man, the Chevalier de Silent, and speaks no English. Poor George Scott Harden is dead of the typhus fever. Poor dear boy, I am sorry for him. And yet more for his parents. I have a letter from Henry on the subject. June 16, I wrote this forenoon, till I completed the 100 pages, which is well done. I had a call from Colin Mackenzie, whom I had not seen for nearly 2 years. He has not been so well and looks ghastly. But I think not worse than I have seen him of late years. We are very old acquaintances, I remember. He was one of a small party at college that formed ourselves into a club called the Poetical Society. The other members were Charles Kerr of Abertrule, singular being Colin M. Lauren, insane Colin, and I, who have luckily kept our wits. I also saw this morning a Mr. Lowe, a youth of great learning, who has written a good deal on the early history of Scotland. He is a good-looking, frank gentleman-like lad with these good gifts, only a parish schoolmaster in Aberdeenshire. Having won a fair holiday, I go to see Miss Kemble for the first time. It is 2 or 3 years since I have been in a theatre, once my delight. June 17, went last night to theatre, and saw Miss Fanny Kemble's Isabella, which was a most creditable performance. It has much of the genius of Mrs. Siddons, her aunt. She wants her beautiful countenance, her fine form, and her matchless dignity of step and manner. On the other hand, Miss Fanny Kemble has very expressive though not regular features, and what is worth it all, great energy mingled with, and chastened by correct taste. I suffered by the heat, lights, and exertion, and will not go back tonight, for it has purchased me a sore headache, this theatrical excursion. Besides, the play is Mrs. Beverley, and I hate to be made miserable about domestic distress, so I keep my gracious presence at home tonight, though I've and respect Miss Kemble for giving her active support to her father in his need, and preventing Covent Garden from coming down about their ears. I corrected proofs before breakfast, attended court, but was idle in the forenoon, the headache annoying me much. Dinner will make me better, and so at Roman 999, I wrote in the evening 3 pages, and tolerably well, though I may say with the Emperor Titus, not Titus Oates, that I have lost a day. June 18, Blair Adam, young John Colquhoun of Killermont, and his wife, breakfasted with USA, neat custom that, and saves wine and wassail, then to court, and arranged for our departure for Blair Adam, it being near midsummer, when the club meets Anne with me, and Sir Adam Ferguson. The day was execrable. Our meeting at Blair Adam was cordial, but our numbers diminished. The good and very clever Lord Chief Baron is returned to his own country with more regrets than in Scotland usually attend a stranger. Will Clerk has a bad cold. Thomas Thompson is detained, but the Chief Commissioner Admiral Adam, Sir Adam John Thompson, and I make an excellent concert. I only hope our venerable host will not fatigue himself tomorrow. We go to Culross, which Sir Robert Preston is repairing, and the wise are asking for whose future enjoyment he is upwards of 90, but still may enjoy the bustle of life. June 19, arose, and expected to work a little, but a friend's house is not favorable. You are sure to want the book you have not brought, and are in short out of sorts, like the minister, who could not preach out of his own pulpit. There is something fanciful in this, and something real too, and I have forgot my watch and left half my glasses at home. Off we set at 8:30. Lord Chief Commissioner, being left at home owing to cold, we breakfasted at Luscar, a place belonging to Adam Rowland. But the gout had arrested him at Edinburgh, so we were hospitably received by his family, the weather most unpropitious, very cold and rainy. After breakfast to Culross, where the veteran Sir Robert Preston showed us his curiosities. Life has done as much for him as most people in his 90th year. He has an ample fortune, a sound understanding, not the least decay of eyes, ears, or taste, is as big as 2 men and eats like 3, yet he too experiences the singula piardanter Annie, and has lost something since I last saw him. If his appearance renders old age tolerable, it does not make it desirable. But I fear when death comes we shall be unwilling for all that to part with our bundle of sticks, Sir Robert amuses himself with repairing the old house of Culross, built by the Lord Bruce of Kinloss, to what use it is. Destined is not very evident to me. It is too near his own comfortable mansion of Valafield to be useful as a residence, if indeed it could be formed into a comfortable modern house. But it is rather like a banqueting house, while he follows his own fancy. We had a sumptuous cold dinner. Adam Greaves, it was not hot so little can war, and want break a man to circumstances. We returned to Blair Adam in the evening through the wind, but in the rain for June weather it is the most ungenial. I have seen the beauty of Culross consists in magnificent terraces rising on the sea beach, and commanding the opposite shore of Lothian. The house is repairing in the style of James the Sixth. The windows have pediments like Harriet's work. There are some fine relics of the old monastery, with large Saxon arches. At Luscar I saw with pleasure the painting by Reburn of my old friend Adam Roland-esque, who was in the external circumstances, but not in frolic or fancy, my prototype for Paul Playdell. June 20, we settled this morning to go to church at Lochore, that is at Ballingray. But when we came to the earthly paradise, so called, we were let off, for there was no sermon, for which I could not in my heart be sorry. So, after looking at Lochore back, we came to lounge and loiter. About till dinner time, the rest of the day was good company, good cheer, and good conversation. Yet to be idle here is not the thing, and to be busy is impossible. So I wish myself home again, in spite of good entertainment. We leave tonight after an early dinner, and I will get to work again. June 21, Edinburgh wrote to Walter a long letter. The day continued dropping occasionally, but Sir Adam was in high fooling, and we had an amazing deal of laughing. We stole a look at the Curie Craigs between showers. In the meantime George Cheap and his son came in. We dined at 3:30, but it was 7 ere we set off and did not reach the house in Shandwick Place till 11 at night. Thus ended our club for the year 1830, its 13th anniversary. Its numbers were diminished by absence and indisposition, but its spirit was unabated. June 22 finished proofs and some copy in the morning, returned at noon, and might have labored a good day's work, but was dull, drowsy, and indolent, and could not, at least did not write above half a page. It was a day lost. And indeed it is always with me the consequence of mental indolence for a day or two. So I had a succession of eating and dozing, which I am ashamed of, for there was nothing to hinder me but thick-coming fancies. Pshaw, rabbit on. June 23 worked well this morning, and then to court at 2 called on Mr. Gibson, and find him disposed for an installment. Cadle has 10,000, and Gibson thinks 12,000 will pay 260. I wish it could be made 3 shillings, which would be 15,000. Presided at a meeting of the Bannatyne Club, the Whigs made a strong party to admit Kennedy of Dunure, which set aside Lord Medwin, who had been longer on the roll of candidates. If politics get into this club, it will ruin the literary purpose of the meeting and the general good humor with which it has gone on. I think it better to take the thing good-humoredly. And several of them volunteered to say that Medwin must be the next, which will finish all alamable. If it come to party work, I will cut and run, confound it. My eyes are closing now, even now at 4:30. Dined with Lord Medwin, a pleasant party, the guest of importance Mrs. Peter Latouch from Dublin, a fine old dame, who must have been beautiful when young, being pleasant and comely at 70, it appears. June 24 hard work with Ballantyne's proofs and revises, but got them accomplished. I am at the 12th hour. But I think I shall finish this silly book before the 10th of July. Notwithstanding this sage resolution, I did not write half a page of the said demonology. This day, I went to the court, called on Mr. Cadle, returned dog-turd, and trifled my time with reading the trial of Corder. What seemed most singular was his love to talk of the young woman he had murdered in such a manner as to insinuate the circumstances of his own crime, which is a kind of necessity, which seems to haunt conscience-struck men. Charles Sharp came in at night and supped with us. June 25 slept little later than I should. The proofs occupied the morning, the court and walk home detained me, till 2, when I returned set to work, and reached page 210 of copy. There is little or nothing else to say. Skene was with me. For a few minutes I called at Cadle's, also, who thinks a dividend of 3s per pound will be made out. This will be 1/2 of the whole debts, and leave a sinking fund for the rest, about 10,000 a year if the beast live and the Branks bide hail. June 26, Miss Kemble and her father breakfasted here with Sir Adam and Lady Ferguson. I like the young lady very much, respecting both her talents and the use she has made of them. She seems merry, unaffected, and good-humoured. She said she did not like the apathy of the Scottish audiences, who are certain not to give applause upon credit. I went to the court, but soon returned. A bad cold in my head makes me cough and sneeze like the dragon of Wantley. The advocate's bill is read a 3rd time. I hardly know whether to wish it passed or no. and am therefore in utrumque paradis. June 27, in the morning, worked as usual at proofs and copy of my infernal demonologia task, to which my poverty, and not my will consents about 12 o'clock. I went to the country to take a day's relaxation. We Roman 1 Mr. Cadle James Ballantyne and I went to Preston Pans, and getting there about 1 surveyed the little village, where my aunt and I were lodgers for the sake of sea bathing in 1770. 8. I believe I knew the house of Mr. Warrock, where we lived a poor cottage of which the owners and their family are extinct. I recollected my juvenile ideas of dignity attendant on the large gate, a black arch, which lets out upon the sea. I saw the church, where I yawned under the inflictions of a Dr. M. Cormac, a name in which dullness seems to have been hereditary. I saw the links where I arranged my shells upon the turf, and swam my little skiffs in the pools. Many comparisons between the man and the recollections of my kind aunt of old George Constable, who I think dangled after her of Dalgety, veteran half-pay lieutenant who swaggered his solitary walk on the parade, as he called a little open space before the same pool. We went to Preston, and took refuge from a thunderplump in the old tower. I remembered the little garden, where I was crammed with gooseberries, and the fear I had of blind Harry's spectre of Fawdon showing his headless trunk at one of the windows. I remembered also a very good-natured pretty girl, my Mary Duff, whom I laughed and romped with and loved as children love. She was a Miss Dalrymple, daughter of Lord Westall, a lord of Session, was afterwards married to Anderson of Winterfield, and her daughter is now the spouse of my colleague, Robert Hamilton. So strangely are our cards shuffled. I was a mere child, and could feel none of the passion which Byron alleges, yet the recollection of this good-humored companion of my childhood is like that of a morning dream, nor should I now greatly like to dispel it by seeing the original, who must now be sufficiently time-honored. Well, we walked over the field of battle, saw the Prince's Park, Cope's Lone, marked by slaughter in his disastrous retreat, the thorn tree, which marks the center of the battle, and all besides that was to be seen or supposed. We saw 2 broadswords found on the field of battle, one a Highlander's and Andrew Ferrara, another the dragoon sword of that day. Lastly, we came to Cockenzie, where Mr. Francis Cadle, my publisher's brother, gave us a kind reception. I was especially glad to see the mother of the family, a fine old lady who was civil to my aunt and me, and I recollect well used to have us to tea at Cockenzie. Curious that I should long afterwards have an opportunity to pay back this attention to her son Robert. Once more, what a kind of shuffling of the hand dealt us at our nativity. There was Mrs. F. Cadle, and 1 or 2 young ladies, and some fine fat children. I should be a bastard to the time did I not tell our fare. We had a tiled whiting, a dish unknown elsewhere. So there is a bone for the gastronomers to pick. Honest John Wood, my old friend, dined with us. I only regret I cannot understand him, as he has a very powerful memory and much curious information. The whole day of pleasure was damped by the news of the king's death. It was fully expected, however, as the termination of his long illness. But he was very good to me personally, and a kind sovereign. The common people and gentry join in their sorrow much, is owing to a kindly recollection of his visit to this country, which gave all men an interest in him. June 29, the business of the court was suspended, so back I came without stop or stay, and to work went. Roman 1. As I had risen early, I was sadly drowsy. However, I fought and fagged away the day. I am still in hope to send my whole manuscript to Ballantyne before the 10th July. Well, I must devise something to myself. I must do something better than this demonological trash. It is 9 o'clock, and I am weary, yea, my very spirits tired. After 10 o'clock, Mr. Davies, an American barrister of eminence, deputed to represent the American states in a dispute concerning the boundaries of Nova Scotia and New England, with an introduction to me from Mr. Ticknor, called. I was unable to see him, and put him off till tomorrow morning at breakfast. June 30, the new king was proclaimed, and the College of Justice took the oaths. I assisted Mr. Davies, who is a pleasant and well-informed man, to see the ceremony, which probably he would hardly witness in his own country. A day of noise and bustle. We dined at Mr. and Mrs. Strange Cheer, Esquires, I suppose many friends of the Arniston family. I thought there was some belief of Lord Melville losing his place, that he may exchange it for another is very likely. But I think the Duke will not desert him, who adhered to him so truly. July 1, Mr. Davies breakfasted with me on nearer acquaintance. I was more galled by some portion of continental manners than I had been at first. So difficult is it for an American to correct his manner to our ideas of perfect good breeding. I did all that was right, however, and asked Miss Ferrier, whom he admires prodigiously, to meet him at dinner. Hither came also a young friend, so I have done the polite thing every way. Thompson also dined with us after dinner. I gave my strangers an airing round the Corstorphine Hills, and returned by the Crammon Road. I sent to Mr. Gibson Cadle's project for Lammas, which raises 15,000 for a dividend of threes to be then made. I think the trustees should listen to this, which is paying one half of my debt. July 2 have assurances from John Gibson that 15,000 should be applied. As I proposed, if this can be repeated yearly up to 1835, the matter is ended, and well ended, yet woes me the public change their taste and their favorites get old, yet if I was born in 1771, I shall only be 60 in 1831, and by the same reasoning 6 to 4 in 1835, so I may rough it out, yet be no Sir Robert Preston, at any rate, it is all I have to trust to. I did a morning's task and was detained late at the court, came home, ate a hearty dinner, slumbered after it in spite of my teeth, and made a poor night's work of it. One's mind gets so dissipated by the fagging, yet insignificant business of the offices, my release comes soon, but I fear for a term, only for I doubt if they will carry through the court bill. July 3 my day began at 7. As usual Sir Adam came to breakfast. I read Southey's edition of the Pilgrim's Progress, and think of reviewing the same. I would I had books at hand to the court, and remained, till 2 then went to look at the drawings, for repairing Mirthly the house of Sir John or James Stuart now building by Gillespie Graham, and which he has planned after the fashion of James, Roman VI's reign, a kind of bastard Grecian, 391, very fanciful and pretty, though read Hone's everyday book, and with a better opinion of him than I expected from his anti-religious frenzy. We are to dine with the Skens today, which we did accordingly, meeting Mr. and Mrs. Strange, Lord Forbes, and other friends. July 4 was a complete and serious day of work, only interrupted in the evening by who, with all the freedom and ease of continental manners, gratified me with his gratuitous presence. Yet it might have been worse, for his conversation is well enough. But it is strange want of tact to suppose one must be alike welcome to a stranger at all hours of the day. But I have stuffed the portfolio, so do not grudge half an hour. July 5 I was up before 7, and resumed my labors, and by breakfast time I had reached p. 133, it may reach to 160 or 170, as I find space, and Matter Buchanan came, and wrote about 15 of his pages equal to mine, in proportion of 3 to 1, we are therefore about p. 138, and in sight of land at 2 o'clock went to bury poor George, Burnet the son of Gilbert Innes, in as heavy a rain as I ever saw, was in Shandwick Place again, by 4, and made these entries. I dined today with the Club Grant Heaven at Fair before 6 o'clock. We met at Barry's and had a gallant dinner, but only few of our number was present, alas. 60 does not rally to such meetings with the alacrity of 16, and our club has seen the space between these terms. I was home and abed when Charles arrived and waked me, poor fellow. He is doing very well with his rheumatic limbs. July 6 I did little this morning but correct some sheets, and was at the court all morning. About 2 I called at Mr. Cadle's, and I learned the dividend was arranged. Sir Adam fell in with us, and laid anchors to windward to get an invitation to Cockinsey, for next year. Being struck with my lifelike description of a tiled haddock, I came home much fagged, slept for half an hour. I don't like this lethargy, read I Promisy Sposi, and was idle. Miss Care dined, and gave us music. July 7 this morning corrected proofs with which J.B. proceeds lazily enough, and alleges printing reasons of which he has plenty at hand, though it was the day and Wednesday the devil would have it, that this was a court of session, day, also for a cause of mine. So there I sat hearing a dozen cases of augmentation of stipend, pleaded, and wondering within myself whether anything can be predicated of a Scottish parish in which there cannot be discovered a reason for enlarging the endowments of the minister. I returned after 2, with a sousing shower for companion. I got very wet and very warm. But shall we go mourn for that, my dear? I rather like a flaw of whether it shows something of the old man is left. I had Mr. Buchanan to help pack my papers and things, and got through part of that unpleasant business. July 8 I had my letters as usual, but no proofs till I was just going out, returning from the court. Met Skene, who brought me news that our visit was at an end for Saturday. Poor Colin, having come to town very unwell, I called to see him, and found him suffering under a degree of slow palsy, his spirits depressed, and his looks miserable, worse a great deal than when I last saw him. His wife and daughter were in the room, dreadfully distressed. We spoke but a few words referring to recovery and better days, which I suspect neither of us hoped for. I looked only on the ghost of my friend of many a long day, and he, while he said to see me did him good, must have had little thought of our meeting under better auspices. We shall of course go straight to Abbotsford, instead of travelling by Harkis as we intended. July 9, two distressed damsels on my hands. One, a friend of Harriet Swinton, translates from the Italian a work on the plan of I Promessi Sposi. But I fear she must not expect much from the trade. A translation with them is a mere translation that is a thing which can be made their own at a guinea per sheet, and they will not have an excellent one at a higher rate. Second, is Miss Young, daughter of the excellent Dr. Young of Howick. If she can from her father's letters and memoranda extract materials for a fair simple account of his life, I would give my name as editor, and I think it might do. But for a large publication, Palabra's neighbor Dogberry, the time is by dined with the Bannatyne, where we had a lively party, touching the songs. An old row must own an improvement in the times when all papa words are omitted, and naughty innuendos gazes, one is apt to say. Swear me, Kate, like a lady as thou art. A good mouth-filling oath and leave in sooth. And such protest of pepperginger bread. I think there is more affectation than improvement in the new mode. July 10 rose rather late. The champagne and turtle, I suppose, for our reform, includes no fasting. Then poor Ardwell came to breakfast. Then Dr. Young's daughter. I have projected with Cadle a plan of her father's life, to be edited by me if she does, but tolerably she may have a fine thing of it. Next came the court, where 60 judgments were pronounced and written by the clerks, I hope all correctly, though an error might well happen in such a crowd. And one of the best men possible is beastly stupid. Be that as it may, off came Anne Charles and I for Abbotsford. We started about 2, and the water being too deep didn't arrive till past 7. Dinner, etc., filled up the rest of the day. July 11 Abbotsford corrected my proofs, and the lave of it till about 1 o'clock, then started for a walk to Chiefswood, which I will take from station to station with a book in my pouch. I have begun Laurie Todd, which ought, considering the author's undisputed talents, to have been better. He might have laid Cooper aboard, but he follows far behind. No wonder Galt, poor fellow, was in the King's Bench when he wrote it. No wetter of genius is necessity, though said to be the mother of invention. July 12 another wet day, but I walked twice up and down the terrace, and also wrote a handsome scrap of copy, though mystified by the want of my books, and so forth. Dr. and Mrs. Lockhart and Violet came to luncheon, and left us to drive on to Peebles. I read and loitered, and longed to get my things in order. Got to work, however, at 7 in the morning. July 13 now, what a thing it is to be an ass. I have a letter from a certain young man of a sapient family, announcing that his sister had so far mistaken my attentions as to suppose I was only prevented by modesty from stating certain wishes and hopes, etc. The party is a woman of rank. So far my vanity may be satisfied, but to think I would wish to appropriate a grim grenadier made to mount guard at St. James, the Lord deliver me. I excused myself with little picking upon the terms, and there was no occasion for much delicacy in repelling such an attack. July 14 the Court of Session Bill is now committed in the House of Lords, so it fairly goes on this season, and I have, I suppose, to look for my conge. I can hardly form a notion of the possibility that I am not to return to Edinburgh. My clerk, Buchanan, came here, and assists me to finish the demonology letters, and be DD to them, but it is done to their hand too. Ladies Mrs. Latouch of Dublin, and her niece Miss Boyle came to spend a day or two. The aunt is a fine old lady. The conversation that of a serious person frightened out of her wits by the violence and superstition of our workers of miracles in the West. Miss Boyle is a pretty young woman, rather quiet for an Irish lass. July 16, we visited at Lessedon yesterday, and took Mrs. Latouch thither today as they had left us. We went alone to Major John's house of Ravenswood, and engaged a large party of cousins to dine tomorrow. In the evening, a party of foreigners came around the door, and going out I found Leconte Ladislaus de Podaki, a great name in Poland, with his lady and brother-in-law, so offered wine, coffee, tea, etc. The lady is strikingly pretty, if such a woman as she had taken an affection for a lame baronet, nigh 60 years old. It would be worth speaking about. I have finished the demonology. July 17 another bad day, wet past all efforts to walk and threatening, a very bad harvest, persecuted with begging letters, an author's Pegasus is like a post-chaise leaving the door of the inn. The number of beggars is uncountable. The language they hold of my character for charity makes my good reputation as troublesome as that of Joseph Surface. A dinner of cousins, the young Laird of Reburn, so he must be called, though nearly as old as I am, at their head, his brother Robert, who has been in India for 40 years, excepting one short visit, a fine manly fellow, who has belled the cat with fortune, and held her at bay, as a man of mould may. Being all kinsmen and friends, we made a merry day of our reunion. All left at night. July 18. Time runs I know not how away. Here am I beginning the second week of my vacation, though. What needs me note that vacation and session will probably be the same to me in the future. The long remove must then be looked to for the final signal to break up, and that is a serious thought. I have corrected two sets of proofs, one for the mail, another for the Blutcher tomorrow. No entry between July 18 and September 5. Mr. Lockhart remarks that it was during this interval that the highest point of his recovery was reached. The following little note accompanied the review of Southey's Bunyan to Chiefswood on August 6. Dear Lockhart, I send you the enclosed. I intended to have brought it myself with help of Daddy Dunn, but I find the weather is making a rain of it to purpose. I suppose you are all within doors, and the little gardeners all off work. Yours W.S. A playful yet earnest petition showing Sir Walter's continued solicitude for the welfare of the good Dominie Sampson was also written at this time to the Duke of Buccleuch. Abbotsford, 20th August. The minister of having fallen among other black cocks of the season emboldens me once more to prefer my humble request in favor of George Thompson, long tutor in this family. His case is so well known to your grace that I would be greatly to blame if I enlarged upon it. His morals are irreproachable, his talents very respectable, he has some oddity of manner, but it is far from attaching to either the head or the heart. It would be felt by me among one of the deepest obligations of the many which I owe to the house of Buccleuch. I dare say your grace has shot a score of black game today. Pray, let your namesake bag a parson. September. September 5. In spite of resolution, I have left my diary for some weeks. I cannot tell why we have had the usual number of traveling counts and countesses, Yankees male and female, and a Yankee doodle dandy into the bargain. A smart young Virginia man. We have had friends of our own, also the Miss Ardens, young Mrs. Morit and Anne Morit, most agreeable visitors. Cadle came out here yesterday with his horn filled with good news. This will in effect put an end to the trust. Only the sales and produce must be pledged to insure the last 15,000 and the annuity interest of 600 in this way. Mr. Cadle will become half-partner in the remaining volumes of the books following St. Ronan's with all my heart. But he must pay well for it is good property, neither is any value stated for literary profits. Yet 4 years should have 4 novels betwixt 18,300 for this, at 2,500 per volume. Might be 8,000, which would diminish Mr. Cadle's advance considerably. All this seems feasible enough, so my fits of sullen alarm are ill-placed. It makes me care less about the terms. I retire upon the efforts by which we have advanced thus far are new in literature, and what is gained is secure. No entry between September 5 and December 20. December. December 20 from September 5 to December 20 is a long gap, and I have seen plenty of things worth recollecting had I marked them down when they were gliding past. But the time has gone by when I feel capable of taking it up. I will. Little self will jostle out everything else, and my affairs, which in some respects are excellent, in others, like the way of the world, are far from being pleasant. Of good I have the pleasure of saying I have my children well, and in good health. The dividend of 3s in the pound has been made to the creditors, and the creditors have testified their sense of my labors. By surrendering my books, furniture, plate, and curiosities, I see some friends of mine think this is not handsomely done. In my opinion, it is extremely so. There are few things so easy as to criticize the good things one does, and to show that we ourselves would have done more handsomely. But those who know the world and their own nature are always better pleased with one kind action, carried through and executed, than with 20 that only glide through their minds. While perhaps they tickle the imagination of the benevolent Barmecide, who supposes both the entertainment and the eater, these articles do not amount to less than 10,000 at least, and without dispensing with them, entirely might furnish me with a fund for my younger children. Now suppose these creditors had not seriously carried their purpose into execution, the transaction might have been afterwards challenged, and the ease of mind which it produced to me must have been uncertain in comparison. Well, one half of these claims are cleared off, furnished in a great measure by one half issue of the present edition of the Waverley novels, which had reached the 20th of the series. It cannot be expected that 20 more will run off so fast. The later volumes are less favorites, and are really less interesting. Yet when I read them over again, since their composition I own, I found them considerably better than I expected, and I think if other circumstances do not crush them and blight their popularity, they will make their way. Mr. Cadle is still desirous to acquire one half of the property of this part of the work, which is chiefly my own. He proposes assembling all my detached works of fiction and articles in annuals, so that the whole, supposing I write as is proposed 6 new volumes, will run the collection to 50, when it is time to close it between cash advanced on this property and a profit on the sale of the second part. Mr. Cadle thinks, having taken a year or 2 years' time to gather a little wind into the bag, I will be able to pay on my part a further sum of 30,000, or the moiety remaining of the whole debts, amounting now to less than 60,000. Should this happy period arrive in, or about the year 1832, the heavy work will be well nigh finished tore. Although 30,000 will still remain, yet there is 20,000 actually secured upon my life, and the remaining 10,000 is set against the sale of Waverley, which shall have been issued, besides which there is the whole poetry Bonaparte, and several other articles equally available in a short time to pay up the balance, and afford a very large reversion. This view cannot be absolutely certain, but it is highly probable, and is calculated in the manner in which building schemes are dealt with, and is not merely visionary. The year 1833 may probably see me again in possession of my estate. A circumstance of great consequence to my habits and comforts was my being released from the Court of Session on November 1830. 18th day my salary, which was 1,300, was reduced to 840. My friends, just then leaving office, were desirous to patch up the deficiency with a pension. I do not see well how they could do this without being exposed to obloquy, which they shall not be on my account. Besides, though 500 a year is a round sum, yet I would rather be independent than I would have it. My kind friend the Lord Chief Commissioner offered to interfere to have me named a privy councillor, but besides that, when one is poor he ought to avoid taking rank. I would be much happier if I thought any act of kindness was done to help forward Charles, and having said so much I made my bow, and declared my purpose of remaining satisfied with the article of my knighthood. And here I am for the rest of my life, I suppose, with a competent income which I can increase. All this is rather pleasing, nor have I the least doubt that I could make myself easy by literary labor, but much of it looks like winding up my bottom for the rest of my life. But there is a worse symptom of settling accounts, of which I have felt some signs. Last spring, Miss Young, the daughter of Dr. Young, had occasion to call on me on some business, in which I had hopes of serving her. As I endeavored to explain to her what I had to say, I had the horror to find I could not make myself understood. I stammered, stuttered, said one word in place of another at all. But speak. Miss Young went away frightened enough, poor thing, and Anne and Violet Lockhart were much alarmed. I was bled with cupping glasses, took medicine, and lived on panada. But in 2 or 3 days, I was well again. The physicians thought, or said at least, that the evil was from the stomach. It is very certain that I have seemed to speak with an impediment, and I was, or it might be fancied myself, troubled with a mispronouncing and hesitation. I felt this particularly at the election, and sometimes in society. This went on till last November, when Lord came out to make me a visit. I had for a long time taken only 1 tumbler of whiskey and water, without the slightest reinforcement. This night I took a very little drop, not so much as a bumper glass of whiskey altogether. It made no difference on my head that I could discover, but when I went to the dressing-room, I sank stupefied on the floor. I lay a minute or two, was not found, luckily gathered myself up, and got to my bed. I was alarmed at this second warning, consulted Abercrombie and Ross, and got a few restrictive orders. As to diet, I am forced to attend to them, for, as Mrs. Cole says, lackaday, a thimbleful oversets me. To add to these feelings, I have the constant increase of my lameness, the thigent, knee-joint, and ankle joint. December 21, I walk with great pain in the whole limb, and am at every minute during an hour's walk reminded of my mortality. I should not care for all this if I was sure of dying handsomely. Cadle's calculations would be sufficiently firm, though the author of Waverley had pulled on his last nightcap. Nay, they might be even more trustworthy if remains and memoirs and such like were to give a zest to the posthumous. But the fear is the blow be not sufficient to destroy life, and that I should linger on an idiot and a show. We parted on good terms and hopes, but fall back, fall, edge, nothing shall induce me to publish what I do not think advantageous to the community, or suppress what is. December 23, to add for this day to the evil, thereof I am obliged to hold a blackfishing court at Selkirk. This is always a very unpopular matter in one of our counties, as the salmon never do get up to the heads of the waters in wholesome season, and are there in numbers in spawning time, so that for several years during the late period the gentry, finding no advantage from preserving the spawning fish, neglected the matter altogether in a kind of dudgeon. and the peasantry laid them waste at their will. As the property is very valuable, the proprietors down the country agreed to afford some additional passage for fish when the river is open. Providing they will protect the spawning fish during closet time, a new act has been passed with heavy penalties and summary powers of recovery. Some persons are cited under it today, and a peculiar license of poaching having distinguished the district of late years. We shall be likely to have some disturbance they have been holding a meeting for reform in Selkirk, and it will be difficult to teach them that this consists in anything else save the privilege of obeying only such laws as please them. We shall see, but I would have counseled the matter to have been delayed for a little season. I shall do my duty, however, do what is right come what will. 6 blackfishers were tried, 4 were condemned. All went very quietly, till the conclusion when one of the criminals attempted to break out. I stopped him for the time with my own hand. But after removing him from the courthouse to the jail, he broke from the officers, who are poor feeble old men, the very caricature of peace officers. December 24, this morning my old acquaintance and good friend Miss Belle Ferguson died after a short illness, an old friend, and a woman of the most excellent condition. The last 2 or almost 3 years were very sickly. A bitter cold day, and drove me over to Huntley Burn to see the family. I found Colonel Ferguson and Captain John R.N. in deep affliction. Expecting Sir Adam hourly, Anne sets off to Merton, and I remain alone. I wrote to Walter about the project of making my succession in movables. JB sent me praises of the work I am busy with, but I suspect a little supercherie, though he protests not he is going to the country, without sending me the political article. But he shall either set up or return it, as I won't be tutored by anyone in what I do or forbear. December 25, I have sketched a political article on a union of Tories and an income tax, but I will not show my teeth if I find I cannot bite. Arrived at Merton, and found with the family Sir John Pringle, Major Pringle, and Charles Bailey. Very pleasant music by the Miss Pringles. December 26, Merton prayers after breakfast. Being Sunday afterwards, I shut myself up in Mr. Scott's room. He has lately become purchaser of his grandfather's valuable library, which was collected by Pope's Lord Marchmont. Part of it is a very valuable collection of tracts during the Great Civil War. I spent several hours in turning them over, but I could not look them through with any accuracy. I passed my time very pleasantly, and made some extracts, however, and will resume my research another day. Major Pringle repeated some pretty verses of his own composing. I had never a more decided inclination to go loose, yet I know I had better keep quiet. December 27, Abbotsford commences snow and extremely bitter cold. When I returned from Merton Halfrosen, I took up the Magnum and began to notify the romance called Woodstock, in which I got some assistance from Harden's Ancient Tracts. I ought rather to get on with Robert of Paris, but I have had all my life a longing to do something else when I am called to particular labor of vile contradictory humor, which I cannot get rid of well. I can work at something so at the Magnum work. Roman 1, the day was indeed broken great part, having been employed in the return from Merton. December 28, drove down to Huntley Burn. Sir Adam very melancholy, the death of his sister having come with a particular and shocking surprise upon him. After half an hour's visit, I returned and resumed the Magnum. December 29, attended poor Miss Belle Ferguson's funeral. I sat by the Rev. Mr. Thompson, though 10 years younger than me. I found the barrier between him and me much broken down. We remember it, though with more or less accuracy. We took the same old persons for subjects of correspondence of feeling and sentiment. The difference of 10 years is little after 60 has passed in a cold day. I saw poor Belle laid in her cold bed life. Never parted with a less effort letter from Cadle offering to advance on second series French tales. This will come in good time, and keep me easy. He proposes views for the Magnum. I fear politics may disappoint them. December 30, meeting at Selkirk today, about the new road to Galashiels. It was the largest meeting I ever saw in Selkirkshire. We gained the victory, by no less than 14-4. I was named one of the committee to carry the matter on, so, in gaining my victory, I think I have caught a tartar, for I have taken on trouble enough. Some company Lord Napier Scots of Harden, Johnstone of Alva, Major Pringle in the evening. Had some private conversation with HFS and RJ, and think there is life in a muscle. More of this hereafter. December 30, my 2 young friends left this morning, but not without renewing our conversation of last night. We carried on the little amusements of the day, and spent our hogmanay pleasantly enough in spite of very bad auguries. January. January 1, 1831. I cannot say the world opens pleasantly with me this new year. I will strike the balance. There are many things for which I have reason to be thankful. First, Cadle's plans seem to have succeeded, and he augurs well as to the next 2 years, reckoning 30,000 on the stuff now on hand, and 20,000 on the insurance money, and 10,000 to be borrowed. Somehow, this will bring us wonderfully home. Second, Cadle is of opinion if I meddle in politics, and I am strongly tempted to do so, I shall break the milk bill and threatens me with the fate of Basil Hall, who, as he says, destroyed his reputation by writing impolitic politics. Well, it would be my risk. And if I can do some good, which I rather think I can, is it right or manly to keep myself back? Third, I feel myself decidedly weaker in point of health, and am now confirmed. I have had a paralytic touch. I speak and read with embarrassment, and even my handwriting seems to stammer this general failure. With mortal crisis doth portend my days to appropink an end. I am not solicitous about this, only if I were worthy I would pray God for a sudden death, and no interregnum between I cease to exercise reason, and I cease to exist. The Scots of Harden, Pringles of Stichel, and Russells of Ashestiel are all here. I am scarce fit for company though. January 2, held a great palaver with the Scots, etc. I find my language apt to fail me, but this is very like to be fancy, and I must be cautious of giving way to it. This cautions me against public exertion, much more than Cadle's prognostications, which my blood rises against, and which are ill calculated to keep me in restraint. We dozed through a gloomy day, being the dullest of all possible thaws. January 3, I had a letter from the Lord Chief Commissioner, mentioning the King's intention to take care of Charles' interests and promotion in the Foreign Office, an additional reason why I should not plunge rashly into politics, yet not one which I can understand as putting a padlock on my lips. Neither I may write to Roman 50 Roman 100 Roman 100, that I may be called on to express an opinion on the impending changes, that I have an opinion and a strong one, and that I hope this fresh favor may not be regarded as padlocking my lips at a time when it would otherwise be proper to me to speak or write. I am shocked to find that I have not the faculty of delivering myself with facility and embarrassment, which may be fanciful, but is altogether as annoying as if real. January 4, a base gloomy day, and dispiriting in proportion, I walked out with Swanston, for about an hour, everything gloomy as the back of the chimney. When there is no fire in it, my walk was a melancholy one, feeling myself weaker at every step, and not very able to speak. This surely cannot be fancy. Yet it looks something like it, if I knew but the extent at which my inability was like to stop. But every day is worse than another. I have trifled much time too much. I must try to get afloat tomorrow. Perhaps getting an amanuensis might spur me on, for one half is nerves. It is a sad business though. January 5, very indifferent, with more awkward feelings than I can well bear up against. My voice sunk, and my head strangely confused. When I begin to form my ideas for conversation, expressions fail me, even in private conversation. Yet in solitude, they are sufficiently arranged. I incline to hold that these ugly symptoms are the work of imagination. But as Dr. Adam Ferguson, a firm man if ever there was one in the world, said on such an occasion, what is worse than imagination? As Anne was vexed and frightened, I allowed her to send for young Clarkson. Of course he could tell but little save what I knew before. January 6, a letter from Henry Scott about the taking ground for keeping the reform in Scotland upon the Scottish principles. I will write him my private sentiments, but avoid being about a few. Go this day to Selkirk, where I found about 120 and more persons of that burgh and Galashiels, who were sworn in as special constables enough to maintain the peace. What shocked me particularly was the weakness of my voice and the confusion of my head attempting to address them, which was really a poor affair. On my return, I found the Rev. Mr. Milne of Quebec, a friend of my sister-in-law. Another time would have been better for company, but Captain John Ferguson and Mr. Laidlaw coming in to dinner, we got over the day well enough. January 7, a fine frosty day, and my spirits lighter. I have a letter of great comfort from Walter, who, in a manly, handsome, and dutiful manner, expressed his desire to possess the library and movables of every kind at Abbotsford, with such a valuation laid upon them, as I choose to impose. This removes the only delay to making my will, supposing the literary property to clear the debts by aid of insurances and other things about 1835, it will come into my person, and I will appoint the whole to work off the heritable debt of 10,000, If the literary property can produce that sum, besides what it has already done, I would convey it to the three younger children. January 8th spent much time in writing instructions for my last will and testament sent off parcel by Dr. Milne, who leaves today. Have up two boys for shoplifting remained at Galashiels, till 4 o'clock and returned starved could work none, and was idle all evening tree tomorrow for a workday so loiter on. January 10 went over to Galashiels, and was busied the whole time till 3 o'clock about a petty thieving affair, and had before me a pair of gallows birds to whom I could say nothing for total want of proof, except like the sapient elbow, thou shalt continue there no, thou shalt continue a little gallow brood they were, and their fate will catch them sleepy idle, and exhausted on this rot little or none in the evening. Wrote a long letter to Henry Scott, who is a fine fellow, and what I call a heart of gold he has sound parts good sense, and is a true man. Also I wrote to my excellent friend the Lord Chief Commissioner. I thought it right to say that I accepted with gratitude his Majesty's goodness, but trusted it was not to bind me to keep my fingers from pen and ink should a notion impress me that I could help the country. I walked a little to my exceeding refreshment. I am using that family ungratefully, but I will not for a punctilio avoid binding, if I can a strong party together for the king and country. And if I see I can do anything or have a chance of it, I will not fear for the skin cutting. It is the selfishness of this generation that drives me mad. £100. How thou hast touched me nearly. I will get a parcel copied tomorrow. Wrote several letters at night. January 11 wrote and sent off 3 of my own pages in the morning, then walked with Swanston. I tried to write before dinner, but with drowsiness and pain in my head, made little way. My friend, Will Laidlaw, came in to dinner, and after dinner kindly offered his services as amanuensis. Too happy was I, and I immediately plunged him into the depths of Count Robert, so we got on 3 or 4 pages worth, perhaps double the number of print I hope. It did not take him too short, but after all to keep the press going without an amanuensis is impossible, and the publishers may well pay a sponsible person. He comes back tomorrow, it eases many of my anxieties, and I will stick to it. I really think Mr. Laidlaw is pleased with the engagement for the time, sent off 6 close pages. January 12 I have a visit from Mr. MacDonald the sculptor, who wishes to model ahead of me. He is a gentlemanlike man, and pleasant as most sculptors and artists of reputation are, yet it is an awful tax upon time. I must manage to dictate, while he models, which will do well enough. So there we sat for 3 hours or 4, I sitting on a stool, mounted on a packing box for the greater advantage, MacDonald modeling and plastering away, and I dictating without interval to good-natured Will Laidlaw, who wrought without intermission. It is natural to ask, do I progress? But this is too feverish a question. A man carries no scales about him to ascertain his own value. I always remember the prayer of Virgil's sailor in extremity. Non jam prima pedo, nescius nec vincere sur. Quamquam o sed superent quibus hoc Neptune dedisti. Extremos pudit ridius hoc vincit cives. Et prohibit nefas. We must to our oar, but I think this and another are all that even success would prompt me to write, and surely those that have been my defenders. Have they so long held out with me untired? And stop they now for breath? Well, be it so. January 13 went to Selkirk on the business of the new high road. I perceive Whitbank and my cousin Colonel Russell of Ashestiel are disposed to peep into the expenses of next year's outlay, which must be provided by loan. This will probably breed strife. Wrote a hint of this to Charles Balfour, agreed with Smith so far as contracting for the bridges at 1,200 each. I suspect we are something like the good manager who distressed herself with buying bargains. January 15 gave the morning from 10 till near 2 to Mr. MacDonald, who is proceeding admirably with his busted is bloody cold work. But he is an enthusiast and much interested besides. I can sit and dictate owing to Mr. Laidlaw, and so get forward. While I am advancing Lorenzo di Guasco, which is his traveling name, I wrote several letters too, and got through some business, walked, and took some exercise between 1 and 3. January 16 being Sunday, read prayers. Mr. and Mrs. James go to look for a house which they desire to take in this country, as Anne is ill. The presence of strangers, though they are pleasant, is rather annoying. MacDonald continues working to form a new bust out of my old scalp. I think it will be the last sitting, which I will be enticed to. Thanks to heaven the work finishes tomorrow. January 17 this morning, when I came downstairs, I found Mr. MacDonald slabbering away at the model. He has certainly great enthusiasm about his profession, which is a sine qua non. It was not till 12 that a postchaise carried off my 3 friends. I had wrote 2 hours when Dr. Turner came in, and I had to unfold my own complaints. I was sick of these interruptions, and dismissed Mr. Laidlaw, having no hope of resuming my theme with spirit God. Send me more leisure and fewer friends to peck it away by teaspoonfuls. Another fool sends to entreat an autograph, which he should be ashamed in civility, to ask as I am to deny it. I got notice of poor Henry Mackenzie's death. He has long maintained a niche in Scottish literaturgiest of the gay, though most sensitive of the sentimental. January 18 came down from my bedroom at 8, and took a rummage in the way of putting things to rights dictated to Laidlaw, till about 1 o'clock, during which time it was rainy afterwards. I walked sliding about in the mud, and very uncomfortable. In fact, there is no mistaking the three sufficients, and fate is now straightening its circumvallations round me, little likely to be better than I am. I am heart whole as a biscuit, and may last on as. Now for 8 or 10 years, the thing is not uncommon considering. I am only in my 60th year, I cannot walk, but the intense cold weather may be to blame in this my writing is but a scramble, but it may do well enough for exercise. And though it is unpleasant to find one's enjoyment of hill and vale so much abridged, yet still, when I enjoy my books and am without acute pain, I have but little to complain of, considering the life I have led so long. So hap what may, time and the hour run through the roughest day. Mr. Laidlaw came down at 10, and we wrought till 1. This should be a good thing for an excellent man, and is an important thing to me, as it saves both my eyesight and nerves, which last are cruelly affected by finding those who look out of the windows grow gradually darker, and darker rode out, or more properly, was carried out into the woods to see the course of a new road, which may serve to carry off the thinnings of the trees, and for rides it is very well lined, and will serve both for beauty and convenience. Mr. Laidlaw engages to come back to dinner, and finish 2 or 3 more pages, met my agreeable and ladylike neighbor Mrs. Brewster on my pony, and I was actually ashamed to be seen by her. Sir Dennis Brand, and on so poor a steed. I believe detestable folly of this kind is the very last that leaves us. One would have thought I ought to have little vanity at this time o' day, but it is an abiding appurtenance of the old Adam, and I write for penance what like a fool I actually felt. January 19, wrote on by Mr. Laidlaw's assistants. Things go bobbishly enough. We have a good deal finished. Before dinner Henry Scott comes to dine with me vis a vis, and we have a grand dish of politics. The friends of old Scotland want but a signal. A certain great lawyer says that if Sir W.S. wrote another Malachi, it would set more men on fire than a dozen associations. This almost tempts me, but the canny lad says moreover that to appeal to national partiality, Roman 1e, that you should call on Scotsmen to act like Scotsmen is unfair, and he would be sorry it was known he late, and future placemen should encourage such pawpaw doings. Yet if Sir W.S. could be got to stand forlorn hope, the legal gentleman would suggest etc. suggest, and be dear Roman 500. Sir W.S. knows when to doff his bonnet, and when to cock it in the face of all and sundry. Moreover, he will not be made a catspaw of. Look you now. January 20, wrought all morning, a monstrous packet of letters at midday. Borrow honest Laidlaw's fingers in the evening. I hope his pay will recompense him. It is better than grieving or playing triptolmus, should be, if I am hardworking 100 guineas, which with his house cow and free rent, would save, I believe, some painful thoughts to him, and his amiable wife and children. We will see how the matter fudges. Almost finished the first volume. January 21, James Ballantyne in ecstasies, at our plan of an amanuensis. I myself am sensible that my fingers begin to stammer. That is to write one word instead of another. Very often I impute this to fancy, the terrible agency of which is too visible in my illness, and it encourages me to hope the fatal warning is yet deferred. I feel lighter by 1,000,000 ton since I made this discovery. If I can dictate freely and without hesitation, my fear to speak at the meeting about the road was vain terror, and so Andiamo Karachi wrote some letters this afternoon. January 22, Mr. Laidlaw, rather late of coming. One of his daughters has been ill, and he is an approved physician. Pity, when one so gifted employs his skill on himself and family, for all patients. We got on, however, to page 46. January 23, I wrought a little today. Walked to Chiefswood, or rather from it as far only as Habis. How came home cold indeed, but hearty. Slept after dinner. I think the peep, real or imaginary, at the gates of death, has given me firmness not to mind little afflictions. I have jumbled this and the preceding day strangely when I went to Chiefswood and Huntley Burn. I thought this a weekday. January 24, worked with Mr. Laidlaw, and as the snow was on the ground, did so without intermission, which must be sinking to the spirits held on. However, January 25, same drizzling waste rendering my footing insecure and leaving me no refuge, but in sitting at home and working, till 1 o'clock then retired upon the sheriff court processes, Bran poor fellow lies yawning at my feet, and cannot think what is become of the daily scamper, which is all his master's inability affords him. This grieves me by calling back the days of old, but I may call them as I may. Youth winna return, nor the days of lang syne. January 26, I have Skeen and Mr. M. Culloch of Ardwell, to the relief of my spirits and the diminishing of my time. Mr. Laidlaw joined us at dinner. Bitter cold. January 27, so fagged with my frozen vigils that I slept till after 10, when I lose the first 2 hours in the morning, I can seldom catch them again during the whole day. A friendly visit from Ebenezer Clarkson of Selkirk, a medical gentleman in whose experience and ingenuity I have much confidence as well as his personal regard for myself. He is quite sensible of the hesitation of speech of which I complain, and thinks it arises from the stomach, recommends the wild mustard as an aperient, but the brightest ray of hope is the chance that I may get some mechanical aid made by fortune at Broughton Street, which may enable me to mount a pony with ease, and to walk without torture. This would indeed be almost a restoration of my youth, at least of a green old age full of enjoyment. The shutting one out from the face of living nature is almost worse than sudden death. January 28, I wrote with Laidlaw. It does not work clear, I do not know why the plot is nevertheless a good plot, and full of expectation. But there is a cloud over me, I think, and interruptions are frequent I creep on however. January 29, much in the same way as yesterday, rather feeling than making way Mr. Williams and his brother came in, after dinner welcome. Both yet the day was not happy. It consumed me an afternoon, which though well employed, and pleasantly had the disagreeable effect of my being kept from useful work. January 30 snow deep, which makes me alter my purpose of going to town tomorrow, for today my friends must amuse themselves as they can. January 31 to February 9, Edinburgh attained my purpose however, and set out for Edinburgh alone that is no one but my servant the snow became impassable, and in Edinburgh I remain immovably fixed for 10 days that is till Wednesday never once getting out of doors save to dinner, when I went and returned in a sedan chair. I commenced my quarantine in Mackenzie's Hotel, where I was deadly cold and it was tolerably noisy. The second day Mr. Cadle made a point of my coming to his excellent house, where I had no less excellent an apartment, and the most kind treatment that is not making a show of me, for which I was in but bad tune. The physical folks Abercrombie and Ross bled me with cupping glasses, purged me confoundedly, and restricted me of all creature comforts. But they did me good, as I am sure they meant to do, sincerely, and I got rid of a giddy feeling which I have been plagued with, and have certainly returned much better. I did not neglect my testamentary affairs. I executed my last will, leaving Walter burdened by his own choice with 1,000 to Sophia, and another received at her marriage, and 2,000 to Anne, and the same to Charles. He is to advance them money if they want it, if not to pay them interest, which is his own choice. Otherwise I would have sold the books and rattle traps. I have made provisions for clearing my estate by my publications, should it be possible, and should that prove possible from the time of such clearance being effected to be a fund available to all my children who shall be alive, or leave representatives. My bequests must many of them seem hypothetical, but the thing being uncertain must be so stated. Besides, during the unexpected stay in town, I employed Mr. Fortune, an ingenious artist, to make a machine to assist my lame leg and odd, enough purchase to be made at this time of day. Yet who would not purchase ease? I dined with the Lord Chief Commissioner, with the Skens, twice with Lord Medwin, and was as happy as anxiety about my daughter would permit me. The appearance of the streets was most desolate. The hackney coaches, with 4 horses strolling about like ghosts, the foot-passengers few, but the lowest of the people. I wrote a good deal of Count Robert, yet I cannot tell why my pen stammers egregiously, and I write horridly incorrect. I long to have friend Laidlaw's assistance. February 9, Abbotsford. A heavy and most effective thaw coming on. I got home about 5 at night, and found the hall covered with water, dogs, pigs, cows, to say nothing of human beings, all who slept at the offices in danger of being drowned. They came up to the mansion house, about midnight, with such various clamor, that Anne thought the house was attacked by Captain Swing and all the radicals. February 10, I set to work with Mr. Laidlaw, and had after that a capital ride. My pony, little used, was somewhat frisky, but I rode on to Huntley Burn, began my diet on my new regime, and like it well, especially porridge to supper. It is wonderful how old tastes rise. February 11 wrought again today, and John Swanston walked with me, wrote many letters, and sent copy to Ballantine Road. As usual, it is well enough to ride every day, but confoundedly tiresome to write it down. February 13, I did not ask down Mr. Laidlaw, thinking it fair to spare his Sunday. I had a day of putting to rights a disagreeable work, which must be done. I took the occasion to tell Mr. Cadle that Malachi will break forth again, but I will not make a point of it with him. I do not fear there will be as many to strike up as to strike down, and I have a strong notion we may gain the day. I have a letter from the Duchess of Wellington, asking a copy of Melville's memoirs. She shall have it if it were my last. February 14, I had hardly begun my letter to Mr. Cadle, then I began also to pull in resolution. I considered that I had no means of retreat, and that in all my sober moments, meaning my unpassionate ones, for the doctors have taken from me, the means of producing Dutch courage, I have looked on political writing as a false step, and especially now when I have a good deal at stake. So upon the whole, I cancelled the letter announcing the publication. If this was actually meanness, it is a foible nobody knows of. Anne set off for Edinburgh. After breakfast, poor girl, she is very nervous. I wrote with Mr. Roman 50, till 1, then had a walk till 3, then wrote this diary, till 4 must try to get something for Mr. Laidlaw, for I am afraid I am twaddling. I do not think my head is weakened, but a strange vacillation makes me suspect, is it not thus that men begin to fail, becoming, as it were, infirm of purpose? That way madness lies, let me shun that. No more of that. 429. Yet why be a child about it? What must be will be. February 15 I wrote, and corrected through the long day, till 1 o'clock, then rode out as far as Dr. Scott's, and called on him, got a fresh dose of proofs at Matheson's, and returned home at 9 o'clock at night, had a card from Miss Bell McLachlan wishing to speak to me about some Highland music. Wrote for answer, I knew nothing of the matter, but would be happy to see Mrs. and Miss Bell to breakfast. I had a letter of introduction by Robert Chambers, which I declined, being then unwell, but as Trotter of Braid said, the ladies maun come. February 16, Mrs. and Miss Bell McLachlan of the West Highlands, mother and daughter, made their way to me to breakfast. I did not wish to see them, being strangers, but she is very pretty, that is the daughter, and enthusiastic, and that is always flattering to an old gentleman. She wishes to have words to Celtic melodies, and I have promised her some to the air of Crauchellin, and inclined to do her good, perhaps to the extent of getting her words from Lord Francis Levison Gower Lockhart, and 1 or 2 others. We parted, she pleased with my willing patronage, and I with an uncommon handsome countenance she showed me. This detained Mr. Laidlaw re infecta, and before I had written a page, the pony came to the door, but wrote something after dinner. February 17 and 18, we had the usual course of food, study, and exercise in the forenoon, was extremely sleepy in the afternoon, which made, I fear, but bad work. We progress, however, in writing, met Sir Adam Ferguson, and asked him and his brother the colonel to dinner tomorrow, wrote in the meantime as usual. February 19, plagued by the stay for legs starting a screw bolt, which is very inconvenient, sent off this morning proofs as far as end of first volume, and 20 manuscript pages, equal to about a quarter of the second. Is it good or not I cannot say, I think it better as it goes on, and so far so good. I am certain I have written worse abomination, as John Ballantyne poor fellow used to say. February 20 wrote 5 pages this morning, then rode out to the hill, and looked at some newly planted, rather transplanted trees. Mr. Laidlaw gone, for the day. I trust I shall have proofs to correct. In the meantime, I may suck my paws, and prepare some copy, or rather assemble the raw material. February 21, I made up parcels by Mailcoach and Blutcher, to go to Maroskin volume Redgauntlet. At 1 fetched a walk through wet and dry, looking at the ravages of the late flood. After I came in, till 2 hours after tea time, busied with the sheriff court processes, which I have nearly finished. After this, I will lounge over my annotating the tales of the Crusades. Come next. February 22, wrought with Mr. Roman 50 from 10 to 3, then took the pony carriage with the purpose of going to Chiefswood, but a heavy squall came on with snow, so we put about ship and returned read Littleton's History of England to get some notes for Crusaders Vol Roman 1. After dinner, Mr. Laidlaw from 6 to 8 sent off 6 pages. February 23, 24, 25. These 3 days I can hardly be said to have varied from my ordinary. Rose at 7, dressed before 8, wrote letters, or did any little business till a quarter past 9. Then breakfast. Mr. Laidlaw comes from 10, till one then take the pony, and ride quantum mudet as 2 or 3 miles John Swanston, walking by my bridlerine, lest I fall off come home about 3 or 4 then to dinner on a single plain dish, and half a tumbler or byre, lady 3/4 of a tumbler of whiskey and water, then sit till 6 o'clock when enter Mr. Laidlaw again, and work commonly till 8 after this work, usually alone, till 9:30, then sup on porridge and milk. And so to bed the work is half done. If anyone asks what time I take to think on the composition, I might say, in one point of view, it was seldom 5 minutes out of my head the whole day in another light. It was never the serious subject of consideration at all, for it never occupied my thoughts entirely for 5 minutes together, except when I was dictating to Mr. Laidlaw. February 26 went through the same routine, only being Saturday Mr. Laidlaw does not come in the evening. I think there is truth in the well-known phrase Aurora Musis Amica. I always have a visit of invention between 6 and 7 that is if anything has been plaguing me in the way of explanation. I find it in my head, when I wake I have need of it tonight. February 27 being Saturday, no Mr. Laidlaw came yesterday evening, nor today being Sunday, truth is I begin to fear I was working too hard, and gave myself to putting things in order and working at the Magnum, and reading stupid German novels in hopes. A thought will strike me when I am half occupied with other things. In fact, I am like the servant in the clandestine marriage, who assures his mistress he always watches best with his eyes shut. February 28 past 10, and Mr. Laidlaw, the model of a clerk in other respects, is not come, yet he has never known the value of time, so is not quite accurate in punctuality. But that I hope will come if I can drill him to it without hurting him. I think I hear him coming. I am like the poor wizard who is first puzzled how to raise the devil, and then how to employ him, but vogue la galler worked, till one then walked with great difficulty and pain, till 2:30. I think I can hardly stir without my pony, which is a sad pity. Mr. Laidlaw dines here. March 1, 2, 3, all these 3 days I wrote forenoon and fagged afternoon, kept up the ball indifferent well, but began to tire on the third, and suspected that I was flawed, a dreary suspicion not easily chased away, when once it takes root. March 4 laid aside the novel, and began with vigor a review of Robson's essay on heraldry. But I missed some quotations which I could not get on without I gave up, and took such a rash ride nowadays, returned home, and found Colonel Russell there on a visit. Then we had dinner, and afterwards, the making up this miserable journal. March 5 I have a letter from our member Whitbank adjuring me to assist the gentlemen of the county with an address against the Reform Bill, which menaces them with being blended with Peeblesshire and losing of consequence one half of their franchise. Mr. Pringle conjures me not to be very nice in choosing my epithets. Mr. Pringle torwardly comes over and speaks to the same purpose, adding it will be the greatest service I can do the county, etc. This, in a manner, drives me out of a resolution to keep myself clear of politics, and let them fight dog fight bear. But I am too easy to be persuaded to bear a hand. The young Duke of Buccleuch comes to visit me also, so I promise to shake my duds, and give them a cast of my calling fall back, fall edge. March 710, in these 4 days, I drew up with much anxiety an address reprobatory of the bill both with respect to Selkirkshire, and in its general purport I was not mealy-mouthed, and those who heard the beginning could hardly avoid listening to the end. It was certainly in my best style, and would have made a deal of noise from the uncompromising style. It would have attracted attention. Mr. Laidlaw, though he is on t'other side on the subject, thinks it the best thing I ever wrote, and I myself am happy to find that it cannot be said to smell of the apoplexy. The pointed passages were on the contrary clever and well put, but it was too declamatory, too much like a pamphlet, and went far too generally into opposition to please the country gentlemen who are timidly inclined to dwell on their own grievances rather than the public wrongs. March 11 this day, we had our meeting at Selkirk. I found Borthwickbury late member had sent the form of an address, which was finished by Mr. Andrew Lang. It was the reverse of mine in every respect. It was short, and to the point. It only contained a remonstrance against the incorporation with Peeblesshire, and left it to be inferred that they approved the bill in other respects, as I saw that it met the ideas of the meeting, 6 in number, better by far than such an address as mine. I instantly put it in my pocket, but I endeavored to add to their complaint of a private wrong a general clause, stating their sense of the hazard of passing a bill full of such violent innovations at once on the public. But though Harden, Alva, and Torwoodley voted for this measure, it was refused by the rest of the meeting, to my disappointment, since, in its present state, it will not be attended to, and is in fact too milk and waiter to attract notice. I am, however, personally out of the scrape. I was a fool to stir such a mess of skimmed milk, with so honorable an action. If some of the gentlemen of the press get hold of this story, what would they make of it? And how little would I care? One thing is clear, it gives me a right to decline future interference, and let the world wag sessa. March 12 wrote the history of my 4 days' labor in vain to Sandy Pringle Whitbank, and so transit with ceteris erroribus. I only gave way to one just a rat catcher was desirous to come and complete his labors in my house. And I who thought he only talked and laughed with the servants recommended him to go to the head courts and meetings of freeholders, where he would find rats in plenty. March 13 I have finally arranged a thorny transaction. Mr. Cadle has an interest in some of the novels amounting to one half, but the following are entirely my own. St. Ronan's Well 3 vols. Tales of Crusaders 4. First Chronicles 2. Anne of Jaerstein 3. Red Gauntlet 3. Woodstock 3. Second Chronicles 3. Count Robert 3. In all 24 volumes, which will begin printing after Quentin Durward, and concludes the year 1831, for half the property he proposes to pay 6,000 guineas on 2d February 1831-1832, I think that with this sum and others coming in, I may reduce the debt to 45,000. But I do not see clearly enough through this affair to accept this offer. First, I cannot see that there is wisdom in engaging Mr. Cadle in deep speculations. Unless they served him very much, I am, in this respect, a burnt child. I have not forgotten the fire, or rather the furnace. Second, I think the property worth more if publicly sold. Third, I cannot see any reasons which should render it advantageous for me to sell one half of this property, it being admittedly at the same time highly judicious to keep the other half. This does not fadge forth as to the immediate command of the money. I am not pressed for it, not having any advantage by paying it a year or two sooner or later. The actual proceeds of the sales will come in about 1834, and I dare say will not be far behind in amount the sum of 6,000. In short, I will not sell on a rainy day, as our proverb says. I have communicated my resolution to Cadle, to whom, no doubt, it will be a disappointment for which I am sorry, but cannot help it. March 14 had a very sensible and good-humored answer from Mr. Cadle, readily submitting to my decision. He mentions what I am conscious of the great ease of accomplishing, if the whole is divided into two halves. But this is not an advantage to me, but to them who keep the books, and therefore I cannot be moved by it. It is the great advantage of uniformity of which Malachi Malagrother tells so much. I do not fear that Mr. Cadle will neglect the concern, because he has not the large share in it which he had in the other. He is, I think, too honest a man. He has always shown himself every way willing and ready to help me, and verily he hath his reward, and I can afford him on that property a handsome percentage for the management. But if his fate was to lose considerably by this transaction, I must necessarily be a sufferer. If he be a great gainer, it is at my expense. So it is like the children's game of odds. I win, evens, you lose. So we'll say no more about it. I think I will keep my ground nearly, so these cursed politics do not ruin the country. I am unable to sit at good men's boards, and Anne has gone to Merton today without me. I cannot walk or ride, but for a mile or two nabocklish, never mind. I am satisfied that I am heart-whole as a biscuit, and I may live to see the end of those affairs. Yet I am driving on the Count of Paris right merrily. I have plenty of leisure, and vive la plume. I have arranged matters, as I think for the best, so will think no more about it. March 16, the affair with Mr. Cadle being settled, I have only to arrange a set of regular employment for my time, without over-fatiguing myself. What I at present practice seems active enough for my capacity. And even if I should reach the 60 and 10, from which I am thrice 3 years distant, or nearer 10, the time may pass honorably, usefully, and profitably both to myself and other people. My ordinary runs thus rise at 7:15, at 7:15, breakfast with eggs, or in the singular number at least before breakfast, private letters, etc. After breakfast Mr. Laidlaw comes at 10, and we write together till when I am greatly helped by this excellent man, who takes pains to write a good hand, and supplies the want of my own fingers as far as another person. Can we work seriously at the task of the day, till 1 o'clock, when I sometimes want not often, however, having failed in strength and suffering great pain, even from a very short walk oftener, I take the pony for an hour or two, and ride about the doors. The exercise is humbling enough, for I require to be lifted on horseback by 2 servants, and one goes with me to take care I do not fall off, and break my bones. A catastrophe very like to happen my proud promenade, a pied or a cheval, as it happens, concludes by 3 o'clock. An hour intervenes for making up my journal. And such light work at 4 comes dinner, a plate of broth or soup much, condemned by the doctors, a bit of plain meat no. Liquor's stronger than small beer. And so I sit quiet to 6 o'clock, when Mr. Laidlaw returns and remains with me, till 9 or 3/4 past as it happens. Then I have a bowl of porridge and milk, which I eat with the appetite of a child. I forgot to say that after dinner I am allowed half a glass of whiskey or gin, made into weak grog. I never wish for any more, nor do I in my secret soul long for cigars, though once so fond of them. About 6 hours per day is good working if I can keep at it. March 17. Little of this day, but that it was so uncommonly windy that I was almost blown off my pony, and was glad to grasp the mane to prevent its actually happening. Rode round by Brygens. I began the third volume of Count Robert of Paris, which has been on the anvil during all these vexatious circumstances of politics and health. But the blue heaven bends over all. It may be ended in a fortnight, if I keep my scheme. But I will take time enough. This would be on Thursday. I would like it much. March 18. We get well on. Count Robert is finished so far as the second goes, and some 20 pages of the third. Blackwood's magazine, after long bedaubing me with compliment, has began to bedaub Lockhart for my sake, or perhaps me for Lockhart's sake with abuse. Lockhart's chief offense seems to have been explaining the humbug of showing up Hogg as a fool, and blackguard in what he calls the knocks for me. I care wonderfully little either for his flattery or his abuse. March 19. I made a hard-working day almost equal to 20 pages, but there was some reason for it, for Ballantyne writes me that the copy sent will not exceed 265 pages when the end of volume Roman II is reached, so 45 more pages must be furnished to run it out to page 329. This is an awful cast back, so the gap is to be made up. March 20. I thought I was done with politics, but it is easy getting into the mess, and difficult, and sometimes disgraceful to get out. I have a letter from Sheriff Oliver, desiring me to go to Jedburgh on Monday tomorrow, and show countenance. By adhering to a set of propositions, being a resolution, though not well drawn, they are uncompromising enough. So I will not part company. Had a letter too from Henry Scott. He still expects to refuse the bill I wrote him, that would but postpone the evil day, unless they could bring forward a strong administration, and what is most essential, a system of finance, otherwise it won't do. Henry has also applied to me for the rejected address, but this I shall decline. March 22. Went today at 9 o'clock to the meeting, a great number present, with a tribune full of reformers, who showed their sense of propriety by hissing, hooting, and making all sorts of noises. And these unwashed artificers are from henceforth to select our legislators. There was some speaking, but not good. I said something, for I could not sit quiet. We did not get home till about 9, having fasted the whole time. James, the blockhead, lost my poor Spice, a favorite terrier. The fool shut her in a stable, and somebody, he says, opened the door and let her out. I suspect she is lost, for she was carried to Jedburgh in a postchaise. March 23. The measure carried by a single vote. In other circumstances, one would hope for the interference of the House of Lords. But it is all habnab at a venture. The worst is that there is a popular party who want personal power, and are highly unfitted to enjoy it. It has fallen easily, the old constitution, no bullying Murray-bow to assail, no eloquent Maury to defend it, has been thrown away like a child's broken toy. Well trained, the good sense of the people is much trusted to. We will see what it will do for us. The curse of Cromwell on those whose conceit brought us to this pass. Said Transeat, it is vain to mourn what cannot be mended. March 24. Frank Grant and his lady came here. Frank will, I believe, and if he attends to his profession, be one of the celebrated men of the age. He is well known to me as the companion of my sons, and the partner of my daughters in youth, that is, in extreme youth. He was passionately fond of fox hunting and other sports, but not of any species of gambling. He had also a strong passion for painting, and made a little collection, as he had sense enough to feel that a younger brother's fortune would not last long under the expenses of a good stud and a rare collection of chef-d'oeuvres. He used to avow his intention to spend his patrimony, about 10,000, and then again to make his fortune. By the law, the first he soon accomplished, but the law is not a profession so easily acquired, nor did Frank's talents lie in that direction. His passion for painting turned out better. Nature had given him the rare power of judging soundly of painting, and in a remarkable degree, the power of imitating it. Connoisseurs approved of his sketches both in pencil and oils, but not without the sort of criticisms made on these occasions that they were admirable for an amateur. but it could not be expected that he should submit to the technical drudgery absolutely necessary for a profession, and all that species of criticism, which gives way before natural genius and energy of character. Meantime, Frank Grant, who was remarkably handsome and very much the man of fashion, married a young lady with many possibilities. As Sir Hugh Evans says, she was eldest sister of Farquharson of Invercalled, chief of that clan, and the young man himself, having been almost paralyzed by the malaria in Italy, Frank's little boy by this match, becomes heir to the estate and chieftainship. In the meantime, fate had another chance for him in the matrimonial line at Melton Mowbray during the hunting season. He had become acquainted, even before his first marriage, with a niece of the Duke of Rutland, a beautiful and fashionable young woman with whom he was now thrown into company. Once more, it was a natural consequence that they should marry. The lady had not much wealth, but excellent connections in society, to whom Grant's good looks and good breeding made him very acceptable. March 25. In the meantime, Frank saw the necessity of doing something to keep himself independent, having, I think, too much spirit to become a stulco, drinking out the last glass of the bottle, riding the horses which the laird wishes to sell, and drawing sketches to amuse the lady, and the children, besides a prospect on Invercalled elevating him, when realized to the rank of the laird's father. March 26. Grant was above all this, and honorably and manfully resolved to cultivate his taste for painting, and become a professional artist. I am no judge of painting, but I am conscious that Francis Grant possesses with much taste a sense of beauty, derived from the best source, that of really good society, while in many modern artists, the total want of that species of feeling is so great as to be revolting. His former acquaintances render his immediate entrance into business completely secure, and it will rest with himself to carry on his success. He has, I think, that degree of energy and force of character, which will make him keep and enlarge any reputation which he may acquire. He has confidence, too, in his own powers, always a requisite for a young painter, whose aristocratic pretensions must be envied by his less fortunate brethren. March 27. Frank Grant is still with me, and is well pleased, I think very deservedly so, with a cabinet picture of myself armor, and so forth, together with my two noble staghounds of the greyhound race. I wish Cadle had got it. It is far better than Watson's, though his is well too. The dog sat charmingly, but the picture took up some time. March 28. We went out a little ride, the weather most tempting, the day beautiful. We rode and walked a little. March 29. We had an hour's sitting of the dogs, and a good deal of success. I cannot compose my mind on this public measure. It will not please those whom it is the object to please. March 30. Robert Dundas and his wife Miss Durham that was came to spend a day or two. I was heartily glad to see him, being my earliest and best friend's son John Swinton came by Blutcher on the part of an antiquarian meeting in Edinburgh, exhorting me to take up the pen. But I declined and pleaded health, which God knows I have a right to urge. I might have urged also the chance of my breaking down, but there would be a cry of this kind which might very well prove real. March 31. Swinton returned in the forenoon yesterday after lunch. He took my denial very quietly, and said it would be wrong to press me. I have not shunned anything that came fairly on me, but I do not see the sense of standing forth a champion. It is said that the Duke of Buccleuch has been offered the title of Monmouth if he would cease to oppose. He said there were two objections: thee would not give it him if he seriously thought of it, and he would not take it if they Roman 999. The Dundases went off today. I was glad I had seen them, although visitors rather interrupt work. April. April 2. Mr. Henry Liddell, eldest son of Lord Ravensworth, arrived here. I like him and his brother Tom very much. They are what may be termed fine men. Young Mackenzie of Cromarty came with him, who is a fine lad and sings very beautifully. I knew his father and mother, and was very glad to see him. They had been at Merton fishing salmon with little sport. April 3. A letter from the Lord Chief Commissioner, reporting Lord Palmerston and Sir Herbert Taylor's letters in Charles' favour. Wrote a grateful answer, and resolved that, as I have made my opinion public at every place where I could be called on or expected to appear, I will not throw myself forward when I have nothing to say. May the Lord have mercy upon us, and incline our hearts to keep this vow. April 4. Mr. Liddell and Hay Mackenzie left us this morning. Liddell showed me yesterday a very good poem worthy of Pope or Churchill, in old-fashioned hexameters, called The Illegible. He has promised me a copy, for it is still being printed. There are some characters very well drawn. The force of it belies the character of a dandy, too, hastily ascribed to the author. He is accomplished as an artist and musician, and certainly has a fine taste for poetry, Though he may never cultivate it, he promises to bring his lady who is very clever, but pretty high they say in the temper spend a day or two with us after leaving Edinburgh. April 5, this fifth day of April, is the March Fair at Selkirk. Almost every one of the family goes there, Mr. Laidlaw. Among others, I have a hideous paralytic custom of stuttering with my pen, and cannot write without strange blunders, yet I cannot find any failure in my intellect, being unable to write to purpose with my own hand. This forenoon was a sort of holiday to me. The third volume of Count Robert is fairly begun, but I fear I shall want stuff to fill it, for I would not willingly bombast it with things inappropriate. If I could fix my mind to the task, today my temper, notwithstanding my oath sets, strong towards politics, where I would be sure of making a figure, and feel I could carry with me a great part of the middle class who wait for a shot between wind and water, half comic, half serious, which is a better argument than most which are going the regard of my health, is what chiefly keeps me in check. The provoking odium I should mind much less for there will always be as many for as against me, but it would be a foolish thing to take flight to the next world in a political gale of wind. If Cadle gave me the least encouragement, I would give way to the temptation. Meantime, I am tugging at the chain. For very eagerness, I have done enough to incense people against me, without perhaps doing so much as I could, would, or should have done. April 6, I have written to Alva and Lord Elgin, explaining why I cannot, as they encourage me to do, take upon me the cause of the public and belt the cat with the reformers. I think I have done enough for an individual. I have more than half dictated the third volume to Mr. Laidlaw, but I feel the subject wants action, and that a little repose will be very necessary. Resolved tomorrow shall be a resting day. I have not had one this long time. I had a letter from Croker, advising a literary adventureth personal history of Charles Edward. I think it will do. Rode to Melrose, and brought home the letters from the post office. April 8, I took leave of poor Major John Scott, who, being afflicted with a distressing asthma, has resolved upon selling his house in Ravenswood, which he had dressed up with much neatness, and going abroad to Jamaica. Without having been intimate friends, we were always affectionate relations, and now we part, probably never to meet in this world. He has a good deal of the character said to belong to the family. Our parting with mutual feeling may be easily supposed. April 9, this being Saturday, I expect the bibliopolist and typographer about 2 o'clock, I suppose, when I shall have much to journalize. Failures among the trade are alarming, yet not if we act with prudence. Newsfarens. Mr. Cadle and J. Ballantyne, with the son of the latter, their courage is much stouter than I apprehended. Cadle says he has lost 1,000 by bad debts, which is less than he expected by bad times coming on at this time. We have been obliged to publish the less popular part of the Waverley novels. At present I incline to draw a period after 48 volumes, and so close the publication. About 9 or 10 volumes will then conclude our magnum opus, so called, and Mr. Cadle thinks we shall then begin the poetical works in 12 volumes, with illustrations by Turner, which he expects to rise as far as 12,000. The size is to be that of the Waverley novels. April 10, I had a letter from Mr. Cowan, trustee for Constable's creditors, telling that the manuscripts of the Waverley novels had been adjudged to him, and offering them to me, or rather asking my advice about the disposal of them. Answered that I considered myself as swindled out of my property, and therefore will give no consent to any sale of the pillage. Cadle says he is determined to get the MSS from Cowan. I told him I would give him the rest of the MSS, which are in my own hand, for Mr. Cadle has been very friendly to me in not suffering me to want money in difficult times. We are not pushed by our creditors, so can take our own time, and as our plans prosper, we can pay off debt. About 2 o'clock enter 2 gentlemen in an open carriage, both from Mackerstown, and both captains in the navy. Captain Blair, a son of the member for Ayrshire, my old friend the Laird of Blair. Just as they retreat, Mr. Ponty is announced. I was glad to see this great forester. He is a little man, and gets along with an air of talent, something like Gifford, the famous editor of the Quarterly, as in his case, mental acuteness gave animation to that species of countenance which attends personal deformity. The whole of his face was bizarre and odd, yet singularly impressive. We walked round, I with great pain, by the hooded Corby's seat, and this great lord of the woodland gave the plantation great approbation. He seems rather systematic in pruning, yet he is in a great measure right. He is tolerably obstinate in his opinions. He dined, leaving me flattered with his applause, and pleased with having seen him. April 11, this day I went with Anne and Miss Jane Erskine to see the laying of the stones of foundation of 2 bridges in my neighborhood over Tweed, and the Ettrick there was a great many people assembled, the day was beautiful, the scene romantic. And the people in good spirits and good humour. Mr. Patterson of Galashiels made most excellent prayer. Mr. Smith gave a proper repast to the workmen, and we subscribed sovereigns apiece to provide for any casualty. I laid the foundation stone of the bridge over Tweed, and Mr. Roman 100 Scott of Wool, that of Ettrick, the general spirit of good humour, made the scene, though without parade, extremely interesting. April 12, we breakfasted with the Fergusons, after which Anne and Miss Erskine walked up the Rymers Glen. I could as easily have made a pilgrimage to Rome with peas in my shoes. Unboiled, I drove home, and began to work about 10 o'clock. At 1 o'clock I rode, and sent off what I had finished. Mr. Laidlaw dined with me. The afternoon we wrote 5 or 6 pages more. I am, I fear, sinking a little from having too much space to fill, and a want of the usual inspiration, which makes me like the chariot wheels of Pharaoh in the sands of the Red Sea drive heavily. It is the less matter if this prove, as I suspect, the last of this fruitful family. April 13 corrected a proof in the morning. At 10 o'clock began where I had left off at my romance. Mr. Laidlaw agrees as to the portion of what we are presently busy with. Laidlaw begins to smite the rock for not giving forth the water in quantity sufficient. I remarked to him that this would not profit much, doing perhaps 12 pages a day will easily finish us, and if it prove dull, why dull it must be. I shall perhaps have half a dozen to make up this night. I have against me the disadvantage of being called the just, and everyone of course is willing to worry me, but they have been long at it, and even those works which have been worst received at their appearance now keep their ground fairly enough, so well try our old luck another voyage. It is a close thick rain, and I cannot ride, and I am too dead lame to walk in the house, so feeling really exhausted, I will try to sleep a little. My nap was a very short one, and was agreeably replaced by Basil Hall's Fragments of Voyages. Everything about the inside of a vessel is interesting, and my friend has the great sense to know this is the case. I remember when my eldest brother took the humor of going to sea, James Watson used to be invited to George Square to tell him such tales of hardships as might disgust him with the service. Such were my poor mother's instructions. But Captain Watson could not render a sea life disgusting to the young midshipman or to his brother, who looked on and listened the account of assistance given to the Spaniards at Cape Finisterre, and the absurd behavior of the junta, are highly interesting. A more inefficient, yet a more resolved class of men than the Spaniards were never conceived. April 14, advised by Mr. Cadle that he has agreed with Mr. Turner, the first draftsman of the period, to furnish to the poetical works 2 decorations to each of the proposed 12 volumes, to wit a frontispiece and vignette to each, at the rate of 25 for each, which is cheap enough considering these are the finest specimens of art going. The difficulty is to make him come here to take drawings. I have written to the man of art inviting him to my house, though, if I remember, he is not very agreeable, and offered to transport him to the places where he is to exercise his pencil. His method is to take various drawings of remarkable places and towns, and stick them all together. He can therefore derive his subjects from good accurate drawings, so with Sken's assistance we can equip him. We can put him at home on all the subjects. Lord Meadowbank and his son Skene, and his son Colonel Russell, and his sister dined with us. April 15, Lord Meadowbank, etc., went to Newark with me, and returned to dine with the foregoing charming day. April 16, Lord Meadowbank went to the circuit, and our party to their various homes. By the by, John Pringle and his brother of Haining dined with us. Yesterday Skene walks with me, and undertakes readily to supply Turner with subjects. Whether enchanting about 100 leaves will now complete Robert of Paris? Query. Will it answer? Not knowing, can't say. I think it will. Sunday 16th, 17th April to Sunday 24th of the same month, unpleasantly occupied by ill health, and its consequences, a distinct shock of paralysis, affecting both my nerves and spine, though beginning only on Monday, with a very bad cold. Dr. Abercrombie was brought out by the friendly care of Cadle, but young Clarkson had already done the needful. That is, had bled and blistered severely, and placed me on a very restricted diet. Whether these precautions have been taken in time, I cannot tell. I think they have, though severe in themselves, beat the disease, but I am alike prepared. Seu verser dolos, seu cert accumber morti. I only know that to live as I am just now is a gift little worth having. I think I will be in the secret next week, unless I recruit greatly. April 27, they have cut me off from animal food and fermented liquor of every kind, and would press upon me such trash as panada and the like which affect my stomach. This I will none of but quietly wait till my ordinary diet is permitted. And thank God I can fast with anyone. I walked out, and found the day delightful. The woods are looking charming, just bursting forth to the tune of the birds. I have been whistling on my wits like so many chickens, and cannot miss any of them. I feel on the whole better than I have yet done. I believe I have fined and recovered, and so may be thankful. April 28 and 29, Walter made his appearance well and stout, and completely recovered of his stomach complaints. By abstinence he has youth on his side, and I in age must submit to be a Lazarus. The medical men persist in recommending a Seton. I am no friend to these risky remedies, and will be sure of the necessity before I yield consent. The dying, like an Indian under torture, is no joke. And as Commodore Trunnion says, I feel heart-whole as a biscuit. My mind turns to politics. I feel better just now, and so, I will wait till Lockhart comes, but that may be too late. May, April 30 and May 1 to meet Sandy Pringle to settle the day of election on Monday. Go on with Count Robert half a dozen leaves per day. I am not much pleased with my handiwork. The chancery money seems like to be paid. This will relieve me of poor Charles, who is at present my chief burthen. The task of pumping my brains becomes inevitably harder when both chain pumps are choked below. And though this may not be the case literally, yet the apprehension is well nigh as bad. May 2 the day passed as usual in dictating too little, and writing a good deal. I must get finished with Count Robert, who is progressing, as the transatlantics say, at a very slow pace. Indeed, by the by, I have a letter from Nathan T. Rossiter, Williamstown, New York City, offering me a collection of poems by Byron, which are said to have been found in Italy some years since by a friend of Mr. Rossiter. I don't see I can at all be entitled to these, so shall write to decline them. If Mr. Rossiter chooses to publish them in Italy or America, he may, but published here, they must be the property of Lord Byron's executors. May 3 Sophia arrives with all the children looking well and beautiful, except poor Johnny, who looks very pale, but it is no wonder, poor thing. May 4 I have a letter from Lockhart promising to be down by next Wednesday. That is today. I will consult him about Byron's exec. And as to these poems said to be his lordship's, they are very probably first copies thrown aside, or may not be genuine at all. I will be glad to see Lockhart. My pronunciation is a good deal improved. My time glides away ill employed. But I am afraid of the palsy. I should not like to be pinned to my chair, but I believe even that kind of life is more endurable than we could suppose. Your wishes are limited to your little circlet. The idea is terrible to a man who has been active. My own circle in bodily matters is daily narrowing, not so in intellectual matters. But I am perhaps a bad judge. The plough is coming to the end of the furrow, so it is likely I shall not reach the common goal of mortal life. By a few years I am now in my 60th year only, and 70 years do sum up. May 5 A fleece of letters, which must be answered, I suppose, all from persons, my zealous admirers of course, and expecting a degree of generosity, which will put to rights all their maladies physical and mental, and expecting that I can put to rights whatever losses have been their lot, raise them to a desirable rank, and stand their protector and patron. I must, they take it for granted, be astonished at having an address from a stranger. On the contrary, I would be astonished if any of these extravagant epistles were from anyone who had the least title to enter into correspondence with me. I have all the plague of answering these teasing people. Mr. Byrne, the architect, came in, struck by the appearance of my house from the road. He approved my architecture greatly. He tells me the edifice for Jeannie Diensthat is her prototype is nigh finished, so I must get the inscription ready. Mr. Byrne came to meet with Pringle of Haining, but alas, it is 2 nights since this. Poor young man, driving in from his own lake, where he had been fishing, an ill-broken horse ran away with him, and at his own stable door overturned the vehicle and fractured poor Pringle's skull. He died yesterday morning, a sad business. So young a man, the proprietor of a good estate and a well-disposed youth. His politics were, I think, mistaken, being the reverse of his father's. But that is nothing at such a time. Byrne went on to Richardson's place of Kirkland's, where he is to meet the proprietor, whom I too would wish to see, but I can hardly make it out. Here is a world of arrangements. I think we will soon hit upon something. My son Walter takes leave of me today to return to Sheffield at his entreaty. I have agreed to put in a Seton, which they seem all to recommend. My own opinion is this addition to my tortures will do me no good, but I cannot hold out against my son, so when the present blister is well over, let them try their Seton, as they call it. May 6 and 7 here is a precious job. I have a formal remonstrance from these critical persons, Ballantyne and Cadle, against the last volume of Count Robert, which is within a sheet of being finished. I suspect their opinion will be found to coincide with that of the public at least. It is not very different from my own. The blow is a stunning one, I suppose, for I scarcely feel it is singular, but it comes with as little surprise as if I had a remedy ready, yet God knows I am at sea in the dark. And the vessel leaky, I think, into the bargain. I cannot conceive that I should have tied a knot with my tongue which my teeth cannot untie. We will see. I am determined to write a political pamphlet, quack, I should it cost me my life. I will write and left at these unlucky proof sheets, and alter at least what I cannot mend. May 8 I have suffered terribly, that is the truth rather in body than in mind, and I often wish I could lie down and sleep without waking. But I will fight it out if I can. It would argue too great an attachment of consequence to my literary labors to sink under. Did I know how to begin, I would begin this very day, although I knew I should sink at the end. After all, this is but fear and faintness of heart, though of another kind from that which trembleth at a loaded pistol. My bodily strength is terribly gone, perhaps my mental too. May 9 The weather uncommonly beautiful, and I am very eager to get on thinning woods. While the peeling season lasts, we made about 200 off wood last season, and this is a sum worth looking at. May 10 Some repairs on the milldam still keep the people employed, and we cannot get to the thinning, yet I have been urging them for a month. It's a great fault of Scottish servants that they cannot be taught to time their turns. May 11 By old practice, I should be going into town today, the court sitting tomorrow. Am I happier that I am free from this charge? Perhaps. I am. That is certain. Time begins to make my literary labor more precious than usual, very weak, scarce, able to crawl about without the pona lifted on, and often unable to walk half a mile save with great pain. May 12 Resolved to lay by Robert of Paris, and take it up when I can work. Thinking on it really makes my head swim, and that is not safe. Miss Ferrier comes out to us. This gifted personage, besides having great talents, has conversation the least exigeante of any author, female at least, whom I have ever seen among the long list. I have encountered simple, full of humor, and exceedingly ready at repartee, and all this without the least affectation of the blue stocking. May 13 Mr., or more properly Dr. Mackintosh Mackay, comes out to see me, a simple learned man, and a Highlander, who weighs his own nation justly, a modest and estimable person. I was beat up at midnight to sign a warrant against some delinquents. I afterwards heard that the officers were pursued by a mob from Galashiels with purpose of deforcing them as far as St. Boswell's Green, but the men were lodged in Jedburgh Castle. Reports of mobs at all the elections, which I fear will prove too true, they have much to answer for who, in gaiety of heart, have brought a peaceful and virtuous population to such a pass. May 14 Rode with Lockhart and Mr. Mackay through the plantations, and spent a pleasanter day than of late month's story of a haunted glen in Lagan. A chieftain's daughter, or cousin, loved a man of low degree. Her kindred discovered the intrigue, and punished the lover's presumption by binding the unhappy man, and laying him naked in one of the large ants' nests common in a highland forest. He died in agony, of course, and his mistress became distracted, roamed wildly in the glen, till she died, and her phantom, finding no repose, haunted it after her death to such a degree that the people shunned the road by day as well as night. Mrs. Grant of Lagan tells the story with the addition that her husband, then minister of Lagan, fixed a religious meeting in the place, and by the exercise of public worship, there overcame the popular terror of the Red Woman. Dr. Mackay seems to think that she was rather banished by a branch of the parliamentary road running up the glen than by the prayers of his predecessor Dr. Mackay. It being Sunday favored us with an excellent discourse on the Socinian controversy, which I wish my friend Mr. Laidlaw had heard. May 15 Dr. Roman 1000 left us early this morning, and I rode and studied as usual, working at the tales of my grandfather. Our good and learned doctor wishes to go down the Tweed to Berwick. It is a laudable curiosity, and I hope will be agreeably satisfied. May 16 and 17 I wrote and rode as usual, and had the pleasure of Miss Ferrier's company in my family hours, which was a great satisfaction. She has certainly less affectation than any female I have known that has stood so high. Joanna Bailey, hardly accepted, by the way. Mrs. Bailey, has entered on the Socinian controversy, for which I am very sorry. She has published a number of texts on which she conceives the controversy to rest, but it escapes her that she can only quote them through a translation. I am sorry. This gifted woman is hardly doing herself justice, and doing what is not required at her hands. Mr. Laidlaw, of course, thinks it the finest thing in the world. May 18 Went to Jedburgh to the election, greatly against the wishes of my daughters, The mob were exceedingly vociferous and brutish, as they usually are nowadays. But the sheriff had 2 troops of dragoons at Ancram Bridge, and all went off quietly. The populace gathered in formidable numbers, 1,000 from Howick alone. They were sad blackguards. And the day passed with much clamor, and no mischief. Henry Scott was re-elected for the last time, I suppose. Troja Fewett. I left the burg in the midst of abuse, and the gentle hint of Burke Sir Walter, much obliged to the brave lads of Jeddart. Upwards of 40 freeholders voted for Henry Scott, and only 14 for the puppy that opposed him. Even of this party, he gained far the greater number by the very awkward coalition with Sir William Scott of Ancram. I came home at 7 at night. May 20. This is the Selkirk election, which I supposed would be as tumultuous as the Jedburgh one. But the Souders of Selkirk had got a new light and saw, in the proposed Reform Bill, nothing but a mode of disfranchising their ancient burgh. Although the crowd was great, yet there was a sufficient body of special constables, hardy in their useful office. And the election passed as quietly as I ever witnessed one. I came home, before dinner, very quiet. I am afraid there is something serious in Galashiels. Geoffrey is fairly funked about it, and has written letters to the authorities of Roxburghshire and Selkirkshire to caution us against making the precognitions public, which looks Roman 99, yet I think he would have made arrests when the soldiers were in the country. The time at which I settled at Abbotsford, Whitsunday 1811, I broke up a conspiracy of the weavers. It will look like sympathizing with any renewal if another takes place. Just now incendiary letters have been sent, and the householders are in a general state of alarm. The men at Jedburgh Castle are said to be disposed to make a clean breast. If so, we shall soon know more of the matter. Lord William Graham has been nearly murdered at Dumbarton. Why should he not have brought down 50 or 100 lads, with the kilts, each with a good Kent in his hand, fit to call the soul out of the body of these weavers? They would have kept order, I warrant you. May 21. Little more than my usual work and my usual exercise, I rode out through the plantations, and saw the woodmen getting down what was to be felled. It seems there will be as much for sale as last year of bark. I think about 40 worth. A very nice additional pond to the sawmill has been executed. As for my tales, they go on well, and are amusing to myself. At least the history of France is very entertaining. May 22. I have a letter from my friend John Thompson of Duddingston. I had transmitted him an order for the Duke of Buccleuch for his best picture at his best price, leaving the choice of the subject, and everything else to himself. He expresses the wish to do at an ordinary price. A picture of common size, the declining to put himself forward, will I fear be thought like shrinking from his own reputation, which nobody has less need to do. The Duke may wish a large picture for a large price, for furnishing a large apartment, and the artist should not shrink from it. I have written him my opinion. The feeling is no doubt an amiable, though a false one. He is modest in proportion to his talents. But what brother of the finer arts ever approached excellence so as to please himself? May 23, 24, and 25, worked and exercised regularly. I do not feel that I care tuppence about the change of diet as to taste, but I feel my strength much decayed on horseback. My spine feels remarkably sore, and I am tired with a few miles' ride. We expect Walter coming down for the Fife election. From May 25th to October 9th, there are no dates in the journal, but the entry beginning "I have been very ill" must have been made about the middle of September in the family circle. Says Mr. Lockhart, he seldom spoke of his illness at all, and when he did it was always in a hopeful strain. In private to Laidlaw and myself, his language corresponded exactly with the tone of the diary. He expressed his belief that the chances of recovery were very few, but always added that he considered it his duty to exert what faculties remained to him for the sake of his creditors to the very last. I am very anxious, he repeatedly said to me, to be done one way or other with this Count Robert, and a little story about the Castle Dangerous, which also I had long in my head, but after that I will attempt nothing more, at least not until I have finished all the notes for the novels, etc. On the 18th July, he set out in company with Mr. Lockhart to visit Douglas Castle, St. Bride's Church, and its neighborhood for the purpose of verifying the scenery of Castle Dangerous, then partly printed, returning on the 20th. He finished that book and Count Robert before the end of August. In September, Mr. Lockhart, then staying at Chiefswood, and proposing to make a run into Lanarkshire for a day or two, mentioned overnight at Abbotsford that he intended to take his second son, then a boy of 5 or 6 years of age, and Sir Walter's namesake with him on the stagecoach. Next morning, the following affectionate billet was put into his hands. To J. G. Lockhart, Esq. Chiefswood. Dear Don or Dr. Giovanni, Can you really be thinking of taking Wawa by the coach end? I think you said outside, think of Johnny. And be careful of this little man, are you par? Hazard something in the state of the poor Capitaine des Dragons that comes in singing. Comment parbleu quen penses vous? Bon gentilhomme et pas ensues. If so, remember Richards himself again, and make free use of the enclosed check on Cadle for 50. He will give you the ready as you pass through, and you can pay when I ask. Put horses to your carriage and go Hidalgo fashion, we shall all have good days yet. And those sad days you deign to spend. With me I shall requite them all. Sir Eustace for his friends shall send, and thank their love in Grayling Hall. W.S. On the 15th September, he tells the Duke of Buccleuch, I am going to try whether the heir of Naples will make an old fellow of 60 young again. On the 17th, the old splendor of the house was revived, Call Glencairn Burns, son of the poet, then in Scotland came. To stir with joy the towers of Abbotsford. The neighbours were assembled, and having his son to help him, Sir Walter, did the honours of the table once more as of yore. On the 19th, the poet Wordsworth arrived and left on the 22d. On the 20th, Mrs. Lockhart set out for London to prepare for her father's reception there, and on the 23d, Sir Walter left Abbotsford for London, where he arrived on the 28th. October. Interval. I have been very ill, and if not quite unable to write, I have been unfit to do, so I have wrought, however, at 2 Waverley things, but not well. And what is worse past mending a total prostration of bodily strength, is my chief complaint. I cannot walk half a mile, there is besides some mental confusion, with the extent of which I am not perhaps fully acquainted. I am perhaps setting I am myself inclined to think so, and like a day that has been admired as a fine one, the light of it sets down amid mists and storms, I neither regret nor fear the approach of death. If it is coming, I would compound for a little pain, instead of this heartless muddiness of mind, which renders me incapable of anything rational. The expense of my journey will be something considerable, which I can provide against, by borrowing 500 from Mr. Gibson to Mr. Cadle. I owe already with the cancels on these apoplectic books about 200, and must run it up to 500 more at least, yet this heavy burthen would be easily borne, if I were to be the Walter Scott I once was, but the change is great. This would be nothing providing that I could count on these 2 books having a sale equal to their predecessors. But as they do not deserve the same countenance, they will not and cannot have such a share of favor, and I have only to hope that they will not involve the Waverley, which are now selling 30,000 volumes a month, in their displeasure something of a journal, and the Reliquii Trotcosienses will probably be moving articles. And I have in short no fears in pecuniary matters. The ruin which I fear involves that of my king and country. Well, says Colin Mackenzie, shall this desolation strike thy towers alone? No fair Ellendonan such ruin 'twill bring, that the storm shall have power to unsettle the throne. And thy fate shall be mixed with the fate of thy king. I fear that the great part of the memorialists are bartering away the dignity of their rank, by seeking to advance themselves by a job which is a melancholy sight. The ties between democrat and aristocrat are sullen discontent with each other. The former are regarded as a housedog, which has manifested incipient signs of canine madness, and is not to be trusted. Walter came down today to join our party. September 20, yesterday Wordsworth, his son-nephew, and daughter came to see us, and we went up to Yarrow. The eldest son of Lord Ravensworth also came to see us with his accomplished lady. We had a pleasant party, and today were left by the Liddells Maynant, the 3 Wordsworths cum si terrace, a German or Hungarian Count Erdedy, or some such name. We arrived in London September 28, after a long and painful journey, the weakness of my limbs palpably increasing, and the physic prescribed making me weaker. Every day Lockhart, poor fellow, is as attentive as possible, and I have, thank God, no pain. Whatever could the end be as easy, it would be too happy. I fancy the instances of euthanasia are not very uncommon instances. There certainly are among the learned and the unlearned, Doctor. Black Tom Purdy, I should wish, if it please God, to sleep off in such a quiet way, but we must take what fate sends. I have not warm hopes of being myself again. Wordsworth and his daughter, a fine girl, were with us on the last day. I tried to write in her diary, and made an ill-favored botch. No help for it, stitches will wear and ill ones will out, as the tailor says. October 8, London. The King has located me on board the Barham, with my suite consisting of my eldest son, youngest daughter, and perhaps my daughter-in-law, which with poor Charles will make a goodly tale. I fancy the head of this tale, cuts a poor figure scarce able to stir about. The town is in a foam with politics. The report is that the Lords will throw out the bill, and now morning of 8th October, I learn it, is quoted downstairs like a shovel-board shilling, with a plague to it, as the most uncalled for attack upon a free constitution under which men lived happily, whichever was ventured in my day well, it would have been pleasing to have had some share in so great a victory. Yet even now I am glad I have been quiet. I believe I should only have made a bad figure. Well, I will have time enough to think of all this. October 9, the report today is that the Chancellor will unite with the Duke of Wellington and Sir Robert Peel to bring in a bill of his own concocting, modified to the taste of the other two, with which some think they will be satisfied. This is not very unlikely, for Lord Brougham has been displeased with not having been admitted to Lord John Russell's task of bill drawing. He is a man of unbounded ambition as well as unbounded talent and uncertain temper. There have been hosts of people here, particularly the Duke of Buccleuch, to ask me to the christening of his son and heir. When the king stands godfather, I am asked as an ally and friend of the family, which makes the compliment greater singular that I should have stood godfather to this duke himself, representing some great man. October 10, yesterday, we dined alone, so I had an opportunity of speaking seriously to John. But I fear procrastination. It is the cry of Friar Bacon's brazen head. Time is time. Was but the time may soon come. Time shall be no more. The Whigs are not very bold, not much above 100 met to support Lord Grey. To the last, their resolutions are moderate probably, because they could not have carried stronger. I went to breakfast at Sir Robert Henry Ingly's, and coming home about 12 found the mob rising in the Regent's Park and roaring for reform as rationally as a party of Angusshire cattle would have done. Sophia seemed to act as the jolly host in the play. These are my windows, and shutting the shutters let them batter. I care not, serving the good Duke of Norfolk. After a time, they passed out of our sight, hurrying doubtless to seek a more active scene of reformation. As the night closed, the citizens who had hitherto contented themselves with shouting became more active, and when it grew dark set forth to make work for the glaziers. October 11, Tuesday, we set out in the morning to breakfast with Lady Gifford. We passed several glorious specimens of the last night's feats of the reformers. The Duke of Newcastle's and Lord Dudley's houses were sufficiently broken. The maidens, however, had resisted, and from the top of the house, with coals which had greatly embarrassed the assembled mob. Surely, if the people are determined on using a right so questionable, and the government resolved to consider it as too sacred to be resisted, some modes of resistance might be resorted to of a character more ludicrous than firearm skulls, for example, scalding oil, boiling water, or some other mode of defense against a sudden attack. We breakfasted with a very pleasant party at Lady Gifford's. I was particularly happy to meet Lord Sidmouth at 7 to 5. He tells me as much in health and spirits as at 60. I also met Captain Basil Hall, to whom I owe so much for promoting my retreat in so easy a manner. I found my appointment to the Bar had been pointed out by Captain Henry Duncan, R.N., as being a measure which would be particularly agreeable to the officers of the service. This is too high a compliment in returning. I called to see the repairs at Lambeth, which are proceeding under the able direction of Blore, who met me there. They are in the best Gothic taste, and executed at the expense of a large sum to be secured by way of mortgage payable in 50 years, each incumbent within the time paying a proportion of about 4,000 a year. I was pleased to see this splendor of church architecture returning again. Lord Man, a very amiable as well as a clever young man, comes to dinner with Mr. Croker, Lady Louisa Stuart, in the afternoon, or more properly at night. October 12, misty morning, looks like a yellow fog, which is the curse of London. I would hardly take my share of it for a share of its wealth, and its curiosity a vile double-distilled fog, of the most intolerable kind, children scarce stirring, yet but baby and the macaw beginning their macaw notes, among other feats of the mob on Monday. Gentlemen who saw the onslaught told me 2 men got on Lord Londonderry's carriage and struck him. The chief constable came to the rescue and belabored the rascals who ran and roared. I should have liked to have seen the onslaught. Dry beating, and plenty of it, is a great operator of a reform among these gentry. At the same time, Lord Londonderry is a brainsick man, very unlike his brother. He horsewhipped a sentinel under arms at Vienna for obeying his consigne, which was madness on the other side. All seems to be prepared. Heavy bodies of the police are stationed in all the squares and places, supporting each other regularly. The men themselves say that their numbers amount to 3,000, and that they are supported by troops in still greater numbers, so that the conservative force is sufficiently strong. 4 o'clock, a letter from the Duke saying the party is put off by command of the king, and probably the day will be put off until the Duke's return from Scotland, so our hopes of seeing the fine ceremony are all ended. October 13 knocked pluit toton excellent recipe for a mob, so they have been quiet accordingly, as we are informed 2 or 3 other wet nights would do much to weary them out with inactivity. Milman, whom I remember a fine gentlemanlike young man, dined here yesterday. He says the fires have never ceased in his country, but that the oppressions and sufferings occasioned by the poor's rates are very great, and there is no persuading the English farmer that an amended system is comfortable both for rich and poor. The plan of ministers is to keep their places maugre peers and commons, both while they have the countenance of the crown. But if a prince shelters by authority of the prerogative ministers against the will of the other authority of the state, does he not quit the defense which supposes he can do no wrong? This doctrine would make a curious change of parties. Will they attempt to legitimize the fits? Clarence's God forbid, yet it may end in that it would be Paris all over the family, is said to have popular qualities. Then what would be the remedy? Mary sees on the person of the Princess Victoria carrying her north, and setting up the banner of England with the Duke of W. as dictator. Well, I am too old to fight, and therefore should keep the windy side of the law. Besides, I shall be buried before times come to a decision. In the meantime, the king dare not go to stand godfather to the son of one of his most powerful peers, a party of his own making, lest his loving subjects pull the house about the ears of his noble host, and the company invited to meet him. Their loyalty has a pleasant way of displaying itself. I will go to Westminster after breakfast, and see what people are saying, and whether the Barham is likely to sail or whether its course is not altered to the coast of the Low Countries instead of the Mediterranean. October 14 tried to walk to Lady Louisa Stuart's, but took a little vertigo, and came back much disturbed by a letter from Walter. He is like to be sent on an obnoxious service, with very inadequate force, little prospect of thanks if he does his duty, and much of blame if he is unable to accomplish it. I have little doubt he will wear his mother's calfskin on them. The manufacturing districts are in great danger. London seems pretty secure. Sent off the revise of introduction to Mr. Cadle. October 16 a letter from Walter with better news. He has been at hardheads with the rogues, and come off with advantage. In short, practiced with success the art of drawing 2 souls out of 1 weaver. All seems quiet now, and I suppose the major will get his leave, as proposed 2 ladies own Byrons. Mary Chaworth have been fright to death, while the mob tore the dying creatures from their beds, and proposed to throw them into the flames, drank the wine, destroyed the furniture, and committed other excesses of a jacquerie. They have been put down, however, by a strong force of yeomanry and regulars. Walter says the soldiers fired over the people's heads, whereas if they had leveled low, the bullets must have told more among the multitude. I cannot approve of this, for in such cases severity is ultimate mercy. However, if they have made a sufficient impression to be strikingly enough, is as good as a feast. There is a strange story about town of ghost seeing, vouched by Lord Prudhoe, a near relation of the Duke of Northumberland, and whom I know as an honourable man, a colonel described as a cool-headed, sensible man of worth and honour. Palgrave, who dined with us yesterday, told us twice over the story as vouched by Lord Prudhoe, and Lockhart gave us Colonel Felix's edition, which coincided exactly. I will endeavour to extract the essence of both. While at Grand Cairo, they were attracted by the report of a physician who could do the most singular magical feats, and was in the habit not only of relieving the living, but calling up the dead. This sage was the member of a tribe in the interior part of Africa. They were some time 2 years in finding him out, for he, by no means, pressed himself on the curious, nor did he on the other hand avoid them. But when he came to Grand Cairo, readily agreed to gratify them by a sight of his wonders. The scenes exhibited were not visible to the operator himself, nor to the person for whose satisfaction they were called up, but as in the case of Dr. D and other adepts, by means of a viewer, an ignorant Nubian boy whom, to prevent imposition, the English gentleman selected for the purpose, and as they thought without any risk of imposture, by confederacy betwixt him and the physician. The process was as follows: a black square was drawn in the palm of the boy's hand, or rather a kind of pentacle with an Arabic character inscribed at each angle. The figures evoked were seen through this space, as if the substance of the hand had been removed. Magic rites, and particularly perfumes, were liberally resorted to. After some fumigation, the magician declared that they could not proceed until the 7 flags should become visible. The boy declared he saw nothing, then said he saw a flag, then 2 often hesitated at the number for a certain time, and on several occasions the spell did not work, and the operation went no further. But in general, the boy saw the 7 flags through the aperture in his hand. The magician then said they must call the Sultan, and the boy said he saw a splendid tent fixed surrounded by immense hosts Eblis no doubt, and his angels the person evoked was then named and appeared. Accordingly, the only indispensable requisite was that he was named speedily, for the Sultan did not like to be kept waiting. Accordingly, William Shakespeare, being named, the boy declared that he saw Frank in a dress, which he described as that of the reign of Elizabeth, or her successor, having a singular countenance, a high forehead, and a very little beard. Another time, a brother of the colonel was named, the boy said, he saw Frank in his uniform dress, and a black groom behind him leading a superb horse. The dress was a red jacket and white pantaloons, and the principal figure turning round the boy announced that he wanted his arm. As was the case with Felix's brother, the ceremony was repeated 14 times successfully, in 12 instances, and in 2 it failed from non-appearance of the 7 banners. In the first instance, the apparent frankness of the operator was not the least surprising. Part of the affair he made no mystery, said he possessed this power by inheritance as a family gift, yet that he could teach it, and was willing to do so for no enormous sum. One, which seemed very moderate. I think 2 gentlemen embraced the offer. One of them is dead, and the other still abroad. The sage also took a price for the exhibition of his skill, but it was a moderate one, being regulated by the extent of the perfumes consumed in the ceremony. There remains much more to ask. I understood the witnesses do not like to bother about, which is very natural. One would like to know a little more of the Sultan, of the care taken to secure the fidelity of the boy, who was the viewer, and on whom so much depended, whether another sage practicing the same feat, as it was said to be hereditary, was ever known to practice in the city. The truth of a story irreconcilable with the common course of nature must depend on cross-examination. If we should find while at Malta that we had an opportunity of expurgating this matter, though at the expense of a voyage to Alexandria, it would hardly deter me. The girls go to the Chapel Royal this morning at St. James, a visit from the Honourable John Forbes, son of my old and early friend Lord Forbes, who is our fellow passenger. The ship expects presently to go to sea. I was very glad to see this young officer, and to hear his news. Drummond and I have been men's from our infancy. October 17, the morning beautiful today. I go to look after the transcripts in the museum, and have a card to see a set of chessmen thrown up by the sea on the coast of Scotland, which were offered to sail for 100. The king, queen, knights, etc., were in the costume of the 14th century, the substance ivory, or rather the tusk of the morse, somewhat injured by the salt water, in which they had been immersed for some time. Sir John Malcolm told us a story about Garrick and his wife. The lady admired her husband greatly, but blamed him for a taste for low life, and insisted that he loved better to play scrub to a low-lifed audience than one of his superior characters. Before an audience of taste on one particular occasion, she was in her box in the theatre Richard Roman III, was the performance, and Garrick's acting, especially in the night scene, drew down universal applause. After the play was over, Mrs. G proposed going home, which Garrick declined, alleging he had some business in the green room, which must detain him. In short, the lady was obliged to acquiesce and wait the beginning of a new entertainment, in which was introduced a farmer giving his neighbors an account of the wonders seen on a visit to London. This character was received with such peals of applause that Mrs. Garrick began to think it rivaled those which had been so lately lavished on Richard III. At last, she observed her little spaniel dog was making efforts to get towards the balcony, which separated him from the facetious farmer. Then she became aware of the truth. How strange, she said, that a dog should know his master, and a woman in the same circumstances should not recognize her husband. October 18. Sophia had a small but lively party last night, as indeed she has had every night since we were here. Ladies: Lady Stafford, Lady Louisa Stuart, Lady Montagu, Miss Montagu, Lady Davy, Mrs. MacLeod, and 2 or 3 others. Gentlemen: Lord Montagu, MacLeod, Lord Dudley, Rogers, Mackintosh. A good deal of singing. If Sophia keeps to early hours, she may beat London for small parties, as poor Miss White did. And without much expense, a little address is all that is necessary. Sir John insists on my meeting this Ramohun Roy. I am no believer in his wandering knight. So far the time is gone of sages, who traveled to collect wisdom as well as heroes. To reap honor, men think and fight for money. I want see the man if I can help it. Flatterers are difficult enough to keep at a distance, though they be no renegades. I hate a fellow who begins with throwing away his own religion, and then affects a prodigious respect for another. October 19. Captain H. Duncan called with Captain Piggott, a smart-looking gentleman-like man, and announces his purpose of sailing on Monday. I have made my preparations for being on board on Sunday, which is the day appointed. Captain Duncan told me jocularly never to take a naval captain's word on shore, and quoted Sir William Scott, who used to say waggishly that there was nothing so accommodating as a naval captain on shore. But when on board he became a peremptory lion, Henry Duncan has behaved very kindly, and says he only discharges the wishes of his service in making me as easy as possible, which is very handsome, no danger of feud, except about politics, which would be impolite on my part. And though it bars out one great subject of discourse, it leaves enough besides that I might have nothing doubtful. Walter arrives with his wife ready to sail, so what little remains must be done without loss of time. This is our last morning, so I have money to draw for, and pay away to see our dear Lord Montagu too. The Duchess came yesterday, I suppose 50 will clear me with some balance for Gibraltar. I leave this country uncertain if it has got a total pardon, or only a reprieve. I want think of it, as I can do no good. It seems to be in one of those crises, by which Providence reduces nations to their original elements. If I had my health, I should take no worldly fee not to be in the bustle. But I am as weak as water, and I shall be glad when I have put the Mediterranean between the island and me. October 21 and 22, spent in taking of farewell and adieus, which had been put off, till now a melancholy ceremonial, with some a useless one. Yet there are friends whom it sincerely touches one to part. With it is the cement of life giving way in a moment. Another unpleasant circumstance, Ison is called upon to recollect those whom death or estrangement has severed, after starting merrily together in the voyage of life. October 23, Portsmouth arrived here in the evening, found the Barham will not sail till 26th October, that is Wednesday. Next the girls break loose mad with the craze of seeing sights, and run the risk of our losing some of our things, and deranging the naval officers who offer their services with their natural gallantry. Captain Piggott came to breakfast with several other officials. The girls contrived to secure a site of the block manufactory together with that of the biscuit, also invented by Brunel. I think that I have seen the first of these wonderful sights in 1816, or about that time. Sir Thomas Foley gives an entertainment to the Admiralty, and sends to invite me, but I pleaded health and remained at home. Neither will I go out sightseeing, which madness seems to have seized my womankind. This ancient town is one of the few in England which is fortified, and which gives it a peculiar appearance. It is much surrounded with heaths or thin poor muirs, covered with heather, very barren, yet capable of being converted into rich arable and pasturage. I would not desire a better estate than to have 2,000 acres, which would be worth 40 shillings an acre. October 24, my womankind are gone out with Walter and Captain Hall. I wish they would be moderate in their demands on people's complaisance. They little know how inconvenient are such seizures. A sailor is in particular a bad refuser, and before he can turn 3 times round, he is bound with a triple knot to all kinds of engagements. The wind is west, that is to say contrary, so our sailing on the day after tomorrow is highly doubtful. October 25, a gloomy October day, the wind inflexibly constant in the west, which is fatal. Sir James Graham proposes to wait upon us. After breakfast, a trouble occurs about my taking an oath before a master extraordinary in Chancery, but such cannot easily be found, as they reside in chambers in town and rusticate after business, so they are difficult to catch as an eel. At 10 my children set off to the dockyard, which is a most prodigious effort of machinery, and they are promised the sight of an anchor, in the act of being forged. A most cyclopean sight. Walter is to call upon the solicitor, and appoint him to be with me by 12. About the reign of Henry Roman VIII, the French took the pile, as it was called of, but were beat off about the end of the American War. An individual named John Aitken, or John the Painter, undertook to set the dockyard on fire, and in some degree accomplished his purpose. He had no accomplice, and to support himself committed solitary robberies. Being discovered, he long hung in chains near the outward fortifications. Last night, a deputation of the Literary and Philosophical Society of Portsmouth came to present me with the honorary freedom of their body, which I accepted with becoming gratitude. There is little credit in gathering the name of a disabled invalid. Here I am going a long and curious tour without ability to walk a quarter of a mile. What hope of recovery? I think and think in vain, when attempting to trace the progress of this disease. And so gradually has my health declined that I believe it has been acting upon me for 10 years, gradually diminishing my strength. My mental faculties may perhaps recover. My bodily strength cannot return unless climate has an effect on the human frame, which I cannot possibly believe or comprehend. The safe resolution is to try no foolish experiments, but make myself as easy as I can without suffering myself to be vexed about what I cannot help. If I sit on the deck and look at Vesuvius, it will be all I ought to think of. Having mentioned John the Painter, I may add that it was in this town of Portsmouth that the Duke of Buckingham was stabbed to death by Felton, a fanatic of the same kind. With the incendiary, though perpetrator of a more manly crime, this monster-breeding age can afford both Feltons and John Aitkins in abundance. Every village supplies them, while in fact a deep feeling of the coarsest selfishness furnishes the ruling motive, instead of an affectation of public spirit, that hackneyed affectation of patriotism, as like the reality as a Birmingham halfpenny to a guinea. The girls I regret to see have got a senseless custom of talking politics in all weathers, and in all sorts of company. This can do no good, and may give much offense. Silence can offend no one, and there are pleasanter or less irritating subjects to talk of. I gave them both a hint of this, and bid them both remember they were among ordinary strangers, how little young people reflect what they may win or lose by a smart reflection, imprudently fired off at a venture. Mr. Barrow of the Admiralty came and told us the whole fleet Barham, excepted, were ordered to the North Sea to help to bully the King of Holland, and that Captain Pigot, whose motions are of more importance to us than those of the whole British Navy, sails, as certainly as these things can be prophesied, on Thursday, 27th October. October 26 here we still are fixed by the inexorable wind. Yesterday we asked a few old friends, Mr. and Mrs. Osborne, and 2 or 3 others, to tea and talk. I engaged in a new novel by Mr. Smith called New Forest. It is written in an old style calculated to meet the popular idea, somewhat like man as he is not, and that class the author's opinions seem rather to sit loose upon him, and to be adopted for the nonce, and not very well brought out. His idea of a hero is an American philosopher, with all the affected virtues of a republican, which no man believes in. This is very tiresome, not to be able to walk abroad for an instant, but to be kept in this old house, which they call the Fountain, a mansion made of wood, in imitation of a ship. The timbers were well tried last night. During the squall the barometer has sunk an inch very suddenly, which seems to argue a change, and probably a deliverance from Port. Sir Michael Seymour, Mr. Harris, Captain Lawrence, came to greet us after breakfast, also Sir James Graham. They were all learned on this change of weather, which seems to be generally expected. I had a good mess of Tory chat with Mr. Harris. We hope to see his daughters in the evening. He keeps his courage amid the despair of too many of his party. About 1 o'clock our coffle, as Mungo Park words it, set out self-excluded to witness the fleet sailing from the ramparts. October 27, the weather is more moderate, and there is a chance of our sailing. We whiled away our time, as we could, relieved by several kind visits. We realized the sense of hopeless expectation described by Fielding in his voyage to Lisbon, which identical tract Captain Hall, who in his eagerness to be kind seems in possession of the wishing cap of Fortunatus, was able to provide for us tomorrow, is spoken of as certainly a date. October 28, but the wind is as unfavorable as ever, and I take a hobbling morning walk upon the rampart, where I am edified by a good-natured officer, who shows me the place marked by a buoy, where the Royal George went down with twice 400 men. Its hull forms a shoal, which is still in existence, a neglect scarcely reconcilable with the splendor of our proceedings. Where our navy is concerned, saw a battle on the rampart between 2 sailor boys who fought like gamecocks. Returned to the Fountain, to a voluminous breakfast. Captain Pigot calls with little hope of sailing. Today, I made my civil affidavit yesterday to a master extraordinary in Chancery, which I gave to Sophia last night. October 29, the Barham, the weather is changed, and I think we shall sail. Captain Forbes comes with offer of the Admiral Sir Michael Seymour's barge, but we must pause on our answer. I have had a very disturbed night. Captain Pigot's summons is at length brought by his own announcement, and the same time the Admiral's barge attends for our accommodation, and puts us and our baggage on board the Barham, a beautiful ship, a 74 cut down to a 50, and well deserving all the commendations bestowed on her. The weather a calm which is almost equal to a favorable wind, so we glide beautifully along by the Isle of Wight and the outside of the island. We landsfolk feel these queerish sensations, when without being in the least sick, we are not quite well. We dine enormously, and take our cot at 9 o'clock, when we sleep undisturbed till 7. October 30, find the Bill of Portland in sight, having run about 40 miles during the night. About the middle of the day turn seasick, and retire to my berth for the rest of the evening. October 31, a sleepless night, and a bilious morning, yet not so very uncomfortable as the phrase may imply. The bolts clashed, and made me dream of poor Bran, the wind being nearly completely contrary. We have by 10 o'clock gained Plymouth, and of course will stand westward for Cape Finisterre. Terrible tossing, and much seasickness beating our passage against the turn. I may as well say, we had a parting visit from Lady Graham, who came off in a steamer, saluted us in the distance, and gave us by signal her bon voyage on Sunday. We had prayers and service from Mr. Marshall, our chaplain, a Trinity College youth who made a very respectable figure. It's November. November 1, the night was less dismal than yesterday, and we hold our course though with an unfavorable wind, and make it is said about 40 miles progress. After all, this sort of navigation recommends the steamer, which forces its way whether the breeze will or no. November 2 wind as cross as two sticks with nasty squalls of wind and rain. We keep dodging about the Lizard and Land's End, without ever getting out of sight of these interesting terminations of old England. Keep the deck the whole day, though bitter cold betake myself to my berth at 9, though it is liker to my coffin. November 3 seasickness has pretty much left us. But the nights are far from voluptuous, as Lord Stowell says. After breakfast, I established myself in the after cabin to read and write as well as I can, whereof this is a bad specimen. November 4 the current unfavorable, and the ship pitching a great deal, yet the vessel on the whole keeps her course, and we get on our way with hope of reaching Cape Finisterre, when it shall please God. November 5 we still creep on this petty pace from day to day, without being able to make way, but also without losing any meanwhile frolic. We become freed from the nausea and disgust of the seasickness, and our chirruping merrily spend the daylight chiefly on deck, where the sailors are trained in exercising the great guns on a new sort of carriage, called from the inventor Marshall's, which seems ingenious. November 6 no progress today. The ship begins to lay her course, but makes no great way. Appetite of the passengers excellent, which we amuse at the expense of the sea stock cold beef and biscuit. I feel myself very helpless on board, but everybody is ready to assist me. November 7, the wind still holds fair though far from blowing steadily, but by fits and variably no object to look at. One wide water all around us. All above us one gray sky. There are neither birds in the air, fish in the sea, nor objects on face of the waters. It is odd that, though once so great a smoker, I now never think on a cigar, so much the better. November 8 as we begin to get southward, we feel a milder and more pleasing temperature, and the wind becomes decidedly favorable. When we have nearly traversed the famous Bay of Biscay, we now get into a sort of trade wind blowing from the east. November 9 this morning runs 70 miles from 12 at night. This is something like going, till now baiting the rolling and pitching we lay. As idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. November 10 wind changes, and is both mild and favorable. We pass Cape Ortegal, a wild cluster of skerries, or naked rocks called berlingas, rising out of the sea like Loud's maidens off the Isle of Skye. November 11 wind still more moderate and fair, yet it is about 11 knots an hour. We pass Oporto and Lisbon in the night. See the coast of Portugal, a bare wild country with here, and there a church or convent if it keeps fair this evening. We make Gibraltar, which would be very desirable. Our sailors have been exercised at a species of sword exercise, which recalls many recollections. November 12, the favorable wind gets back to its quarters in the southwest, and becomes what the Italians call the sirocco, abominated for its debilitating qualities. I cannot say I feel them, but I dreamt dreary dreams all night, which are probably to be imputed to the sirocco. After all, it is not an uncomfortable wind to a Caledonian wild, and stern ink won't serve. November 13, the wind continues unaccommodating all night, and we see nothing, although we promised ourselves to have seen Gibraltar, or at least Tangiers this morning. But we are disappointed of both. Tangiers reminded me of my old antiquarian friend Oriel Hay Drummond, who is consul there certainly, if a human voice could have made its hail heard through a league or two of contending wind and wave. It must have been Oriel Drummond's. I remember him at a dinner given by some of his friends when he left Edinburgh, where he discharged a noble part, self-pulling like Captain Crow, for dear life against the whole boat's crew, speaking, that is against 30 members of a drunken company, and maintaining the predominance. Mons Meg was at that time his idol. He had a sort of avarice of proper names, and besides half a dozen which were his legitimately, he had a claim to be called Garved, which uncouth appellation he claimed on no very good authority to be the ancient name of the Haysatale. I loved him dearly. He had high spirits, a zealous faith, good humor, and enthusiasm, and it grieves me that I must pass within 10 miles of him, and leave him unsaluted for merciage. What a yell of gratitude would there be! I would put up with a good rough gale which would force us into Tangiers, and keep us there for a week, but the wind is only in gentle opposition like a well-drilled spouse Gibraltar. We shall see this evening. Tangiers becomes out of the question, Captain, says we will lie by during the night sooner than darkness shall devour such an object of curiosity, so we must look sharp for the old rock. November 14, the horizon is this morning full of remembrances. Cape St. Vincent, Cape Spartel, Tarifa, Trafalgar, spirit-stirring sounds are within our ken, and recognized with enthusiasm, both by the old sailors whose memory can reinvest them with their terrors and by the naval neophytes who hope to emulate the deeds of their fathers. Even a non-combatant like myself feels his heart beat faster, and fuller though it is only with the feeling of the unworthy boast of the substance, in the fable knows Poma natamus. I begin to ask myself, do I feel any symptoms of getting better from the climatuhich? Is delicious and I cannot reply with the least consciousness of certainty. I cannot in reason expect. It should be otherwise. The failure of my limbs has been gradual, and it cannot be expected that an infirmity which at least a year's bad weather gradually brought on should diminish before a few mild and serene days, but I think there is some change to the better. I certainly write easier, and my spirits are better. The officers compliment me on this, and I think justly the difficulty will be to abstain from working hard, but we will try. I wrote to Mr. Cadle today, and will send my letter ashore to be put into Gibraltar with the officer who leaves us at that garrison in the evening. We saw the celebrated fortress which we had heard of all our lives, and which there is no possibility of describing well in words, though the idea I had formed of it from Prince Panoramas, and so forth proved not very inaccurate. Gibraltar, then, is a peninsula having a tremendous precipice on the Spanish side that is upon the north where it is united to the mainland by a low slip of land called the neutral ground. The fortifications which rise on the rock are innumerable and support each other in a manner accounted a model of modern art. The northern face of the rock itself is hewn into tremendous subterranean batteries called the Hall of St. George, and so forth, mounted with guns of a large caliber, but I have heard it would be difficult to use them from the effect of the report on the artillerymen. The west side of the fortress is not so precipitous as the north, and it is on this it has been usually assailed. It bristles with guns and batteries, and has at its northern extremity the town of Gibraltar, which seems from the sea a thriving place, and from thence declines gradually to Cape Europa, where there is a great number of remains of old caverns and towers, formerly the habitation or refuge of the Moors at a distance, and curving into a bay lie Algeciras, and the little Spanish town of St. Roque, where the Spanish lines were planted during the siege from Europa Point. The eastern frontier of Gibraltar runs pretty close to the sea, and arises in a perpendicular face, and it is called the back of the rock. No thought could be entertained of attacking it, although every means were used to make the assault as general as possible. The efforts sustained by such extraordinary means, as the floating batteries, were entirely directed against the defenses on the west side, which, if they could have been continued for a few days with the same fury with which they commenced, must have worn out the force of the garrison. The assault had continued for several hours without success on either side, when a private man of the artillery, his eye on the floating batteries, suddenly called with ecstasy, "She burns by G," and first that vessel and then others were visibly discovered to be on fire, and the besiegers' game was decidedly up. We stood into the Bay of Gibraltar, and approached the harbor firing a gun, and hoisting a signal for a boat. One accordingly came off a man of war's boat but refused to have any communication with us on account of the quarantine, so we can send no letters ashore. And after some pourparlers, Mr. L, instead of joining his regiment, must remain on board. We learned an unpleasant piece of news. There has been a tumult at Bristol, and some rioters shot, it is said, 50 or 60. I would flatter myself that this is rather good news, since it seems to be no part of a formed insurrection, but an accidental scuffle, in which the mob have had the worst, and which, like Train at Manchester and Bonamore, have always had the effect of quieting the people and alarming men of property. The Whigs will find it impossible to permit men to be plundered by a few blackguards called by them. The people and education and property probably will recover an ascendancy, which they have only lost by faint-heartedness. We backed out of the bay by means of a current to the eastward, which always runs thence, admiring in our retreat the lighting up the windows in the town, and the various barracks or country seats visible on the rock. Far as we are from home, the general lighting up of the windows in the evening reminds us we are still in merry old England, where, in reverse of its ancient law of the curfew, almost every individual, however humble his station, takes as of right a part of the evening for enlarging the scope of his industry, or of his little pleasures. He trims his lamp to finish at leisure some part of his task, which seems in such circumstances almost voluntary, while his wife prepares the little meal which is to be its legitimate reward. But this happy privilege of English freemen has ceased one happiness it is, they will soon learn their error. November 15, I had so much to say about Gibraltar that I omitted all mention of the strait and more distant shores of Spain and Barbary, which form the extreme of our present horizon. They are highly interesting. A chain of distant mountains sweep round Gibraltar, bold, peaked, well defined, and deeply indented the most distinguishable points occasionally. Garnished with an old watchtower to afford protection against a corsair, the mountains seemed like those of the first formation, liker, in other words, to the Highlands, than those of the south of Scotland. The chains of hills in Barbary are of the same character, but more lofty, and much more distant, being, I conceive, a part of the celebrated ridge of Atlas. Gibraltar is one of the pillars of Hercules. Ceuta, on the Moorish side, is well known to be the other to the westward of a small fortress garrisoned by the Spaniards. Is the Hill of Apes the corresponding pillar to Gibraltar? There is an extravagant tradition that there was once a passage under the sea from the one fortress to the other, and that an adventurous governor who puzzled his way to Ceuta and back again left his gold watch as a prize to him who had the courage to go to seek it. We are soon carried by the joint influence of breeze and current to the African side of the straits, and coast nearly along a wild shore formed of mountains like those of Spain, of varied form and outline. No churches, no villages, no marks of human hand are seen. The chain of hills show a mockery of cultivation, but it is only wild heath intermingled with patches of barren sand. I look in vain for cattle or flocks of sheep, and Anne as vainly entertains hopes of seeing lions and tigers on a walk to the seashore. The land of this wild country seems to have hardly a name. The cape, which we are doubling, has one, however, the Cape of the 3 Points, that we might not be totally disappointed. We saw 1 or 2 men engaged apparently in plowing, distinguished by their turbans, and the long pikes which they carried. Dr. Liddell says that on former occasions he has seen flocks and shepherds, but the war with France has probably laid the country waste. November 16, when I waked about 7, found that we had the town of Iran 12 or 14 miles off, astern. It is a large place on the sea beach near the bottom of a bay built close and packed together as Moorish towns from Fez to Timbuktu usually are. A considerable hill runs behind the town, which seems capable of holding 10,000 inhabitants. The hill up to its eastern summit is secured by 3 distinct lines of fortification, made probably by the Spanish when Iran was in their possession. Latterly, it belonged to the state of Algiers, but whether it has yielded to the French or not we have no means of knowing. A French schooner of 18 guns seems to blockade the harbor. We show our colors, and she displays hers, and then resumes her cruise, looking as if she resumed her blockade. This would infer that the place is not yet in French hands. However, we have in any event no business with Iran. Whether African or French, Bristol is a more important subject of consideration, but I cannot learn. There are papers on board 1 or 2 other towns we saw on this dreary coast. Otherwise, nothing but a hilly coast covered with shingle and gum cistus. November 17, in the morning, we are off Algiers, of which Captain Pigot's complacence afforded a very satisfactory sight. It is built on a sloping hill running down to the sea, and on the water side is extremely strong. A very strong mole or causeway enlarges the harbor by enabling them to include a little rocky island and mount immense batteries with guns of great number and size. It is a wonder, in the opinion of all judges, that Lord Exmouth's fleet was not altogether cut to pieces. The place is of little strength to the land. A high turreted wall of the old fashion is its best defense. When Charles Roman V attacked Algiers, he landed in the bay to the east of the town and marched behind it. He afterwards reached what is still called the Emperor's Fort, a building more highly situated than any part of the town, and commanding the wall which surrounds it. The Moors did not destroy this when Bourmont landed with the French. Unlike Charles Roman V, that general disembarked to the westward of Algiers, and at the mouth of a small river, he then marched into the interior, and fetching a circuit presented himself on the northern side of the town. Here the Moors had laid a simple stratagem for the destruction of the invading army. The natives had conceived they would rush at once to the fort of the Emperor, which they therefore mined, and expected to destroy a number of the enemy. By its explosion, this obvious device of war was easily avoided, and General Bourmont, in possession of the heights from which Algiers is commanded, had no difficulty in making himself master of the place. The French are said now to hold their conquests with difficulty, owing to a general commotion among the Moorish chiefs, of whom the Bey was the nominal sovereign. To make war on these wild tribes would be to incur the disaster of the Emperor Julian. To neglect their aggressions is scarcely possible. Algiers has at first an air of diminutiveness inferior to its fame in ancient and modern times. It rises up from the shore like a wedge, composed of a large mass of close-packed white houses, piled as thick on each other as they can stand white tourist roofs, and without windows, so the number of its inhabitants must be immense in comparison to the ground. The buildings occupy not less perhaps than 30,000 men. Even from the distance we view it, the place has a singular oriental look, very dear to the imagination. The country around Algiers is of the same hilly description with the ground on which the town is situated. Bold hilly tract, the shores of the bay are studded with villas and exhibit enclosures, some used for agriculture, some for gardens, one for a mosque with a cemetery around it. It is said they are extremely fertile, the first example we have seen of the exuberance of the African soil. The villas, we are told, belong to the consular establishment. We saw our own, who, if at home, put no remembrance upon us like the Cambridge professor, and the elephant we were a paltry beast. And he would not see us though we drew within cannon shot, and our 50-36-pounders might have attracted some attention. The Moors showed their old cruelty on a late occasion, the crews of 2 foreign vessels having fallen into their hands. By shipwreck they murdered 2/3 of them in cold blood. There are reports of a large body of French cavalry having shown itself without the town. It is also reported by Lieutenant Walker that the consul hoisted Comède de Racine, a British flag, at his country house. So our vanity is safe. We leave Algiers and run along the same kind of heathy, cliffy, barren reach of hills, terminating in high lines of serrated ridges and scarce, showing an atom of cultivation, but where the mouth of a river or a sheltering bay has encouraged the Moors to some species of fortification. November 18, still we are gliding along the coast of Africa, with a steady and unruffled gale, the weather delicious talk of an island of wild goats by name, Galita. This species of deer park is free to everyone for shooting up in bellongs, probably to the Algerines or Tunisians, whom circumstances do not permit to be very scrupulous in asserting their right of dominion. But Dr. Liddell has himself been present at a grand chasse of the goats, so the thing is true. The wild sinuosities of the land make us each moment look to see a body of Arabian cavalry wheel at full gallop out of one of these valleys, scour along the beach, and disappear up some other recess of the hills. In fact, we see a few herds, but a red cow is the most formidable monster we have seen. A general day of exercise on board, as well great guns as small arms. It was very entertaining to see the men take to their quarters, with the unanimity of an individual. The Marines shot a target to pieces, the boarders scoured away to take their position on the yards with cutlass and pistol. The exhibition continued 2 hours and was loud enough to have alarmed the shores, where the Algerines might, if they had thought fit, have imputed the firing to an opportune quarrel between the French and British, and have shouted Allah Karim, God is merciful. This was the day's remark, when he heard that Charles Roman X was dethroned by the Parisians. We are near an African cape called Bouches-Garonne, where in the last war the Toulon fleet used to trade for cattle. November 19, wind favorable during night, dies away in the morning, and blows in flurries, rather contrary. The steamboat packet, which left Portsmouth at the same time with us, passes us about 7 o'clock, and will reach a day or two before us. We are now off the coast of Tunis, not so high and rocky as that of Algiers, and apparently much more richly cultivated, a space of considerable length along shore between a conical hill called Mount Baluti and Cape Bon, which we passed last night, is occupied by the French as a coral fishery. They drop heavy shot by lines on the coral rocks, and break off fragments which they fish up with nets. The Algerines, seizing about 200 Neapolitans, thus employed, gave rise to the bombardment of their town. By Lord Exmouth, all this coast is picturesquely covered with enclosures and buildings, and is now clothed with squally weather. One hill has a smoky umbrella displayed over its peak, which is very like a volcanomony, islets and rocks bearing the Italian names of sisters, brothers, dogs, and such like epithets. The view is very striking, with varying rays of light and of shade mingling and changing as the wind rises and falls. About 1 o'clock, we passed the situation of ancient Carthage, but saw no ruins, though such are said to exist. A good deal of talk about 2 ancient lakes, called, I knew the name, but little more. We passed in the evening 2 rocky islands, or skerries, rising straight out of the water, called Gli Fratelli, or the Brothers. November, a fair wind, all night running at the merry rate of 9 knots an hour. In the morning, we are in sight of the highest island, Pantelleria, which the Sicilians use as a state prison, a species of Botany Bay. We are about 30 miles from the burning island, I mean Graham's, but neither that nor Etna make their terrors visible at noon. Graham's Island appears greatly diminished since last accounts. We got out the boats and surveyed this new production of the earth with great interest. Think I have got enough to make a letter to our Royal Society and friends at Edinburgh, lat 371031, and long 124015, e lying north and south by compass by Mr. Boakley, the captain's clerk's measurements returned on board at dinner time. November 21, indifferent night in the morning, we are running off Gozo, a subordinate island, to Malta intersected with innumerable enclosures of dry stone dikes, similar to those used in Selkirkshire. And this likeness is increased by the appearance of sundry square towers of ancient days. In former times, this was believed to be Calypso's island, and the cave of the enchantress is still shown. We saw the entrance from the deck as rude a cavern as ever opened out of a granite rock. The place of St. Paul's shipwreck is also shown, no doubt, on similarly respectable authority. At last we opened Malta an island, or rather a city like no other in the world, the seaport formerly. The famous Valletta comes down to the seashore. On the one side lay the knights, on the other side lay the Turks, who finally got entire possession of it, while the other branch remained in the power of the Christians. Mutual cruelties were exercised, the Turks seizing on the survivors of the knights who had so long defended St. Elmo, cut the Maltese cross on the bodies of the slain, and tying them to planks let them drift with the receding tide into the other branch of the harbor, still defended by the Christians. The Grand Master, in resentment of this cruelty, caused his Turkish prisoners to be decapitated, and their heads thrown from mortars into the camp of the infidels. November 22, today, we entered Malta harbor to quarantine, which is here very strict. We are condemned by the Board of Quarantine to 10 days imprisonment or sequestration, and go in the Bahram's boat to our place of confinement, built by a Grand Master named Manuel, for a palace for himself. And his retinue. It is spacious and splendid, but not comfortable, the rooms connected one with another by an arcade, into which they all open, and which forms a delightful walk. If I was to live here a sufficient time, I think I could fit the apartments up so as to be handsome and even imposing. But at present, they are only kept as barracks for the infirmary or lazaretto. A great number of friends come to see me, who are not allowed to approach nearer than a yard. This, as the whole affair is a farce, is ridiculous enough. We are guarded by the officers of health, in a peculiar sort of livery, or uniform, with yellow neck, who stroll up and down with every man that stirs, and so mend the matter my friend's captain, and Mrs. Dawson, the daughter and son-in-law of the late Lord Kinder, occupying as military quarters one end of the Manuel Palace, have chosen to remain, though thereby subjected to quarantine, and so become our fellows in captivity. Our good friend Captain Piggott, hearing some exaggerated report of our being uncomfortably situated, came himself in his barge with the purpose of reclaiming his passengers, rather than we should be subjected to the least inconvenience. We returned our cordial thanks, but felt we had already troubled him sufficiently. We dine with Captain and Mrs. Dawson, sleep in our new quarters, and notwithstanding mosquito curtains and iron bedsteads, are sorely annoyed by vermin, the only real hardship we have to complain of since the tossing on the Bay of Biscay, and which nothing could save us from. Les maltois nisi mariant jamais, dans les mois de my ills, espererint si mal des ouvrages de tout genre, commence durant sun curs quills ni si faciant pa cooper dabits pendant si mois. The same superstition still prevails in Scotland. November 23, this is a splendid town. The sea penetrates it in several places, with creeks formed into harbors surrounded by buildings, and these again covered with fortifications. The streets are of very unequal height, and as there has been no attempt at lowering them, the greatest variety takes place between them and the singularity of the various buildings, leaning on each other in such a bold, picturesque, and uncommon manner, suggests to me ideas for finishing Abbotsford by a screen on the west side of the old barn, and with a fanciful wall decorated with towers to enclose the bleaching Greenwich towers, such as these of which I can get drawings. While I am here employed the forenoon in writing to Lockhart, I am a little at a loss what account to give of myself. Better, I am decidedly in spirit, but rather hampered by my companions, who are neither desirous to follow my amusements nor anxious that I should adopt theirs. I am getting on with the siege of Malta very well, I think. If I continue, it will be ready in a very short time, and I will get the opinion of others. And if my charm hold, I will be able to get home through Italy and take up my own trade again. November 24, we took the quarantine boat and visited the outer harbor, or Great Port, in which the ships repose when free from their captivity. The British ships of war are there a formidable spectacle, as they all carry guns of great weight. If they go up the Levant, as reported, they are a formidable weight in the bucket. I was sensible, while looking at them, of the truth of Cooper's description of the beauty of their build, their tapering rigging and masts, and how magnificent it looks as Hulking and vast the gallant warship rides. We had some pride in looking at the bar-ram, once in a particular manner, our own abode Captain Piggott, and some of his officers dined with us at our house of captivity, by a special grace our abode here, is to be shortened one day, so, we leave on Monday first, which is an indulgence today, we again visit Draguts. Point the guardians who attend to take care that we quarantines do not kill the people whom we meet, tell some stories of this famous corsair. But I scarce can follow their Arabic. I must learn it, though for the death of Dragut would be a fine subject for a poem. But in the meantime, I will proceed with my nights. November 2,530,494. By permission of the Quarantine Board, we were set at liberty, and lost no time in quitting the dreary fort of Don Manuel, with all its mosquitoes, and its thousands of lizards which stand shaking their heads at you like their brother, in the new Arabian tale of Daft. Jock, my son and daughter, are already much tired of the imprisonment. I myself cared less about it. But it is unpleasant to be thought so very unclean, and capable of poisoning a whole city. We took our guardian's boat, and again, made a round of the harbor, were met by Mrs. Bathurst's carriage, and carried to my very excellent apartment at Beverley's Hotel. In passing, I saw something of the city, and very comical it was. But more of that hereafter, at, or about 4 o'clock. We went to our old habitation, the Barham, having promised again to dine in the wardroom, where we had a most handsome dinner, and were dismissed at 6:30, after having the pleasure to receive and give a couple hours of satisfaction. I took the boat from the chair, and was a little afraid of the activity of my assistants, but it all went off capitally. Went to Beverley's and bed in quiet. At 2 o'clock Mrs. Call Bathurst transported me to see the Metropolitan Church of St. John, by far the most magnificent place I ever saw in my life. Its huge and ample vaults are of the Gothic order. The floor is of marble, each stone containing the inscription of some ancient knight, adorned with a patent of mortality, and an inscription recording his name and family. For instance, one knight, I believe, had died in the infidels' prison to mark his fate. One stone, amid the many-colored pavement, represents a door composed of grates, iron grates, I mean displaying behind them an interior, which a skeleton is in vain attempting to escape from by bursting the bars. If you conceive, he has pined in his fetters there for centuries, till dried in the ghastly image of death himself. It is a fearful imagination. The roof, which bends over the scene of death, is splendidly adorned with carving and gilding, while the varied colors and tinctures both above and beneath, free from the tinselly effect, which might have been apprehended, acquire a solemnity, in the dim religious light, which they probably owe to the lapse of time. Besides the main aisle, which occupies the center, there is added a chapter house, in which the knights were wont to hold their meetings. At the upper end of this chapter house is the fine martyrdom of St. John the Baptist, by Caravaggio. Though this has been disputed, on the left hand of the body of the church lie a series of subordinate aisles, or chapels built by the devotion of the different languages, and where some of the worthies inhabit. The vaults beneath the other side of the church is occupied in the same manner. One chapel, in which the communion was imparted, is splendidly adorned by a row of silver pillars which divided the worshippers from the priest. Immense riches had been taken from this chapel of the Holy Sacrament by the French. A golden lamp of great size, and ornaments, to the value of 50,000 crowns, are mentioned in particular. The rich railing had not escaped the soldiers' rapacity, had it not been painted to resemble. Would I must visit this magnificent church another time. Today, I have done it at the imminent risk of a bad fall. We drove out to see a Maltese village highly ornamented in the usual taste. Mrs. Bathurst was so good as to take me in her carriage. We dined with Colonel Bathurst. November 26, I visited my old and much respected friend, Mr. John Hookham Freer, and was much gratified to see him. The same man I had always known him, perhaps a little indolent. But that's not much a good Tory as ever, when the love of many is waxed cold. At night a grand ball in honor of your humble servant, about 400 gentlemen and ladies, the former mostly British officers of Army, Navy, and Civil Service of the ladies. The island furnished a fair proportion. I mean, viewed in either way. I was introduced to a mad Italian improvisator, who was with difficulty prevented from reciting a poem in praise of the king, and imposing a crown upon my head, nolens volens. Some of the officers, easily conceiving how disagreeable this must have been to a quiet man, got me out of the scrape, and I got home about midnight, but remain unpoetized and unspeeched. November 28, I have made some minutes, some observations, and could do something at my siege, but I do not find my health gaining ground. I visited Freer at San Antonio, a beautiful place, with a splendid garden, which Mr. Freer will never tire of unless some of his family come to carry him home by force. November 29, Lady Hotham was kind enough to take me a drive, and we dined with Thema, very pleasant party. I picked up some anecdotes of the latter sea. Make another pilgrimage escorted by Captain Piggott and several of his officers. We took a more accurate view of this splendid structure church of St. John. I went down into the vaults and made a visiting acquaintance with La Valette, whom greatly to my joy, I found most splendidly provided with a superb sepulchre of bronze, on which he reclines in the full armor of a knight of chivalry. December. December 1, there are two good libraries on a different plan, and for different purposes, a modern subscription library that lends its own books and an ancient foreign library which belonged to the knights, but does not lend books. Its value is considerable, but the funds unfortunately are shamefully small. I may do this last some good. I have gotten a present from Freer, the Prince of the Siege of Malta, very difficult to understand, and on loan from Mr. Murray, agent of the Navy Office, the original of Boyado to be returned through Mr. Murray, Albemarle Street. Mr. Murray is very good-natured about it. December 2, my chief occupation has been driving with Freer. Dr. Liddell declines a handsome fee. I will want to send some oranges to the children. I am to go with Call Bathurst today as far as to wait on the bishop. My old friend Sir John Stoddart's daughter is to be married to a Captain Atkinson Road, with Freer much recitation. December 6, Captain Piggott inclines to take me on with him to Naples, after which he goes to Tunis on government service. This is an offer not to be despised, though at the expense of protracting the news from Scotland, which I engage to provide for in case of the worst by offering Mr. Cadle a new romance to be called The Siege of Malta, which if times be as they were when I came off, should be thankfully received at a round sum, paying back not only what is overdrawn but supplying finances during the winter. December 10, Naples. I ought to say that before leaving Malta, I went to wait on the Archbishop, a fine old gentleman, very handsome, and one of the priests who commanded the Maltese in their insurrection against the French. I took the freedom to hint that, as he had possessed a journal of this blockade, it was but due to his country and himself to give it to the public, and offered my assistance. He listened to my suggestion, and seemed pleased with the proposal, which I repeated more than once, and apparently with success. Next day, the bishop returned my visit in full state, attended by his clergy, and superbly dressed in costume, the pearls being very fine. The name of this fine old dignitary of the Romish Church is Don Francis Caruana, Bishop of Malta. The last night we were at Malta, we experienced a rude shock of an earthquake, which alarmed me, though I did not know what it was. It was said to foretell that the ocean which had given birth to Graham's Island had like Pelops devoured its own offspring, and we are told it is not now visible, and will be perhaps hid from those who risk the main, but as we did not come near its latitude, we cannot say from our own knowledge that the news is true. I found my old friend Freer as fond as ever of old ballads. He took me out almost every day, and favored me with recitations of the Cid and the continuation of Whistlecraft. He also acquainted me that he had made up to Mr. Coleridge the pension of 200 from the Board of Literature out of his own fortune. December 13, Naples. We left Malta on this day, and after a most picturesque voyage between the coast of Sicily and Malta, arrived here on the 17th, where we were detained for quarantine, whence we were not dismissed till the day before Christmas. I saw Charles to my great joy, and agreed to dine with his master right hun Mr. Hill, resolving it should be my first and last engagement at Naples next morning. Much struck with the beauty of the Bay of Naples, it is insisted that my arrival has been a signal for the greatest eruption from Vesuvius, which that mountain has favored us with for many a day. I can only say, as the Frenchman said of the comet, supposed to foretell his own death, ah, messieurs, la comet me fate trop d'honneur of letters. I can hear nothing. There are many English here, of most of whom I have some knowledge. December 25, Bay of Naples. We are once more fairly put into quarantine. Captain Piggott does not, I think, quite understand the freedom his flag is treated with, and could he find law for so doing, would try his long 36-pounders on the town of Naples, and its castles, not to mention a sloop of 10 guns, which has ostentatiously entered the bay to assist them. Lord knows, we would make ducks and drakes of the whole party, with the Barham's terrible battery. There is a new year like to begin, and no news from Britain by, and by I will be in the condition of those who are sick and in prison, and entitled to visits and consolation on principles of Christianity. December 26, Strada Nuova. Went ashore, admitted to pratique, and were received here. Walter has some money left which we must use, or try a begging box, for I see no other resource. since they seem to have abandoned me, so go ashore each day to sightseeing, have the pleasure to meet Mr. and Mrs. Lang Meason of Linderdees, and have their advice and assistance and company in our wanderings. Almost every day Mr. Meason has made some valuable remarks on the lava, where the villas of the Middle Ages are founded. The lava shows at least upon the ancient maritime villas of the Romans, so the boot of the moderns galls the kibe of the age preceding them. The reason seems to be the very great durability with which the Romans finished their domestic architecture of maritime arches, by which they admitted the sea into their lower houses. We were run away with into the grotto very nearly, but luckily stopped before we entered, and so saved our lives. We have seen the Strada Nuova new access of extreme beauty, which the Italians owe to Murat. The Bay of Naples is one of the finest things I ever saw. Vesuvius controls it, on the opposite side of the town. I never go out in the evening, but take airings in the daytime almost daily. The day after Christmas, I went to see some old parts of the city, amongst the rest a tower called Torre del Carmine, which figured during the Duke of Guise's adventure, and the gallery of his old church, where Masaniello was shot at the conclusion of his career. I marked down the epitaph of a former empress, which is striking and affecting. It would furnish matter for my tour if I wanted it. Naples, thou'rt a gallant city,